Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 78, Worldwide Influence. Hello there. First of all, you guys have no idea how happy I was reading everyone's comments about my return. It really touched my heart. I should have returned earlier, but a fun fact. I was kinda waiting for the new phase of the MCU to drop to have more source material, and let's say that I was incredibly disappointed. They fucked up, man. Now, like Miles once said, I'm gonna do my own thing. Yes, just remembering that I will try to post weekly, but with smaller chapters. It will go like that unless some unforeseen circumstances happen. I also noticed that many people liked my other FIC, Potential Men. Good to know that was not a fluke. Maybe I should post the others. Now, enjoy. Helena POV. As much Idolan's efforts in treating kids in hospitals are proving themselves 100% effective, his actions divide opinions 50-50 in the public. The reporter continues her nonsense on the TV. Hector's decision to step up and heal children unsurprisingly received a lot of positive responses, until not. At some point, thank yous become why. Why don't you save the adults too? Why don't you heal the other diseases? Why didn't you do it at that hospital? Why? My eyes don't leave the TV when the image changes and shows a mother, probably, crying. I'm not trying to take away the miracle that he created. The woman says between sobs, ready to take away the miracle that he created, but if I could I would like to ask him. How does he choose? How does he choose who is saved, and why my little girl? Why he didn't choose my little girl? She ends in tears, showing the picture of the little girl in question. The mood is heavy. I'm afraid of looking, but I need to see. I need to see what kind of face Hector is making right now. Wait. Why I am hesitating? Am I afraid of seeing him hurt? I side glances, seeing Hector sitting in his customary chair, Shago in his lap acting like some sort of comfort girlfriend, and Hector. He is calm, and no, I don't. He has that calm anger. I know him better now. He is calm aloof. He observes the happenings on the TV with a calm but unblinking expression, reaches for his drink, and acts like what is happening has nothing to do with him. Should I ask? Fuck it, he always answers what I ask, so. You look surprisingly calm about this whole ordeal. I comment. As expected, he turns to me and goes to answer. Even without me saying the question, he knows what I am asking. I can't change it now. I was prepared for this and I'm surprisingly used to this. He answers with a casual shrug. I asked for an answer and gave me 3. I can understand the first 2, but when he gets used to the whole world hating on him. During my first travel, I kinda become the enemy of the world. He chuckles with a fond smile even if it doesn't go well with what he is talking about. Wait a minute, is he reading my mind? No. But damn him, and his capability to read people in the beginning was hard. So hard, that I surprised myself with how much I was caring. He continues, I thought that I was above that. Words can't hit me type of thing, but there's a certain power in the negativity of so many people, you know. I even second-guessed myself if I was doing the right thing. It was a constant pendulum-like process where I was swayed by people's opinions and my own. The process ended up strengthening my will. Now I'm used to it. I will not close my eyes or ignore it as many would advise. I take their views and internally confront them with my own, and in the end, I conclude that their opinions can't shake my resolve. I'm not wrong. And no. That's not me being self-centered or arrogant. I am really not wrong on this. His unblinking eyes continue to stare hardly at the screen. Absolutely. You're saving people. They are conveniently forgetting or ignoring that if you did nothing, more people would die. Bunch of ungrateful entitled son of bitches. Shago comes in his defense, caressing his hair like a mother spoiling her child. Even though she is weird, I can't argue against her argument, but it's not like I can't understand the feelings of the people that Hector didn't save either. Feelings are irrational. Hector exteriorizes my thoughts. They made peace that reality is cruel, that their loved ones will die, and this is simply the way of the world. Suddenly a new light shines in the horizon, a way out. And they are not happy anymore with that peace. It's understandable that they are angry. I can accept their irrational hate. I'm prepared for that too. He continues very maturely, his face still full of steeled resolve. Damn, this guy. Is he really a 16-year-old? You're kinda cool, Hector. I decided to say, a little playful smile on my face. He turns to me, and finally, his calm smile returns to substitute his stony expression. I am glad I said that then. Thanks, I try. He comments cheekily. In a little more light-hearted way he continues, and again, I was prepared to all this. And I'm not only talking about the mental strain that this whole situation would bring. Hoo-hoo, he chuckles while hugging Shago to return her affections. What do you mean? I knew it. This guy never makes a move before thinking many steps ahead. Well. He trails off, likely to tease me, as much all of this was born from my purest intentions to help people, you can't blame me for using the opportunity to proceed with my agenda. He then points to the TV, which is still showing people complaining about Eidolon not going there or there. For example, a good chunk of these people are paid actors. He says with amusement in his eyes. For real. Yep. He says popping the P. So you're gonna unmask the motherfuckers? Shago asks, finding the whole situation more fun now. Why now? Hey, let them talk more, let more of them appear, let more people say bad things about me. When the truth comes out, the guilt of the masses by badmouthing a good guy like Eidolon will be unbearable, I bet. He chuckles again, so unbearable, that next time they will give him the benefit of the doubt even though all the media is against him. Even though maybe he really did something bad. Okay. Is this guy good or bad? Your potential is wasted in being a hero. Become an evil mastermind instead. Shago jokes. I think. Cortana already has all the files and receipts of the people behind this smearing campaign, just let them give us more material. Not only that, as I'm acting as Eidolon, I make sure to act like my healing powers are limited in some way, even creating another persona to take more the blunt of this whole Jesus spectacle. The panacea thing? Shago asks. Like in Q, the TV shows what we are talking about. After a certain point, Eidolon started appearing in the hospitals with a helper in tow. A smaller figure is covered from head to toe in white robes, even the face is covered by the hood, and some red crosses are highlighted through it. In some videos was possible to see Eidolon instructing the smaller figure on how to heal people. It was a duplicate with different proportions. Hector says. I was in doubt if was a new companion or not. People would guess that someone with such a heavily medical thematic persona is a better healer than Eidolon, and he is teaching her the ropes so that she can take from here. Yes, exactly. This is exactly what people are saying. People are so hung up on the "no one is perfect" teaching that their mind can't come up with the idea that Eidolon is good at everything. I even acted like it's strenuous for me to heal people. Hector explains while sipping from his drink. So, this panacea person that doesn't even exist will eventually become the target of messianic adoration and devilish criticism. Isabella, who just entered the room, comments, at the same time that she brings some snacks to us. Exactly. Slowly people will go back to picture Eidolon as the guy who punches villains and saves people from buildings on fire. It's association, a normal human brain's way of perceiving the world and learning. He says while thanking Isabella with a smile. After eating some snacks he continues, there's a bunch of other long-term benefits like people starting mistrusting media and government, inspiring people, and etc. I even gave the first step in a certain project. Far away, in a dangerous part of London. A homeless man hyperventilates even though the night is cold, it doesn't need to be a doctor to guess that he is sick. Oh my, you appear to be suffering, my good sir. Suddenly the homeless feels like the night gets a tad darker. Looking up he understands that the night didn't grow darker, but a huge man blocked the light from the lamp post. It's a ridiculously tall and lanky man, over 2 meters in height, wearing all black and a top hat, carrying a cane in his glove-covered hand. The more striking feature is the black crow-like mask on his face. People can recognize the style, it's a plague doctor mask. The homeless man whimpers in fright, mustering all his strength to crawl away backward. Oh, a little rude but not understandable. My appearance does not make a good first impression, right? Haha, the tall plague doctor laughs good-naturedly even though he looks really scary. Fret not, my good man. I'm a gentleman on a mission, the fact that you started on bad terms will not deter me. Finishing speaking, the plague doctor's hand reaches for the homeless man, making him burst into a cloud of gore, before the homeless man is reassembled again. Completely fine. The process was so fast and painless that it made the homeless man think that he was imagining things. He checks his body with his hand, his heatly hands that now move without problems. He is healthy now. For so long I have hidden myself because of this unsightly appearance and equally unsightly power. But seeing some youngsters so eager to change the world made these old bones incapable of staying still. I will do the little that I can. The plague doctor says equally to himself and to the homeless man, have a good night, sir. He tips his hat to the still shocked patient before walking away in the darkness, seemingly merging with it. He never waited for the thank you. You created another persona. I ask in a little surprise, he always goes a step beyond. A plague doctor, really? Shago asks in disbelief. Hector laughs, it needs to look scary and have a villain-like power. I want people to start accepting that a person's character is more important than their appearance or their potential to harm. So you created the plague doctor, to act like he was inspired by Idolan's actions. At the same time that reinforces that a positive attitude can bring rewards to the normal people, and also shows that it's not that scary to come out of hiding to the metas. Isabella analyzes. Like Shago, I sometimes forget she is smart. Right again, Isabella. The first step is always the most scary, so why shouldn't I take it too? Pfft. Not only you're inspiring but you're faking the inspired people. That's so scummy. Shago laughs. Hector laughs with her, it's to give them the courage. Someone needs to take the risks. I can only imagine how hard it was for the first black person to participate in white places till it became normal. I want a world where you can see a person with 5 meters and another that is pink from head to toe in the street and not even bat an eye because it's normal. If I can inspire some metas to use their abilities to help a little in their local communities, maybe floating to save a cat from a tree, swimming to help some fishermen, and making the people accept it like normal. I will use any underhanded tactic that I can. He finishes with that same resolve again. And of course, Idolan will be there to help, to mediate, to make it work. This guy. You're cool, Hector. I say again, the timing making a good joke. He laughs loudly this time, thanks, I try. Seiko POV keeping my breath steady, I hit the hot metal in a good rhythm, ignoring the heat and concentrating on the task at hand. Who would have thought that I would take blacksmithing as a hobby? But here we are. I should have seen this coming. Liking swords is related to like swordsmanship, and blacksmithing is simply a step away from that. The weirdness must come from my still lingering, normal sensibilities, as Hector calls it. Before I would not have imagined holding a 20 kilograms hammer in one hand and hitting a piece of hot metal hundreds of times in a minute. And again, here we are. That grandfather of Hiyori-san in the world of pirates was a blacksmith, so Hector made him teach me a little. Talking about Hector. Mid-swing I glance at my side only to see he watching me like someone would watch a movie. Lying on his side, not even blinking. He notices my eyes and he smiles at me. I love that man. Even though he is strange. He arrived, saw me working on the forge, and said, wrong. You should cover your breasts with bandages, and made me change my forging outfit. I don't make the rules. He said. And that's why I'm here with my bosom wrapped in bandages, a high ponytail, wooden antique sandals, and loose pants. Well, the heat doesn't bother me, and being on the receiving end of his appreciative gaze is pleasant enough. Finally, I go quenching the future blade in my hand. FSSSSSSSH. Looks good. No cracks, the firm is good too. Hector suddenly appears at my side and gives his opinion, maybe you have a hidden talent on this. And to think I almost choose cooking as a hobby. My joke makes him smiles. I bet your cooking would be equally good. HMPF, you're simply patronizing me. It's a boyfriend's job, and it doesn't mean I'm lying. You know that I'm an honest man. The quirk of his lips makes me laugh. Honest in some things, not so much in others. I roll my eyes. I'm honest about you. And he aggressively grabs me by my waist, pulling me closer and initiating a deep kiss. We are too strong to care about safety protocols here, and too hungry for care anyway. As expected, and as welcomed, his hands travel through my back, not caring about the sweat, unwrapping the bandages. Ah, now I understand. Ufufu. But he doesn't take it off completely, he lets the bandages loose around me, showing a little but not everything. Hector likes this style, he sometimes never takes my clothes completely, maybe is a fetish. We continue this make-out section, not caring about the surroundings, mostly me because I know Hector can take care of it. His hands slowly travel lower, grabbing my butt and pulling me even closer, closer enough that I can feel the shape of his body clearly, and I bet he can feel mine now. I can also feel a certain part of his showing itself to play fufu. He suddenly stops the kiss, I would be at a loss if not for the loving way he looks at me. He passes his hand through the side of my face, admiring me with a warm smile. You know, Seiko. Are you feeling lonely here? He suddenly asks while fixing some strands of hair. Lonely. Yeah, in my quest to be a good boyfriend, I was pondering. I am afraid if I am letting you here alone, and only coming here to have intimacy. I hope that I'm not giving you the wrong impression. His face gets a little unsure, maybe even sad. No. Obviously not, we talk every day and when you come here we always do a lot of other things. Intimacy is just a bonus. Then I grab him strongly, a bonus that I enjoy very much. Hey, I enjoy it a lot too. He smiles while feeling my butt. I just want you to know that if you want to live with us, you can. And you can visit at any time, call me to hang out or ask Isabella to teleport you. It will not be a problem, okay? Don't think that you're being a burden or anything. He assures me with a hug. I will remember it. I nod. Good, it's just that I remembered. He pauses his words while still caressing my face. When my parents died I was alone. I hug him tighter, to him know that I'm here. That night I discovered how lonely an empty house is. There are no lights except the ones that you turned on yourself. You only notice how silent a house is when that background noise that you're used to disappears. The steps, the doors opening, faucets, TV. I know what he is talking about. I can't deny that I felt the same sometimes, in this huge traditional home. After a long pause where we just enjoy each other company, he speaks again. Do you believe that in the beginning, I didn't like very much a certain aspect of my power? Exactly the part where I can bring people to me, bring you all. He chuckles in a self-deprecating way, how foolish I was. I can't even imagine my life without you all anymore. He smiles lovingly at me and pulls me in a big comforting hug. I should be enjoying the hug, but I can only think about one thing. I can only imagine Hector all alone. Images flashes in my mind. Him, sitting in his usual chair in the living room. But the lights are down. He sits all alone in the dark, there's no Shago on his lap, or Cathalu, or Isabella, or Helena. The lights are down because he is alone and he doesn't need lights to see in the dark. I can imagine him acting that way. He sits all alone, in his Eidolon bodysuit, because he is more Eidolon than Hector at this point. No one can relate with him and he needs no one. He stays there, looking at the empty space with a stony expression, because there's no reason to laugh. He stays in silence because there's no one to talk to. All alone in an empty, silent, and dark house. My chest tightens at the image, and I hug him tighter in response. I'm so glad that I'm here with you, Hector. I say, trying to convey all my love through these words and hug. I'm the one that is thankful, Seiko. He hugs me back. Third person P.OV, X-Men Mansion. Jean reads a book on the garden of the mansion, surrounded by some friends. The choice of place to hang out was owed to the fact that today is an important day. Some time ago, Eidolon asked Professor Xavier to arrange a meeting with Magneto, so that the three spearheads of the meta question can discuss the first face-to-face meeting between them. And the day is today. Bunch of bastards. Kitty huffs while scrolling through her phone. Isn't like obvious. Eidolon is saving people. Not everyone that dies is his fault. She exclaims in indignation. Yeah, he is not their slave. Rogue agrees. I would not be surprised, and I would not even blame him if he stopped. Jubilee sighs, he doesn't deserve this. Jean sighs too, he is simply too good. He set the bar too high, so people are expecting too much of him. Ileana opens her mouth to give her piece. He should have done nothing then, if this is the retribution. But that would not be Eidolon. Eidolon doesn't give up. Kitty says with resolution, pumping her fist in the air. Rogue smiles at her friend's antics. I'm not gonna lie, a part of me would like to see him simply stop, you know. You guys don't like me. Okay then, and then disappearing. Say I am. I would feel so vindictive. Jubilee exclaims, am I a bad person? I think that is a very normal reaction. Jean laughs. She can't deny that she thought the same sometimes. But I don't think we need to worry, he must have a plan. He is a smart guy, so he should have known how this would go and did all the same. She comments. Makes sense. Jubilee agrees. What do you think, Rogue? You're the one that had Eidolon inside you here. Hee hee. She teases the gothic mutant with a smug smile. Shut up. Rogue pouts embarrassedly before coughing and burying any embarrassment and starts talking, and to answer your question. I can tell he is the cautious type that thinks a lot. So yeah, Jean should be right and he knew that people would act this way, and has a plan. But what type of plan involves you being hated by half of the world? Kitty wonders. The type that puts him on the forefront of any criticism that our race can receive. Jean guesses Aurora and Dr. Hank commented about this, right? Eidolon went public so that he could change people's views. So whatever hates they have for the metas, that are previously without direction, now found an outlet on Eidolon. I'm not understanding. Jubilee frowns, but he was already doing that by being a hero, healing kids just exacerbated it. He should have stuck with being a hero and punching people. Ileana says again. Oh. Kitty realizes the metas that can do a lot for the humanity. It's what I think too. Jean nods. Question mark. Jubilee still hadn't cashed up. He is taking the criticism for all the metas that could make the world better but does nothing. Kitty explains in a loud voice. Oh, Jubil finally understands, but we do nothing because they don't let us. People are irrational. Jean sighs again. So they hate us if we appear and hate us if we don't appear. Sounds legit. Rogue huffs and rolls her eyes. Sounds entitled. Ileana corrects. No one said that is not complicated. Jean laughs mirthless. Arg, the more I think about it, the more it sounds hopeless. Kitty falls back on her seat. That's why Eidolon is cool. Ileana makes a rare show of admiration for someone. I would not put that much effort in other people, especially the ones that hate me. They all nod in different levels of agreement. The casual talk continues a little more before they finally hear a thunderous sound in the sky, of something breaking the sound barrier. He can teleport, but this way he can warn that he arrived. Eidolon lands on the garden in a superhero landing. Then he straightens himself, at his full 6 feet 4 inches, white hair slicked back in a man bun, a half mask covering the lower half of his face, and a mantle billowing in the wind. After that, he raises his arm while holding his mantle, and from there, like a portal, 2 women and a dog get out. Shago looks around, half interested and half not giving a fuck while Cassandra stops Rover from running around. Oh, hello girls. Eidolon greets with his deep voice the incoming residents of the X-Mansion. How are yo, eh? To his surprise when they approach, Kitty goes a step further and hugs his torso, her head only reaching his chest. Everyone looks at her strangely, Shago in particular gives her a pointed look. There, these people don't know what they say, Eidolon. You're a good guy. Kitty comforts him with little taps on his back. Eidolon can't help but find it funny and cute how she is practically buried in his mantle, even the now alive mantle is hugging her back a little. Thank you, but I'm good, I was prepared for the hate. Eidolon says warmly, giving Kitty some taps back on her shoulder. Haters are everywhere, no good comes from listening to them, but it's nice to have one positive reaction. Thank you again. Anytime. You did nothing wrong. She reinforces, not letting him go. But he does not care too much, one of his talents is rolling with the absurd situation, so with Kitty still latched on him he greets the other girls, and the other people from the X-Mansion are approaching. Oh my god, it's Lady Jade. Kitty exclaims, still attached to Eidolon. I am a fan. Really? First time meeting one. Shago smiles strangely, that is glued in my men. Lady Jade doesn't make public appearances like I do, mostly helping to deal with criminals from the underworld. Eidolon explains. Shago mostly acts like a hero with Helena, you will not find her in the street and have the opportunity to ask for an autograph. Hi, Shadow. What's with the dog? Kitty finally notices Rover, he looks cool. Her eyes shine, finally releasing Eidolon from the hug. Does he bite? Jean raises a hand at Rover, like hesitating to touch him. No, but releases concentrated blasts of energy. Eidolon says with mirth. They don't know if he is joking or not. No, he is obviously not joking. Nah, I'm kidding. Of course, he bites too. He says dismissively, but only enemies. Some give nervous laughs to the menacing dog, but Cassandra reassures them with a good boy and some pats. Professor Xavier finally rolls at them. Hello, Eidolon. I hope we have a fruitful discussion today. He greets amicable. I guess Magneto still hasn't appeared. Eidolon comments with amusement. I told you we should have waited a little more. Lady Jade huffs. Hey, it's just a power play. I wait, he waits, everyone waits, and the meetings don't happen. The hero says diplomatically with a shrug, let's concede on that, let the guy arrive in fanfare. I bet he enjoys arriving flying in a saucer, and hovering slowly while looking down on us. He says to laughs, I even practiced some catchphrases to the moment. As was scripted, they heard a sound coming from above. Looking up they see the man himself arriving with 2 of his people, Sabretooth, and an unknown guy with a punchable face. The international terrorist is garbed in his full glory of red and purple, a helmet obscuring his features, but it's possible to see his eyes looking down on them while he hovers to the ground slowly. Told you. Eidolon whispers at them, making them laugh a little, taking away the pressure of the men arrival. Time to my catchphrase. Stepping forward, Eidolon says in a strong voice that reverberates all over the place. Our long-waiting meeting has come at last. Minus one of his list of references to make, from Darth Vader nonetheless, one day I will have the chance to say, I'm surrounded by fear and dead men. Nice execution, impactful. September 10th. Kitty whispers to him while he discreetly gives her a thumbs up. Chapter 79, Clash of Ideals. A society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shades they shall never sit. Greek proverb. Eidolon, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. A surprisingly aged voice, coming from a muscular build, resonates from Magneto's helmet. No dick measuring contest. Maybe this could go well. Eidolon thinks, surprised by the amicably in Magneto's tone likewise. Or maybe not. The hero sighs internally while giving a side glance to Sabretooth while the trio from the Brotherhood lands. The feral meta is practically growling at Wolverine. Well, why don't we all enter to move this talk to a more comfortable setting? The even diplomatic Xavier says. I wouldn't mind if we stayed in the garden. Eidolon gesticulates, not that I wanted it to happen, but statically meeting like these ends up with some damage to the surroundings. He says, at the same time a warning and a threat. What do you think, Eric? The professor turns to his old friend. Fresh air would be welcomed, but we can be eavesdropped. Don't worry, I'm taking care of it. No one unwanted will hear or see us. Eidolon assures them. Well, then let's go. I just know the perfect spot. Xavier smiles lightly. Now they are in a nice place, in a circular space with stone tables and chairs, surrounded by a wall of grass and flowers, under the shade of some trees and close enough to the lake, allowing a refreshing breeze to hit them. The three groups sit facing each other, on Xavier's side, beyond him, Aurora, Logan, and Dr. McCoy, and also the main group of the X-Men like Cyclops, Jean, Kitty, Nightcrawler, Iceman, Jubilee, Rogue, Spike, etc. The others like Mercury and Dust, who are a little younger and part of the X-Men secondary team, are in the mansion with the children. After they all sit, Eidolon decides to take back some initiative from Magneto's late arrival show. He glances at the other subordinate of Magneto, Fabian Cortez, a meta-trump that has the power to augment other people's abilities. An interesting ability that would make Eidolon eager to copy. If he was really there. I prefer you blue. Eidolon comments lightly while eyeing the male meta. Cortez looks blankly at him for some time before smiling almost sheepishly, a cute-like smile that doesn't match the man's features, but those features change in a ripple immediately after. Revealing mystique. The reveal, and the fact Eidolon saw right through it, raises some eyebrows from both groups. Oh, you like blue. And what about green? Mystique smiles sultrily before changing again, this time to Shago. Girl, do you want me to melt your face? Lady Jade starts threatening immediately. But Eidolon stops her with a raise of his hand. Shago calms down instantly and simply leans on his back, while he remains unbothered. As much I am a defender of the acceptance of our powers and free use of them, I also believe that we should use them responsibly. Like my late mother would say. Your rights end where the other starts. Eidolon lectures lightly, almost amicably. Then the air shifts and his tone of voice becomes serious. Said that. If you shapeshift in one of mine again, I will destroy your meta gene. He glares, his eyes glowing red. His whole demeanor changed the place's mood, turning it heavy and putting pressure even on the ones that he did not address directly. And to add salt to the injury, with his glare, Mystique starts to change. Her Lady Jade appearance disappears in another ripple, but not to reveal her usual blue skin, red hair, and yellow eyes. No, it revealed pale skin, black hair, and blue eyes. Her normal self. She looks at her hand with wide eyes, and people around do the same. She tries flexing her powers again, attempting to change back, but it proves futile. I hope this will not happen again. Eidolon says, and with that the pressure evaporates and Mystique ripples back to her blue self. After checking herself, she looked at him in outrage and even a little fear. To all those metas that love being above the rules of the normal world with their powers, what can be scarier than losing the said powers? Eidolon metaphorically put his big dick on the table in this dick measurement contest, and no one can even get close. To normal humans, metas are scary, but Eidolon can put fear even in the metas, like he is at the top of the food chain. The predator of them all. After all his goody two-shoes deeds and acts that he has been doing lately, he needs to remember them that he has this side too. Shago finds it a little hot, even leaning on him more. Well, a rocky start. But I hope this will not affect the rest of the talk. The hero suddenly goes back to an amicable way of talking like nothing happened, clapping once to wake everyone of their instinctive fear. Ahem, we should go on. This is a rare opportunity to have a civilized talk between us. Xavier tries to clear the air. Indeed. Magneto agrees, I'm very curious to know about what Eidolon to talk with me. And you threw the ball at me, acting like you're giving me permission to speak like this wouldn't be the natural progression of the talk. Power plays are so annoying. Hector sighs in his mind while keeping a calm face, but better than punching each other in the face, I guess. I'm not even sure from where to start, there's so many things we can talk about. The hero starts, acting more casual, like this is a bar talk. Each of our three groups has different takes on how to tackle the meta issue. Morality would divide us in good, evil, and neutral. But let's forget these labels for now. He gives each of the leaders a look. In the end, we want the betterment of the lives of the metas, and as such let's talk today about this without seeing each other as enemies, but as people from the same side with different views. Eidolon continues, I have many proposals, that I would gladly hear your insights, and I would like to hear your own and ideals and equally talk about them. But my first proposal is, I would really appreciate it if you two groups stopped once and for all to fight. And to be fair, seeing that the Brotherhood is the principal instigator of the majority of the fights between them and the X-Men, I would like to ask Magneto to cease any attempts that can be considered radical. It takes some seconds for his words to sink in. Then a tense silence ensues. To put it in context, the conflict between the X-Men and the Brotherhood is almost a weekly occurrence on a minor scale. They obviously don't hate each other to the point of killing the other, with some exceptions, but asking for peace, it's a sudden and big leap, a huge step to ask out of the blue. Xavier talks first, that would be the most desirable situation. Scott scoffs, if they stop committing crimes, maybe. Then never. In a rare moment of agreeing with Scott, Logan huffs too. He is still glaring at Sabretooth. They simply can't help themselves. He continues sarcastically. Like you are any different, midget. Sabretooth snarls, tryng, acting like a human, don't make you one. You're a monster like me. Why don't you go scratch a tree, pal? Or I can scratch ya. Logan is not one to back off. The two brothers step forward while facing each other, increasing the tension of the situation. Crack like thunder, Eidolon claps his hands again to bring order again. Let's try keeping things the closest to civil as possible. The hero says. Things stopped being civil when he brought this rabid animal here. Logan does not stop. Are you describing yourself? Sabretooth growls, it appears that the two must feel each other blood every time they meet. Eidolon audibly sighs, loudly enough to be heard, you should have kept this one at home. He talks like a disappointed parent. I can't come here without any protection, and we agreed to be 2 or 3 people, I am in my right. Magneto answers calmly. Please. Sabretooth is simply a tool for power play. Eidolon rolls his eyes, you let him act disrespectful so that you don't need to do it yourself, and then you can lightly admonish him, without taking any blame. Making him play the bad guy, dragging Logan on this. He exposes the ploy. It's not like he is that different. Shago is here for exactly the same reason, she can talk without filter and her words can't be attributed to him, even if he thinks the same. Oh, so that's how is it? Kitty slowly says in the realization. Even the act of exposing such a common ploy is also a kind of power play. Come on, we are all busy people, let's stop being childish. Eidolon takes control of the meeting again, like I was saying Magneto, a good step to bring peace is if you people stop committing meaningless crimes. I have no sway over how my people act, I only protect them from the lesser. The old meta answers. Protects them from the laws, you mean? If you're gonna get people under your wing, maybe you should provide to them properly so that they don't need to commit robberies and other felonies. Eidolon argues. Is that why I am here? To be admonished like a parent in their kid's school. Magneto harumph, my people are not part of this particular school, I remember you all. Xavier decided to talk, it's not like that, Eric. But you can't deny that you're being lax in your supervision of the younger ones of the Brotherhood. They don't go to school, or work. Do you really want them to be nothing more than criminals? The man appears to know how to deal with his friend. Obviously not, but it's not their fault that they can't fit in this society. Magneto argues. If they behave a little better. Xavier tries to say. Like your students that hid their gifts to fit in. Is that what you want? From them to play normal? To be accepted by the people that hate them? They are not wrong in using their gifts. Society can't accommodate them, so obviously they need to do what they can. Magneto speaks with more fervor. Eidolon finally interjects, a crime is a crime, and I gave you a proposal, Magneto. If you try to change their demeanor, I would be glad to help you with what I can. I'm not here to preach to you from a morally high position. I asked for this meeting so that we can talk about our views, understand, and even help each other. I am also available to help as much as I could, Eric. But the youngsters in their formative years should have more options. The professor says. Then Eidolon speaks also. I hope this doesn't sound like a threat, but I'm a hero. He says gravely, if they commit crimes, it will not be only against the X-Men that they will need to fight. I hope they're ready for that. The little game of cops and robbers changed with the arrival of Eidolon. Any criminal act committed by the Brotherhood will not end without consequences, like a cartoon that needs to maintain the status quo to the next episode. Magneto finally speaks, distaste evident in his voice, you all really act like are the paragons of virtue and morality. I've taken the broken and rejected under my wing. Only I know how to deal with them, I accept their good and bad. I choose to stand by the side of my people, your people, over the side of the majority even if it's a thorny path. This time is Lady Jade that scoffs, even laughing a little. Please old man, you take the broken to indoctrinate, let's be real here. Shago chuckles in amusement, mockery evident in her voice, you just let them run wild, because you really can't bother yourself to care. You're the enabler of spoiled and evil children, as bad as the one that you hate so much. She appears to be ready to say more, but Eidolon stops her with a look. See. Power play. As much as she spoke rudely, Lady Jade is not wrong. Eidolon comments, the people under you really have the track record as evil as the people that hurt the metas. It sounds a little hypocritical to demand something that we don't give, right? He tries to sound reasonable. What do my people do, if not in self-defense? Maybe not directly, but all of them have their own good reasons to act like they do. Magneto defends himself. Seriously. Eidolon's voice sounds with genuine disbelief, then he points to Sabretooth, isn't this the guy that kills innocent people every year at Logan's birthday? The man in question appears to have no remorse. Heh, it's just a family tradition. To keep ourselves sharps, right little brother? He comments with a big smirk. I'm gonna show you the tradition, startin' a new one with your funeral. Logan growls, eyes full of anger. The two are ready to throw hands again. Eidolon audibly sighs in disappointment again, like a tired parent. Metas with healing factors are really fearless, huh? He comments idle, but immortality can be really painful, you know that. A threat using veiled words. Not only that, he released a little of his will to intimidate the two, especially Sabretooth. After some hesitation, and a signal from Magneto and Xavier, the two finally disengage. It goes the same for you too, Sabretooth. You kill an innocent person again, and I will come for you. The hero says flatly, and this extends even for you, Magneto. Be careful with whatever plot you have in the future. You can find me on the opposite side. Is that a threat? Magneto narrows his eyes. Just stating a fact. A friendly advice even. Eidolon keeps his composure. I will not tell you not to do it, but keep in mind that if your plan hurts people, I will act. I hope that you will be prepared for the clash of ideals then. The two stare at each other intensely. What plan can Magneto have that would not bring some collateral damage at least? Maybe they're destined to be enemies, is what the two are thinking. So you would stay in my way, even if plan to fight for our people, Magneto asks. If your plan is reasonable and does not hurt anyone, I would even help you. Eidolon answers, I'm the neutral party, not too radical and not too passive. It may look like I'm targeting you, but the truth is that I can't let you tarnish the meta reputation even more. So you're worried about your image more than the future of our people? Magneto accuses. You talk like your plans would magically make the world a better place to the metas. Eidolon rolls his eyes, and unfortunately my image is still closely tied to the metas in general. We're slowly progressing and being accepted by the world. The problem is that one bad thing you do can put us many steps back. And that's why I can't allow it. He says with finality, that is non-negotiable. Do you really believe that? That the world will accept us if you play the hero and save cats from trees? Magnetos can't help but laugh. 1096. Eidolon suddenly says, do you know what this number means? It's obviously a rhetorical question, so Magneto doesn't want to give him the pleasure of asking, knowing he will eventually say it himself. It's the number of people that I personally saved from imminent death today. 1096, he explains. 3568 is the number of people that I saved from injuries, and the numbers go high when if I consider other types of help. And this because today I only act during the morning. That means that today I influenced almost 10,000 people. And it's tranquil day. Eidolon says passionately, I will not naively believe that all of them suddenly become good people and are allies of the meta, but the seed was planted. I'm trying to change people's minds in the most honest and reliable way. They can see my actions more than they can hear from the media second-handedly. People believe what they see. And that's why I can't allow you to show the unsightly side of the metas. Unsightly side? Magneto laughs mirthlessly. They deserve to see my unsightly side, it was them that created it. He almost shouts. Eidolon maintained his gaze calm to Magneto's outburst. I know. He surprisingly agrees, we are humans, we all have our unsightly sides. But they would not see it that way. Our enemies would use that to promote their anti-meta agenda. Then you suggest that we play their game. Act like good little boys seeking brownie points like Charles. Magneto shows his disgust at the idea. Magneto. We are winning this game, can't you see? Eidolon suddenly says, almost in amusement, we will eventually win. It's just a matter of time. Isn't you that said that we're the next step of evolution? Okay, as the one that called this meeting. Let me lay out my plan and my vision as an example. The hero prepares to start, taking everyone's attention back to him first. We are great, we are powerful, and we are incredible. The sudden shift of the talk causes everyone to blink strangely. I'm saying this because even though I don't agree with the whole homo superior understanding, we can't deny our advantages as a group. Even though I listed all the problems and disadvantages in that interview. As a whole group, we are great. He continues with some hand movements, we are immune to most common diseases, we are strong enough to take the world, we can save nature. We can terraform Mars and live there. Seriously, me, Ms. Aurora, and Robert there can terraform Mars, we can start right now. Where do I want to get with this? He leans forward, it's that we can't act like total victims. We are victims of their oppression. Magneto starts. But Eidolon raises a hand to stop him. Let me finish. I understand that we're outnumbered and the average meta can't beat dozen of people that want to lynch them, but you also need to understand that we have our privileges. Especially we reunited right here. He opens his arms to gesture to everyone. And to be truthful, they're not wrong in fear us. Eidolon sighs, the major part of their fear and hate comes from ignorance, that I'm working on it, and misdirection by the media. But come on. We are dangerous. Even unknowingly. Can't we blame them if they want to stay away from us? From someone that can privy on their deepest and dark thoughts. Invade their homes easily. Kill them. What if a meta kid suddenly awakens their power, sneezes and evaporates his whole classroom? We can't be mad if they want to stay away from us. He sighs sadly. The ones that want to kill us on the other hand are a whole different story, but you understand what I mean. Eidolon reclines back in his seat. The key to the meta question is that different from any other oppressed group in the past, we have a clear advantage over everyone else. So we shouldn't demand anything, we should earn with our own hands. After pausing to allow everyone to digest his words, Eidolon continues. And that's what I'm doing. First, earning their respect and trust. Showing that we are just like them with an extra something. This aligns a little more with the professor's views. But I also envision something that allies with your views, Magneto. Eidolon stares at him. And what would be? Magneto can't help but ask. We take over slowly. Eidolon says while staring into his eyes. Take over. This time is the professor who can't help but ask. It's the best way of saying it. Eidolon shrugs lightly but is more like ingraining ourselves in the world for real. Having a foothold there. He turns a little to address everyone. We agree that probably everyone in the future will be a meta, right? Or at least something similar to this. Humanity is changing and is a huge change. People with powers and all that, and I want to soften the blow, smooth the transition, prevent the chaos, bloodbath, and suffering that the process will cause. I think I get this. Dr. McCoy makes a pensive expression. As the metapopulation increases, it will become harder to hide or even control the other metas. So Eidolon is not only making normal people get used to the metas, but also teaching the metas how to behave properly. Bingo, my good doctor. Eidolon points at him, and there's more. Remember that I said that we're kinda great. Imagine a society where people get used to our existence enough so that we can appear and even use our powers publicly. We have really smart, powerful, and incredible people on our side. When we show the benefits of having us, they will want us, value us. I can give many examples, but I will use you, Magneto. Eidolon points at the red-armored meta. You are basically the greatest defense against an alien invasion. Your existence alone would be enough to keep Earth safe from the many technologic superior races out there. Eidolon says we can excel in many fields of study and make them dependent on us for many years. That's what I was talking about, taking over. During those years we will become an irreplaceable part of society and it's done. They can't get rid of us, they will not even want to do that anymore. Do you think that they would just watch us do that? Seeing us happily coming forward. They will try to stop us. War is inevitable. Magneto eyes harden. True. Eidolon concedes many we will try to stop us, direct or indirectly, and it will be our job to stop them while keeping the moral high ground. One of the objectives for asking for this meeting is that we could ally against our mutual enemies, our true enemies. Not the average normal person, but the extremists and radicals. Cooperate. Fighting against ourselves is a waste of time and energy and exactly what our enemies want. Even with our differences, we can find common ground in dealing with them. Seeing Magneto's silence, Eidolon presses more. We are winning, Magneto. I have a huge influence in the world, I tested and it proved that people can accept us. That's not accurate, a lot of them hate you for nothing more than the fact that you are what you are. Despite everything you have done. The leader of the Brotherhood argues back. There will be always people like that. Too hateful or too prideful to change their views. But I'm talking about the younger population. Eidolon once again leans forward, Magneto. I will outlive all of those haters. I save thousands of young people daily. I allow them to see by themselves the good that metas can do, and they will grow up believing what they lived rather than whatever hate speech they hear. They will pass their experiences forward. An entire generation will grow up knowing Eidolon. Being saved by the Eidolon. Do you understand how powerful this is? And meanwhile those old bastards that fear that we will overthrow the status quo will all die. I will repeat. We are winning. If we don't kill ourselves or become the enemies of the world we will prevail in the end. That passionate speech touched a lot of them. The weight of his actions can finally be perceived. A man who touched the lives of an entire generation. He saves one person, and he will not only change that person's perspective about the metas. He will also change the parents' perspectives, the friends, the lovers, and even the ones who simply witnessed the act. Kids prayed for God, but Eidolon saved them. Hector has the example of All Might to know how this goes. But he is laying a more sturdy foundation. Magneto stays in silence for some time before sighing and finally speaking again. And what about our people that are suffering right now? How long would this plan of yours would take? Decades. Our people are dying right now while you try to slowly please the normals. He accuses. That's why I'm a hero. To be an immediate responder to all problems. Including the meta's suffering. We can soften the problem till everything is solved for real. Soften. In the end, it appears that you value the normal people's lives more than ours. Magneto's accuses with a little heat in his voice. We, together, can solve this issue without the need to dance like clowns to normal people. We can stop our people suffering now. Eidolon answers in kind, if we do your way, the problems will never end. We do it wrongly, and people will think we're wrong forever. Wrong. The only ones wrong are the losers. They will slowly disappear anyway, right? Magneto almost shouts. Eidolon also raises his voice. Humanity is the roots of the metakind. We can't simply slave, or exterminate them. They don't remember this relation when they slave and exterminate us. Now the two stood up to come face to face. Exactly. And that's why we will show them that we're better than that, by not doing the same when we're in a superior position. We should seek equality. They deserve to know how it is. To be the ones helpless. This will teach them empathy. Magneto practically shouts. Wrong. It's only your hatred talking. This will prove that they're right about us all along. Do you want to give them the satisfaction? Do you know what this will make us? We will make us no different than the Nazis that you hate so much. Gasps echo through the place, many eyes widening at Eidolon's words. How dare you dash, Magneto shouts in outrage, rage evident in his body language. Am I wrong? Can you guarantee 100% if the positions are reversed, that we not will be the ones oppressing the metas? I would never dash. Silence. You're just proving that you would do the same. If violence is how you answer, then it would be your first choice. Imagine another life. Eidolon disengages from his shouting contest to address everyone. He walks around to look at each of their faces. You don't have powers, you didn't live the struggles of the meta life, you didn't suffer the prejudice. You have never met a meta in your entire normal life. Can any of you here guarantee that you wouldn't be afraid of us? He looks at everyone, huh? Not even the X-Men can say yes to that. That doesn't mean that you would be a bad person, just that you don't know better. Eidolon says in a placating way before turning again to Magneto, but if we do what you plan, then we will show them that we are no better than the people who oppress us. That power went over our heads and that they're right to fear us, that they're right in getting away from us, that they're right in trying to kill us. Eidolon finishes his speech slowly, each word being spat. The black-clad hero appears to deflate a little before speaking again in a more subsided voice. Magneto. Eric. I know that you hate them and you have all the reason in the world to do what you do. He says softly, but if you don't do it, it will pass the strongest message possible. Don't you see that you're letting the evil that they did to you corrupt you? You don't understand. Eric speaks through gritted teeth. These people understand no other language besides violence. Your efforts will go wasted when they turn on you. You're building a sand castle that will be destroyed at the first wave of trouble. I will try everything that I can. And you will end up like me. Magneto points at himself. A mental image of Eidolon getting fed up with humanity and suddenly becoming Magneto passes through everyone's mind. And it's terrifying. Eidolon on his part narrows his eyes at the accusation. I will not say that is impossible, but like I said I will try everything I can before jumping to the last measures. He says slowly, and you think you're so great, Magneto? That you're some sort of martyr for making yourself the villain for the good of metakind. You are not. You're weak. The hero says with disgust. The tension reaches the highest level possible. You choose the easy way. Eidolon accuses. The whole place appears to tremble a little, the prelude of a battle. It was chosen for me. Magneto doesn't back down. His eyes shine with power. You can still choose differently. You don't need to answer their hate with hate. And why I would do it. The two face each other, their mantle and cape moving with the wind. At any moment things can go south, and Xavier is almost steppy, rolling in to mediate the situation. Eidolon raises a hand. Everyone is expecting an attack, some even flinch, but the hero simply points his finger at Magneto's chest. Die with it. He says simply. Do you want to make a sacrifice for our people? Then take your hate, bury it deeply inside you, and die with it. His sudden calm tone de-escalates the situation. Eidolon even turns to look at everyone. In truth, I will ask everyone here the same. Whatever prejudice, whatever hate, or violence that you felt, whatever resentment lays deep inside you, never exteriorize it. This is the best thing we can do. Eidolon turns to face Magneto again. Do you think I don't have negative thoughts or emotions? Believe in me, I'm not a good person, so you think that I never thought exactly the same as you. Imagine how is to me that see the worst of humanity daily. Murderers, pedophiles, slavers, abusers. People so evil that makes these dark thoughts churn inside me. Eidolon confesses. But I will not exteriorize them because I know there are good people too. Especially the children. Idolin closes his eyes for a moment, like he is remembering something. I know how it feels to be blinded by hate, Eric. I would look down a city from the top of a building and all I see would be the filth, humans being evil. Unknown to me, under my own feet. In an apartment below, a father would be lovingly spinning his daughter around after arriving home from work. We see what we are searching for. We see what we wish to see, Eric. I discovered that there's good in humanity too. They deserve this chance. They deserve the best of us. Idolin exclaims with determination, they don't deserve our hate. It's almost like his heroic spirit pressed down in the whole place. Especially the kids. Let's fight for them if for nothing else. Let's not taint the innocent kids with our hate. In the spinning wheel that is the world, we are finally on top, Eric. And we are in a position to finally break the cycle of hate. Some can't help but have their hearts skipped a bit, swayed by Idolin's charisma. His words ring true in their mind and they can't help but agree, even if unconsciously. Mystique on the side can't help but have the words of her lover reappearing in her mind, he is our best chance. Destiny once told her after trying to see Idolin's future. I'm not asking to let go of your hate, I'm asking you something much more cruel. Much more than die from our case. Idolin extends his hand at Magneto, but that is what is necessary to be done, Eric. Let's all suffer in silence. It's our responsibility. It will be our sacrifice. So that our kids never suffer what you suffered. Eric looks at Idolin's hand in silence. There's no more tension in the air, and no one believes that a fight will happen. But the moment appears to stretch forever, waiting for Magneto's decision. If he takes Idolin's hand. But he never makes the choice, because Idolin himself retracts his hand shortly after. There's no need to decide now. My plan is long and I know that what I'm asking is not easy. Idolin says much more relaxed and takes a sit back. First, we need to trust each other more. And I have a proposal on how we can start. Hello there. I liked writing this chapter, even though dialogues are the bane of my existence. Anyway, don't be sad that the chapters are shorter than before. It's the same length, through is split in two and being published weekly instead of every 2 weeks. Thank you anyway for reading and a special thanks to all my patrons. Stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 80, Let's All Work Together. Everything in the world is about sex, except sex. Sex is about power. Oscar Wilde. As everyone's mood subsides a little after the heated discussion between Idolin and Magneto, the hero restarts the conversation with a mild-mannered voice. It's not feasible to think that our 3 groups would suddenly be friends if we decided it now. There's a lot of bad blood. His eyes travel to Sabretooth and Wolverine. The weight of the past is not easy to be put aside, and as much some relationships are probably irreparable. He once again practically points at Sabretooth and Wolverine, others still have a chance. He points to the young X-Men. And how do you suggest that we do that, Idolin? Xavier asks, maybe some weekly meetings. He comments with mirth. Idolin laughs, I was thinking about some more interesting activities. Like kicking some villains' asses together. His eyes are full of amusement. Do you want us to be heroes? Mystique asks equally amused, she even gives a look at Sabretooth and Wolverine too. Showing exactly why this is not gonna work. Idolin once again chuckles at her, mimicking him and eyeing the 2 brothers. No, I thought about something that everyone here would enjoy like. He gives a look around, what about saving some metas? Continue. Magneto looks interested, like everyone else. Since before I debuted as Idolin I have been investigating our enemies. The ones that want to exterminate, experiment, or use us. I discovered their secrets, traced their paces, and unveiled their motivations and plans. I have on me the information of more than a dozen of hidden labs around the world related to us in some way. Some privates, some from governments. A facility where they experiment on our people. Magneto asks, his anger rising. Or experimenting in ways to kill us. From killing robots to biochemical weapons etc. etc. Idolin waves his hand like it's no big deal. You know that and have done nothing. Magneto accuses. I can't investigate further without the risk of arousing suspicion and making them change places. You're too immediatist, Magneto. We have to deal with these guys with finality, without giving them a chance to come back. To destroy them in one swoop. So you want our help to deal with them. Mystique concludes. Need and help are strong words. Idolin says, making some of the people scoff, I just think that would be a good opportunity for us to work together in dealing with them, a rare chance of fighting side by side for the same cause. The people look at each other before Idolin continue. I'm also thinking about the prisoners. When we rescue them, I want them to have the freedom to choose their path. He opens his arms, and what better way to have all options available, right? So you would allow us to take the prisoners? Mystique asks intrigued. Believe it or not, I am just a guy who was forced too early to don the mantle because of the invasion of New York. The hero sighs, I take care of the metas in Mutant Town and other hidden groups, but it's not ideal. If there's kids, I think the professor would take care of them much better than me. He gestures to the whole mansion, and I also don't allow just anyone in my real group. His words make Shago chuckle. He adds some interesting information. These people are also evil enough that there will be no problem if some collateral damage happens. He gives Wolverine a look, Weapon X. He throws the words like saying something casual. This makes the feral meta look serious. When do we go? Logan wants all the smoke. Patience, this is more complicated than it looks. So many government officials, rich people, organizations, villains. My plan would not only deal with our enemies but drag their names in the mud, and give them a lot of financial loss. But we need to do it right. Eidolon raises 3 fingers, 3 days. In 3 days I will pass the coordinates of the places to you to attack, and we mix a little of our groups and teams to attack. What did you all think? I'm in. Logan agrees easily. I say that we go now. Magneto also comments. I never thought that I would agree with Buckethead, but I think the same. Wolverine reluctantly nods. We can't do that, I still need to do some preparations. The black-clad hero denies their request. It will be my best opportunity to deal with the bacteria bastard. I can't afford to make a mistake. Question mark. Do you guys remember the sentient bacteria that I talked about when we met Kurt's stepmom? Eidolon asks the ones who participated in the mission to rescue Ileana. Oh yes. It's that for real. Crazy. The hero nods, yes, a sentient bacteria that can't infect metas, which means that we are an obstacle in his quest to conquer the world. He explains to the ones unaware, the abridged version, he is not strong, but he is slippery. If I let him escape he will probably go into hiding and not appear for maybe centuries. He is playing the long game too. Inciting the hate for the metas in people. Eidolon clenches his fist, I will capture and destroy him without giving him the chance to change bodies. I will also make an antibiotic and scatter it around the world, just to make sure he can't rise again. I can't finish it before having a sample, but I can't get a sample because he is a hive mind. Really a detestable scum. A sentient bacteria. Things are really crazy, huh? Kitty whistles. Hey, you have no idea. I also have some contacts with other metas that even though they are not my allies, will be ready to seize the opportunity and economically and lawfully attack the sponsors of the facilities. I need to time it correctly. But you guys just need to appear, kick ass, and rescue the victims. He suddenly talks a little more seriously, but be aware that may be not pretty. You may need to kill them. It's a dangerous situation, after all. I don't know about this. I don't know if the kids are ready. Xavier, the pacifist, says unsure. We are ready. Scott is the first to protest, we can't just stay and do nothing at this point. The X-Men discuss a little, the professor and Dr. McCoy arguing that maybe they shouldn't go, but the rest vehemently against this. Strange seeing Logan and Scott agreeing on something. Eidolon thinks, respectfully letting them solve that internal issue. Killing, huh? Mystique's voice attracts his attention, I thought that heroes didn't kill. She teases. I can be a soldier when the situation needs. He says blandly. After seeing things get heated with the X-Men, Eidolon intervenes a little, don't worry Professor, I can guarantee their safety. It's not only their safety that worries me. Have a little faith in them. It's not like they will become murder hobos like this one here. Eidolon points at Sabretooth, I can understand you worry about some trauma but I think will be inevitable that they will see battle, in this world of ours. In these challenging times. It will be for the better to be on our terms, instead of waiting for some extremists to suddenly bomb the mansion. It's not time to be passive. His words resonate with him. Even you know that, right? You designed the danger room too, after all. The professor sighs, I was dreading this moment for so long. He passes his hand through his face, can you let me think about it? Obviously, the operation can happen between 3 days or next week. On this weekend or in the next. I will ponder about it and give you an answer as quickly as I can. Xavier says while looking at his students. It appears that they have a lot to talk about. I don't even need to say that I agree, right? Magneto's voice reaches him. Eidolon chuckles, not surprised. Now, why don't we use the remaining of our time to share a little of our knowledge about the meta issue? I know some things about hidden metas out there and I have some questions about some events of some decades ago. Events where the two participate, or even Logan, Sabretooth, and Mystique. It's imperative that Hector align his meta-knowledge with the reality of the world in which he lives. After the reunion, the X-Mansion was kept active with the discussion about everything that was just talked about. A certain group, led by Cyclops, is the most vocal in participating in the operation planned by Eidolon. We can't just stay still and do nothing while Eidolon and Magneto act. Scott argues, even the Brotherhood will do something for our kind. Calm down, Scott. This matter needs consideration. The professor says in a placating tone. This will go nowhere, the adults will talk first, and then we will call you all. Dr. McCoy interrupts the spiral of the debate for now. Scott doesn't appear satisfied to be put outside of the decision, but he believes he can disagree with it later if comes to that. And Logan will talk on behalf of the ones who want to participate in the adult reunion, too. The students disperse to think about what happened this afternoon and talk about it in their smaller groups. Do you guys want to participate in that? Jubilee asks everyone. Well, duh. Spike answers first. So you're ready to kill people? Jubilee asks while hardening her look. You don't need to kill them. It's a last resort, right? Bobby, the Iceman, comments from the side. Easy for you to say, you not only can't be hurt that easily, but you can subdue them easily too. Jubilee argues, me on the other hand, don't have many options beyond hurting them. And if the situation needs, hurt them really badly. She finishes slowly. And not be killed. Don't forget that important part. The guys are trained and will come for us to kill. Rogue says while the group walks inside the mansion. We are also trained. Spike argues. Real experience is different from the danger room. If you freeze, it's over. You don't have another chance. Excuse me if I freeze, I think we'll be good, Bobby jokes while going on his ice form. The students laugh, lightening the mood. By the way, I know we all held back from saying it because Eidolon has super hearing but. Spike starts seriously, Lady Jade is who-o-o-o-o-t. They can't help but nod in agreement, even the girls. Bold of you to assume that we are out of the range of Eidolon senses. Gene grins in amusement, making his face drop. Oh. Run, Spike. Kitty shouts in faux despair. Ah, come on. He can't get mad for me speaking the truth. He says weakly. Are the two even a thing? Jubilee asks. Should be, right? They look close. Hard to say. Jean says, just because she was leaning on him doesn't mean much, Eidolon doesn't seem to care too much about physical contact. Kitty latching on him earlier is a good example of that. She smiles and points at the girl. Haha, I don't know about him but she wants that. I'm sure of it. Kitty says with certain. If was him, she would get that every day. Spike comments, I wouldn't even have the energy to be a hero anymore. Maybe that is all that makes him Eidolon and you. Spike. Kitty raises her eyebrow in disappointment, making everyone laugh. Hey. Hector POV. I huff after arriving back home, turning the Eidolon mode off, allowing my height to decrease a little and my hair to go back to normal. That went better than expected, no? Shago asks while taking off her mask too. Surprisingly yes. I answer her, Magneto was not the ball of arrogance and prepotence that I expected. He is not the caricature with God complex that he is depicted in media. At least not for us, maybe he is an asshole to normal people, you know. Like that racist uncle that everyone has. My joke makes her laugh. I'm that racist aunt. She jokes too, and what are you gonna do now? Well, I need people to the operation so. I smile, time to summon some allies. There are some character cards that are accumulating dust already. She gives me a narrowed stare, women. In my defense is not my fault that I assimilate most of the males. Now on the station, I open my collection to see names that I held for a long time, choosing not to summon them for reasons. They're problematic. That's the short answer. Non-used cards. Characters. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo. Nagachika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul. Sho Tucker, Full Metal Alchemist, off. April O'Neil, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Forger, Spy X Family. Harley Quinn, DC Comics. Miko Shiraki, Prison School. Jessica Rabbit, Disney. Gwen, Total Drama. Luna, Hell of a Boss. Power, Chainsaw Man. Widowmaker, Overwatch. Celine, Underworld. Gloria Pritchett, Modern Family. Yumiko Jabami, Kakagurui. Kronk, Emperor's New Groove. Nosferatu Zod, Berserk. Monica, Doki Doki Literature Club. Mocked, So no Frieren. Yuri-Han, Street Fighter. Charmcaster, Ben. Joker, DC Comics, off. What a reunion of problematic people. There are exceptions though. Well. At some point I will need to do it, right? I'm still too low in manpower, and most are not nice enough to make me feel bad if I use some more forceful means to keep them in line. I need to do some tests. Time to try that morally dubious method. Let's start with this one. I can't help but smile a little. Asterisk sniff asterisk then he said, what did you do with Batman? Sniff I thought dealing with Batman is what he wanted. Sniff so that we could live happily ever after, sniff, Harley Quinn says between hiccups, crying her eyes out, while I caress her back soothingly. There, there. I offer her a tissue. And she blows her nose loudly enough to compete with a Harley Davidson. Jokes, heh. How I reached this point again. Ah yes, I summoned her and obviously I need to make sure from what timeline she came, and the easiest way is asking about her relationship with the Joker. And the rest is history. Serious, Gacha. A girl just fresh from a breakup. I know that they're vulnerable and easy to manipulate, but come on. Have some shame. Not that I'm not gonna use it. Asterisk sniff asterisk, I should have known. She suddenly exclaims, there's a time he chooses to run away from Batman instead of saving me from an explosion. If was not for the Batgirlie, I would have died. Later that jackass said some shit about trusting me and surviving. She rants angrily, sometimes her way of talking is very formal and proper, and at other times she looks like a no-brain girl that you found in a bar. It's not your fault. I say, it's never the victim's fault. You're tricked. Don't matter what you do, don't think that is your fault for not seeing it. The blame was on him first to trick you. Well, there's always a limit to how much you can be tricked before it becomes your fault for being stupid, but I don't think I should say it now. She looks at me with grateful eyes. Yeah, is a nice dude. You even bought Bud and Lou. She looks at the two hyenas rolling on the ground while chewing some huge bones. It was a simple thing to do. I reply softly. I discovered this just now and I will even write it down in the discovered mechanics. If you use a background card you can write non-sentient pets of the characters and bring them too, for a price. So I can bring Hedwig if one day I summon Harry Potter, for example. It probably only works with weak pets too. It's good that you're letting it all out, but I think it's time to leave it all behind and focus on the future. I start getting down to business. You have the opportunity to a new life, right? Time to look forward. I say gently. She unconsciously leans on my touch, enjoying my hands caressing her back. Powers are always handy. You said it, right? Going into villainy ruined your life. I move behind her and start massaging her shoulders. How unfair was that? It was only one mistake, don't you deserve a second chance? I say gently and softly. Harley Quinn is someone who is on that line where I will not feel bad for manipulating her a little, and at the same time, I don't want to beat her in submission too much. She deserves a soft approach. A little like Shago. And I already tested how the slow approach works with my green girlfriend. So it's time to skip a little and try something more immediate. Maybe if I summoned her first, she would be in Shago's place now. Well, there's also the fact Harley looks like a codependent person who needs someone to take the reins. To submit control. Once again a little similar to Shago, but not quite. Harley is more unpredictable. Something that I don't like, so I need to act fast. No time for the fun slow tango that me and Shago had. Harley can't go to the world without me having a lot of control over her. Right. Right. She sobs, I tried to change. I have a PhD for God's sake, and all I could get is some waitress job and porn offers. She rants angrily. But my skillful hands and techniques calm her down quickly and she stays melting under my ministrations. You entered villainy without knowing what you would be sacrificing, my dear. I tsk empathically at her plight, but now you can leave it all behind. You already have a new identity. You can be Harleen Quinzel again. No. No, I'm not Harleen Quinzel. She is not me. She denies it, trashing a little around. This is the problem. Ugh, let's start. Aren't you being a little unreasonable, Harley? I put a little pressure on her back and shoulders, stopping her struggles and whispering a little more harshly. She pauses. Did you really want to go back to psychiatry but keep your villain name? DRA. Harley Quinn. Really? You can't be that naive, right? I continue whispering in an admonishing tone. I'm Harley Quinn. Oh, she has a backbone. I like that. Despite what the Joker did, I really didn't feel myself as Harleen Quinzel. Look at her speech going back to normal, the only good thing I took from that relationship. I'm Harley Quinn, not Harleen Quinzel. Wrong, you're the two. I suddenly say to interrupt her. Like me, you're the two of them. I can understand that you feel happier or free while being one, and maybe you're more one than another. But you are the two of them. Denying this is denying your whole being. In the beginning, I talked a little strongly, like a trainer correcting a mistake, but at the end, I returned to a soft tone. People are made of memories, Harley. Your memories as Harleen Quinzel are still there, a part of you. Maybe you don't like them, but isn't your own dislike of them that makes you Harley Quinn in some way? Yes. She can't deny that, but I do not want to go back to being Harleen Quinzel. She says weakly, like a kid complaining about her mother making her wear a dress she doesn't like. Oh Harley, 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 when did I say that? I shake my head and smile, caressing her cheek from behind. Let me repeat. I lean on her, putting my chin on her shoulder and whispering close to her ear. You can be the point too. I can feel the heat of her body rise and watch as she tries to control a shudder. I continue, be a little greedy, my dear Harley. You're with me now. You can have it all. You can be the civil and proper DRA. Harleen Quinzel, go around shopping and enjoy a latte in a coffee shop without people avoiding you. And you can go around kicking ass and chewing bubble gum like Harley Quinn. Hee hee, bubble gum. She got the reference. The best of both worlds, you can have the fun side of both lives. I continue whispering in her ear, my hands traveling her body while she squirms. Can I? She asks weakly. Yes, but obviously it comes with a certain level of responsibility, right? I say while watching her close her eyes in contentment as I go massage her. You can't go around doing villain things to smear your name. If you do that, you will go back to being unhappy. Don't worry, I know some ways that you can spend your chaotic energy. I say huskily. She shudders. You are trying to be my new Joker. Trying to insert yourself in the cracks of the damage he did on my psyche. The smart part of her brain catches on to what I'm doing. Please, don't compare me with that clown. I say, offended, moving back a little. Making her lose that good feeling of my body almost hugging her. He is a fool. Plain and simple. A fool in not valuing such a beautiful, smart, loyal, and fun woman like you. I make sure to praise the good sides of both of her identities. So much wasted potential. I really want to help you. I can feel her horniness. Let me help you. I can create the path of your happiness. She is already moaning blatantly. Can you do it for me, Harley? I kiss her nape. Can you behave a little to protect your lifestyle? To protect us? Yes, she finally folds. Good. I knew you're a good person, a good girl. I reward her with another kiss, this time on the cheek. She slightly turned her face, almost like instinctively searching my lips. You're a smart woman. You're not gonna waste the second chance, right? Yes, she is so horny, and damn she is sexy, enjoying herself with her closed eyes and open mouth like a needy little slut. My hands go to her front, squeezing a breast, another traveling through her toned stomach. Another moan escapes her. I'm so happy that you accepted. I'm such a lucky man. The secret is to phrase it in a way that is clear that she needs me, but she is free at the same time. Not making her a burden frees her a little more. I don't need guilt now, only gratefulness. One day, if she makes a mistake, I can make her feel guilty for disappointing me. What I want now is for her to feel good for accepting my proposal, which she feels that is right. MHN and we can't. She protests weakly when my hand slips inside her shorts, my fingers rubbing her naked pelvis, inching close to her chemical honeypot. Hey, is acid there too? I'm curious. Why? I ask with a false innocence. HN Pam. She answers. Oh. Pamela's Isley. Poison Ivy. Are you two together? Maybe. Are you asking me? We can add her too. I whisper in her ears, my tone laced with innuendo. I will try to bring her here too. She is like you. I can help her accomplish her desire to save nature without being labeled as a villain. Like you, she has a lot of wasted potential. I will need to rein in some of her impulses to protect our lifestyles, of course. I say, remembering her why I'm important. Her defense crumbles, her legs slowly parted and the hand holding my wrist, preventing my hand from going further down, releases the grip. Imagine her surprise, coming here and seeing you living your best life. I say, making her giggle. My finger finally reaches her wetness, I find her little bean, and with a flick, I make her spasm. A mini orgasm hits her, but not enough to wash all the horniness accumulated from me edging the sexy clown for so long. What about sealing the deal of this incredible partnership? I ask again, biting her earlobe. I can show you an example of how I can make you happy. Like a hyena that was unchained, horny Harley Quinn pounces at me with a hungry look in her eyes. Our lips meet and she devours mine like a crazy. Wait, she is really crazy. Showing her flexibility, she turns her body next, her legs going around my waist, trapping me. Luckily for me, I'm strong enough to support her without falling down like she wanted. But I can tell by her reaction that she is enjoying a physically strong partner too. Palming her pale ass cheeks, I stand straight while making out with her. Time to tame this clussy. I know the hot X crazy scale. But you know what they say, crazy in the head, crazy in the bed. With a swift motion, I rip off her booty shorts, making her yelp in surprise. Now is the time to show that I think she is sexy, time to make her feel desired. Remembering that she is a confused woman after a breakup. All of them wanted to feel desired. I will erase all traces of your past with a good and proper fuck that you never received in your life. I say crudely. Yesh, and she likes it, do it, Mr. H, show me how you own me. Mr. H. H like Eki. I'm not a pervert, okay, I am. I admit, and is better than being called pudding too. And like I said, she has issues. She needs a figure of power to trust, because maybe deep down she knows that she is a self-destructive crazy woman and she can't trust herself. I will show you all right. I say, before using my leverage in her butt to throw her a little at the air. Woo. When she is falling down, I pull her to me, making her mount my shoulders, her clussy in my face. My hands hold her ass like a bowl while I eat her pussy like she was never eaten before. Who's oh? Oh, yes. Yesh, she squeezes her things around my head while gripping my hair. Feel things give me more satisfaction than making women squirm like this. And as expected, a minute later, she can't hold herself and has an explosive orgasm. Enough to make her howl and trash her legs in the air. If I was not holding her by the buttocks, she would have fallen. What a careless woman. Someone was on a dry spell. I smirk while putting her down slowly, all relaxed. Like the desert, she says with distant eyes, still enjoying the bliss. Well, then why don't you reciprocate? When she was on the ground, her face on the same level as my crotch, I whip my cock out, hitting her face of course. Pa. She goes cross-eyed seeing the huge piece of meat resting on her forehead. I will never get tired of it. Oh my Mr. H, how do you hide it? She smiles while taking a good whiff. Preferably in your throat. I say while looking down at her. My supervision can see her shuddering a little at the forceful and confident tone. Then do it, Aya. She opens her mouth wide, rolling her tongue out. I grab her twin tails like handlebars and ask in a flat tone, on a scale of 1 to 10, how rough do you want it? I look at her seriously. She licks her lips while maintaining eye contact. 10 GUH. And I shove my dick in her mouth. Half of it in one go, making her gag. But this little clown is not a sex icon for nothing. After the surprise she opens her throat, letting more of my cock slipping in. Good girl. I praise, making her hum. Before giving her the 10 she asked. Still holding her twin tails I move her back and forth, using her head like a masturbation toy. It's rough, but not aggressive or violent. I'm not giving her my 10. She can't survive it. In smooth motions she slides on my dick like a well-oiled machine, leaving drool and gagging. Gark glu gurk ga. My powers allow me to know that she is enjoying herself in some twisted way. Her makeup is ruined, and her face a mess that I'm proud of creating. Black mascara runs on her cheeks. But she never tapped my legs or anything. In truth, her hands are moving to her snatch, she is getting off on it. Hands behind your back. I admonish, just to test the waters. Gah. And like she was electrocuted she puts her hands behind her and holds a wrist with the other. Masochist slut, I like her. Good girl, this is about reciprocating. I praise, I will take care of your needs later. Glark. Gah. You need to wet this cock because later he will be ravaging your tight pussy, so do a good job now, okay? I think she nodded. Dirty talk appears to work on her too. I finally stopped after noticing her lack of air. This woman is willing to pass out while sucking cock. With a total disregard for her safety. Like I'm saying, she is crazy. Poha-ah. She gets off and sucks a deep breath. Oh fair, drool runs all over her chin. I give her some wet cock slaps before saying on all fours, Harley. I want to make these pale cheeks clap. Yes sir, she obeys easily, turning around and assuming the position on the couch. She raises her ass while supporting her torso and forearm on the backrest. I can see her glistening sopping slit from here. I grab a cheek, my fingers sinking on it, a tentative slap to check the jiggle. Pa yep, good. A red palm imprint already forming on her pale ass. Fuck me already please, I'm so fucking horny. She tries to entice me by arching her back and throwing her ass back. Patience, my dear. I say slowly, smirking while hot-dogging my cock between the dough-like ass cheeks. Now. On a scale of 1 to 10. I say, amusement evident in my tone. 10. 100. 10 million. She shouts, just give that big cock to me already, mister. I promise that I will be a good girl. With a final chuckle, I push forward. Oh yes, you're a virgin again. I say while enjoying her tightness. Using some of my powers to soothe any discomfort. There. I said that I would take care of you, right? No pain to her, only pleasure. That's the message that I want to pass. She is not saying anything, but I can tell she is screaming silently. Her mouth open in a dumb, oh. I pull back, before bottoming inside her again, testing the waters, slowly sawing inside her to discover her weak points. Watching her reactions, her muscles tensing and relaxing. It's so easy to be good in sex with super senses. I finally have a map and a manual of her body in my head. Let me grab my new favorite love handles, I say before reaching for her twin tails again. I can feel her bracing herself. No breaks now, my dear. Next stop only in Pound Town. She can't even appreciate my joke before I start railing her from behind, my waist crashing against her pale ass, making it ripple beautifully. Thwop. 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 I'm a man of my word, it's really clapping. Oh my good, she squeals, it can't be this good. It can't. On. So vocal, not that my ego is complaining. SHOOBIIIG I'm full. Her fingers sink on the couch, she is desperately trying to cling to anything. I continue hammering her weak spots for some time before letting go of her twin tails and pulling her closer, her back touching my pecs, and I put a hand on her neck. You feel really good, Harley. I don't think I can live without this anymore. A white lie. Me too, I love you, Mr. H. I love you. My. Well, that is a fast love confession. And is she trying to find a pet name like Pudding? I don't think she has the mental faculties to this now, as I rearrange her insides. I'm not gonna let you self-destruct anymore, okay? You're mine. I say possessively while tightening my grip on her neck. This only makes her tighten her grip on my dick. Oh okay. I take hold of her big breasts, ripping off whatever is remaining of her wet by drool top, rolling her nipples between my fingers. If she is pregnant, will her milk be acidic? I'm asking the important questions here. Anyway, I can hold on forever, but it's time to start round 2, so I increase my pace. I'm close, and I'm not gonna pull off. I whisper in her eyes. Yes, just do inside, don't stop now. Put all that baby batter in my womb, empty these huge balls in my clown pussy. Oh. With one last push, I go as deep as can in her snug hole, filling her with my cum. She also orgasms big, trembling in my grip, her legs clenching and releasing a guttural moan. I let her drop down on the couch again, boneless, admiring my work. Her ass is red from the many impacts and her well-fucked pussy leaking my cum. Let's go round 2, in the bed. I say, picking her up in a Princess Carrie. Yes. She wakes up immediately at the mention of a second round. Crazy in the bed indeed. Harley finally passed out with a satisfied sigh. Her sleeping face is cute, it does not even look like she is clinically insane, and relationship loyalty, 10/10. Look at that, it's proved. Making them infatuated with me can speed up the process with my female summons. And fucking them can speed up the process even more. Harley is a special case for the relationship loyalty to grow this fast, but still, the theory is confirmed. It's something that I will only use with the ones like Harley Quinn here, like Esteth and other crazy ones. It's funny to think that I could have done the same with Shago. Feels like I wasted time, but I'm happy with how things turned out. I clean myself with some power and put on my pants before exiting the room. How was it, Master? Cortana appears at my side in her holographic form as I walk through the hallways of the space station. If you're asking about cheating my way to full loyalty, it was a success. I comment while finally stopping in front of a huge wall window that has an incredible view of Earth. My favorite. I stay here, hands behind my back while watching my home planet. From up here you can't see, but it is changing. And the love session? Cortana asks with a smile, not a hint of jealousy in her voice, just a little teasing. Unsatisfactory. I answer without hesitation. This is one of the reasons I decided to have sex with Harley, besides obviously raising the loyalty. I want to discover a little about myself. There's that saying, you know. Everything in the world is about sex, except sex. Sex is about power. Women can seduce men, so I can do the same. I don't feel bad about doing it with the ones that have a criminal past or are problematic. Anyway, one of the reasons that I wanted to see how is sex when I do it just for the sake of sex. I have the answer now. It's unsatisfactory. The Hector of the past would call me the crazy one if I said that sex with Harley Quinn is like a chore, but here we are. People change. Don't take me wrongly, she is a good and passionate lover, but I would prefer to cuddle with you or Shago than have sex with her right now. I explain, it lacks something. A certain degree of intimacy that makes things magical. Natural. I don't know. It appears that I'm not compatible with one-night stands. I'm happy to hear it, but you would break poor Harley's heart. Cortana puts a head on my shoulder. Nothing against her. In truth, I wouldn't do it even with Black Widow or She-Hulk. The fact that I did with her is proof that I like her a little. Also, the fact that I know she is tied forever with me. I think it would eventually evolve into this sort of relationship anyway, and after the slow approach with Shago, things are easier and clearer now. The door is already open. I think I can learn to love her. I say slowly while looking at the vastness of the space. I can feel Cortana's gaze on my side profile. Am I a asshole? Take your time, master. Just don't abuse it. I almost scoff, but I know is good advice. Of course, I wouldn't abuse my hold on my summons. I didn't lie when I said that I will treat her well. Other women will be envious. I say. Good, you can't use your powers of seduction for evil. She jokes, the world would be doomed. We laugh. Another thing I discovered is that I'm a little more fond of her now, after sleeping with her. I comment. I really shouldn't do one-night stands. I can't catch feelings, of love or possessiveness, to every woman that opens her legs to me. I will try cock-block you then. Puffed, like a normal girlfriend. We laugh again. I love Cortana, such a genuine feeling. Remember me of taking Harley to Helena. I comment, and we laugh again. Hello there. No, the MC will not do this often. It's a one-time thing to grow a little. He probably will only repeat this method of raising the relationship loyalty with crazy and problematic summons. Sometimes you need to stray a little of your path to make sure you're on the right track. I think I already established that he likes doing those type of tests just to discover things about himself. Till next time, stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 81, Problematic Summons. Whatcha doin'? Harley jumps on me while I'm sitting in front of the central computer. Is there something about my lap that makes girls want to sit on it? Not that I'm complaining though. She hugs my neck, her legs moving back and forth childishly while she looks around the screens. You know, Batsy had something similar. Only if she knew. The many screens, a huge chair where you sit to brood, it only lacks a butler and a T-Rex fossil. So you know that Bruce Wayne is Batman. Interesting. Yep, discovered when I was taking little Bruce on a trip to Memory Land. Weird day that one. It's on my top 10 of weird days. Not even a top 5. But answer me, she turns to me again in her bratty voice, whatcha doin', my panacotta? Panacotta. I was about to answer before I registered her choice of pet name. Yeah, I thought long and hard about what nickname to give you. I betcha you wouldn't like pudding, right? She eyes me playfully, her twin tails swinging as she talks. Please don't. I knew it. So I need to give you a good one. I even went to search for desserts on the internet. And you decided on panacotta. I deadpan. Yes. It's perfect. Look at you white and fluffy, she squeezes my cheeks like a grandma, and with a dark topping, she ruffles my hair this time, panacotta is perfect. I think it could have been worse, I guess, okay, then. To answer your question. I decide to let it go, earning a satisfied smile from her. I was not even focusing on the screens. I was deciding which allies to summon now. Like me. Yes. There are some that are more magic inclined, and I plan to bring them all together in batch. I give her ass a squeeze, you're special for being the first and coming alone. Meh, it was between her and Yuri-Han to try the seduction through the D method. Harley is crazier. She doesn't need to know this, she is even smiling at me sweetly. She is cute like this, I can admit. I continue, in some days, I plan to attack the labs and bases of some evildoers, so I need more people on my side. Not because I need, but because it would be a good opportunity to train and test the new powers that I will give to you all. New powers. She looks interested. But her words made me narrow my eyes, you didn't watch the class, right? She looks around whistling. Harley. I know that this world is very similar to yours, but watch the class. I made it so didactic. Do you know that it was a book before? I know. I will watch it later. There's a portfolio too. I pulled it, you just have been summoned, everything you need to know, portfolio, and show it to her. She looks at it for a moment before turning to me with a strange expression. Your sense of humor is strange, Mr. H. She pats my head. Does this clown is saying that I'm strange? If you don't complete your class, I can't give you your new weapons and supersuits. All right. I will do it now. She grabs the portfolio and runs away. Energetic her, huh? I keep a straight face while looking at the magical batch, or maybe I should call it demon batch. Monster batch. These ones I don't plan to have a friendly relationship with, well, with some exceptions. Luna, Celine, Charmcaster, Power. And Mocked and Nosferatuzad. I thought and reconsidered many times if I wanted to summon Power now, but fuck it. The band-aid needs to be pulled off at some point. I will assign you all places to live and duties to be performed. Outside this, you all are free to do whatever pleases you. I address them, with some exceptions, of course. Like killing innocents and all that. More details will be in the class. Everyone has their own reactions. It is surprisingly easy to read Luna's expression. Even though she is a furry wolf. Maybe is my time with the minx. She is trying to pass the vibe she does not care about anything I'm saying, but I can feel her wariness. Celine only stares unblinkingly at me. The goth vampire, wait, is this a pleonasm? Is there a vampire that is not a goth? That carried the Underworld franchise is much more successful than Luna in not showing anything on her face, maybe because she has nothing to show. I think this version of hers is from very early in her life, like the beginning of movie 1. Charmcaster almost sounds bossy, looking at me like she is evaluating my worth. Girl, you're the one who accepted coming here. I was okay with any other version of you. Power is. Where is power? I look around to sigh in relief that she is only glued to the glass window showing Earth. She hasn't destroyed anything, just acting like a curious child. She is surprisingly quiet. I thought she would be more loud. Is this because she lost her connection with her home world? She is intrinsically linked with the concept of blood there, right? It's one of the things I considered before summoning her. Is her strength now dependent only on her, or she is still leeches on people's fear of blood here? I will investigate it later. Now the two males. See, Shago. Even with that catastrophic, harem gacha, I'm still summoning boys. Mocht has such similarities with Johann that is almost uncanny. I think the two would be best friends. The psychopathic demon just stays still with his eyes closed wearing a serene expression, apparently unbothered with everything. He is a 1,000-year-old demon, after all, the guy needs to have some decorum and composure. Zod is the same, even in this weird environment he keeps himself quiet, but on guard. I think he already figured out my strength and is acting docile. But why don't we all spar a little, so that I can gauge your strengths? I smile. But I still need to put them in their places a little. Except Luna. Weak. I say while passing through the fallen Celine. Weak. I repeat myself when I step over power. Passable fighting skills at least. I say to the fallen Zod. Subpar magical skills. I scoff at Charmcaster, making her glare at me. Passable. I give the best grade to Mocht, he is on his knees, supporting himself with his cape-turned golden sword. Luna is the one spared of the beatdown, I mean, spar. I walk over them, stopping at her side before turning again. But it's okay, you guys have some potential and uses. And I can turn even a tree into a powerhouse. Materializing a chair for me to sit, I continue, I can help you guys with your ambitions and dreams. Master magic. Fight strong opponents. Just live a quiet life. Easy. But you need to retribute with some work at least. The first test will be in a few days, where I will take some of you to attack certain enemies of mine. I will give the details later. No disagreements, okay. I can see a slight increase in relationship loyalty from them, just by being strong. Zod is the one with the most increase. After that, all of you, with the exception of Celine here. I point at the vampire, will live in a hell dimension. And no, it's not as bad as you guys think. It's a hub of magical activity, very fitting to your personalities. There's fights to the death, the concentration of magic, demons etc. etc. I point to Zod, Charmcaster, Mocht, and Luna in order. Celine will infiltrate the vampires of this world. There's a certain city of monsters here, and I want some eyes and ears there. And your mission on these places is... I pause for dramatic effect. Just do what you want. What? I said that I would give you all a lot of freedom. If I don't give direct orders you can live how you want, but try to be reasonable and live in a way that will not make me go and kill you. I exert some pressure on them with a glare, making their knees visibly shake, and I will expect weekly reports. Anything is good, gossips, accomplishments, interesting people. Even the things that you may think are useless or boring, just report. Any question? What about me? Power at some point got too close to comfort, putting her face close to my own. I didn't point at her during the explanation after all. You will stay with me because you're stupid, so I need to train you a little. I say honestly. Gah. I'm not stupid. Don't you dare look down on me, human. She moves back and strikes a pose pointing her finger at me. I have an IQ of 100. That's pretty average. I say making her gasp. I mean an IQ of 200. I didn't want to scare you. Oh, that's pretty good then. I comment, making her smile smugly. I think my IQ goes over 300. Ah. 400. It's 400. I bite my tongue before. The pathological liar changes her narrative easily. Damn, she is more shameless than me. I will throw her at Shago. I see, but you don't need to be smart about what I'm planning for you. I comment. No. Yes, come here. I beckon her to come close, and she cautiously steps at me, till she enters my reach and I start scratching beneath her chin like she is a cat. By the way, I brought Meowie too, like with Harley's hyenas, I just need you to kill who I want to kill. I can do that. I'm pretty good at killing humans. So good that I killed all humans from my world. There's none left. Then how do you still exist? If you're born because of the fear of humans. I see, I see. Good job then. I pet and caress her like a cat. My hand going behind her ear, her ribs. At some point she was on the ground, moving from side to side while I rub her belly. She is literally purring, her eyes closed, and flaying her arms a little. Their faces are funny. What? Do you want a rub too? I ask Luna. I'm not a dog. She says with her eyes brimming with hell fury, try that and I would bite your hand. And fuck you and your powers. A very dog-like answer, by the way. I say, making her anger grow. I will train her later, like Caesar Milan. Straightening up and stopping to caress Power, I address all of them again. Let's go on a tour on the limbo. I open a portal. Ah. You tricked me, human. You and your very good hands caught me off guard. Deceitful creatures you all are. I ignored Power's sudden shout, after she realized how she was led so easily, and led everyone through the portal. Later. After a visit to Limbo. Who's to summon now? Power. Don't fight the hyenas. I warn the blood devil who is in a growling dispute with Harley's pets. They started it. They tried to eat Meowie. She defends herself by showing her fat cat and growling at the hyenas again. They wouldn't dare. They are simply getting familiarized with Meowie. You're lying. Humans are liars. Said the pathological liar. Did you forget that I can talk with animals? I already warned Bud and Lou. Another lie. I'm not you and come here. I call her to shut her up. No. You're going to do that weird thing with your hands that feels really good. She is kinda annoying. If I summoned her earlier, maybe I would have humored her till we became friends. Now I think I will dump her on someone. Should I fuck her? Meh, I don't think she cares enough for sex to develop feelings this way. Power. I say in a tone not different from a father giving his last warning to his child. Ugh. She makes a face but gets closer with wary steps. Good girl. She can't help but close her eyes in contentment while I caress her face. Do you remember the rules? Not eat humans. Yes, that is the first one. But I also talked about trying to kill our own people, right? Do you remember the last rule? She doesn't. Only I can break the rules and allow you to break them too. I say, do you know what this means? She doesn't. The little monkey beating the plates in her brain must be out of power. Power. Behave, Power, and I will take you to kill a lot of people, bathe in their blood, and all that. Really? Now she is excited again. I don't lie. Play nice with everyone and you can indulge, then you will return to your peak strength. Yes. Gahahaha. Then I will show the world that Power is the strongest. Then she went into a tirade on how she would make people suffer, bow, and grovel under her feet. Increase the taxes on single mothers and all that. She is lucky I read the dumpster scene in Chainsaw Man and know that she has the potential to be a surprisingly loyal girl or devil. I can tolerate her a little. And I think I will change her name. At least how is written. She doesn't deserve the Power name. Maybe Pawa. Same thing and there's a paw there. Like a cat paw. Damn, I'm kinda good with names. Who was the one that said that I suck at naming things? Where I am again. Ah yes, summoning people. There are other 3 women that I need to bring that will be useful now. But. Ugh. Why does the gacha tend to give me this type? Summon. I prepare mentally. I go through all the trouble of creating a backstory, customizing a house, and bank account with inheritance, and all that to the 2 new members, before finishing the procedures. One is crazy and the other is a textbook psychopath. The motes of light start forming the silhouettes. Feminine, with great curves. One is taller than the other, one has a big high ponytail and the other appears to have horns, but it's only her hair. What is this place? I was ready for a trap, but this looks boring. Yuri Han comments loudly while looking around. Widowmaker, or should I say Amelie Lacroix is much calmer, eyeing me patiently, waiting for me to talk or act. The 2 are in the default skin of their games. A purple pair of dangerous women that can kill you and make you feel grateful for that. I admit, the 2 are hot as fuck. But I have more self-control than that, and the test with Harley will not repeat itself so soon. Maybe with Amelie, she is kind of an unfeeling bitch, so I will probably need to be a little more forceful to raise the relationship loyalty. The test with Harley is to use in people like her, by the way. But later. I trust that you 2 understand your circumstances. I speak from my chair, Power is close by, observing the 2 for some moments before losing interest and going back to play with Meowie. Yeah. Servitude or something, but just so you know boy I don't plan to listen to you or anything like that. Yuri says in a dismissive tone. Oh, that's cute. I stand up with a friendly smile. It has been some time since one of my summons challenged my authority so openly. When was the last one? Yuvajin. Zod kind of did it too. All relationship loyalty starts with 0. We are all strangers. But most are cautious of the guy that can rip them off the jaws of death and cross time and space to bring them here. And the essence takes violence out of their minds when the subject is me. Some challenge my authority subtly, like Johan. Even though he eventually stopped. However, it appears that Yuri-han is not one who enjoys being subtle. Cute. Do you want a taste of this? Yuri puts a fighting stance, raising one leg at me. Even a civilized person like me knows the benefit of talking through fists. I laugh while walking at her in a relaxed stance, hands behind my back. Not putting her in my eyes at all. Move aside a little, Amelie. I say politely, a subtle act of manipulation where I treat a little better the one that acts in a civilized manner. The blue/purple assassin obeys without a word. She is really waiting to choose how she will act around me. Power stopped playing and is now waiting eagerly for me to kick Yuri's ass, probably expecting to see her suffer like she suffered. She enjoys other people's misery. Do you want me to overpower you with technique? Or is brute force enough? I tilt my head to ask a genuine question. I want you to eat my foot. It appears that she took that as a form of trash talk. Poor girl, she is not worth my trash talk. She lunges at me to deliver a spin kick. How to approach this now? She moves in slow motion when my brain decides to work to weigh the options. I have enough time to recite Shakespeare in my mind before her attack hits me. But let's see. Should I block all her attacks with only one hand while not moving from this place? Should I end it in a millisecond? Should I play with her a little before finishing it effortlessly? No. The better option. The option that will make her hunger for me, for my power. Hunger for growing even stronger. It's doing nothing. Bam. Her attack hits my face, but I don't even move a millimeter. Exclamation point. Her eyes widen, but she is not a beginner. From that position, she moves and sets a combo of kicks that would overwhelm a normal fighter and break all of his bones. Something Sanji would do. Head, shoulder, femur, knee, ribs, arm, solar plexus. She kicks all of that. Even my crotch. But I maintain myself still. Only my hair is moved by the wind of her kicks. At some point purple energy starts to empower her attacks, the key of her universe, I guess. And changes nothing. An overwhelming difference. Not on technique, not on martial arts. But an abysmal difference in power. Her mortal martial arts are less than a fancy dance in the face of such an overwhelming existence. I can get her respect later when I show her my martial arts. Now I want her to fear me a little, to desire what I have. This is my power. Do you want a little? Haha. She is panting now, but I need to give her credit where is due. She is not stopping. She is stubborn and has a lot of willpower. You are wrinkling my clothes. One last jab on her pride before I raise my hand at her. It almost appears in slow motion too, but is unavoidable. The tip of my middle finger lightly touches her stomach, my hand is relaxed. Till it is suddenly not. Like the 1-inch punch of Bruce Lee, my hand changes fast and strikes with a palm strike, her toned stomach rippling beneath my hand, the shockwaves traveling the entirety of her body. Boom. A good use of fishman karate to shake the stubbornness off her bones. Gah. She spits blood before she is sent flying and hits the wall. Gah ha 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 ha. Power laughs at her misfortune, cutting the pin-drop silence of my actions. I turn to Amelie, till she wakes up. Why don't we talk like civilized people? I ask with a smile. And now it seems she decided how she will act around me. Of course, anything you want, mon cher. She answers with a sultry smile in that sexy accent of hers, changing her posture and putting a hand on her hip. Yeah. I will not ever say anything anymore. No one will believe me if I say I'm not doing this on purpose. If this is all you ask, I will be more than happy to kill anyone for you, mon cher. Amelie whispers in my ear. She is currently sitting on my lap while I face forward with a stony face. She has a really great ass. For real, a great ass. I think it's perfect, and I do not say these words lightly. It's perfect on her body. And now I'm feeling it on my lap. But for real, what is the deal with my lap? Must be a common seduction tactic of women. Keeping the target sitting, defenseless. Your talents will be the most appreciated, Amelie. I answer with a calm expression. I have other talents that I bet you would appreciate too. She is literally Shago. Trying to have a comfortable standing at my side, by seducing me. A defense mechanism and all that. Shago was like that in the beginning, but time changed that. I don't think time will change Amelie, because she is literally a psychopath. Actions will change her. Because even if she is unfeeling to the whole world, she can't be unfeeling to me. Because of the essence. I can fix her, Hector. First, you don't need to do that. I say truthfully, I will not kill you on a whim like a cliché villain or anything. It's okay if you don't believe in me. I can understand considering how you lived. She is an assassin, duh. Obviously, she trusts no one. We have time, after all, you are with me for life. I move her out of my lap, carrying her effortlessly. Or for eternity, if you want. I give her a nice smile. She looks a little shocked, maybe for me rejecting her advances, or maybe because of my words. I can't figure it out because she hides it a second later. She is good. It's probably pointless to try to talk with you now, when you don't even know what you want. How can I negotiate with her now? I will give her a good life and make her want to keep it that way. So just go watch the class. Later I will give you some powers, and depending on how you perform in that mission. I left the rest unsaid while shooing her away. Yeah, you're hot and no one ever dismissed you like that. I know, I saw this face in many other hot women. Bye. She goes away while swaying her hips, her butts jiggling with each step of her high heels, but I don't look because women like that can feel the male gaze. And like Shago in the beginning, I don't want to give her the satisfaction. Deny a woman what she already considers something normal makes them go crazy. Enjoyed the nap, Yuri. I turn to face the Korean fighter. She is blinking groggily, probably trying to figure out the plate of the truck that hit her. You. She points a trembling finger at me, she can barely support herself with her elbows. Me. Ugh. She groans with a dejected face. No, this can't do, I can't have her spirit be broken by the difference in strength, it's counterproductive. I mean, she would probably not be intimidated for long, but even so. I don't have time to waste. Don't be like that. I say in a coddling tone, the same hand that took you out can destroy your home world. The problem was not on you. I show her my hand to illustrate that. I just show a glimpse of the ceiling where you are below right now, Yuri-han. You can reach much higher because the ceiling is higher. Now I have her attention. Why don't we start by me showing you some nice techniques that everyone can learn? Don't worry, it will be fast. I say, using the same right hand to reach for her head. So easy to upload some skills into other people's minds and bodies. But let's give only the basics. As a good master, I don't want to take away the joy of learning from her. Awawawa, the woman that I'm currently hugging, is flinging her arms around all flustered. She doesn't know where to put her hands. It's so cute. You're my oasis, yeah. I say to the red-faced assassin. She is surprisingly the only one normal. I don't want to deal with those crazy people for now. Just hug me back. Ah. She is still confused, there. But she still pats my back in a comforting way. What a good woman, marry me. I go to Mutant Town, or Meta Town, which I call in my head as Eidolon. A raid. Callisto asks me as we supervise the changes being made on some buildings. 100% work of the residents, of course, they need to earn their self-sufficiency. I only give the ideas and materials. And even this will change in the future. In no time, Meta Town will be a good place to inhabit. And in the future, when I have a little more sway over the government, I will make it a good place to live and thrive. Yes, I answer her, gather anyone that wants to fight for our people and you judge that is ready. I give her the final say on whom to bring. I will provide some weapons and tactical armor to at least defend you all. I will not give them any important work, just to go crazy on some bases without hostages. These people are survivors, but not trained soldiers, but fighters nonetheless. Like wild animals. I can think of some names. She says while looking a little ahead. That's also a test, depending on their attitudes, actions, and everything else, I may give some importance to one or another. I still need to take off the little tumors, like Mask, but I need them to make some trouble first. A clear division in treatment based on merit will do just fine to separate the wheat from the chaff. Oh yeah, everything is proceeding smoothly. I love this feeling. But at the same time, I ready myself for the curveball the Marvel Universe will throw at me. You're not gonna let me be without any surprises, right? I'm about to change the fate of the world, and destroy many dark timelines. Who in the past, I would dread it a little more, but now. Bring it on. Hello there. Next chapter it starts the raid. Thank you everyone for the support, comments, reviews and power stones. It hypes me up. Till next week, bye bye. Chapter 82, Attacking the Haters, Part. It's time. Cortana warns Hector. On the space station, it's easy to lose the notion of time. Not him, obviously, but she said it all the same. It's not because he is an abnormal existence that she can't give him a little of the normal social conventions. You can still wish a safe travel to Superman, even though he is invulnerable. If you stop doing the superfluous things just because they look useless, you will end up doing nothing. Thank you, Cortana. That's why Hector thanks her all the same. He stands up from his chair, completely stopping his work on the schematics of some medical electrical devices. It's something he can do later anyway, he is simply downgrading his better projects to make it more accessible and consistent with the actual time. Hector then splits himself with his biofission. Now 3 of him stand there, one becomes Eidolon, in his typical black suit and white hair, a mask covering half his face. The others go for different outfits, the only similarity between them is that they cover the whole body. The 2 wear something straight from the DC comics, one in white and silver, with blue highlights, a suit that remembers a cybernetic knight. The other uses a red helmet and tactical clothes with a jacket, also very technological. Ghostmaker and Red Hood. Time for the street-level personas to make their debuts. Red Hood Hector spins ebony and ivory, Dante's signature handguns, on his fingers, the 2 pistols blurring in a circle for a second before he smoothly puts them on their respective holsters. Only as a test, I can always make other personas, the Batman Beyond suit is practically glaring at me from his capsule. Ghostmaker Hector checks his 2 katanas before putting them on the sheaths on his back. Master, talk with yourself like that maybe is unhealthy. Cortana depends while watching the interaction. The 3 are not independent clones, it's not different if he grew 4 extra arms and 2 heads to become an Ashura, it's just that he divided himself further and is controlling the body parts remotely. But this way I'm guaranteed to have an intelligent conversation. He smirks. Like that time if you pondered if it would be gay sex or masturbation if you fuck your clone. Touché Cortana, touché. He says with a smile full of amusement. Now let's go. Ghostmaker Hector says. Today is the day that we avoid a lot of dark timelines. Red Hood Hector adds. Infinity Castle, Armory. You aren't coming. Shago turns to Isabella as she finishes putting on her suit. UMF, bulletproof, fireproof, and many other XXX proofs. No need. Isabella answers as she passes some items to Cassandra who is finishing dressing herself. But you want? No to that too. Isabella passes Cassandra her utility belt, and with a wave the wall of the room changes, showing a large assortment of weapons. Helenas walks to a corner and gets the bolts that she needs for her crossbows. I will teleport anything that you to you. That's my job. They have a tracker because of that, beyond that, I have no interest in killing anyone anymore. What a pity, killing is so fun. Shago pouts. Really? Helena scoffs as she separates some things in batches, to facilitate Isabella's work. Nah. Winning is fun, killing is meh. Shago shrugs. She is not a murder hobo at least. After adjusting their clothes and gear, they're ready. Overgrown Rover that was lazily lying on the ground perks up and stands up when signaled by Cassandra, now on her shadow gear. It's time. Isabella warns them, making the trio, and dog, focus. Siko rests with her eyes closed in a kneeling position. She is in her full Murasaki gear, except that her mask and her swords lay on the ground close to her. She calmly stays in place, not moving a muscle, controlling her breath. She knows what she is about to do, what Hector wants her to do. And she will love every second of it. She will do it without hesitation, she wants to do it, and she will finally let loose again and slaughter some well-deserving people. She did it before, she knows that her hand will not tremble or waver, and she is well past that. When she starts. But these minutes before is always a trial to her nerves. It doesn't matter how many people she killed or tested her blade against, she can't help but feel a little nervous, feel some trepidation. Like a singer about to perform. Siko smiles slightly. Maybe this is a good thing, a sign that the novelty of bathing in violence and becoming one with her blade while sharpening herself against her foes still hadn't worn off. Ding a ping on her wrist and a portal slowly opens in front of her. It's time. She opens her eyes, her heart completely calm. On the sewers. Go, go, go. If you're not confident about your defense, take armor. If you're not confident about your offense, take a gun. Callisto shouts to the more than a dozen metas moving around an armory in their hideout, remember the explanation. Point and shoot. More than expected accepted. Mikhail says in his heavy Russian accent, his arms crossed over his muscular chest. Most of these people are not different than goons, a riffraff really, he questioned the use of them, but Eidolon said, they're not soldiers, but they're survivors. They're fighters. These people lived in a world that hated them, being hunted down, under horrible living conditions. This may be a more valuable experience than formal training. Any training can come later. Eidolon will observe them, in this little test, to see who has willpower, wits, loyalty, some talents, or a good personality to be nurtured. It's time to extend a little more of his olive branch to the people who are not summoned through the essence. He also made sure to send them to the most simple-to-deal, hidden base. A place where they only need to go, destroy, and not die. A portal opens close to the group attracting everyone's attention, and from it, a figure entirely clad in white appears. Callisto and the others put their guards up a little, if not for the recognizable portal they would do more than simply put their guard up. Greetings, I have been sent by Eidolon. My name is Ghostmaker. Ghostmaker. Okay. Callisto drawls, and he sent you why again? She thought Eidolon would accompany them. To give the instructions and the necessary information of where we're gonna attack. To lead us. She asks, narrowing her eyes. No. He denies easily, I will work a little independently after passing the information. It's to you and Mikhail to lead this group. This makes her relax a little, not that she would disobey Eidolon if he said so, but she wouldn't be comfortable in passing the command of her people to a complete stranger, even if Eidolon trusted him. She took care of most of those metas for a long time, after all. Then. Spill it. What are you gonna do? The mood is a little tense on the X-Mansion. Not only some of the inhabitants are a little nervous about the mission that are about to do, but their longtime enemies/rivals are waiting here with them. It's at least a little awkward. No one talks because the previous try ended up spiraling into a battle of barbs and sarcastic comments being thrown from side to side. At least Magneto and Professor Xavier are having a civilized talk in the corner. And Wolverine and Sabretooth are only glaring at each other. Maybe is all about the baby steps. The time finally comes. As usual, a sonic boom was the prelude to his arrival, making the people present look up. Eidolon slowly hovers to the ground, mantle billowing on the wind. Even if it's not his intention, some people can't deny that he looks intimidating. It's probably because of his slightly furrowed eyebrows when he scans all present with his unblinking eyes, recognizing some important names from Magneto's side. Hello there, he greets as he touches the ground, more people than expected, but there's enough hidden facilities for everyone. He says with a hint of humor in his voice. There are almost 20 people from each side. Eidolon also knows that this is not the limit of each of the group forces. Magneto still has some non-combatants like Mastermind and Mesmero, and Xavier has people like Sage and Darwin outside the school. Mystique is not here either. But it's expected that they would keep some reserves, and he would keep some too if he didn't gain new subordinates every month. For him, testing and training his people is more important than hiding something at the moment. And he arranged to his group to act on their own. After all, they do not hate the X-Men or the Brotherhood. He stops in front of them, noticing the obvious division between the two groups. This can't do. You. He points at one of Magneto's minions, move here. He moves his index finger to the spot where he wants to stay, and you, here. You, there. You, stay where you are. Jean, here. Like a maestro conducting an orchestra, he moves almost everyone, mixing the two groups. I guess that Magneto and Exodus would like to act alone. He gives the two metas a glance while arranging the groups. You know about me? Exodus asks with a raised eyebrow. I know everyone here. It's part of my job. He rolls his eyes. I didn't call anyone by the name before because someone told me that it comes as threatening and intimidating. Do you believe that, Bennett du Paris? Eidolon gives the Omega-level mutant a look with a hint of amusement. How would he not know one of the few Omega-level mutants officially confirmed by the Marvel Comics? Some gain and lose the title with the change of the writers, like Storm, but Exodus is one of the ones that always kept it. An Omega-level telekinetic that makes Eidolon hold himself back from starting a fight to create an opportunity to copy his powers. Unfortunately to him, the future of the meta people is more important. I confess that I was a little surprised. Eidolon continues that someone like you would be Magneto's subordinate. Ah, nothing against you. He waves at the old meta, it's just that he is not only strong, but he is old. People like that rarely take orders from others. But I guess you're used to having someone to follow, right? Exodus. Eidolon keeps the strong meta in check with his gaze. You're a competent researcher. I am always a kind of detective myself. Eidolon jokes, to alleviate the increasingly heavy mood. By the way, if your old master come back. Can you arrange a meeting between us before he tries to take over the world? Thank you. He does not wait for a confirmation before turning around to end the conversation. Exodus's old master is no one less than Apocalypse himself. One of the fewer that Eidolon keeps on high regard that are not entities or old gods. Right there with Silver Surfer and Dr. Doom. And you, Robert. Eidolon doesn't give Exodus another look as he turns to Iceman. Are you confident in taking a base on your own? Me. The Omega-level cryokinetic meta points at himself. Yes, there's some without hostage, I think. Go crazy. He still looks unsure. Then you can go with Shadowcat. The black-clad hero doesn't wait anymore before assigning him a partner. She will not be rendered by your ice and can infiltrate using your powers as a cover. He explains his reasoning as he pairs the two X-Men together. Each of the groups is like that. Obviously, he considers their personalities. A reason why he didn't put Avalanche and Cyclops together, the two team leaders would expectedly butt heads with each other. Or gods forbid Wolverine and Sabretooth. But most of the small groups are formed based on compatibility and skill. There's a hidden lab on a particular island just waiting for you, Storm. He gives the ebony woman a humorous look. You go with Colossus to cover the ground, so that you don't need to go down and risk dying to a random bullet. I would not fall that easily, she says with a little protest in her voice. It's what they all say, but you, Jean, Magneto can all die if I poke your heads with a stick before you all can react. We are still human, remember? Meta and human. He finishes making the groups. Jean, Nightcrawler, Cyclops, Storm and Colossus, Banshee, Avalanche, and Angel, Astra, Jubilee and Boom Boom, Quicksilver, Cannonball and Peeper, Pyro, Sunspot and Magma, Anushan, Husk, Lifter, Eunice, Polaris, Rogue, Wolverine and Toad, Blob, Slither, Shocker, Havoc, Thorn, Burner, Magneto with Sabretooth and Fabian Cortez, Exodus alone. And some of his people and clones, in different identities, will accompany them secretly. ND join them eventually. I will pass the coordinates now, useless if you take a ride with my teleportation, but I guess giving you the choice of going there yourself is reasonable. The trust is still not built after all. Eidolon was saying before he appeared to notice something and turned his head to the gate of the propriety. One of my guys arrived now. Don't worry, I got this. He gestures with his hand and the gate opens. Eidolon keeps his stoic act while watching the newcomer. Approaching slowly in a noisy electric scooter, and with a unicorn bag on his back. It really is a huge contrast with his red and black skin-tight suit that covers his whole body, the two katanas on his back, and the guns in the holsters. Hello heroes and villains, the anti-hero is here to balance things. Deadpool salutes them while hopping off the scooter. He then surprises everyone by opening his unicorn plushie bag and putting the scooter on it. Like as some sort of cosmic storage, the scooter twists unnaturally before fitting in the small passage. You really gave him the bag of holding in the shape of a unicorn, huh, Master? Cortana rolls her eyes inside Eidolon's mind. It's funny. His only defense, inside the same bag, is also a full armory with all sorts of guns and weapons. And talking about funny. Deadpool is with Wolverine. Eidolon gestures to Logan. I knew it. The prophecy is complete. I knew that the movie would reflect here. Deadpool says things no one understands while approaching Logan. Wait. Wade. Logan finally realizes. Secret identity dude. Deadpool shushes him with a finger on his mouth, then he starts dragging the same finger all over Logan's face. My dear uncanny DeVito. I'm not going with this guy. Logan stays still in place, glaring daggers at Deadpool while the latter continues to pass his fingers through Logan's beard sensually and disturbingly. Don't be like that. I even have the same power as yours, I mean. Without the whole furry thing, but we're linked by fate and the love of our fans. Don't annoy him too much, Deadpool. You have a healing factor now, and he could abuse it. Eidolon warns, he is growling. Growling eye. Nah, look at him. He is purring, he is a cat after all. Eidolon decided to completely ignore the two existences and address the rest. Despite his eccentricities, Deadpool is competent and has the right to participate. After all, he was used in an experiment to exactly how many of our people suffer around the world, and that's what we are going to put a stop to today. Now he has their undivided attention. In truth, a good chunk of the people here, more of Magneto's side, don't know what this meeting is all about. Eidolon asks for secrecy because of the risk of spies, and only now he will explain things thoroughly. He gives each of them a look before starting a little speech. Hidden laboratories that make experiments on metas, secret military bases that create weapons to use against us, and even hideouts of extremist groups that hate and plot against us in the dark. It's not a conspiracy theory. They are real and they put us on our back foot for a long time, throwing evil labels on us that their acts can be justifiable. While in the dark they're the ones committing evil. Well, today we are gonna counterattack in the dark that they dwell. After making a pause for dramatic effect he continues, the Friends of Humanity, Sapien League, Crutch of Human Potential, Weapon X, Purifiers, Human Council, the Workshop, the Facility. The list goes on and on. All enemies, all with their little agenda. Profit, hate, sovereignty, envy. Whatever their motivation is, it only matters where their acts will lead us to. The answer is between eternal suffering to total annihilation. Time to turn the tables on them. These people live out of the margin of the law so that they can do their morally wrong acts. If we destroy or cripple them, what they are gonna do? Call the cops. Money does not grow in trees, and I'm also working with a certain someone to take advantage of this huge hit that we will deliver today to complicate even more the lives of their rich investors. And we also get proof of their inhuman acts just in case, to be safe. Dark or light, we are gonna win this fight in the two battlefields. Even the ones that don't like him can't help getting a little swayed by his words, their participation in a grandiose moment to their race. It doesn't matter which side they are on. They are pumped. Eidolon's hands appear from beneath his mantle, and he makes some devices float to everyone. This wristband will provide you all with a crude map of the places you will invade, some instruction, and some extra things like a button to ask for help, use it if you're about to die, and a cable for you to connect on their computer, when possible. If you do that, I can download and delete all of their files, and even sabotage the whole place. A map? Mystique asks, intrigued. If Eidolon has a map, doesn't that mean that he invaded the place already? Southwest, why does the place still exist? X-ray vision. Eidolon deadpans before continuing. Before the invasion, some clones of mine will deliver an EMP to destroy their technological defenses. You have X-ray vision. But he is interrupted by Kitty's surprised shout. Yes. From the corner of his eyes, he can see some girls paying Jean. They apparently made a bet about it. So you can see through our clothes or something like that. I'm not a prepubescent boy. He rolls his eyes. Self-control is the most important thing to us. If we let our powers dictate what we do, we lose the human part of the metahuman. He gives a little inspirational speech, by the way, nice moles. But he adds with a teasing tone. Kitty recoils herself in shock. Just kidding, I can only see your bones. Statistically, a lot of people have moles in places beneath their clothes, duh. He laughs, and is not using an arm that you can stop my X-ray vision. Kitty looks at him before letting her arms fall from her sides. Whatever, what this change, right? I trust you. Thanks, it's good to hear that. He says to her before going back to address everyone. If the place you're assigned for has hostages, it will be flagged. The rest can go crazy, destroy as much as propriety you can. I will leave it to your discretion if you kill, maim, or let go of the people there. Eidolon. Charles starts saying. I know. But this is not a hero versus villain thing. It's war. They will kill you all if you give them half a chance. I know, I have seen their evil many times. There's no reasoning with the. Not in these circumstances. We need to gain some ground to bring them to the negotiation table. No. These are not the people that we want to bring to the negotiation table. These are the ones that we don't want influencing the people we can have a reasonable talk. And what about you? One of Magneto's asks. My group is responsible for the other half of the locations and myself. Eidolon can't appear killing people. His eyes change a little, but I will go and do things that only I can do. In truth. He opens the portals, ready to start anytime, beyond using this opportunity to bring us closer. I'm using all of you as a smoke screen. He confesses. While I'm the bullet that will kill them for real. In a random location around the world, certain people start to move at the same. Eidolon's group received their permission to start, BZZZZZZZT. The signal is that many of Eidolon's clones release blasts of electromagnetic pulses in certain areas before disappearing again. Portals are open, objects enter the atmosphere, airships unveil their camouflage, the ground rumbles. All of this happens while the targets are engulfed by the chaos of having their electronic devices compromised. A small opening before they switch to their backup generators and devices, but this opening is more than enough. In a certain isolated forest in Europe, an encampment remains hidden between the woods. The Sapien League inhabits there. They are a mutant hater terrorist group that attacks and lynches metas and anything related to them. If one needs to compare, they would be something similar to the KKK or maybe a random neo-Nazi edgy group. It's not even necessary that such jobless individuals, and barely worth noticing, wouldn't have the capacity to acquire the weapons that they boast on the camp. Obviously, someone finances their ventures, using them as pawns while instilling hate in the world. They noticed the abnormality instantly when their radios went haywire. A second later the ground started trembling slightly, but they didn't notice this fact because of the confusion. This riffraff of extremists that simply want to see some blood, that was always on the offensive side, was not prepared when the tall trees surrounding their camps parts thanks to a big hand moving them out of the way. Like how a hiker would do with some branches, but these are not small branches, they're tall and wide pine trees. That. The first to notice loses his voice, recurring to only pointing at it silently. Eventually, all of them turned to look at Gigantomachia appearing from the trees, at least 20 m tall, looking down on them with a blank look. Freak. It's the trumpet that started the chaos. One of them, maybe the most trigger-happy of the band, pulls his AK and starts blasting in Machia's face. They know him. Machia is somewhat famous as one of Eidolon's people, so it's a testament to their stupidity that they didn't surrender immediately. Or maybe they're cocky. Bullies rarely back down unless they see their own blood. The bullets do nothing to the giant. Even the rocket launcher only dirt him a little. These people are barely worth noticing, just some young adults who took the "I don't fit anywhere" syndrome to the extreme and ended up here, feeling some sort of companionship over their directional hate, having a place to belong together with other trash. Trash that Machia was tasked to clean. The screams, explosions, and gunshots lasted for almost 5 minutes before the only sound that could be heard was Machia's heavy footsteps, walking through a portal, to the next location. This time is on the coast, in a hidden cave below a cliff that makes contact with an empty sea, surrounded by rocks big enough to hide the entrance and to deter any explorer, swimmer, or fisherman. This cave that stretches inside the earth is the hideout of another meta-hating group, the Friends of Humanity. This group is more professional than the terrorists of the Sapien League. They are even recognized as some sort of official pro-human group, having politicians and other important figures connected to them. Obviously, the public doesn't know half of what they really do and the fact that they're no different from any other extremist violent organization. They are against anything non-human, even aliens, gods, and other beings. But their main focus was on the mutants/metas. For now at least. Who knows how far would they go? Well, Eidolon knows. And that's why an unidentified object hits the water some kilometers away from the hideout. After that, the said objects move in the direction of the hidden base at an incredible speed, just a little below the surface of the water, like a supersonic shark cutting the water. It weaves through the rocks, unbothered by the water currents. It doesn't go up to breath. It's inhuman. The perfect enemy to these people. The thing finally reaches its target. The entrance of the hideout is some good dozen meters above the surface, the water in the shape of a rudimentary cave. The boats below show the limits of where an invader can get without inside help. It's a place that you can't attack normally. Boom. The thing breaks out of the water like a missile, jumping and attaching itself to the cliff, and then it starts climbing easily like a spider. Did you guys hear something? The voice of a watchman asks from the entrance of the cave. Yes, the waves crashing against the rocks, it happens all the time. Another says dismissively. No. After that. Like. Mechanical, machine sounds. The first watchman walks to the edge of the cave, cautiously, but still unworried. No one can climb in those conditions without them lowering the stairs or the elevator. When he puts his head outside to check below. Something grabs and pulls him before he can even react. His scream of surprise is drowned by the winds. We have an intruder. I repeat, we have intruders. The other guards don't waste time in entering battle mode, shouting at their communicators and pointing their guns at the entrance of the cave. Wait, those things are not working. One realizes when they can only hear static. They suddenly hear a swish and a crank, making their tension go up a notch. The thing moved, it passed through the entrance, but it did not enter. They look confused till they hear a mechanical sound again, above them. Pointing their guns to the roof, they finally spot the enemy. Shots are fired as the enemy falls on them mercilessly, crushing the ones nearby and then quickly attacking the other in well-practiced and controlled movements. Like a well-oiled machine. Because it is a machine. The robot removes his hand from the guard's torso and rises to its full height. Sleek black metal covers the humanoid body, its head shining in a blue light, as well as its chest, but the light suddenly turns red. Failsafe, activated. It comes from the android at its screen. Smooth face turns to the pathway that goes deep in the cave. Failsafe is something that Hector was working on lightly for some months, but he finally perfected it in the One Piece world, where he could work on side projects instead of interdimensional satellites to ward against invasions. It was also a good world to perfect its program. Hector used the residents of that battle-filled world to sharpen Failsafe, making him learn how to fight with them, and how to kill different types of creatures. The best whetstone was no other than Shanks himself. After their first meeting, Hector left a gift. Failsafe dropped on the red-hair pirate and attacked it. It was a short fight. Shanks easily destroyed the prototype. But then came another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. Each new Failsafe doing better in a fight against one of the strongest in that world. He learned something with Syndrome when he briefly visited the Incredibles world. Important to highlight, it's that those prototype failsafes that haunted Shanks for weeks were not made of any special material like adamantium. They're disposable and self-destructed after losing every time, sending the data of the fight back to Hector. And in the end of all that, Shanks couldn't kill it. Shanks couldn't kill the last one. An adaptoid uploaded with Hector's martial knowledge and hundreds of thousands of battle experience against the most diverse creatures. Equipped with weapons and artillery to deal with any situation, and made of the most durable metal existence. It's running in perfect motion through the dark paths of this hideout. Killing everything in sight with the efficiency of a clock. Cutting with a retractable blade, shooting high-pressure air bullets, using the enemy's own weapons. Everything that moves is killed. It shrugs off bullets, grenades, C4, fire. It continues to advance relentlessly and steadily. Nothing can do more than slow him down for a negligible amount of time. This nothing is when he kills something. It's an efficient killing machine. The only things you can hear from it are the constant sounds of air pistons with each movement, the metal moving smoothly, the heavy footsteps, and the occasional beeps. Failsafe advances to the deepest parts of the hideout. While carrying a human torso, it barges through a metal door. An instant later, Failsafe is barraged by bullets from people of the Friends of Humanity. They hit him in a semicircle formation. The android continues unbothered as he throws the dead man's torso in his hand at his enemies. Incoming. Someone shouts. Props to them, they are trained enough to consider every action a threat. Boom, and they're right. Failsafe planted a bomb in the torso. The psychological warfare and sneak attack are not that efficient but are enough to break the formation. Failsafe advances methodically, jumping at them in a surprising move that you would not expect from a heavy robot. Cutting, smashing, shooting, grabbing one's arm and hitting another with it. No movement is wasted or unnecessary, his enemies fall helpless like they are snowmen. Without even a nod of acknowledgement, Failsafe walks through the dismembered bodies and blood, continuing on his warpath. Once again he crosses a gate, and once again they are waiting for him. But not in semicircular formation with guns ready to shoot. A loneman blocks Failsafe path. Behind this loneman the rest of the Friends of Humanity board some cars and helicopters. This place is a hidden helipad and land passage to vehicles and they choose to flee. Failsafe pauses in front of the only man challenging him, not in any sort of acknowledgement, no. Failsafe is above that. This man, Graydon Creed, aka Tribune, is doing something to Failsafe, something invisible to the naked eye. He is a muscular man with a mane of reddish hair. One could recognize his surname. Creed. The same surname as Victor Creed, the Saber-Tooth. He is the son of Saber-Tooth, with Mystique when she took the place of a certain spy decades ago. Yes, the son of two metas is leading the Friends of Humanity. What a surprise, or maybe not if one considers the family in question. Graydon Creed is using his technopathy against Failsafe, that's why the android stopped. But wait, he is not a meta. In a typical Marvel fashion that made Hector laugh out loud, Graydon acquired his technopath powers when he was trapped in another dimension during a certain incident where his father almost killed him. His non-mutant powers are the reason Hector sent Failsafe here. If his technopathy doesn't work, it means that the android surpassed one of his few weaknesses. Failsafe struggles for a bit, the lights on his chest and head flickering a little, before going back to normal. As crimson as ever. Failsafe, capture. The android robotic voice echoes as it takes a step forward. Graydon Creed also prepares himself for the battle. He is wearing a high technological suit, and is possible to see a sword poking from his back. Seeing his body posture, is evident Graydon plans to buy time for his men to escape. Unfortunately, that was predicted too. PSSH boom thrunk. A heavy object, like a missile, drops from the roof entrance, another one appears from the wall like a mole that just excavated its way to here, and another walks through the dark escape path, blocking the cars. 3 more failsafes. Updating situation, hopeless, the robotic voice echoes again, coming from 4 different places. Enclosing and suffocating all bags of flesh, bones, and blood. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed, till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 83, Attacking the Haters, Part. Wanda Maximoff has had few visitors over the years, the number drops down to 0 if you exclude her family members, some doctors, and Agatha Harkness. So, what is happening now is a once-in-a-blue-moon occurrence. Hello, Wanda. How are you doing? Idolin asks in a friendly tone, a stark contrast with how the situation presents itself. After all, a man wearing dark clothes standing in a girl's room while she is sitting on her bed hugging her knees looks like the prelude of a crime. Not that Wanda is scared, mind you. Her eyes spy Idolin from above her knees impassively. You're the mutant hero. I prefer the term meta, but yes. He answers easily, paying attention to her face and choice of words. She knows about him. She knows more than she is trying to show. She didn't say, you're that mutant hero. Idolin is more than a fleeting thought or image that passed through the old TV in this room. As he hoped, Wanda is interested in him. Maybe was during the interview. He thinks as he remembers saying some things that would resonate very well with the novice Chaos Witch. Wanda shows no outward interest in talking with him, and as much as Idolin likes using silence in conversations and meetings, this is not the time for those tactics. His time is limited. After all, he is taking advantage of today's operation when Magneto and the others' attention is focused on fighting the enemies of the metas, to visit Wanda discreetly. You still haven't answered my question, Wanda. He says calmly. She rolls her eyes at that. I'm great. Can't you see my royal accommodations? She gestures to her Spartan room. Hoo-hoo sarcasm. It's a good sign if you can joke about it. I'm relieved. He really is. It appears that this Wanda, beyond her gothic appearance, is really more similar to the X-Men evolution Wanda personality-wise. At least for now. The problem is the rage bubbling inside her, that edgy teen hate for the world. Another problem is that Wanda really has many reasons to hate the world. I am glad that you can feel relieved with my situation. She continues with the same sarcasm dripping from her voice. After another chuckle, Idolin decides to go directly to the point. While Wanda's guard is raised all up, he can't lower it with small talk. I would like to help you, Wanda. He doesn't say it in an arrogant self-righteous way, using words like, I'm here to help, like suddenly he is her savior. He understands her a little. To someone who was suffering alone for so long, those words can only come out as an insult. Help. She scoffs as expected, I don't need your help. Then we are at an impasse because I want to help you. He answers easily, not discouraged, there's any way that I can do that. You want to help me? Then take me out of this asylum. She says with raised eyebrows, challenging him. Fine. Let's go. But his immediate answer catches her off guard. What? Her eyes widen. I'm gonna take you out here, like you asked. Do you want to get out discreetly or with grand fanfare? Some explosions and destroyed walls are a must in a prison breakout. He starts approaching her, ready to fulfill his promise. Wait. But she moves in the opposite direction, crawling away from him. What? Isn't this what you want? He asks, showing genuine confusion in his voice, but he respects her wishes and stops at the foot of the bed. But this is too sudden. I see I can't trust you yet. She argues, her back on the wall. I see. I dolenize her carefully and then sighs, you're not keeping your distance because you're afraid of me, Wanda. Are you scared of the outside world? Or maybe scared of yourself? Dolan sighs again, okay then. He says as he sits on the edge of the bed, we can simply talk a little. Actions are better to gain trust, but I don't mind taking the long route for you to trust me. I'm not gonna give up on you. So, any hobbies? Why are you doing this? She asks with wariness. I started this conversation with the answer. I want to help you. I don't think you deserve to be in the place/situation you are right now. I'm a great advocate of freedom, and I want you to have your own. So, what is your horoscope sign? Dolan asks, the sudden shift in the conversation almost gave Wanda a whiplash. She didn't expect this type of question to get out of the hero's mouth. She can see the amusement evident in his eyes, it amazes her a little how expressive they can be when he wants. The totally unserious question threw Wanda off the loop. Nine-headed cosmic dragon. She gives the same answer Dolan once gave during his famous interview. Dolan pauses a little before laughing loudly, ha ha ha. What a coincidence, me too. Wanda can't help but feel her lips moving upward a little, something that she quickly hides between her knees. Far away from there is an isolated and inconspicuous church that is located on a hill on the outskirts of a small village in Europe. A black beast weighing a ton drops from the sky violently, boom. Easily destroying the church's rooftop, debris falls in all directions, hitting the ones inside, killing a bunch of them immediately. Those are the lucky ones, they are at least not alive to see a huge demonic beast standing right in the middle of the destroyed church. Like the advent of a devil, ready to try to purge the innocent devots. But the thing is, there are no innocents there. This small church is, in truth, the entrance of one of the most active anti-meta groups in the world, in truth. You can say that is connected to two of them. The Church of Human Potential and the Purifiers. The two groups are related in their ways of justifying their hate and prejudice for the mutant race, basing themselves on the belief that the mutants are unnatural, a blemish in the world, and will eventually lead humanity and the world to extinction. Using religion as their casus belli, they work to exterminate the mutant race before they upset the natural order, using assassinations, propaganda, and even collaborating with governments and influential people to purge the mutants. The Church of Human Potential is a little more mainstream. It would not be weird for anyone to find one of their books in any bookstore, or a church having a spokesperson of them preaching, or even someone distributing pamphlets. They are one of the responsible for why public perception of the metas is so bad, and the ones that most influenced religion-based hate on them. Now, the Purifiers are to the Church of Human Potential what the Crusaders once were to the Church. They are much more active in their work against the mutants. As a side note, the two groups have relations with many other anti-mutant people like Stryker and even Sublime, receiving their help and support. Today, it appears that religion will fail them because Hector, on his whole poetic justice humor, assembled his recently summoned group of magical-related beings to take care of them. It's ironic to see Nosferatu standing in his apostle form right in the middle of the destroyed church, the roof collapsed, shining rays of moonlight on his dark fur, showcasing his horns and wings. Gahahaha, they exploded like tomatoes. The heavy scene is interrupted when a bratty voice echoes from Zod's back, blood. Power jumps on the ground and like she is afraid that someone is going to steal her kills, she hurries to finish the wounded Purifiers. Poochie, she stabs and stabs, jumping from one to another while collecting their blood in a floating orb. The rest of the group looks at her, completely done with her antics. 2 minutes in and they're already tired of her. How uncouth. Mocked comments with his eyes closed. Crazy idiot. Charmcaster rolls her eyes. The entrance is here. Celine, the vampire, appears to be the only one in mission mode, taking priority in locating the hidden entrance just behind the altar. Then we girls go down while the boys stay here to deal with anyone that comes to check this place. Charmcaster says, we made a big entrance after all. She gives Zod an unfriendly glance. The two male members don't answer verbally but they don't protest either. Power, Celine, and Charmcaster go down the hidden entrance while Mocked and Zod stay behind. The silence is a little awkward. The girls are also in a strange mood. Ha 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 ha. Charmcaster and Celine are stuck in a deadpan face as they watch Power go berserk against the purifiers, a cloud of liquid blood following her as she jumps from one wannabe crusader to another, changing shape to attack her victims. No bullets do significant damage, the blade users don't even have a chance to get closer before the cloud of blood enters their orifices and then leaves their bodies, taking all their blood and leaving behind dry corpses. I'm tired only by looking at her. Charmcaster comments, deciding to do something. She throws a blast of magic at a group that appears to be preparing some heavy weapon. Boom. But the explosion is much bigger than expected. It seems that there are some explosives that they're bringing out to deal with Power. Be careful, we are in the underground. Celine warns. Gore, I know. They are the idiots who bring this stuff here. Charmcaster says in protest, not accepting any blame for what happened. The raid continues without more problems. Celine deals with hidden threats with her hawk-like eyes, shooting them before any sniper or equivalent can do anything, while Power attracts most of the attention with her flashy combat style. Charmcaster appears unmotivated, not doing much beyond using some magic telekinesis and levitation to deal a heavy blow in this hideout, without putting them in danger. In the end, the purifiers do not have any notable fighters, they mostly use underhand tactics to fight the superior mutants, but this is obviously not the only hideout. They have bases all over Europe and America, and even in the north of Africa. The group moves to another base after they are done with that one, and another, and another. The poor purifiers that always fought by catching the mutants off guard are tasting their own medicine, discovering the bitter taste of defeat and annihilation. Funny how they become their own self-fulfilling prophecy. They feared that the mutants would bring their demise, and they are right, they made sure of that. The group destroyed everything, killing or capturing the members of the radical group without problem. Power going crazy, Zod sometimes tearing some confident fighters apart, Mocked quickly dealing with others, Celine collecting information and destroying their data. In a certain base, Celine's wristband beeps as she inspects the documents in an office, scanning everything. Wait. Check that knife. Cortana's voice comes from it. Celine turned her attention to the fallen knife, in the hand of a member of the purifier that advanced at her but fell short of her reflexes and speed. She crouches down and grabs it, from her wrist a light scans the knife. Vibranium. Cortana says slowly, bring it back. She orders strongly. Check the wall. Paying more attention, the vampire and AI notice that the wall has a safe. They can guess that the recently killed purifier grabbed the knife to deal with her. It seems as a prototype. Checking their data, they are preparing vibranium bullets and bladed weapons to kill the metas. Those schematics are surprisingly similar to the ones retrieved in Weapon Plus project. Cortana analyzes. It appears that the two anti-meta groups are more intrinsically connected than they thought. Funny how the answer to that is some rooms away facing Mocked. Jason Stryker puts a stance to face the old demon, the son of William Stryker, one of the high-ranked members behind Project Weapon X, and Weapon Plus in general is a part of the Purifiers. Maybe all those anti-mutant groups are interlinked in some way. Mocked observes Jason with an impassive face. He was the one that dodged the demon's magic, and avoided being turned into a gold statue like the rest. Jason prepares himself to fight Mocked, ready to use his powers against his foes. Today has been filled with disappointment, are you gonna change that? Mocked asks in an even voice. What are you? Jason asks. Irrelevant, what matters is if you're not a sham like the rest. If you are really ready to die for your cause. Mocked says impassively. We are all ready to die for our cause. For humankind. Jason shouts defensively. Mocked looks at him like one would look at an insect climbing a tree, a little curious as to where the bug is going, but nothing more. I heard similar words in the past, they are truly hollow in my ears. But today I heard it again and is even more weightless coming from you. Jason can feel the mockery in the emotionless tone. All of your companions died raging, crying, or begging. The warriors that I fought, that I now understand are truly warriors because I can compare them with your sad lot, fought ready to die, prepared to die, knowing that they would die. And they did it all the same. I can admire that in humans. Doing something even if it would condemn them, he appears to be reminiscing. Jason gives up in arguing with this lunatic, he readies his hands, ready to blast the Mocked with his energy the moment he advances. I can't understand humans, but I found you lot even more unsightly. He removes his blue coat that drapes his shoulder and transmutes it into a gold sword. Bring him back. Cortana's voice sounds from Mock's wristband as he raises his sword. Fine, as a gold statue then. Mocked undoes the transmutation, putting his coat back on his shoulders. It appears that a warrior death was denied to you. Without his sword, Mocked advances at a speed you would not expect of someone using such regal attire. Jason was prepared. He didn't hesitate in releasing an omnidirectional blast of energy, a power he acquired from in the AIM when he was a child, ! But to his surprise, hexagonal transparent shields appear in front of Mocked like a honeycomb to protect the demon. With an extended hand, Mocht blocks the blast while advancing slowly at Jason. Aya. Jason puts more effort into his attack, trying to break Mocht's guard and turn him into ashes. To be fair, some cracks appear in Mocht's shield, but the demon is an experienced fighter. He replaces his barrier with a new layer periodically as he advances. At the moment he reaches Jason, it will be over, but the outcome is already clear. On one side you have an experienced being that fought many battles, in the other, you have a youngster that cowardly ambushes and attacks mutants. The latter uses such a simplistic attack and strategy that Mocht ponders if this is not a trap. It's not. Mocht silently looks at the new gold statue impassively, no emotion in his calm eyes. Coming to this world opened a box of opportunities to the demon, a bigger world where maybe he will find his call, that will make him feel something. For now, he found himself disappointed. One for you. One for you. To you too. And you. Bam and pow sounds accompany Harley's words as she jumps around hitting a genetically modified monstrosity with her oversized hammer. Butchie, a last mean swing, crushes a huge monster dog like a tomato on the ground. That's fun, like a whack-a-mole game. She sighs satisfied while wiping some sweat from her forehead. She presses a button on her hammer, making the thing shift a little, and she shoots a blast of energy from the tip, hitting another genetically modified animal and turning it into minced meat. What she is using is something similar to Jace's Hextech hammer that Hector created. At least one of us is having fun. Shago's voice is laced with disgust as she burns some other creatures, leaving only the metal skeletons and prosthetics behind. How many of those weapons projects exist again? I think Idolin said that goes up to 14. Helena says over the comm before kicking some unconscious scientists and guards on a portal in the ground. She is in a high position sniping the enemies. Right now they are in a branch laboratory of the Weapon Plus project, the same that made Logan what he is today. This branch appears to be trying to create living weapons using animals and mutant genes. And also imbuing the poor creatures with weapons. Honk. These people don't know when to quit, huh? Shago rolls her eyes, as she looks around at anything interesting. They can't let anything pass because this place will soon cease to exist. Honk. They are winning, why would they stop? Helena answers honk, what is this fucking sound? She finally snaps and goes over the edge to look down. There she saw Harley squeezing her own breasts. Honk honk. Each squeeze emits the sound of a honk. Please don't tell me he gave you a power that turns your boobs in a clown honking horn. Helena squeezes her temples as she closes her eyes to escape reality. Isn't fun? Ha ha ha, Harley shouts very happy, honk honk honk, I have honkers knockers. Honk honk. Helena and Shago look at the girl like she is a cloud dash, like she is an idiot. Huntress even gives Shago a look that means, see why I was against it. Why does he even have a power like that? Helena sighs. He said once that he had a lot of strange powers that he grabbed because one day maybe would be useful, but... Honking breasts. Lady Jade says unsure, what next? A dick that glows if you break it. Like those glow sticks. Yada, 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 just enjoy the little things of life, girls. Harley mimics their yapping with a mocking gesture of her hand. You should have chosen something more useful. Huntress gives her a judgmental look. Harley shrugs, I saw this power in that tablet of his and asked for it. My dear Panicotta is very supportive of my decisions, that's why I love him. My dear what? Panicotta. It's Lady Jade's turn to give her a judgmental look, don't go around giving him pet names. Why not? He is okay with that. He is not okay, he simply doesn't care. But you're annoying him, I bet. You don't know that. He likes all of me. All. You are the one that knows nothing. You arrived now and already want to sit by the window. Shago uses one of Hector's sayings, I was the one that opened that guy's heart, benefiting even you. I walk so that you could run, girl. Thanks, Grandma. Harley answers sarcastically. What grandma? You're older than me. It's because I have PhD. Sorry about my high qualifications. Huntress observes everything with tired eyes, she is already suffering from the understanding that this is her life now. The landing of Cassandra close to them is what stops the argument. Done. In her shadow attire, she gives them a peace sign. Then we are done here, let's move to the next lab. Huntress communicates with Helena, seriously considering splitting up and going solo. Let's go, I need to find someone strong to test my new powers. Harley shouts excitedly. Don't jinx it, let the trouble to the other groups. Shago huffs, and him. Bang bang bang. Shots are fired in a corridor, trying to hit a white figure, but the figure is too fast. He advances zigzagging to dodge the bullets, and sometimes deflects the projectiles with his swords. Hector as Ghostmaker moves in a three-directional way, jumping from ground to roof to wall to the opposite. His unpredictable movements make the soldiers attempt to hit him futile, as they panic more and more. Swashy finally gets close, and slashes dozens of soldiers in what seems to be one move. I gave you all the chance to run, he says in an indifferent voice as he looks down on the dead bodies. Sometimes he is assaulted by the thought of what a waste when he sees those people dying from such a ridiculous cause, but it goes away fast. They are all adults, with blood on their hands already, fully aware of what they have done. With his, still dripping with blood, sword he slashes a mechanical door in smaller parts, opening the path to the rest of the hidden lab. It looks like a giant hole that you need to go down in a spiral close to the walls, where you would pass through the different floors of this facility. He walks calmly to the edge of the floor and jumps from it instead of taking the elevator or stairs. As he falls, he sees the facilities that produce weapons, make tests, stock equipment, and all that. He already makes sure that no one can escape this place, so he is jumping straight to the heart of the laboratory, to end it all. He lands on the ground with a loud thud, doing a superhero landing for fan service and slowly straightening himself. Abraham Cornelius, and everyone. He greets the scared scientists with a nod. All of them are scrambling in a corner of this session of the lab. The old Dr. Cornelius started but was interrupted. Spare your words, Doctor. Use them to signal to me your most valuable personnel. Ghostmaker rotates his sword with his wrist. I will take you in them, but the rest. He left the threat hanging in the air. Dr. Abraham Cornelius looks defiantly at the white figure threatening him. This unknown man is dangerous, but he doesn't believe that he doesn't have the means to deal with him. You want my most valuable personnel? Fine, the doctor says, and at the same time an agile figure jumps at Ghostmaker from the shadows. Ghostmaker dodges the sneak attack with a casual sidestep, looking down at the woman that just destroyed the ground where he was standing previously with her adamantium claws. Lady Deathstrike doesn't waste time in removing her long claws from the ground and swinging at him with a spin. Chink. But to her surprise, and every one of the scientists and soldiers watching, Ghostmaker's sword successfully stops her. So the two are armed with adamantium. This maybe will take a long time, bam or not. Ghostmaker kicks her stomach with a powerful kick, sending her flying at a wall. This act alone shocks the bystanders even more. Ghostmaker is also a little surprised too, for different reasons. So you're part cyborg? He comments as Lady Deathstrike leaves the hole in the wall, mostly unscathed. Any thought behind those eyes? Or are you an unfeeling machine? She doesn't answer, keeping an impassive face as she advances again. Then I will not bother capturing you in a harmless way. I will convert you later. Not only her claws but also Lady Deathstrike's hands enlarge as she dashes, her long reach giving her an edge. But with a double grip on his katana, Ghostmaker parries her attack and redirects her to the side, and then he brings down his sword or her extended arm. In response, instead of trying to dodge, she plans to block it with one hand, maybe even grabbing it, and then attacking him with another. Ghostmaker mentally scoffs at that, as in the next instant he swings his katana in an up-down motion, and slices her arm clean. Arrogant or ignorant? He asks her. It can be heated and vibrate at high frequencies. He shows off his katana, explaining why in the crash between equally durable materials, he was the one that came on top. He puts on a samurai stance again. Next he is gonna dodge her swing or stab, and cut her legs. But then it seems people around here don't respect a 1v1 because the remaining soldiers started blasting Ghostmaker with bullets. But the bullets have no effect on him. Okay, I played long enough on the street level. Let's wrap this up. He suddenly says, disappearing from his position. Lady Deathstrike's remaining limbs fly in different directions, but she is the lucky one. Many soldiers and scientists lost their heads at the same time. Like a ghost, he reappears in front of Dr. Cornelius. Monster. His answer is to raise his hand before knocking him down with the kashira, pommel, of his katana. The scientist has a lot of karma to pay yet. No. PL please. The man cries as the hot barrel of the gun is pressed on his forehead, but without delay, his brains are blasted out. Bang. Ugh, so you walk on the bad path and do not expect a bad ending. Come on. Red Hood Hector shows his disappointment in those who cry and beg on their final moments, after spending a lifetime doing atrocities to others. They have no right to do that. That never gonna happen with me mentality pisses him off a little. He is not gonna lie. This facility in particular is financed by some members of the Hellfire Club. That's why Hector came here with one of his bodies. Thorn Princess, Widowmaker and... What is your codename again? He says on his comm, I told you some people called me Spider. Yuri Han answers. Air. No, the spider motif is with another group. Whatever, just go crazy around this base, don't let anyone get close to me. Fine. Okay. Roger that. The three answers before he ends the call. Red Hood walks to the central computer without worry, plugs in his wristband and the computer lights up, the many screens flashing crazily as a plethora of images and information appear on it and disappear at high speeds. Obviously, he is fast enough to captain and read it even as Cortana does her magic. Dr. Stephen Lang, huh? He comments as he stares at the screen that changes so fast that would give someone epilepsy. Worthington. Angel's father. So he pulled back a little. He was tricked, thinking he was investing in a cure to his son's mutation. Friedrich von Rome. Pierce. Leland is a meta. Oh, Braddock, he is related to Jamie Braddock and Elizabeth Braddock, the other Psylocke, aka Captain Britain. Ah yes, I need to check on her later. He sees names, dates, numbers. Then he suddenly laughs. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Those idiots visited the facilities and kept the security footage. Rich people really love to show their faces and act like they're doing something, huh? He almost doubles down at laughing. There's footage of many investors receiving a tour through the installations like he is visiting a normal factory. That's too easy, man. Too easy. He centers himself with a sigh. Cortana, please, organize everything and separate what is safe to be exposed to the world. It's a thin line between exposing those people's misdeeds and not giving any ideas to other villains. He is ready to destroy some rich people. Funny how half of the club is metas and the other half hates metas. Most unaware of each other. He shakes his head. Shaw is playing the double game. Hiding his powers to make the others kill strong metas, like me. Then what? Kill the humans that hate metas. It's such a simple plan, but effective. Though he is underestimating the Sentinel's detection abilities. He disconnects from the computer as Cortana uploads everything he needs. He walks through some corridors, shooting some soldiers, prototype robots, and defensive turrets. Entering a big room, he ignores the many robots under construction, body parts in chemical vats and other things that you would see in an evil organization lab and goes straight to a corner. There, a bunker stays, isolated. So here is where you are. He comments after seeing what is inside, seeing who is inside. He Asian and hot. Shago will not like it, master. Cortana teases him, she can see whatever he sees. It's not my fault. He rolls his eyes as he defends himself from the accusations. Cortana, contact caretaker to take the girls to the B2 location, they can do it on their own now. He says. After observing their capabilities upon close, Red Hood will start acting alone. The test to the trio starts now. Come, let's get Cindy Moon out there. And recheck everything while comparing with the actions of Hydra. They have a hand on this pie too. Boom. A huge explosion shakes the mountain chain, a certain isolated location. The ground opens with rocks and trees flying everywhere as Eidolon shoots to the sky at high speeds, but he stops in the air and looks down. This is his main body. The ground continues to shake even after his escape, cracks spreading through it as the earth moves in natural ways. He looks at everything calmly, his eyes piercing through the ground, giving him a clear view. I'm not one to wait for cutscenes. He says in an even voice as he brings his hand out. Energy coalesces on his palm as electricity runs amok around him. He makes a casual throw motion, and the highly condensed ball of energy flies from his palm to the mountain range. Boom. The ball releases its energy at contact, creating an enormous pillar of light that practically evaporates the small mountain. The wind is strong enough to uproot the trees. Eidolon maintains his impassive face as he looks at the destruction, using your babies as protection. The one that he is talking about is revealed slowly. A giant figure appears from the hole caused by the explosion. It's a giant robot, not smaller than a skyscraper. The babies in question were smaller robots. Smaller when compared to the giant robot, because the babies are nothing less than the infamous Sentinels. Even the smaller ones are at least 20 feet tall. The Sentinels' appearance is their usual humanoid forms, mostly covered in purple, but most of them don't appear to be complete. They lack outer armor. It's possible to see their circuits and other parts of their mechanic skeletons. That's because Eidolon earlier destroyed the complete ones. And the whole project is also in its initial stage. The giant master mold is not fully operational just yet. Master Mold is the name of the independent and autonomous Sentinel manufacturer, capable of producing and churning out Sentinels from within its own being or through an external manufacturing apparatus. You're the reason things get out of control. Eidolon talks about the dark future of the X-Men, but I guess the blame falls on the idiot that decided to create you. From Master Mold, more and more incomplete Sentinels get out like ants defending their colony. HMPF, none of you are escaping. Eidolon acts fast. He opens his arms widely, and slowly closes them in front of himself. As his arms move, his palms getting closer and closer, some sort of invisible pressure is applied in the robots. He is manipulating the gravity, changing its vectors to a certain point in the master mold. The Sentinels are pushed back, and some trees and rocks too. With enough time, a mountain-sized ball of robots floats in the air. Bunch of cockroaches. He says in disgust, let's take a page of Superman's book. He moves below the ball, after making double sure that he is not letting any Sentinel escape, and pushes it out of the atmosphere. He does not stop even after he leaves the planet. He flies and flies. His speed increases with each second that passes. He is going on a 30 to 40 minute trip to the sun. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed, till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 84, Attacking the Haters, Part. Boom. The ground rumbles and opens like a cardboard box. From the cracks, something erupts like a volcano expelling solid lava, but it's not lava. It's a building, an underground structure that is being ripped off the earth by a greater power. Magneto floats on a metallic platform as he slowly raises his hand, exerting his powers. Fabian Cortez is at his side, ready to give him some support with his powers. The entire base is slowly uprooted from the ground by the Omega-level meta. After raising the base enough that he is on the same level with it, he approaches floating in his metal platform. He opens a part of the facility's wall like a sardine can, and from there Mystique and Sabretooth appear, leading a ragged group that one can easily guess that are prisoners, experiments, or worse. He added Mystique to his group on his own after the meeting, no reason to follow Eidolon's orders so thoroughly. With a flick of his hand, the platform beneath his feet grows enough to accommodate everyone to step in. Some are fearful because of the height. Don't look down, and even if you fall I will catch you. Magneto says to comfort them. Eventually, they all stepped on the platform, no one was left behind. Is this everyone? He asks. Yes. Mystique answers. Are you sure? I double-checked, Sabretooth interrogated many too, and this thing here. Mystique raises her wrist, hacked the computer, showing a map of the base. Magneto finally gives a nod of acknowledgement, bringing his metal platform away from the floating base. When he is far enough he squeezes his hand and the huge base is crumbled into a ball like a sheet of paper, then he dismissively lets it fall into the open hole in the ground, not fitting very well but he doesn't care. He just showed great feats of power and control, making the rescued victims gasp in awe. What is the next location? He asks. Mystique checks her wristband for some time, getting used to the device. A little far away, the one unmarked by the other groups. Should we drop those people in Charles's mansion? She points at the rescued people with her thumb. Apparently if I press this button, I can communicate with his teleporter. She says. The Brotherhood teleporter is with other groups, raiding other bases. Magneto asks himself if that was deliberately made by Eidolon to separate them. Do it then. Mystique calls, a portal to the X-Men mansion. She says, waiting to see what happens. No one answers from the other side, but her wristband beeps 2 times and a portal slowly appears a meter in front of her. Okay, people. It's safe on the other side. Mystique leads the people to step into the portal. Some are too fearful or wary to do that, so she even went to the other side with them. After a little work, she comes back and presses the same button on the wristband, asking the portal to be closed. And it's done without another word. Handy. She praises. What do you think of Eidolon, Raven? Magneto suddenly asks as he starts flying in a certain direction, taking them with him on the platform. He would not ask any of Eidolon's people to teleport him. We talked about it before, no. She gives him a glance. I'm asking again now. This is a tricky question to ask because her view of Eidolon changed since they talked after his debut. Her lover, Destiny, had that vision, and she finally met him personally. That's why Magneto is asking again. You're probably the best judge of people that I know. Tell me what you think of him. Magneto continues. Mystique looks forward a little to organize her thoughts, to decide what to say and what not to say. He is a good person. Good, in the sense he is truthful in what he said to us, truthful in his actions too, that's the most important. She explains, not that I think he doesn't have a dark side or an agenda. Maybe he has some personal objective and vendetta. I don't believe he is a saint, but he is more a good person than a bad one. He could have approached this differently. She gesticulates around her, to talk about the whole situation. I can think in many different ways that he could have manipulated or misguided us. But he was upfront, hence why he is reliable. Truthful. And in general a good person. At least about what matters to us and our race. She finishes, giving her true feelings but hiding a little too. Like the fact that Destiny said that Eidolon was their best chance, their last/only hope. Whatever Eidolon is doing, even with some hidden intentions, will result in the best outcome for the mutant race. She just needs to make sure to be alive at this happy ending. This is one of the reasons why she is subtly trying to stop Magneto from antagonizing the black-clad hero. Nothing good will come if they fight. Literally nothing. I agree. To her surprise, Magneto agrees with her. Mystique almost lets her well-trained and permanent mask slip for an instant. You like him? It's not a question. There's any reason to dislike him. Beyond his big mouth, he never did anything to me. Magneto comments offhandedly. No, I guess not. I'm just surprised. I can humor him for some time. After all, it's not like he is sitting and doing nothing, right? They finally arrive at the next location. Magneto can feel the hidden amount of metal inside the mountain, and I know if he fails, he will tilt more to mine than to Charles's side. Magneto prepares himself to destroy their defenses and let Mystique and Sabretooth go inside. Are you gonna pause your plans? We are so close to the method of forcefully awakening X-genes, or meta-genes if you want to call that way. Mystique asks. No hurry. Like I said, it's not like we are doing nothing. They are saving his people, and from everything he rambled about, I can agree wholeheartedly with one. He raises his hand to the mountain. The side of the mountain explodes as Magneto opens many entrances in the hidden facility. We are on the winning side. Project Psyche. Jean is starting to understand the reason why Idolin assigned this location to her. A branch of the Weapon Plus project, a still-in-the-beginning investment, focused on creating weapons to fight one of the most fearsome types of mutants, the Psychics. Obviously, they want this type of power for themselves too. Project Psyche is the non-official Weapon 14. They research everything regarding the mutants' mind-based powers. From trying to replicate Magneto's helmet, to creating living weapons that can use psychic abilities. Marvel Girl, Nightcrawler, and Cyclops invaded this facility, which is isolated on a small private island, without a problem. They invaded just after one of Idolin's clones attacked the place with an EMP blast. The time before the laboratory recovered was enough for them to infiltrate the first line of defense. Their strategy is simple. Jean would shut off the mind of any enemy, and Cyclops deals with the enemies without a mind, like gun turrets and other defensive machines. There's a room behind this wall. Jean says in Nightcrawler's mind, as bullets rain on them and they take cover. Bamf, the demon-looking meta, disappears, leaving behind the light smell of sulfur. That's their coordinated attack. Jean would detect the enemy's minds and tell Kurt their location. He would act on the sidelines as she and Cyclops would advance steadily. It works pretty well. The laboratory defenses are subpar at best. They advance without problems to the depths of the facility till they reach the heart of Project Psyche. Jesus! Jean can't help but exclaim. A scene straight out of a horror movie stretches around them in all directions. Brains floating and being preserved in unknown liquids, dissected human bodies in metal tables, screens showing scenes of torture. It is more of a slaughterhouse than a laboratory. Now I understand why he is okay with killing those people. Jean comments, receiving a tight nod from Cyclops. It's simply too infuriating to see how they treated people just like them, like they were animals. Those people evil knows no bounds. Idolin decided to leave how to deal with the enemies with them because he wanted them to reach their own conclusions. So that his disdain and prejudice against those people would not influence the X-Men members' heads and morals. Many of them are really nice people, some are made of tougher stuff, but most of them are soft. Let them see for themselves and see how the experience will mold them. They notice some movement between the rows of bodies and screens. Stop! Jean shouts as she extends her hand and her mind, reaching for whatever is there, stopping its movements. The person trips, revealing himself to be a scientist hunting to some controls, but in his fall he is able to touch a panel. TSSSSS. The sound of pressure escaping a previously sealed space comes from the wall, and then a chamber slowly moves, opening itself. Be careful. It's a person. Jean warns. Cyclops' hand goes to his visor. Wait. We don't know if it's an enemy. But the chances are high. And can be out of control. It can be someone that was experimented on, like Logan. Just to make sure then. Cyclops shoots his optic beam into the panel, trying to stop the emergence of whatever is being released. At the same time, Jean tries to connect with the individual, but she feels some instinctive resistance. It's someone with telepathic powers too, or other kind of psychic power. Cyclops makes the machine stop, just enough to stop the coffin-like machine from fully opening. Boom. But the person inside woke anyway, and with an invisible blast the confinement was open. Slowly, a woman appears from behind the steam. She has red hair like Jean, but that is where the similarities end. Her hair is dark red and curly in an afro style, and her face is divided in two, like she only put makeup on one side, creating a goth aesthetic. She is garbed in medical clothes and has some wires connecting to her head. Jean once again tries to communicate with the woman telepathically. Out of my head, bitch. The woman shouts and sends a mental attack back at Jean, but the member of the X-Men is more experienced and skilled than her. I'm trying to help you. Jean tries to calm the woman down, but luck is not on her side. Suddenly flames fly in her direction. It appears that the other woman has fire powers too. Jean gets annoyed for some reason. She is being completely ignored and dismissed when she is trying to help. Unfortunately for her, it's an uphill battle. This woman is called Mary Walker, also known in Marvel Comics as Typhoid Mary, a mutant with psionic powers and dissociative identity disorder, a problematic combination. Her 3 personalities give her 3 different powers. Telepathy, telekinesis, and pyrokinesis. It's an extreme case that would make Idolin remember another someone. Her dissociative identity disorder is even capable of changing her appearance slightly when she changes personalities. Similar to how he once saw happen with Doppio and Diavolo in the JoJo universe. Okay then, enough is enough. Jean grits her teeth as she blocks the fire with her telekinesis. The telepathic battle is starting to give her a headache. I will knock you out and then we talk calmly. Cyclops tried to help, but Typhoid Mary sent a whole lot of lab apparatus in his direction, burying him in machines and wires. But that moment of distraction was enough to allow Jean to gain momentum, and then it's over. There's even someone with greater psionic raw power than Jean Grey. It's not a fair battle after all. With a shout and a push of her arms, Jean suppressed Typhoid Mary's flames, mind, and telekinetic powers. Arg. She is pressed against the wall, a human-shaped hole embracing her body as she still tries to resist. I said, enough. Jean pressed even more. Outwardly nothing notable happened. Some objects were thrown in many directions, and the light flickered a little. After all, Jean's telekinetic powers are not on the Omega spectrum. But someone that can see a psychic fight would be blinded by the wave of psionic energy that was emanated by Jean. The whole place was filled with it. Even Scott, Kurt, and the other enemies were hit by it. They felt like someone hit their head with a frying pan, even if they were not the target of the attack. Now you can sleep. Jean floats in the middle of the room, her hair defying gravity like she is underwater, her eyes shining with power. Whatever resistance Mary could muster is crushed and she eventually falls unconscious by sheer exhaustion. A point to Jean for not giving her brain damage. She still softens Mary's fall with her powers too. Bamf. What happened? Nightcrawler appears. Some living weapon, I guess. Jean took glimpses of Mary's mind, so she could do more than guess. Can you connect your wristband to the computer, Nightcrawler? Okay. Bamf the meta teleports just some meters away to do his task. And what about her? Cyclops approaches, noticing Jean's telekinetic grip on the fallen Mary. She is problematic. But a victim. Let's take her back to the professor and Eidolon. Jean says. He has no reason to disagree, so he nods. Cyclops checks his wristband to see the progress of his friends. Many also completed the raid of one base, some went back to the mansion after the said raid, and some went to attack a second base. There's still some places on the list. He points. It even shows some places where their friends are fighting if they want to go as reinforcements. They only need to raid one base, after that they are free to continue or not. What do you think? She asks. Are you tired? No. Then we continue till no place was left, then we join with the others. In a forest, the sound of explosions and gunshots can be heard. This is just like Budapest. Deadpool shouts as he and Logan run in the middle of a rain of bullets. What the hell are you talking about? Wolverine replies angrily. It's a reference. We are like old war buddies back in business. We should make a movie together. It would be shit. It would save the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The two continue to run and cut enemies, one using his katanas, the other with his claws. Their conversation was heard by the two other members of this group, Rogue and Polaris. Each of them fighting their own battle. I'm glad I didn't absorb anything from that guy. Rogue comments with a deadpan face as she fights some armored soldiers. Rogue is stronger now, and she didn't even absorb Eidolon or anyone this time. Thanks to the 2 shots of absorption that she had from Eidolon in the past, her body changed and became better. Like she was injected with the super soldier serum. Her instinctive control over her personal energies also increased. She is a respectable street-level fighter now. I don't even want to hear him. The other member of the group comments as she flings a jeep in a battalion. Lorna Dane, aka Polaris, is the recently discovered daughter of Magneto. Like her father, the green-haired mutant, has powers over the electromagnetic spectrum, but only at the alpha level. Her relationship with her father is complicated, to say the least, but he is all she has now, so she is tagging along. Eidolon even put her on a team without any of Magneto's minions, maybe as a way of presenting her another path. Beyond that, the team has a good compatibility. Deadpool and Wolverine are one of the few mutants that Rogue can absorb, if the situation goes bad, and not go out of commission. And magnetism can be good with Wolverine when is on his side. We reached the entrance. Logan says as they see a huge metal gate imbued in the wall of the hydroelectric plant that is the cover to the lab. Boom. Polaris deals with the gate easily enough. You all can enter, I'm better outside. She says. From the distance, they can hear the sound of cars, and maybe tanks and helicopters, approaching. I will let the escape route clear. Also, prevent them from being surrounded in a pincer attack. I will help. Rogue says while facing the outside. Then we go, together. Deadpool looks at Logan amorously while raising his hand. Wolverine groans before heading inside. He likes playing hard to get. Deadpool follows him a second later. Wolverine relentlessly advances through the laboratory like a wild beast. Not bothering to dodge any bullet or grenade thrown at him, the attacks do nothing more than slow him down a little. He is angry. This place remembers him a little too much of the lab where he was remade. With the help of Charles Xavier he accessed his lost memories, recovering his past, his painful past. Then he went on a hunt for the key locations, searching for the answers that his memories would not give him. Answers and revenge. He did it, but now he knows that is not enough. This whole place is like the materialized proof of what he did. That what he went through meant nothing. This whole place makes him angry. And an angry Wolverine is the nightmare of whoever is on his path. His adamantium claws cut guns, limbs, armor, heads. It's a bloodbath that is very well used to. Your supersuit is all dirt, the yellow does not go well with this line of job, you know. It's okay, I committed the same mistake in the beginning. That's why I switched to red. To add to his anger he can still hear Deadpool's annoying voice in his ear. But well, we would get too similar if you wear red. He is starting to imagine that his enemies are wades beneath their masks and helmets. But that can be good too. Like a team. Wolverine is doing his best to filter Wade's voice, for once the sound of flesh being cut and screams is a preferable and more pleasant option. Deadpool, beyond making a comment every 3 steps, also provides support by shooting the enemies that are out of the range of Logan's claws. They move through hallways and floors, found an elevator that was cut off, and then they have to jump in the tunnel. They break their legs, are shot, cut, receiving explosions in the face, but they never stop advancing. Ye show off those hairy pecs, we can't go without fan service. Deadpool comments after a particularly big explosion destroys the upper half of Logan's clothes. Finally, they reach their final destination, an open but hidden space in the BAC, an escape route to the important people. They arrive just in time to see some helicopters being boarded. Oh, Logan. Long time no see. A man pauses his walk to the helicopter to turn around and address Wolverine. William Stryker, the main responsible for the weapon project, and is specially involved with Weapon X and Logan. Stryker. Wolverine growls. So you recovered your memory, I guess that much. Should I call you James Howlett then? Stryker says in a provocative tone. Will be hard to talk with open neck. Snicked. Hey, you never change, Logan. Unfortunately, I can't give you any attention now, but don't worry. I brought you a friend. With a signal, some of Stryker's men move on the other helicopter. They open a casket and one of them puts a hand on it, fiddling with something. The duo discovers what is happening in the next instant. It's a living weapon that they're releasing on them, a test subject, said living weapon teleporting in front of them to block their path. The first to react is Deadpool, even the white eyes of his costume widening in shock. Oh, man. Come on. Really? Deadpool from X-Men Origins. My worst enemy. He shouts inconsolably, I swear to God, if you guys call Green Lantern here too I'm losing it. A clone. Logan asks, seeing Wade's face on their enemy, I like this one, his mouth is shut. Standing between them and the helicopters it's a shirtless and hairless clone of Wade. Some tattoos go over his body and his mouth appears to be sealed shut unnaturally. Slowly a single katana gets out from between each of his knuckles, not different from Logan's claws, as he advances at the two. He takes a step forward and disappears. Shit. Deadpool exclaims when his legs are suddenly cut off, they will grow back all fucked up now. Wolverine doesn't waste time in jumping the clone of Wade, Weapon 11. The imbued katana met the claws, neither of them losing the clash, both of them are made of adamantium. A little far from them, the helicopters start flying off. Logan tries to pursue but Weapon 11 teleports in front of him and kicks him away before blasting him with an optic beam. That's Slim's thing. Logan comments as he rubs his bruised torso. How this clone has Cyclops power is a question he can't answer now. Deadpool is crawling on the ground like a slug, trying to get his fallen unicorn backpack. Oi, Magneto Jr. Helicopter running away at 2 o'clock or 8 o'clock, I don't know, we are inside a mountain. He shouts to Polaris in his communicator. Weapon 11 teleports close to him and stabs his torso and his head with his 2 imbued katanas, nailing him on the ground. Yo. Deadpool goes dumb by being stabbed in the brain, but he still groggily pulls a pistol and shoots lazily in the overall direction of his clone. Once again, Weapon 11 teleports away. But dangerously close to Logan, the feral mutant doesn't waste the opportunity in jumping the clone. Fearing that his opponent would simply teleport away, Wolverine latches on him like a rabid animal. His claws sank into Weapon Chi's flesh, meeting the resistance of an adamantium skeleton. The 2 living weapons roll on the ground in an ugly fight. Deadpool recovers and finally reaches his backpack. Yeah. Hold this almost handsome evildoer there. He opens the back of the fluffy unicorn and puts his arm till his elbow inside without a problem. I have just the thing to deal with him. I love that prepared bastard. He starts taking things out of his bag of holding unicorn backpack. RPG. No. Chinchilla. No. Strap-on. No. He takes random things out, cursing himself for not being a more organized guy. He drops the random things on the ground, the little animal running away, chimichanga. No. Latex BDSM costume. Almost. Spider-Man's S-picture. Moi but no. He gives it a kiss before keeping it in his pocket. Can you hurry up? Logan shouts as his fight gets more and more problematic. The two can't do much to each other, even if weapon 11 options and attack potency are higher, is still not something that can deal with Logan permanently, and the same goes for Wolverine. They are simply cutting each other like two perpetual motion machines that produce blood. Don't attract his attention to me, Kaya. As he feared, weapon 11 disengages from Wolverine and teleports to attack Deadpool. In a hurry, Deadpool takes the first thing he can grab from his backpack unicorn and shoves it at weapon 11. Number, eat it up, foreplay, okay, 3, 2, 1. You know I'm the hottest, you ain't ever gotta heat me up. A smartphone showing She-Hulk twerking. Swish crack. Weapon 11 swings his imbued katana down and cuts the smartphone in two. I would do the same. You're really my clone. Deadpool nods impressed. The clone in question goes for another swing, this time aiming at the head of the red anti-hero. Luckily Logan intervenes by jumping on the other living weapon. Another bloody battle ensues, but this time it seems something unlocked on weapon 11, he is using more of his teleportation, completely dominating Wolverine. Deadpool continues to go through his backpack. Again, weapon 11 reappears above him, ready to strike. I was waiting for you. Deadpool says, his back turned to his clone, then he suddenly turns around with a strange weapon in hand. It looks like a gun, but the barrel is a comically large and cone-shaped. I'm Batman. He says in a deep voice before blasting the clone. Instead of bullets, what hits him are small black balls that get stuck in his body. Not only that, but the balls start growing at an incredible rate. In seconds the dozen balls are already covering 70% of weapon 11 as he struggles to move. He erratically teleports around, but the balls continue to be stuck on him, at some point he can't teleport anymore. It's unknown if it's because he has a weight limit on his power or for another reason. Not only did the balls increase in weight, they finally got stuck on the ground, so he would have to have a really strong teleportation power to carry all that weight and fight all that resistance. Those balls are a neat invention of Syndrome from The Incredibles, an excellent restraining weapon. Hector improved it even more by having Minoru Mineta's quirk as a base. In the instant, the balls come in contact with oxygen, and at the normal ambient temperature, they start expanding. The same principle of fermentation. The weakness is the cold, so if someone freezes it, it would not only stop the expansion but also make it fragile and brittle. Unfortunately to weapon 11, he doesn't have ice powers in his kit. As a side note, heat makes the balls increase even more and faster, making them lose their structural integrity, tuning in an amorphous mass that retains the sticky propriety but becomes more like a liquid. If you had that, you should have used it earlier. Wolverine still finds something to complain about while watching the completely stuck-in-place weapon 11. Give me a break. All those toys are new. Deadpool sighs from the ground, uppies, he extends his arms and closes and opens his hands, like a toddler asking to be carried. No. Come on. I don't have legs, man. I thought that you of all people, a teacher who came from an institution like the Xavier School for Gifted Students, that values equal treatment to all, would be the first to help. But here we are. Wolverine is an ableist. I'm a war veteran too. Injured in combat. Did you know that I'm a cancer survivor too? Cancelled. Cancelled. Twitter, do your thing. Whiteman said something controversial. He trashes on the ground like a Geodude. Wolverine ignores Deadpool's yapping not only because it's annoying, but also because he is hearing something coming from above. Looking up he has a pleasant vision of the helicopter that escaped crashing down. A small explosion occurs and the helicopter bursts in flames. It seems that Polaris was capable of blocking their escape. But to the surprise of Wolverine and Deadpool who watch the seemingly fatal crash, a man walks out of the flames, apparently unbothered by it. Stryker. Logan growls again, narrowing his eyes to the strange scene. There's more than the eye can see in the seemingly normal sergeant of the army. I suffered an accident 2 years ago. Stryker comments. Karma. Logan spats. A blessing in disguise. The sergeant smiles a little crazy, you are not the only one that went through a procedure, Weapon X. Wolverine bristles at the mention of the name but he doesn't attack. He observes as Stryker's skin ripples, changing and revealing the truth. His arms, and unknown what more, are made of metal. Stryker is a half-cyborg. And is not hard to guess which metal he is made from. But Wolverine doesn't care. With a roar, the mutant runs to his enemy, claws already out, his face contorted in fury. A metallic sound echoes when Wolverine's claws meet Stryker's forearm. The sergeant goes for a punch with his other arm, but Logan crouches down and swipes at his torso. Once again a scratching metallic sound echoes. It seems that Stryker's modifications went beyond his limbs. Crank. Logan is kicked in the chin by Stryker's adamantium foot, sent flying far and hitting the ground like a heavy wrecking ball. It's your fault, Logan. Stryker gloats, if you're not so successful, the project would be shut down, but with such great living proof that is possible. How could we stop, right? Stryker jumps, trying to step on Logan's with his full body weight. Luckily, Logan is able to roll down to avoid the impact. Just in time because a small crater was formed on the ground where he was previously. Project X was just a little uncontrollable. We can fix that in the next ones, right? Stryker kicks Logan in the ribs, sending him flying again. First we took their mind, like with Weapon 11 over there. Not much different from a robot made of flesh. But you don't imagine what we did later. Stryker shows an evil smile. Like he knows a very funny joke. Something that Logan doesn't know. The existence of another clone. As he talks he approaches Logan for another strike, but the mutant is ready and retaliates fast. Twisting his torso with a spin, Logan lunges at Stryker, his claw drawing blood from the sergeant's face. The wound is not deep enough, just leaving a cut from jaw to eyebrow, thanks to Stryker's fast response. He lost an eye and Wolverine will not let the opportunity pass. The feral mutant attacks relentlessly, overwhelming his opponent with sheer brutality. One factor is decisive in this battle, Stryker does not have a healing factor. The blood from the wound covers his face, but the sergeant is still able to use his arms to stop Wolverine's attacks. Suddenly something hits Stryker, a small net that when touches him lights up with electricity. BZZZT-ARG. He screams in pain as he is zapped. This for making me relive my cringe past. Deadpool says with a grave voice, still on the ground, holding a strange weapon in his hands. Wolverine does not let the moment pass. With a shout, he pulls his arm back, and a full swing with his claws goes directly through Stryker's head. Swish. The sergeant, now a cyborg, stops in shock, his eyes wide. As he turns to look at Logan, his head slides off piece by piece. It's over. William Stryker is dead. Extra. About Deadpool crazy talk. I asked myself about that too. Hector sits with his legs crossed while he nurses a juice in his hand. He takes a sip. I was worried about his fourth wall breaking, but at the same time I don't plan to touch his mind, not even with Phoenix Force backing me up. But I have a guess. He takes his time taking a snack and savoring it. After a lot of probing and observing his behavior, I think I have the answer. He pauses dramatically. The truth is that not even he is fully aware of what he is talking about. He reveals with an amused smile, resting a cheek on his fist. So I'm not worried anymore. Hoo-hoo. Are you asking how? Well. He ponders the questions. It's like the knowledge beyond the fourth wall goes in and out of him. He says something outrageous, about some hidden deep secret that he totally shouldn't be aware of. But in the next instant, he forgot about that. Maybe his mind can't bear all that knowledge. Having a reader perspective is basically being omniscient, right? Maybe the jokes are a form of escapism, of putting the knowledge out. His brain, with a limited memory capacity, downloads the information and sends it through his mouth permanently. That's why I'm not worried. Hector takes a sip of his juice. Deadpool can't use his meta-knowledge properly. Obviously I will keep an eye on him. If for some reason, his mind develops a focus in, I don't know, killing the universe for example. He chuckles, maybe dangerous knowledge will be poured into his mind. Like heroes' and villains' weaknesses. A problematic guy. Hector sighs tiredly, but I'm here to give everyone a chance. To hope and help them to become the better versions of themselves. No Dark Phoenix, no superior Iron Man, no black suit Spider-Man. And Wade is no different. Hector smiles softly. Aren't you cute? Suddenly Deadpool appears, lying on the ground on his stomach, balancing his feet like a maiden in love. Shut up, Wade. How did you get into my interview moment? You know what? I don't even want to know. Hector shakes his head. He can do this too. Appear out of nowhere, have items that he shouldn't have. But the driving force behind his abilities appears to be purely comedy. Hector explains. I can't get in the way of your wish fulfillment story, after all. The readers that self-insert in you will get their feeling hurt. See. Deadpool's note, hello people, Wade here. If you guys don't do it points gun I'm gonna appear in your dreams with a pineapple pizza and meatloaf made of my male parts and force feed you while making you watch the Phase 4 of the MCU. Hee hee, I'm just kidding. But seriously, he is literally keeping me alive here. Do you want to kill old Wade? Do you want my blood in your hands? Do you want to deny me my toe-curling kissing scene with Wolverine? Points gun again. Damn it, this is annoying. Does every action is written like that because it's a novelization? Asterisk unzips pants, gruck. Authors here, hope you all enjoyed the chapter. Stay good y'all, till next time. Eidolon comes back next chapter to close this little arc. Bye bye. Chapter 85, Attacking the Haters, Part Final. Eidolon dumps Master Mold in the sun. He watches the skyscraper-sized machine being pulled and incinerated by the star of the solar system with an impassive gaze till it's completely destroyed. After that, he turns around to return to Earth. The travel back home will be even faster. There's a certain misconception in the power scaling community. They too easily attribute FTL, faster than light, speed to characters. Maybe they don't understand physics or how absurdly ridiculous fast light is. It's not because the character disappeared in a dash or moved faster than a bolt of lightning that the said character can move at light speed. It's simply a visual effect. Black Widow can dodge bullets by reading the trajectory of the barrel of the gun and moving as the finger presses the trigger. It doesn't mean she is faster than a bullet. Sometimes the character simply moves before the attack even happens. There's also the difference between fighting speed and traveling speed. To put things in perspective, someone who truly can travel at light speed can move around the Earth 7 times in a second. It's not a feat for anyone. Adding physics to that. Well, the oxygen in the atmosphere would combust, and the matter would turn into energy. It's simply not possible for someone who is street level to do that. Eidolon can react and fight at light speed, even though he needs to be very careful to not destroy everything around him. Traveling is another matter. In space, without air resistance, it's possible to have infinite acceleration, so you only need a strong body. Hence why he reached the sun so fast, almost at light speed, while carrying Master Mold. Now he is not carrying anything. His body changes, matter becomes energy, and in a streak of light, he moves back to Earth. Breaking the threshold that is light speed, a realm that is touched only by the cosmic level beings. Unfortunately, Eidolon can only emulate the strength and the speed of those cosmic beings with the combination of many powers. But on the other hand, it is a scary fact that he is already on this level by faking it. One can only imagine how strong he will be when he really rightfully steps on the same stage of the truly strong ones. As Eidolon travels as a streak of light back to Earth, he doesn't notice something in the sun. The surface of the star stirs lightly, like a wave moving beneath all the fire, or a whale moving close to the surface of the ocean. Someone with psychic powers would hear the faint cry of a bird before everything goes back to normal as nothing happened. On Earth, Red Hood Hector slowly stands up from his sitting position. First time that I separated the bodies so far away from each other. It gets hard to control. Makes sense. He comments with a shake of his head. Where I am again. Ah yes, Cindy Moon. He looks at the sealed bunker and pulls out a cylinder from the inner part of his tactical jacket. Shoo. He ignites a red lightsaber and approaches the bunker. Thrusting his hand forward, he opens a perfect circle on the metal easily, finding the interior filled with webs. She went on hibernation mode to protect herself. Red Hood decides to stop playing around with his tools and uses his real powers, even though they are not part of his Red Hood persona. With a tug of his telekinesis, he pulls the tons of webs out and then her. He puts the naked Cindy Moon on the ground. Professionally, he stares at her and notices that she doesn't look starved or dehydrated, even though she probably spent months like this. He pulls a black blanket off somewhere and puts it above her, to cover her modesty. Okay, wake up, and if you try to attack me, I'm punching you back. He snaps his fingers close to her face, using a power to create a strong smell that jolts her awake. Ga cough cough wah cough. As her lungs, blood veins, and other organs re-expand back to normal, Cindy goes through an unpleasant experience. The black blanket falls as she coughs on all fours. Red Hood looks away from the perky but pointing at him and waits patiently for her. This Yuki Rito luck is really something. Finally, she centers herself and looks around confused before her gaze stops on him. Blanket. He points at her while still looking away. She hastily covers herself and recoils away from him after noticing her state of undress. You must be confused, Ms. Moon. Who are you? She forces herself to say, in a slow and coarse voice. Red Hood. But I don't think saying this will help. He removes a bottle of water from somewhere and offers to her. Your disappearance was reported more or less a year ago. A year. She was carefully reaching for the bottle before she cried in alarm. You have a lot to catch up on. The world changed. He says the understatement of the century. Eidolon finally arrived at Earth's atmosphere. Coming back to his solid form, he looks down at the planet, and at the same time, he checks everyone's status and progress. As expected. Even a handful of metas is enough to deal with a military base worth of normal people. He comments after seeing the results. Even the slowest groups are dealing with the task without being in considerable danger. It's too early in the timeline, those groups don't have specialized anti-meta weapons. How can they deal with Iceman, Magneto, Jeaner, or even Shadowcat? He notices that some enemies escaped, but it's not a problem. He doesn't care about the lives of the low-level goons. He is not that forgiving with them personally because he sees that they are not forgiving of their victims either. A clean and fast death is mercy compared with what they do with the poor metas that fall on their hands. Time to do the cleanup, he says before disappearing from his place. Eidolon has places to be too, his main target finally acted and now it's the best time to end him. Oh, a hidden facility, a certain man hurriedly prepares his escape. Today is a bad day for him, many of the projects that he invested in are falling apart like badly built castles of cards. His paranoid mind would not allow him to stay still and wait for the danger to knock on his door. He is getting ready to flee and go into hiding for years, decades, centuries if necessary. It's a terrible decision that he has to make, but he is in danger of losing everything now, so the best option is to flee. A normal person would be raging, but he is too old to really care. Only a little mishap, it's not over yet. He says to himself. It's over, yes. Another male voice adds to his statement, making him turn around fast. Standing there is the biggest hero of the world and the greatest threat to his existence. Eidolon. Menacingly staring at him silently. Ah, finally, Eidolon sounds ecstatic. Fun story, I was searching for you for a long time, scanning through everyone possible, analyzing every piece of data. But you use Sublime as your surname. Ha ha ha. Cortana and I had a good laugh at my wasted effort. I could have very well Googled you. The hero walks around John Sublime, amusement evident in his steps and way of talking. Because of some past experiences, I didn't trust my meta-knowledge that much. However, my effort worked to corner you in the end. He sighs while talking. What are you talking about? The sentient bacteria tries to act confused. Please, let's not make this awkward. You know what? It doesn't matter. You will not live past today, Mr. Sentient Bacteria. As he finishes saying his piece, the temperature appears to drop considerably. The carefree demeanor was gone in an instant and Eidolon looked at Sublime with laser focus, his eyes two deep pools of darkness promising no mercy. You. How did you know? Sublime also takes off the mask and stares at Eidolon with a serious face. Someone told me. The hero lies. Someone. Him. If you know, why ask? Don't you think your final objective would annoy certain people? That damned pale freak. The bacteria seethes in rage. Eidolon secretly confirms his suspicions. Mr. Sinister is behind Sublime. The two are on top of Eidolon's list to be eliminated, but today the hero focuses on Sublime. Mr. Sinister can be more dangerous overall, but Sublime is even more slippery, he will deal with the bastard today. And Mr. Sinister is not actively trying to exterminate the mutant race. In truth, it's very much possible that Mr. Sinister would keep Sublime in check, not ever allowing him to put his plans in fruition. But it would be a cold day in hell when Eidolon trusts the willingness and the cautiousness of a villain that much. Sublime e-spaces a little from the control of Mr. Sinister and the result would be catastrophic. That's why he is dealing with the hater bacteria now while letting the pale geneticist live for more time. He knows that at some point he will not resist making a move. Ah, don't even try. Eidolon shakes his finger in a negative motion when he sees Sublime starting to move a little. It's checkmate. I investigated you thoroughly, everything and everyone you entered in contact with. Everything you did. Even till now, I waited till this moment where you would be cornered, so that when you entered your flee and hide mode, I would see the strange motions around the world, the strings that you're pulling. I know what you control, I found your hideouts. Even the fact that I'm still talking with you is simply to allow me to discover more. Thank you for poking your head out and trying to save as much as you could, Sublime. Eidolon talks as he approaches the helpless enemy, his eyes show that he is smiling from ear to ear behind his mask. Just now, as he kept an eye on other organizations and people, he noticed how they started moving strangely. Sublime showed the claws that sank deeply on them. And this is not enough. Eidolon still needs to interrogate him, a last investigation through the sentient bacteria mind. Unfortunately, his mind is very different from normal people's and difficult to read, if not Eidolon's work would be much simpler. Sublime also has telepathic powers, that is how he controls his hive mind, which makes the task of going through his mind extra difficult. But it's just a little extra work at this point. Eidolon says calmly and advances with his hand extended. It's so easy that is almost underwhelming. Months of preparation paid off in the end. There's a reason why this guy fought against the mutant race using dirt tactics of mind-controlling people and slowly increasing the prejudice against them through the media. Sublime is powerless against a meta. Eidolon grabs his head and John Sublime's whole body goes into stasis. Now Cortana, compare the sample with all the previously prepared antibiotics, find the best match and improve it. Idolin orders, Suddenly a door opens and dozens of people get out from a secret room and advance at Idolin like beasts. The children, I think. He says calmly as he is jumped from all sides. With a flex of his powers, his mantle shifts a little. Then Siko bursts out of his mantle and without wasting time slashes through the enemies with her katana. Those enemies are bioengineered living weapons. Looking closely one would notice their similarity with Sabretooth, they're at least 50% clones of him. They all have physical enhancing powers, with some having optic beams. Idolin looks at Siko having fun cutting them with an impassive gaze. This is a Mr. Sinister thing 100%. The guy must have Cyclops genetic material, so he must have imprinted on his mind the desire to mate with Jean Grey. Without another word, Idolin lets Siko have her fun with the living weapons as he retreats by teleporting himself. He still needs to make the last cleanup. I can feel it. Sublime's main body is dead. In a dark room, a woman says, it will take a long time for him to come back, if he come back. This woman is Archaea, sister of Sublime, and like her brother, she is a sentient bacteria. Her dark and long hair covers her features, dark clothes mingle with the surroundings. Don't worry, brother. I will continue our work. As she says that, she feels a hand grab her head from behind. No, you will not. A familiar voice says, the voice of the one she considers their biggest nemesis, I know about you too. Idolin smiles before dragging her away. He took a long time to take action, to make sure that he would deliver a definitive blow. He does not plan on leaving loose ends. After that, Idolin went to do a speed run in all other hidden labs and facilities related to Sublime around the world. He arrives like thunder, bursting through the front door or the roof, passing through everything in a blur, downloading everything that is worth and leaving while reducing the place to a little more than ashes. He travels to all the corners of the world. Icebergs in Antarctica where Sublime froze parts of him, hidden labs under the ocean, seemingly inconspicuous houses in the mountains, and many other places. He even secretly got rid of seemingly normal people living their very own normal lives, but are empty shells controlled by Sublime. He cured people with parts of Sublime in incubation inside of them too. He did this many, many times. The sentient bacteria is as paranoid as him, with many backup plans. With a boom, Idolin breaks the ground and arrives in another underground facility. What he sees there is capable of shocking even him. This facility is divided into two rooms. The smaller room that oversees and controls the whole place and the bigger room that is more like a cave, with huge pillars of rock connecting the ground with the roof. What shocks him is that everywhere that he looks he sees incubators. The ground, the pillars. It's all covered with incubators holding small girls inside. Like a hive, or the place where Neo wakes from the Matrix. The girls stay still inside their artificial wombs. It's at least 1,000 of them. All of them with the same features, they are identical, and their age is just a little above a toddler's. Most of them are already dead, discarded like trash. Incubators are cracked open, it gives the vibe of a failed project. Or at least one no one expects much. It clicks on his mind where he is. His senses catch the few of those that are alive. This facility really looks more than half abandoned, some incubators are turned off, and some are depowered. He disappears from his place and appears in a corner, there he can see the last 3 incubators that still work properly. And 2 that are failing, the last 2 girls dying. Not on my watch. Without wasting time he frees all of them. Taking special care with the last 2, he stabs a finger at their bodies, fixing their problems and restarting their bodily functions. He is fast and precise. The 5 will be okay now. Cough 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 cough. He watches the 5 girls start moving up between coughs, squirming like recently awakening chicklings. The 5 then open their eyes fully in a synchronized fashion. He can feel the wave of psionic power washing over him, and he protects himself from it, but this makes 5 pairs of blue eyes turn to him robotically. Emma Frost is up to a surprise. He sighs while the step-forward cuckoos stare at him unblinkingly. After checking on them one last time, he pats their head and makes them sleep. Now it's not the time to open this can of worms. He teleports them carefully to Isabella, before continuing his work. Well, this one is interesting. Idolin hovers above the facility. It's not a facility, it's the facility. This time he slows down to attack this place because there's a person of interest here. In a swift motion, he breaks in, and using his super speed he passes through guards, security cameras, and other defensive measures in an instant. People can only see a glimpse of the black blur that hits them. He moves through the maze-like facility with ease, leaving clean destruction on his path. Easily reaching his final destination. X-23 just received her last order, stop the intruder. As much as she wants to refuse or escape, after years of conditioning it's hard for her to go against their orders. And the collar on her neck, it's a problem too. Her super senses tell the chaos going through the whole facility. Even when she is in an untouched room, which is the only path to the final lab, she can hear the small explosions and screams. She can also clearly smell the blood and smoke. She is tense. Whatever is doing that, it is dangerous, and her instincts are about to be proved right. TSSSS. The double door opens normally, like the whole place is not under attack. She can see the smoke and glimpse of flickering light from the opening, but what is more important is the being walking relaxedly through it. Being, because she is not sure if she can call that a man. It looks like a man, sure. With his 4 limbs, head, human features. Wearing black with some white highlights, a mantle covering most of his body. But she knows that he is more than that. All her senses are screaming danger right now, like never before in her life. This being is incredibly unsettling. He walks without making a sound, and he smells too clean. Odorless, even. No, almost, there's a smell there. Weak. Something she never felt before. It's not an artificial sterile smell from a lab, but more like the purest breeze possible, uncontaminated by the world or anything. He is completely out of place. He looks so harmless that he almost doesn't appear to exist, but when you notice his existence, there's nothing more that you should focus on if not him. She feels that if she loses sight of him, she is dead. Her fight, freeze, and flee instincts are in overdrive. Fighting themselves to decide her next action. But Wolverine blood flows in her veins, so obviously she will jump at him with a roar. Snick, she shows all of her claws, even the ones on her feet, as she opens her arms, jumping at him. Eidolon simply looked at her without moving a muscle. Hello. He says, and she notices that she is not moving anymore. She is paralyzed in the air. I know you. He continues as she struggles against the invisible hold that he has on her. I will take you out here. This makes her pause for an instant and look at him. First. She flinches as he raises a hand in her direction, but he simply flicks his finger and removes her collar. She watches with curious eyes as he crushes it and throws it at the corner like trash. I'm gonna put you in the ground now. Are you gonna attack me? You and Shadow will be good friends. He ends up putting her in the ground anyway. Beyond looking at him warily, with her claws raised, X-23 doesn't do more. Do you have a name? He asks calmly. X-23. Are you sure? He presses further. He is a patient guy. Laura Kinney. She finally says, making him smile. I see. Laura. Nice name. He can't resist giving her some head pats, even if she is a 15-year-old. At least she doesn't try to bite him or anything, only looking at him strangely. Well, Laura. I plan to destroy the rest of this place. Why don't you accompany me to gloat over your former bosses? I'm going. He starts walking to the last lab after noticing that this conversation is not going anywhere. He is happy to notice that Laura followed him almost immediately. Then he opens the last door with a bang. Inside the small lab, he sees 2 people. He also notices Laura growling at them. He has information about the 2. X-23, what are you doing? Kill him. One of them, a black woman, shouts angrily at Laura. Gore. Laura does nothing, she stays in place, growling and trembling in anger and fear. Eidolon noticed that when he gave Laura a side glance. And he doesn't like that. Bam. With a wave of his hand, the woman was sent flying at a wall at high speeds, creating a small hole in it. Cough asterisk ha. Ha ha ha. She laughs even though she was attacked with such brutality. You can't hurt me. You can't hurt me, Eidolon. Even you can't hurt me. She shouts manically. She is indeed completely unscathed. This woman is called Kimura, her power made her the perfect handler for X-23. Her skin can become nigh indestructible because she can control the molecular arrangement of her epidermis. Not even X-23 adamantium claws can cut her skin because her molecules are tightly together. A picoblade can't cut her. Eidolon looks at the sadistic woman gloating and narrows his eyes. Then he zooms in and lightly touches her stomach. His thumb and index finger make a U shape as they touch her simultaneously. Bam. A mini Rokugan. The impact passes her indestructible skin and blearg, and hit her internal organs that are not indestructible. She falls on the ground while vomiting blood, great pain traveling through her body. Eidolon put her organs on the brink of being turned into paste. TSK, why is it always the bulletproof ones that think that they are invincible? No one is invincible, you know. He shakes his head while looking down at her. Small fishes in even smaller ponds. Then he grabs her by the hair and drags Kimura to Laura. Here. He shoves her in front of her former victim. Presenting the woman to Laura, to do anything she wants. But Laura doesn't move. She tried before. She tried countless times. She is the daughter of Wolverine, so obviously, she angrily lashed out against those people, but it was never effective. Kimura was immune to everything she could do, and after that, Kimura would torture her. Laura's healing factor allowed Kimura to go crazy in her sadistic tendencies. Only they know the hell Laura lived all those years, only her mother gave her a semblance of humanity, but those people don't need Laura to be human, so they got rid of her mother. It's okay. Look. He crouches down and grabs Kimura's head. At the same time he takes away her power, he effortlessly cuts a line on her arm with his finger to show his point. What? Kimura winces in pain and shock. She is not invulnerable anymore. He once again throws her at Laura's feet. Laura looks down at Kimura as realization slowly down at her. It's hard to overcome years of trauma and conditioning. Laura starts breathing hard, her body trembling, her chest heaving. X-23. Don't do that. Kill him. Kimura says on the ground, she can barely move. Laura's face morphs into one of pure anger, and maybe pain, becoming something animalistic. You can go crazy. Eidolon's permission is the last drop to overflow the cup. Snicked. No. Kimura tries to beg. Raising her hand. Rhea. But Laura doesn't give her chances. While screaming and roaring, she slashes down on Kimura, on the woman's arm. Her adamantium claws go through the limb like a hot knife in the butter. It really works, Laura can hurt her now. Ayawayawa. Bulletproof people rarely have a high resistance to pain. The truth in front of her only made Laura crazier and bloodthirsty. Still screaming she slashes down again. 1, 2, 5, 10. 50. 100 times. She doesn't stop. Kimura died between the third and fourth attack but Laura continued to attack her, making mincemeat of the woman. One can only imagine how much she hated Kimura. How much she suffered under Kimura's thumb. Eidolon looks at the bloody scene calmly, the gore can't faze him. He is familiar with it. He is also familiar with the need for revenge. It's almost familiar. A teen mutilates a body, a puddle of blood expanding in all directions. He can almost see himself on Laura. Ha ha ha. Laura stops attacking when there's practically nothing solid to hit beyond the ground, her shoulders move up and down as she tries to recover her breath. There, Eidolon starts cleaning her with some gentle powers, she has blood all over her body. He also saw in some footage that the people here cleaned Laura using a water hose, like she is some kind of animal or prisoner. So he does it gently, with warm water. She is still out of it, a little overwhelmed, and can only lean on the nice sensation. I hope you can leave her behind. Forget about her, she is not worth remembering. He says as he finishes cleaning her. Then he finally turns to the last occupant of the room, the men who watched everything that happened in fright. Dr. Adam Harkins. I can't say that it's a pleasure. He walks to the scientist without a hurry. You monster. The man retreats cowardly, you're not what you paint yourself to be. You're a monster. Funny that I never said that I'm a paragon of virtue or anything. I even once openly stated that I'm not a good person. Eidolon steps forward. You're evil. Yes, and I'm good too. I'm both. It depends on who is on the receiving end of my actions. Eidolon extends his hand and chokes the scientist telekinetically, you on the other hand, it is only evil. Gah. Ugh. The man struggles out of breath. Without humoring the man anymore, Eidolon throws him on a portal. It seems the good scientist left one final gift to us, Laura. Eidolon looks at the panel close by. Laura is also feeling something. Rhea war. Suddenly a section of the wall bursts open and a huge beast appears. It's a mix between a dog and a dinosaur, its whole body covered in metal. Adamantium. Predator X, the most perfect of them. Eidolon comments. There are a lot of those prototypes all over the laboratories and facilities around the world, the X-Men, Brotherhood, and even Eidolon's own people fought against them. But this one is much bigger, easily reaching 3 meters of height when on all fours. Laura puts a battle stance, ready to pounce on the creature, but Eidolon simply raises a hand to stop her. With another roar, Predator X advances, its huge maw open to take a bite of Eidolon's torso. Bam! But the hero grabs the creature and smashes it in the ground with a hand, the grip on the monster's forehead enough to keep it down. Like I said. No one is truly invincible. Boom. He changes his hand posture a bit, a blast goes through the creature's body, making it jerk and spasm unnaturally, before going completely still. The adamantium exoskeleton and the healing factor are not enough to stop its insides from being liquefied instantly. Becoming a carcass full of red paste. Why don't we go out, Laura? He turns to her, do you want to press this place's self-destruct button? Yes. Hey. Then Cortana's voice cuts his mind, another Asian girl, master. She asks full of mirth. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. Maybe Shago was right and he really has some sort of Asian magnetism. He will recheck his long list of powers later. It's finally over. Everyone completed their raids and rescue missions. Now, did they clean the world of the anti-mutant groups and people? No. There are some that did do anything illegal or questionable to be targeted by Eidolon. Do they hate mutants? Yes. But that's all. Just because they disagree with you, doesn't mean Eidolon will go and kill them. Some of the X-Men and some of the Brotherhood are also not that efficient in cleaning the trash, many escaped. But is okay. Cortana already has all she needs to upload the horrible truth to the world, exposing the main perpetrators. Those groups won't go far without investment. The antibiotic to deal with Sublime is also being produced in mass and will be sprayed around the world soon. Completely harmless and invisible to anyone but the sentient bacteria and his sister. Eidolon then decides to teleport back to the X-Mansion. Well, that is a huge crowd. He comments after seeing more than 1,000 people in the garden of the mansion. His arrival obviously attracted the attention of everyone. From the corner of his eye, he can see Ileana receiving an earful from her brothers Mikhail and Pyotr. He knows that she sneaked out to help with the raids. There's more inside. Storm is the one that greets him. She was probably the one keeping everyone in order, and this is. She gives a look behind Eidolon. He only brought Laura with him. The rest of his group had already gone back. With the exception of Mikhail. And he saw Deadpool annoying Wolverine when he arrived. This is Laura Kinney and. You will understand in a minute. He says cryptically. Aurora looks strangely at the girl that is sniffing the air. Eidolon points in the overall direction of Wolverine to Laura and nudges her to go there. Well, time to check on everyone, huh? The hard part of my job starts now. He metaphorically rolls up his sleeves. Aurora gives him a smile, good luck. Then they watch the interesting scene of Logan and Laura facing each other in silence before Snick Laura shows her claws, to everyone's shock, and then, to everyone's shock again, attacks him. That family is kinda crazy. Eidolon comments. Aurora can't say anything to that. He could have laid off a groundwork to de-escalate the situation, but it wouldn't be fun. Eidolon, with a clone playing a panacea as his side, went around healing and checking every one of the rescue's health. He also checked their background. To the ones that had a life or family outside of the labs he would return them with some help. The others have the option of staying with Xavier or Magneto. Some older ones are gonna move to Metatown. After finishing his duty, he walked through the rows of tents that he prepared, and went back to talk with the X-Men and Brotherhood. Good work there. Jean greets him after he leaves the area where the recently rescued are living. I can only imagine the headache to bring them back. I have help. Eidolon says humbly, where are Xavier and Magneto? He knows where they are, but he asks anyway. There. She says and walks in the said direction. He follows by her side. Arriving at the place, Eidolon meets the leaders and a good part of their followers. Our disagreements don't look so bad after seeing our enemies, huh? He says this even before greeting them. Some like Xavier, Magneto, Mystique, and Logan already experienced humanity's potential to be evil. He is addressing the younger ones with his words. After a light chuckle, he doesn't wait for anyone's response before continuing, good job, everyone. All of you really did something good today. I can almost feel our destiny changing for the better. He says with a hint of emotion. After some civil talk with Xavier and Magneto, he asks for some prisoners. I would like to take Typhoid Mary and others enemies Metas captured under custody. What are you gonna do with them? Magneto asks, but there's no accusation in his voice. Well, in the beginning, I admitted that I don't have the facilities to hold and provide to children like the professor. But you all need to admit that you too also can't keep dangerous metas in check. Now what he said days before comes back to reinforce his argument. It will be hard to refuse him now. He shrugs, it's dangerous to keep those individuals in a school with children and you're a little too lenient with criminals, Magneto. They can't deny that. Don't worry, I will not give them to any government or anything. And I will do my best to reform them. He assures them. They eventually concede. It's evident that the three leaders developed some form of mutual respect for each other. Well, that's all. Tomorrow I will come back to take the ones that want to go home or anywhere else. Bye. As he is preparing to do a superhero exit, he feels someone pulling his mantle. Laura Kinney is grabbing it while looking at him without blinking. Everyone, including Eidolon, looks at her strangely. Do you want to come with me? He asks in a slow and unsure voice. Cortana. HN. She grunts. You can use your words to communicate, Laura. Don't be the animal they tried to make you be. He says in a gentle but firm tone. Yes. She finally answers. I see. But it's a little problematic to bring someone that is not in my inner circle to my bases. He holds his chin between his fingers. Just abuse of the professor's hospitality for a while. I can bring you around to show the world, then you can make your decision. No hurry, no one is forcing you to choose your path now. He pats her head. Yes. She eventually agrees. What is happening? Jubilee asks her friends in a slow voice. I don't know. He tamed a Wolverine girl, I guess. Kitty shrugs her shoulders. Logan is growling at the side. Probably because he rescued her. Let's make her feel welcome, guys. Jean says, gaining nods from all of them. Laura finally let go of Idolin's mantle. Till tomorrow, Laura. He pats her one last time, everyone. He gives the rest a nod. With a small bending of his knees, he shoots to the sky. At the right height he changes direction and shoots to the horizon in a streak of light that cuts the night sky, leaving behind only the gust of wind and the sound of him breaking the sound barrier. He finished here, but the night didn't end for him yet. Emma Frost was getting ready for bed when she felt something with her telepathic powers. The presence of someone just outside her bedroom. She knows this presence, Idolin. She also knows that he is making himself known to her. He is basically knocking on her door. She is also feeling something strange surrounding him. She opens her bedroom door to the small living room that precedes the place where she rests. Her room is so big that it is basically a house on its own inside her mansion. Exclamation point. Her eyes widen seeing Idolin kneeling on the ground fixing the clothes of 5 small girls. 5 identical girls. Identicals to her. The 5 turn their little head to her in a synchronized fashion, at the same time Emma's eyes shine with power. The 6 minds connect immediately, the quintuplets' little minds orbiting around her. Like she is a planet and their moons. She understood what was happening instantly. Well. She starts normally as the other way around. A woman that normally knocks in a rich man's house with a child on the hip. She can't help but joke to lighten the mood. Don't worry, I'm not here for alimony or child support. He rolls his eyes, let's have this talk elsewhere. As he said that, Idolin stands up. He stood up but he was still on the ground kneeling close to the quintuplets. He split himself up, leaving a clone behind. Follow me. She turns to enter her bedroom again. Idolin follows her as clone Idolin guides the kids to sit on the couch. After closing the door, the hero starts 2 things to say. First, I found them in a lab together with other thousands of failing clones of you. Someone harvested thousands of your eggs to try to make some sort of anti-meta weapon hive mind. He explains. Emma Frost's hand instinctively goes to her lower abdomen, her face showing anger. She knows who did that with her. Second. Tonight, I will upload the dirt of a lot of people. Including the ones that we talked about. If you want to move to grab their assets, be ready. Really? Tonight? Damn, I need to make some calls then. She says a little exasperated with the hero who is not playing the game with her. They can time it better, but Idolin doesn't care. Frost needs to do her thing to maximize her profits. Now, about the girls. He takes the conversation back to the most important topic. What about it? He gives her a glance. Are you gonna take them? And what if I don't? She narrows her eyes, watching his reaction closely. I will take care of them. He says, I saved them personally, so my responsibility only ends when they are 100% safe. Emma's eyes narrow even more. Couldn't you have let them with Xavier, then? It almost sounds like there's something more on it. Something personal. It happened so fast that if she had not paid laser focus attention to him she would have missed. His eyes flicker for a millisecond. She almost thinks that she is imagining things. That's a good idea, I can leave them with him. He answers in a nonchalant voice. No. I will not leave them with that baldy. They will stay with me. She denies fast, I never wanted children, but skipping through the hardest part of having them is a blessing. And I will keep my body in top shape. She runs her hands through her body, trying to bait him to look. But Idolin's eyes never leave hers. Good. I'm going now, but I will be coming to check on them regularly. Clones tend to have some congenital problems. He turns around to leave her bedroom. What about Shaw? She asks suddenly. He is one of the few that are cautious enough to not leave their dirt around. He answers without turning around to face her. Then that's it. He will be left alone. She asks annoyed. When did I say that? He looks back, his eyes glowing red, he is involved. I already judged him guilty. She can't help but gulp at his gaze. He will probably call you to a meeting. To discuss how to deal with your fallen friends. Even more, if he notices you seizing their assets. Idolin predicts Shaw's actions easily. Emma can imagine Shaw doing exactly that. When he discovers that she is getting richer and richer with the downfall of the others, he will arrange a personal meeting to ensure she is giving him a slice of the pie. More than a slice. Then. She asks. Arrange the meeting with him after you get ready to seize his assets. He says in a deep voice, then call me to the meeting. I will deal with the rest. Oh, she likes that. She can't contain the smile blooming on her face. Releasing Eidolon on her enemy, how cathartic will be. She likes it very much. Eidolon finally goes back home. With a sigh, he goes back to being Hector. His hair shortens, becoming curly and black. His body deflates a little and goes back to his teenager normal self. The mantle flies away and he stays there using only his tight bodysuit. Ugh, Cindy Moon wants to go around already. I don't want to babysit a recently awakened girl with spider powers. He groans in annoyance after receiving Cortana's message. The work is never done. Let's go then, better than fighting a planet burster threat. After one last sigh, he prepares to send himself as Red Hood again. I'm still surprised that things went smoothly and no final boss appeared. In a dark passage, a tall and pale man wearing dark clothes walks slowly. After arriving in a big and circular room, he looks down on a bunch of people working on what appears to be a prototype of a robot. It's interesting that all those people working look exactly like the men, the only difference is that he is wearing a flamboyant black cape that wouldn't be out of place in a Dracula costume. It's not time yet. You almost fought him without being ready. Mr. Sinister says he retrieved this robot just a little before Eidolon attacked the facility where it was being made, Nimrod. White House. The President of the United States just received the news of what Anonymous and Eidolon have done. He can already imagine the chaos that will happen. Some people of the military tried to convince him to use a certain weapon against Eidolon. To assert their authority over this rogue vigilante who thinks that the world is his sandbox. To stop him once and for all from messing with international politics. It's what they said at least. But he is not sure about it. The president can bet that many want to save their own hide. He saw what happens when gods fight, mortals suffer. This can be worse than starting a nuclear war. He simply stares at the blue M on the file, together with the picture of a black man in silence, unsure of what to do. He then closes it. Not today. Hello there. Eidolon almost fought some strong people. I guess he can be lucky sometimes, or not, it's only postponing the trouble to later. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 86, The Aftermath. Hector POV, woman, just stay still for a day. Go to the internet, and see how the world changed. Tomorrow we will help you go back to your family. I explain again to Cindy Moon. I'm in my Red Hood persona, he is much less polite than Eidolon, so I can act tired with her bullshit. Why are you trapping me here? She asks. Again. I'm seriously thinking that staying in hibernation messed with your brain. I shake my head, or are you stupid? Who is stupid? Stupidity would be stay here without a clue about the world. She argues. I exaggeratedly sigh at her, you don't even have a clue about your new powers. You're gonna end up hurting someone or yourself. Or maybe exposing yourself and losing the calm civilian life forever. Just because of your recklessness. I almost shout. I'm not really angry but well. It appears that finally went through her thick skull. I deflate, showing that it was just a momentary outburst. Look. Tomorrow, I promise you. Look at Eidolon online, I'm part of his group. He is reliable if no one else is. Search for Spider-Man 2, Invasion of New York. Tomorrow. You disappeared for an entire year. We need to create a fake story too. If people discovered that you are involved with the super world, you will never gonna have peace. Do you want to be kidnapped again? She hangs her head low for some time before looking at me. How is my family? They are fine, I checked. Did they look for me? Obviously, they're your parents. She scoffs, I wouldn't be surprised if my mom didn't even notice that I disappeared. Great, mommy issues. Can you search another someone for me? She asks unsure. Who? I raise my wristband to do that. Hector. What? I slowly turn to her. Hector Cervantes, he was my boyfriend. She explains. Phew, that surprised me. I make a show of typing on my wrist, he is on Boston College. I show her a lot of holographic pictures of him, people really put everything on social media. There's him graduating high school, celebrating, playing hockey, together with a girl. Whoops. I close the thing fast. He moved on fast. You're hotter. I try to help. She gives me a flat stare before turning around and going back to her temporary room. It's hard having your whole life turning upside down. I know. Now it's over, right? The night ended. I go to my room to have a rare hour of sleep. Welcome back. Hi. To find Shago and Harley on my bed. This would be the dream of every man, but I can read the situation very well. They are gonna put me on the spot and make me choose, right? Hector. Tell this woman to get out so that I can reward you after a day of hard work, Shago says sultrily, giving me her best bedroom eyes. Panicotta, shoo this woman away. I have a lot of moves to show you. Harley shakes her ass in my direction. Is she offering anal? I ignore the two for the moment and continue to remove my clothes slowly. Hector. Shago goes to call me again. SHHHH, but I interrupt her with a finger on my lips. The two go still and I give them an intense gaze after removing everything except my boxers. Since when I can be forced to choose? I look at them with smoldering intensity, my voice deep. Gulp, now they look like deer in headlights. But I can feel the excitement starting to bubble inside of them. They like my dominant side, the hungry gaze. Playing games, huh? Bad girls tsk tisk. I step on my bed, standing up on the mattress, looking down at them. Now to your punishment. Despite their dislike for each other, they didn't protest the hot threesome that was about to happen. If one of them says no, the other wins. Harem Management 101. How to deal with competitive but with similar personalities harem members. Show that you have enough love for all of them. Ah, my sleep. The next morning I left the bed with my two lovers still sleeping and utterly exhausted. Look at them hugging each other in their sleep. The power of D is real. Let me take a picture to give to Helena. She needs some blackmail material, I mean, leverage to deal with these two. I leave the room silently and go eat breakfast. The most important meal of the day. I won't skip it even though I can self-sustain for, I don't know, forever maybe. Good morning, Isabella. Good morning, Quinn. I greet the two maids. Quinn, or Quinta as her full name, is no other than Baby 5 that I brought with me from the One Piece world. Baby 5 is not a name, like Power, that is now written as Pawa. Yeah, her name is basically 5 in most of the Latin-based languages, but well, it works. Her name can be abbreviated and said like Kim or Quinn, the two are right too. She didn't participate in the raids, because she is still working through her mental issues. Thank you. I smile at her after she brings me my coffee. Isabella is her supervisor for now till she learns how to say no. After that, she will leave the maid theme behind. I mean, I hope so. She needs to grow out of it, I guess. But having battle maids is a dream of mine too. Now I'm conflicted. Whatever. I will be happy if she is happy. Oh, the news are on fire. The names that are also part of the UN Crime Congress paints an ugly, if not ironic, picture. Click. The military says that they are investigating the. Click. The President of the United States promised a pronouncement till the end of the week. Click. We are on the brink of an international case if the victims are confirmed that they are from other countries. Click. On denies all accusations. Click. A threat to human rights. Click. Protests on. Click. Russia's president denounces the involved dash. Click. Stocks from the mentioned companies plummet. Click. Hee burn, Buern. It always comes to light. It doesn't matter how hard you hide, your dirt will be exposed eventually. Ah, what a great way to start the day. It's birds that I'm hearing on this beautiful morning. After eating everything and making small talk with the two, I say some encouraging words to Quinn, Baby 5, before going to school. It will never not be weird living this double life. Yesterday I dumped a mountain-sized apocalyptic robot in the sun. Today I have math. But only for a little more. I will start going to college very soon. Time to start saying goodbye to the Spider Gang. And to her. Can you believe this? Gwen Stacy asks for the umpteenth time as we sit together during lunch. She can't stop looking at her phone, reading the anonymous site. Yes, I can, Gwendolyn. People can be really good and people can be really bad. I answer easily. But this is too much. Look. She turns the phone to us. Peter, Ned, MJ2, Michelle Jones, and I were forced to see the cropped images of the experiments. Good job, Cortana. You showed exactly what was needed. Yeah. That's fucked up in many ways. Ned agrees with a face that shows that he is uncomfortable only by looking at the images. Did you all see the names on the list? A lot of influential people are involved. No surprise. Michelle Jones butts in. Now the question is, will they be punished? Of course, they will be punished. They need to be punished. They violated so many laws, the human rights. Gwen says with righteous anger. I don't know if I should call her naive. I mean, she is right, but this is not how the world works. Michelle is a cynic, which is kinda wrong too, but you know, she is right. The world is wrong. Did the White House or any government comment on that? Ned tries to change a little the subject, to avoid a heated discussion between the girls. Only that they are investigating. Gwen huffs and Michelle scoffs. I decide to ask a morally interesting question, say Gwendolyn. What if those people are not punished? What if they found some legal loophole where they could slip away, be out of the public eye, and retire in a private island comfortably. I start asking. That. I'm not done. Would you find it okay if Eidolon go deliver justice himself? Like grab them and put them on his personal jail on the moon or something like that. That. She is stun-locked. I give her a glance. That's why people like you can't change the world, Gwendolyn Stacy. Eidolon could help with the investigations, with all this proof. It's impossible for them to go scot-free. She argues. Are you sure? What if they ask him to testify? But then they don't trust him because he is covering his face, hiding his identity. They ask him to remove his mask, but he refuses. The thing goes nowhere. They complicate the case to have no progress, buying time. They accuse him of using one of his ludicrous powers to fabricate the proof. He wouldn't do that. Maybe not, but what matters is that there's a possibility and the judge believes it. Or be paid or threatened to believe in that. Then this whole thing is swept over the rug. Most of these people resign and go to retirement. Officially, of course, because they obviously would name their subordinates to their former positions and continue to command from behind the scenes. Yeah, shocking, huh? That's why I need to go Old Testament in many of those bastards. When they retire thinking that they are safe. When they get out of the public eye. Heh. Now, would it be okay for Eidolon to do justice with his own hands? I don't know. She finally says. That's the right answer. She is smart enough to understand the implications of what would happen if Eidolon started being, publicly, judge, jury, and executioner. Funny, huh? Some weeks ago people went crazy wanting him to go around saving sick people, but at the same time no one wants him arresting people on his own. I can't help but defend myself here. They want him to have all responsibility, but none of the power. A little unfair, I would say. I shrug in a nonchalant way. That's why, don't get stressed or too much invested in this, guys. Let the heroes deal with it. It has nothing to do with us, normal folk. I say. Look at them sneakily glancing at Peter. Come on, be more discreet. Ugh, I agree with you totally, Hector. Gwen sighs, a little defeated, but that doesn't mean I like the way it works. Don't worry, there are a lot of people that want those people being prosecuted. I throw a silver lining at her. I read all the notes and some countries are not involved. China, Russia, and England being the most powerful of them. Not involved in this case in particular. Some powerful people of the UK are involved but not the government, so the government will probably pressure the United Nations to deal with this whole thing properly. It's a good opportunity for England to seize the money of those people, and China and Russia can weaken the West this way. So it's not even because it's right, it's only because we'll benefit them. Gwen once again looks unwilling to accept the unfairness of the world. It's all about interest. Many people treat justice like a bitch. Michelle says. As long as they can't hurt anyone anymore. Peter says diplomatically. They will not. Believe in me, Peter. Mary Jane. Mary Jane can't help but watch Hector from afar. Their relationship ended abruptly, and in hindsight it was a mature and reasonable ending, but she is not happy. Maybe it's normal, breaking up is meant to be sad. But there's something more, like. She is not satisfied with how things ended. Deep in her heart, she believed that their relationship had potential, they clicked so well. But apparently, it was not meant to be. Hector is not that different from other boys. About that she is not even that sure. People noticed that they were starting to be an item. Equally, people also noticed when they drifted apart, and it's with a little anger that Mary Jane watched some girls going to talk to him. They never noticed him before. But after she discovered him. The reason she is not that sure if he is like all the other boys, it's because of how unbothered or uninterested he is in all those girls. He is one step away from being impolite, basically only talking a little. Why are you such a contradiction? She sighs in her mind. Ugh. She suppresses a roll of her eyes and prepares herself to go away after noticing who is approaching her. Hector is not the only one who is available now. Some guys are hitting on her even more than before. Like after Hector has done that, they think they can do the same. Like she is suddenly easier. Maybe trying to take advantage of some emotional fragility. Mary Jane hurries because like Hector she is just one step away from starting to be impolite, and then they will call her a stuck-up bitch. She doesn't need any more trouble in her life. She had enough. Third-person POV X-Mansion. Eidolon. Eidolon. Let me ask something. How is like to be the strongest? A childish voice echoes from Kitty's smartphone. She is watching a video. The strongest. Ho, I am no the strongest. Eidolon's voice filled with amusement can be heard next. Strange, I know. But you see, I pondered a lot about strength, and after going through many experiences I discovered that it's not about how strong you can punch, how much destruction you can cause, or even who you can beat in a fight. Eidolon explained softly, to be strong is to be kind. Hehe, your confused face is funny. It's okay, it took some time for me to get it too. The more you can be kind to other people, it shows how strong you are. You asked me before about being the strongest. I think the strongest is the one that can be kind even to his enemies. I'm still weak. I can't help but be harsh with the villains, criminals, and people I don't like. It's possible to hear a sigh coming from the phone, but one day I will be strong enough to be kind. After that, there are some laughs and sounds of hair being ruffled before a sonic boom that signals Eidolon leaving the scene. This video is a little old, no? Jubilee asks Kitty, entering the living room together with the other X-Men. Kitty, who is lying on the couch, allows the phone to fall face down on her chest before answering, yep, 2 weeks. I wanted to rewatch it. After our recent experience. You know, it puts things in perspective. I get what you mean. Warren, aka Angel, says sighing, those people that we fought yesterday, huff, they got under my skin. Yeah, they hated us with such passion and for no reason that I couldn't help getting angry and hating them back. Spike says, I confess I hit them a little too hard. I think I killed some. Robert admits with a distant gaze. Me too. Don't feel that bad. Rogue steps in, I was kinda only throwing them around, but then when I threw one in a group they exploded. I think they are going to throw some bombs at me. After that, I kinda stopped caring too much if I'm breaking a lot of bones. They are really gonna kill me, so why should I hold back against them? Right. They look at me with such visceral hate. Ugh. It was war, you can even call it self-defense. Surprisingly, Ileana appears to say something, they would have done worse with all of you if you give them half a chance. Kill them fast as an act of mercy. Everyone suddenly remembers that this girl has unsolved issues. The X-Men are never a group that abides strongly with the no-killing rule of many superheroes, with members like Wolverine, how can they, right? But at the same time, those are young people. Still unsure about the path and if they're doing the right thing. This hero thing is difficult. Kitty sighs again, did you all see the people's reactions to Anonymous blasting the truth on the internet? Yeah, everyone that I saw is on our side. The average person doesn't have an opinion against us, but I think most would repudiate cruelty. I saw a comment that said, this can be any of us tomorrow, imagine your own government kidnapping you for something you can't control. Or your children, dot. So when the danger gets too close to comfort, they develop some empathy. Rogue scoffs. Just human nature, I guess. We should be happy that they are seeing things from our perspective now. Jean comments. As they talk, suddenly they hear a sonic boom from above. Eidolon is here. Kitty stands up fast and goes running, I'm gonna ask him. She shouts and goes straight through a wall using her powers. With chuckles and shaking of heads from amusement, the rest follows her, but at their own pace. They reach the entrance of the mansion, the many temporary tents stretching far into the garden, but their focus is on Kitty talking with Eidolon on the front porch. He is spotting a contemplative look, with his chin between his fingers. They only catch the final half of what he is saying. Normal. Everyone is different, what is important is for you to discover your stance on the subject. Don't feel bad if you can't take a life, and also don't feel bad if you don't feel bad by taking a life. The universe is big, everything can happen, and morality is relative in the great scheme of things. It's the law of the jungle out there. Just find your own morality. I see. Kitty nods, but this process to find my morality sucks, she whines. Eidolon's eyes smile, you know. I know a therapist that you all can talk to. For some reason, his tone is strange. What pretty dresses all of you have. Each is a different color, but all of them fit so well. And together it makes a beautiful scene, like princesses. Emma Frost watches in a little astonishment. Eidolon put a wholesome act with her now daughters. She saw some videos of him dealing with children, of course, but she is a cynic, so obviously she thought that it was all a PR move. And also all the times she met him, he was this imposing man that she couldn't imagine acting like this. But now, she can't help but find it extremely cute. He patiently talks with them, kneeling to their eye level, as they spin around to show off their new dresses. Celeste, Esme, Irma, Phoebe, and Sophie. Beautiful and meaningful names too. Appropriate to such special girls. Eidolon nods to himself, Celeste means heavenly, and you really look like an angel. He pinches her cheek lovingly. Esme has a French origin, it means esteemed, beloved, and you really are. He pokes her heart lightly. Irma comes from German, it means world. What a strong name, I know that you're a strong girl too. He gives a small squeeze on her shoulder. Phoebe, it's Greek, referring to Phobos Apollon. It means bright or radiant, and look at you. Do I need to say anything? He gushes over HR, making the girl giggle. Sophie. It's one of my favorite names, you know. I would name a daughter of mine Sophie or Sophia. It means wisdom. Few things are more important than wisdom. I bet you're more than your cute face, huh? Huh. He gives her head pats and ruffles her hair, making her protest, but she can't contain her laugh. In truth, all of them smile and laugh with him, they hug him too. What a hell. Is this the same guy whose eyes glow red to threaten people? Emma Frost can't help but yell in her mind. Taking care to not show her thoughts to her daughters. She is making a great effort to not widen her eyes. She also can't contain a certain feeling bubbling inside her, a certain instinctual and primitive feeling. Nice names you choose. Oh yeah, thanks. She reacts fast to the sudden compliment. It was not easy, normally people have months to thinking in one. I needed to have 5 in one night. She jokes. Ho, I imagine. You're good with kids. She praises, voicing a small part of her thoughts. She can swear she saw something flicker in his gaze. I'm only projecting. He looks sad. Emma Frost's thoughts go wild at the implications of his words and body language, but she can't delve further without proof. Then she and Idolin talk a little. She informs him that as predicted, Sespatian Shaw demanded a meeting. He gives her a device to call him when she needs him to appear and then leaves. The girls look sad to see him go. Mama. The quintuplets ask together, their heads turning to her in a synchronized way. Yes. Papa. They pointed to the space where he disappeared at the same time too. She used their mental connection to share some basic knowledge and common sense with them. Emma Frost's eyes widen a little before a playful smile appears on her lips. Yes, Papa. See. I bet you're glad that you waited just a little to go back to civilization. Red Hood says in a slightly smug tone to the silent Cindy Moon. She watched a crash course, no. More like a retrospective of the last year, and she is more than a little shell-shocked. Superheroes, aliens, gods. Just take me back. She says, her tone tired. Fine. But before that, here. He presents her with the suitcase that he brought. Slowly she takes it from his hands and opens it after putting it on her bed. What is this? She turns to him after giving a look at the contents inside. Can't you see? Normal clothes, a smartphone, it has my number by the way. He says smoothly. Idiot, I'm talking about the other side. Your supersuit, of course. Supersuit. She looks at it again. Black with white, spider and web themed, and with a red face mask. You don't need to be a hero or anything, but it's kinda a tradition of Idolin to him to give a supersuit to people like us. Red Hood shrugs. It's very resistant, bulletproof even, fireproof too. It's breathable and you can use your powers without worry while wearing it. He explains, call me if you want a space to train with your powers in peace. But why I would need it? I don't know, to run away if you're attacked. To use if you feel the call to heroism. It's better to have it than to not have it, so just take it. You can wear it beneath your normal clothes, it's very comfortable and discreet. He walks out the run, just change and we can take you back home. Cindy looks at her supersuit for some time before sighing. After wearing it and putting the normal clothes above it, she walks out of the room finally. Looking good, let's go. Red Hood comments before leading her away. She finally can see the outside world. Where is this? Metatown, or Mutant Town like how is called. He shrugs. He doesn't care if she knows of this disposable hideout. Beep. I don't think you're ready to go web-slinging yet, so I will give you a ride. He clicks a button, unlocking his bike. Cindy's eyebrows shot to her hairline seeing the superbike. The tire almost reaches her chest, it looks incredibly futuristic, like from a sci-fi movie. I thought that we were going to be discreet. Heh, I don't do discreet. He laughs as he hops on it and offers her the spare helmet. She doesn't show much hesitation before sitting behind him. With excitement or without excitement? He asks. With excitement. She didn't understand. Good choice. Vroom. The bike goes 0-100 in a second, and Cindy reflexively hugs Red Hood's torso. Kaya. Kaya. Ha ha ha, cute. In no time he is speeding up out of Metatown. Idiot. Slow down. Do you want to kill us? She shouts over the wind. Please. Girl, none of us would die if we suffered an accident now. He shouts back as he passes the bridge that connects the isolated town of mutants with the rest of the world. Abandon your normal sensibilities. Vroom, he speeds up even more. Despite her mind telling her no, she eventually stops being so afraid, opening her eyes to watch the scenario blur around her. In truth, she notices that it's not blurring that much, it's nothing blurring at all. Her reflexes. She is really different now. The warm-up is over, let's put emotion on this ride. She hears him saying. What do you mean by that? She was asking before she noticed what he meant by that. The traffic. The usual New York traffic is just ahead. And he is showing no signs of slowing down. You're not gonna do it, right? If we are in danger, you spider sense would have warned you. He laughs again before starts weaving through the thick traffic while speeding. Meta Town, underground. So what do you think of the other groups? Hector in his full Eidolon supersuit asks Callisto as the two oversee the moving of some metas that have nothing else in the world. Bunch of stuck-up bitches. She says harshly. He chuckles a little. Be nice. Did any of them disrespect any of you? He asks. As the participants of the operation completed their primary task, they mixed more after changing to other targets. Many groups worked together to take down hidden facilities. No. But some showed in their faces. From the Brotherhood. She answers. Because they are bad, or just because they are a little cocky that they are better fighters? I think because they are a little cocky. She admits. Hey, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to foolishness, Callisto. Eidolon pats her shoulder. It's just some rivalry between groups, obviously they wanted to show off. He explains. She scoffs and rolls her eyes. Eidolon healed her, but she keeps using her eye patch. Maybe to remember the lesson of the day she awakened as a meta. Her friends turning on her, no need to try to be feminine or pretty anymore. It does not hinder her, because as high-tech, we are the best armed at least. She huffs after some time. After a chuckle, he answers, maybe they saw this as a signal of weakness. Look, they are not even using their powers. So, childish. She says slowly. Now you realize. He gives her a look. When he puts it like this. It's really childish. So small, petty. That's what he want her to see. Those disputes are all small things. Now she really can't be angry anymore. Unknown place. I underestimated your business acumen, Emma. Sebastian Shaw says with a friendly smile. Emma Frost schooled her features to not show her distaste for the men. Distaste for his act, distaste for him using her name so casually, distaste for everything. The two are right now in one of the many meeting rooms of the Hellfire Club, but it's only the two. A little courtesy of Eidolon that created problems for many of the members of the club. Shaw continues as he pours himself a glass of scotch, but seeing that your success came because of the sacrifice of our friends. Like those old tales that my father used to tell me as a child, that some women can suck our luck, it makes me scared. Even if he says that he doesn't look worried, even laughing before taking a sip of his drink. Maybe you should be. Emma says slowly and in a nonchalant way. With Eidolon as a backer, she doesn't need to walk on eggshells with Shaw anymore, she is gonna enjoy acting a little disrespectful. Shaw pauses at that. Her tone is not one that he is used to hearing when addressed at his person. Ha 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 ha. But eventually, he puts the fakest of the smiles and laughs the fakest of the laughs. Still keeping some pretense of civility. I always liked your sharp wit, Emma. The two remain in silence for some time, Shaw expecting Emma to make some comment and engage in the talk. But the woman learned a thing or two with the world's strongest hero. Why make moves when you're winning? She keeps her silence, calmly nursing her drink in her hand. Shaw is the one who needs to make a move. If he thinks she will talk to give him the chance to seize the initiative, he is very wrong. Sebastian Shaw has no other choice but to talk again. But I'm still worried that even with your sharp wit, you can't keep with so many additions to your empire, too many balls to juggle. He walks over it. No, I'm good. Thanks for worrying though. Sip. Damn, this feels good. She is really enjoying the feeling of being untouchable against this bastard. Are you sure? Even with Shaw's mind being beyond her telepathy, she can see him getting angry and the monumental effort he is making to try to keep it in check. So many wealth and assets moving to your hand, assets that previously belonged to people that are now under heavy scrutiny. It can be dangerous. He makes a reasonable point. Don't worry, I have my means. I use some proxies. She shrugs her shoulder. Sip. Don't play with me, Frost. Shaw finally snaps. A man who is used to having everything and never being questioned, it's a miracle that he held up till now. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care. But you better keep the status quo of this club or it will have consequences. He hits a table with his fist and glares at her. Sip. Emma keeps her sassy look at him. Consequences. She tilts her head confused. HMPF. You magically were ready to make such a big move. Do you think I believe that you're lucky? I don't care if you have a spy on those mutant groups, I can easily convince the rest of the members that you broke the rules and sold them out. And. Sip. At this point, Shaw has to notice that something is wrong. What is up with you? What do you have under your sleeve, Frost? Took you long enough. Emma rolls her eyes, not giving the men an ounce of respect. I was just thinking about this game of chess that we have been playing, Shaw. We spy on each other, we try to outsmart each other, we plan each other's downfall. I was thinking that is kind of unfair to me, you know. Every time that I'm winning you simply flip the board because you're individually strong, she says, not even looking at him. I mean, maybe is not that fair to say that. After all, I turned a lot of your loyal men in my spies with my powers, but you know how things go. It gets boring playing a game that you know that you can never win, so. I cheated. Cheated. He is narrowing his eyes, his instincts alerting him that he is in a dangerous situation. Sebastian Shaw is no fool, and he knows Emma Frost is not a fool either. She would not be putting the cards on the table like that if was not sure that her hands were victorious. Yes. Truthfully, more like I broke the rules. You know when kids do some prohibited things. Yeah. I called the adults. It's a bummer, but the game is over, Shaw. I don't want to play anymore. I want to win. She says, putting her glass of wine down, savoring the feeling. What are you talking about? He was ready to strike her, using his words to distract her from using her diamond form. But she unceremoniously shows something to him. A small device that looks like a car key, and she is pressing the button already. Shaw braces himself, he doesn't know for what, but it doesn't matter. Explosion, sniper. He will be ready for whatever trick she plays. The lights flicker a little, dimming down, he hears a buzzing sound, everything trembles for half a second, but nothing really happens beyond that. He looks at her, half confused and half furious, and what was this supposed to do? He asks. Nice entrance. Emma suddenly says with a smile, but not to him. She is looking over Shaw's shoulder. Thank you, I try. The male voice coming from his back makes the hair on Shaw's neck stand up immediately. Sebastian Shaw forces himself to take his eyes off Emma Frost's smug face to look behind him. His fears come true, standing behind him, it's the most annoying person that appeared this year. The 6 feet 2 inches feet tall, 188 m, Shaw rarely looks up, but Eidolon makes him look small. The difference in height is only 2 inches, but the posture, presence and everything else overwhelm the Black King of the Hellfire Club. You. Bitch. Shaw spats the insult back to Emma, you really sold all of us. To the worst possible bastard. If she sold them to anyone else, it would not be so bad. Other people can be threatened, blackmailed, bribed. But Eidolon. That's why rich and influential people in shady business hate him. He is someone off the grid, they have no power over him. It's unknown how much money is wasted every day in trying to discover his civilian identity to try to have his weakness, but it's not a small number. Do you really want to self-destruct and take all of us with you? Shaw is really angry. To his eyes, Emma really flipped the board and called the parents to destroy the fun. I prefer this than to have to live under your pathetic whims. She says without missing a beat, and who said I'm going down with you? She gives him a mocking smile. Standing up, she walks like a confident model around Shaw and stops by Eidolon's side. Me and this stud here have a deal, she says sultrily, even pressing herself at Eidolon's side, running her hand under his mantle, obviously feeling his muscles. Eidolon side glances her, but in the end lets her have her fun. Though he pinched her hand a little under his mantle. You are really a bitch. Shaw almost shouts angrily, fucking wench, selling your body like that, when you lose your value you will fall too, whore. There's a reason Emma did that, the same reason Shaw got a little too angry. In the mind of the egoistical Black King of the Hellfire Club, Emma was his. Yes, they never did anything. Shaw learned how to ward against telepaths in the past after a certain encounter, and he knows that if he lets his guard down he can be undone easily by Emma. What moment a man is the most vulnerable? Arguably during sex. That's why he never dared force himself on her, in his mind one day she would come to him begging anyway. And he enjoyed seeing her struggle helplessly knowing that he would win in the end. Emma on her end, even knowing of this possibility of ending Shaw by taking advantage of this vulnerability using sex, like a femme fatale would do. Never did because she hates his guts. Now Emma is making him believe that she and Eidolon have some special relationship. It's everything fake, from Shaw's delusions to Emma's act, but even so, Shaw feels like a cuck. Eidolon. Shaw forces his anger down, why don't you ally yourself with them then? Anything she offered I can offer more. Even her. He tries to bargain, if Eidolon can make deals with Emma Frost, it means that he is not that incorruptible, right? A tempting offer. Eidolon says in an even tone. Despite herself, Emma tenses a little, her grip on him tightening. But I really like refusing people's offers, Eidolon says casually, and equally casually he raises his hand. With his telekinesis, he stopped Shaw from detonating a grenade that he keeps in his possession. A smart way to kickstart his power. Shaw, with his kinetic energy absorption, gets stronger the more attacks he receives, so instead of waiting to be hit, he can do something like that. Or he can punch a wall. You. He can only move his mouth as he is held in place by Eidolon. Did you enjoy your moment? Eidolon doesn't even acknowledge him, turning to Emma and asking. Can I hit him once? She asks. Go on. He gives permission. Walking to him, Emma stops very close, smugly smiling at the paralyzed men. Thwack. And kicking him the balls. Pig. She spits on him. She doesn't know, but Eidolon suppressed his powers, not that such a small amount of kinetic energy would allow Shaw to fight back. Do you need him for anything else? Like signing documents or whatever? He asks to make sure. No. She answers and he immediately throws him in a portal. What are you gonna do with him? Interrogate. Then decide his punishment, maybe he has a chance of redemption. He says in an even voice. His power is also a sweet addition to his collection, a counter to all heavy hitters. He is getting more and more invincible. Emma scoffs and rolls her eyes, whatever then. She moves to the table with the drinks, takes another vintage wine, and putting 2 glasses, why don't we celebrate this successful partner? She turns around. But he is not there anymore. Ship. She almost forgot that he likes to pull those stunts. He really likes refusing people, huh? HMPF, his loss. Then she gulps down the whole glass. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 87, Management. Hector POV, well. I can say that all of your performances were satisfactory. I say while sitting and looking at the magical troupe, Meowie in my lap as I put my Godfather act. On my other hand, I spin that vibranium blade that they recovered. Look at this, I will not even need to hunt Ulysses Clow now. Different from adamantium, which is quite a simple metal, vibranium has many types, so I will need to research a little about how to use the proper external conditions to recreate the material. For now, I want the Wankandian version, instead of the one in the Savage Lands. Power is jealous of the way that Meowie is so comfortable with me, peeking over my shoulder and debating with herself if she should take him from me or let him have a good time. Charmcaster, Celine, Mocked, Zod, and Luna are standing in front of me letting me talk. The relationship loyalty hasn't increased recently. Those people are harder than Harley. And I kinda don't want to force a relationship with them for now. So you all earned your freedom. Till next order, of course. I say with a smile to congratulate them, well, except Power here that will stay with me. Ah. I want to be free too. She shouts. No, because you would kill people. No, I would not. She lies, I would never kill anyone. I never killed anyone. Girl, you just killed a bunch of people. Power, behave, if not I will cut your horns. She puts her hands on her red horns and shuts up. I have no problem in letting her grow her horns and regain her power. I can control her even if she grows powerful, but if she becomes a pain in the ass, I will have to punish her. I turn to address the rest, as planned, all of you will go to the limbo dimension, with the exception of Celine that will go to Monster Metropolis. I talk specifically with the vampire, Celine will stay so that I can get rid of her racial weaknesses. You can do that? She asks, her eyes widening just a little, but she is very surprised. She is not that much expressive. I can do a lot of things. It's my go-to response when people ask me this. I have already confirmed that I can do it. Reverse engineering the effects of a weakness removal card in someone's biology. It's not as perfect but is good enough to treat a case of vampirism that is like a virus. I will also work on upping your vampirism a little. I will try to make her a vampire with the abilities of all media that I can. Underworld, JoJo, Marvel. She nods at me slowly, good that you're on board. Not that you have a choice in this case. Why is she receiving special treatment? Charmcaster asks suddenly. Because her mission is the most dangerous. I answer immediately. And what about her? She didn't do anything. Now Charmcaster points at Luna. So childish. I say in a whisper, but a wave of power is exuded from my body, forcing them back. They brace themselves for the impact, but they can hide their shock after the remembrance that I'm so above them that is not even funny. I continue in a displeased voice, I attribute everyone roles in accordance with their abilities, talents, and desires. Are you questioning my decisions now? I stare at Charmcaster, making her flinch. And no. So you can fear too. Haha, it's okay to question me. But I suddenly say in a relaxed and light-hearted voice, I'm not a tyrant, you can talk with me without problem. I laugh again, but I can see your words don't come from a reasonable place, Hope. I use her real name. She can't do anything but shut her mouth. Seriously, stop looking and worrying at other people's treatment. You have a great opportunity to improve as a magic user and your thoughts are if I'm playing favorites. Really? Again, childish. I hope, that you can grow from your pettiness villainy, Charmcaster. You're talented and have an ocean of knowledge to explore, with my backing. What more do you want? I ask. No, it's not a rhetorical question. Do you have anything else you want? I press. She starts to think hard, but she can't come up with an answer. See. Your treatment is not any worse than the others. Sorry that I will not give you a castle or anything, but I will give you all the opportunity to grow and seek your path freely to accomplish your objectives. I stand up and open a portal to Limbo. This dimension is a hub of activity. Sorcerers, demons. It's the best place for you to do what you want. I already gave you all the currency there. Luna, I also arranged the place for you to open your establishment. Zod stays with her for some days just to be safe. He sends them one by one through the portal. And mocked. He stops at the old demon. Yes. I will visit you later to learn a little about the magic of your world. I say. He smiles lightly. It has been a long time since I taught a talented young man. It fills me with nostalgia. He bows to me before going through the portal too. Creepy dude, right? I turn to ask Celine and Power. Yes. Power agrees immediately, but Celine remains silent. Let's go, time to give you some power-ups. I walk away. This universe is hardcore. Yes, sir. She nods. I like obedient girls too. Third-person POV, ***, what a good way to keep the stereotypes alive, huh? Idolin says with a disapproving tone while he watches the police taking the criminals away. Right now he is in India, and as a side project, he decided to hunt all the scam centers of the country. And there's a lot of them. Dozens and dozens. He can't help but be disappointed. Yesterday I chewed off an officer that was racial profiling, and then you guys come to destroy my faith in humanity. He sighs again. Can we all agree to be better people? Individually. Sometimes he feels helpless. The flame of hate can be kept alive even by only one person, and it can propagate to others really quickly. People divide themselves too easily, which may be an evolutionary aspect of pattern recognition. But Idolin will not give up. He will punish the evil of all sides, neutral like a truly blind justice. And in the end, when the good is the majority, people will see more of the good in the other. And then racism will be no more. He laughs to himself, as if it would be that easy. But it is a start. On the side of a street, a woman holds her head with both hands while watching where the car was in. She doesn't know how she did it, but the car was inside a ditch even with all the protection to prevent that. Some people around her, shaking their heads. Suddenly they hear something above them. Looking up they see Idolin hovering there. Idolin. Thank God. The relief is immediate. The woman feels like a weight has been lifted from her shoulder. Ma'am. You can't park there. The hero says, then he takes off, flying in the horizon. Did that just happen? She asks no one else in particular while the people around her hold back their laughter. Just kidding. They suddenly hear the hero's voice coming close to them. He is already lifting the car and taking it off the ditch. Now they can't hold back their laughter anymore. Idolin slowly established himself as a constant presence around the world, like a force that can affect everything. His existence becomes something normal, like the fact that day and night changes, and the world is changing to accommodate his big influence. The most obvious change is on the crimes, of all types. From robbers to politicians, everyone is walking more in line nowadays. He already set a precedent. Criminals are not safe. It doesn't matter if you're the CEO of a multi-billionaire company or a president. If you do something wrong, you will be exposed. He started with the most heinous crimes like sexual abuse and human trafficking, going down the ladder and dealing with other crimes committed by the white-collar people. Everyone is afraid that they are next, that suddenly Idolin will start investigating the exact thing that they did wrong. It's impossible to know how many are stepping out of the shady business while trying to bury their past just because of this looming threat. Minor-scale crimes are also affected. As example, New York is an entire month without death by firearm. People rarely react to muggers too, choosing to de-escalate the situation. All because they know that justice will be eventually delivered. Justice will eventually delivered. Justice will prevail. Those phrases that previously were thrown around in corny hero shows are now becoming reality. The side of justice is making a comeback, and people often want to side with the winners. So, Mr. Martin, what you said matches with my investigation. You are really innocent. I will take this to court and reopen your case. Idolin says to the prisoner as he checks the hologram coming from his wrist. It's a strange scene. Very strange scene. There he is, the world's greatest hero, sitting on a table in the middle of a cafeteria of a prison, the prisoners sitting around him in lower positions, like he is a teacher and they are students. Idolin even brought some snacks to them. The prison guards look at each other in confusion. Seeing those scary individuals in orange jumpsuits acting like toddlers with the hero is weird. Shouldn't they be enemies? Shouldn't they hate Idolin's guts? Well, a bunch of them must hate him, yes. In most cases, however, the ones that are captured by him can only sigh to the situation and be angry with their bad luck. He is so above them that is not even funny. They cannot even get angry, only frustrated. Eidolon also saved some of their colleagues, friends, and family. They don't want Eidolon to come to them, but they want Eidolon around. Eidolon also humanizes them. It's because they are already in jail, so he doesn't show any animosity against them. He can only hope they change, and the best way is to show and remember them that they are humans, and can be decent people. It will obviously not work with everyone, but he needs to try. When they fail that, he will beat them again. If they wanted to be trapped in the cycle of receiving a beatdown, going to jail, getting out, committing a crime, and repeating, he will humor them with his fists. Let's see. Who is the next? Mr. Valquez, your wife accused you of hitting her. You entered in a fight with her brothers and almost killed one. Tell me your story. Eidolon is rechecking everyone that could be in jail unjustly. Everyone. I didn't hit her. She cheated. I wanted to leave, but she blocked my path. Valquez tells his side of the story. Basically his ex-wife kind of used his body to beat herself. Shouting, making a scandal. The neighbors called the cops, but after the cops went away the brothers showed up and believed in her, of course. He fought for his life, almost died, almost killed one. The fact that you almost killed one of them didn't change. Eidolon can't tell that he is not lying. Oh Eidolon, come on. Calm down, a good part of your sentence comes from the fact that you hit your wife first. I will try to appeal to change to self-defense. Thank you. Valquez almost cries, the prisoners patting his shoulder and back while congratulating him. Bitches love making stuff up. One inmate comment. You're welcome, cases like this are ridiculously common. Earlier, I discovered 2 dudes who are accused of sexual assault that are innocent. That's why, let's tone down the rape here, okay? The guy can be innocent. He looks around while talking. I'm talking with you, big dick Moby Dick. Oh okay. I will try. The white guy, bald guy who is easily over 2 meters tall, fidgets on his seat. He is fat and hairless like a whale, that's why the last part of the nickname. And the first part is self-explanatory. 2 wrongs don't make a right. The hero adds. Some nods, but he knows that is a pipe dream to get in their thick skull with some words. Hey Eidolon, is my name there? A small man asked while looking over the hero's shoulder. Eidolon gives him a stare. You stabbed 3 people, Timmy. He says in a deadpan voice. This guy is a gang member. Allegedly. Timmy is part of a gang. Is your lawyer that taught you to say allegedly every time? Yes, allegedly. Eidolon, the food is over. Suddenly one of the inmates shouts. The hero stares at him in silence till the big prisoner flinches. Can I have a little more, please? The prisoner asks sheepishly. Okay, It will be racist if I offer you KFC. Eidolon asks genuinely while pulling a box of fried chicken from somewhere. The prisoner is black, by the way. There's a pin drop silence till the black man snatches the thing from Eidolon's hand. You will be racist if you deny a brother his chicken. Do you have some Kool-Aid too? He says in a joking tone. Well. Then everyone burst into laughter. Gimme some watermelon then. The more laughter. It goes around, everyone asking for their respective stereotypical food. Tacos, rice. Men being men, bonding over the stupidest things. Just to remember you all, those walls are what protect you from me. Eidolon suddenly throws cold water on the mood. Don't get too familiar and think that I will hesitate in beating you up if you relapse outside. The world is changing, come to the winning side. He says with serious eyes. They all have varying expressions. Okay. Let's continue. Next. The hero says like nothing happened. Christine Palmer. DRA. Palmer rechecks the files in her clipboard as she goes back to the front desk of the clinic to take another patient. Arriving at the front desk, she notices Hector signing and reading some documents that the receptionist is passing to him. That is not unusual. What attracts her attention is the man in a suit talking with him. Well, not talking with him per se. More like the unknown man is talking and Hector is listening, ignoring, while going through his work. She knows what is this about. This hospital, and she guesses many others owned by Hector, are going through some changes. Everyone noticed the investors and shareholders pulling back, the board of directors growing smaller day by day. Most thought that one of the biggest network of hospitals in the United States was doomed in the hands of the new owner. Some of her colleagues are already hunting for a new job. She went to talk with Hector about it, but he just smiled, saying that every reform needs to destroy some things beforehand. Eventually, the new situation becomes normal and no one talks much about it anymore. The salaries continued the same, the machines are fine, there's medicine. Nothing is lacking and the hospital is operating normally. She remembers an episode where Hector got really angry seeing some expired medicine in the inventory. Health. She almost reached the front desk when Hector suddenly said in a strong tone, interrupting the man wearing the suit. Hector calmly organizes the papers in his hand before returning them to the receptionist. Is not a product. It's a right. He turns to stare at the other men. And a hospital is not a business. He says with finality, tell your group if they want to invest, we will gladly praise you for your generosity and publish it everywhere. But you will have no power to change how I run things around here. There's a rush of words that the other man says, but Hector interrupts him again with a, have a good night. And starts walking away, leaving the men stupefied. It's possible to imagine that he is annoyed and cursing Hector's back. Christine Palmer hastily delivers her clipboard to the receptionist before following her boss with quick steps. Hello, Dra. Palmer. He greets her even when she is still behind him, turning at her with a mischievous smile. How he noticed her is a mystery. Hello. Boss. She returns the smile. If he calls her doctor, acting all formal, she will call him boss too. He rolls his eyes when she pays him back in kind. You know that I call you doctor to avoid gossip. He says, so that people wouldn't say that I favor you. I'm doing the same. She walks to his side, to accompany him on his walk. No, you're not. Shouldn't you be doing time in the clinic? He asks with a playful raised eyebrow. It's okay, my boss likes me. Apparently, I'm his favorite. She jokes. He laughs a little while the two walk in silence, seeing the direction where he is heading. She discovers that he is leaving the hospital, so now is the best moment to ask. Who was that guy from before? The representative of one of our previous investors. They are trying again to make me change my mind about the new policies. He answers without hesitation, offering a lot of money to have a say in certain decisions. Oh. It's what she can think to say now. She is a little out of the loop in the whole thing. Normally investors is a good thing, but Hector is adamant in denying them again and again. He doesn't look worried a bit for the lack of money, he is even smiling from ear to ear. You look happy. She comments. Can you tell? He asks, still keeping the big smile on his face. Recently the last shareholder sold his part to me. After a little of convincing and blackmail. A little of what? Convincing. Anyway, you're looking to the proud owner of 100% of the Biloxi hospitals. He declares happily. The first since my grandpa, the founder. Oh, Hector. Congratulations. She says happily too, I know that this was your plan from the start. You should be so happy right now. And you did it so soon. She was really impressed. Thank you, thank you. Now that I have complete ownership, things can start changing for the better. Christine watches carefully Hector's smile. He looks so relieved, his eyes looking forward like he is visualizing the future, a good future. She didn't want to pop his happy bubble, but she needed to ask. But it will be okay, Hector. You know. Money. I know that to keep things running you need to make difficult decisions. I do not envy a director's job. Don't worry, even if the hospital goes to the red and makes me lose money for some years, everything will be okay. I make a lot of money in other ways, you know. Who would imagine that pressing some buttons on a screen at the right time would make your money increase, right? You just need to remove it before your money disappears. That's the tricky part. It takes a little time for her to catch up. Are you investing? Stocks. And I'm good at it. He gives her a mysterious smile again. Don't worry. I will start med school now, and in the future I will revolutionize the medical field. Let me make a name for myself first. The hospitals will survive till there. He winks at her. She shakes her head with a helpless smile. What can she do beyond thrusting him? Okay, and again. I really don't envy your job. It's so easy to just be a doctor and worry about the patient in front of you, instead of the whole hospital chain. Too bad. Hector gives her a strange and assessing look, because I was thinking of making you the director of this one. What? Hector's house. In the living room, the girls gathered together with some snacks, but not to watch a movie or a TV show, no. Shago, Helena, Harley, Seiko, Quinn, Baby 5, Isabella and even Cassandra are watching Hector renovate the house. Munch lose the shirt. Shago says while watching him drill the wall back together. He just changed the inner parts with reinforced high-tech apparatus. He pauses and gives her a deadpan stare. But in the end, he shrugs and takes his shirt off. He is not shy when he thirsts for them, so no problem in having it the other way around. Now he continues his work shirtless, a belt of tools around his waist while he moves to install some defensive machinery in the ceiling. That's what Mama likes to see. Shago comments, seeing his back muscles ripple with each movement. I confess that was skeptical about it, but I'm seeing the appeal now. Harley comments. You need to see him work on his car. Shago adds. I feel like a piece of meat. Hector shakes his head in foam misery as he removes parts of the ceiling expertly. Don't be corrupted by those women, Cassandra. She gives him a thumbs up. Can't you do it much more easily with your powers? Helena asks, receiving a glare from Shago. Yes, I can think about many other efficient ways to reconstruct this house in a fortress, but I like doing it with my own hands. Consider it my pet project. He answers. After replacing some parts of the ceiling with a laser weapon turret, he continues, as a fun fact, I thought about throwing a Chitauri Leviathan here during the invasion of New York, so that I could reform it properly, but decided against it. Doing it discreetly is better. So you would throw a biotechnologic alien spaceship on your home just to reform it. Sounds like you. Helena is starting to get used to Hector. I don't think insurance would cover it. Harley adds. The problem would be the government coming to retrieve it. Hector continues to change the skeleton of his home. It looks normal outwardly, but it's probably more futuristic than the Avengers Tower. Seiko looks around a little. There's more, right? Girls, I mean. People. She looks around at the people reunited. Hector goes silent for some time, the rest wait for his answer, no. But if you're talking about the other summons, all of them are starting their new lives. With the exception of some that are still on probation in the space station. Nemesis is being grounded. He comments. The brat brown girl was acting up too much, and challenging Cortana. No one challenges Cortana's authority on his body. Oh, I can't wait to start my new life. Harley swings her feet happily. About that. Hector started, are you sure that you're going with Harley Quinn as your alias? He asks her with an unsure face. What is the problem? Harley Quinn. Harleen Quinzel. He makes a face of, are you serious? People will discover your secret identity in a week, Max. Seriously. But I don't want to change EEE. It's such a good name EEE. She whines like a child. Hector sighs, relax, you can go with the name. But be prepared to be watched. And Harleen Quinzel can never have contact with Hector. He says. She whines again, fucking spy people. Don't worry, I will try to hide you for some time, it will not last, and then I will go scare them a little as Eidolon. Hector assures her. Thank you. I'm surprised that you're letting her do it. Helena comments. He knows Hector is the paranoid type. I think throwing a bone at them can help a little. The poor guys have nothing on Eidolon or the SPC. He shrugs his shoulders without a worry, and it's not like my secret identity will last forever. If not for my grandparents and the fact people will look down on me because of my age, I would really not care. Really. Really, it only needs some fucker with a convenient power to reveal it. It's inevitable. He says. He already made peace that at some point his identity will be discovered, he will only hold up for as long as he can. He has plans to when this happens too. Going public with his identity will even help on many fronts. He laughs, maybe I can run for president. Everyone laughs, including him. If things happen, he would adapt. Maybe that is one of his key differences from others like Peter, instead of making a deal with the devil if things go wrongly, or instead of desperately trying to maintain the crumbling status quo. Hector would own up, do some damage control, adapt, and keep moving on. Even his plan of reviving his parents changed. He will do it properly and in a way that would bring zero consequences to the world. It's his selfish desire. So even though his parents are taken from him unjustly and he only wants to have the life together with them that was denied to him, he will not create trouble for anyone. If anyone doesn't create trouble with him, of course. By the way, Shago. I have a small gift for you. Hector suddenly remembers something. Stopping his work, he walks at her and removes a small box from somewhere. Oh, jewelry, Harley comments, seeing the box that looks like is holding a piece of jewelry like a necklace or something similar. Shago gets all excited. Hector gives things that could be considered gifts casually, so what is something that is called a gift by him? Well, you can say that is jewelry. But is not its true purpose. He half agrees with Harley. Then he opens the small box in Shago's direction. Inside there are 3 pearls of different colors. Blue, purple, and red. It looks very simple, but Shago feels something when she looks at them, a familiar feeling. Are those? Seiko is the only one that recognizes them. Yes, power orbs, non-official name. Hector says, then he goes to explain, it's the solidification of a power made by yours truly. You just need to press it on your skin and it's done, like me giving you a new power. So those are powers. But which type? Helena asks curiously. What is so special about them? Wait a damn minute. Shago slowly realizes, don't tell me. She gives Hector a look. Yeah. He nods. You visited my world? She asks, surprise evident in her voice. Not your world specifically, a parallel version of it. He corrects her, there, I copied your brother's powers. Seeing that they came from the same source, that rainbow comet, I think they are very compatible with you and they will seamlessly fuse with your body. He explains. But Shago is more interested in another topic, when did you visit my world? A little after coming back from the pirate world, it was just a day trip. You could copy those buffoons' powers in a minute. What did you do with the rest of your time? Shago continues asking. Going around, meeting people, eating some food. I always wanted to experiment the nachos of your world. He replies easily. Meeting people, huh? Her tone is strange. Now Hector catches up. Oh, I see. Are you worried that I met your redhead nemesis? Don't worry, I met her, yes. But I didn't make any move on her and didn't bring her here. No, I'm not worried about that. Shago interrupts him. Let me ask this. By any chance, did you meet another version of me there? She asks with accusing eyes. Yes. Her eyes narrow, and her hand goes to his shoulder. Hector, listen here. I don't care if you fuck infinite people, but never ever never think about having another Shago. That is my bottom line. Okay. She squeezes his shoulder. Her eyes burning green. Fair enough. Her jealousy is as volatile as her. Don't worry, you're the better one anyway. Did she flirt with you? She asks again. Hector pauses, his face stone. The woman doesn't let go. Well, let's say that apparently, I'm really your type. I'm flattered, by the way. She glares at him. Relax, you're the only Shago that I will ever need. He stops teasing her, pulling his green of envy girlfriend in a hug, and here. He shows the power orbs again. One of your brother's powers is duplication. He wiggles his eyebrows at her, the implications hanging in the air. She can't keep the angry look for long, smiling a little. So it's more a gift for you then. The best gifts are the ones that we can enjoy together. They laugh and he kisses her lightly. He gave her the power of duplication. The guy is into something. Really a genius that always benefits from his selfless acts. Ugh, guys. Stop that. Harley is almost jumping in, and if she does that I will need to throw cold water in you three. Helena says, disgusted by their PDA. They separate a little and Hector says, this gift is for Shago, if she wants. I'm not gonna force her in taking those powers, but I think can be a good addition that would not put a strain on her body and allow her to take more powers. But. He points at them. It's also the indication that the serum is ready. Girls. Did you all choose your initial powers? I did. Honk honk. Harley squeezes her breasts, making clown honks noises. Helena gives Hector a glance. He is the one to blame for that. But what can he say? It's funny. Anyway, it's finally time for the upgrades. He says to divert her attention from Harley honker knockers. Time to get really strong. How strong? The clown girl asks. Bulletproof and strong enough to fold Killer Croc and King Shark clothes while they are still wearing them. He says with a smile. Now we are talking. Helena smiles, probably imagining herself finally being the one who can throw a car into someone. Don't forget to make a good initial build. Hector counsels them. New powers can be added in the future, but the foundation is important. I would recommend 3 strong ones and 4 for support. Prioritize simple and straightforward powers over complicated ones. You don't want to overwhelm yourself. Okay. I know you are a worryart, but when can we go through the procedure? Shago interrupts what she knows is a long speech. He doesn't hesitate, answering easily with a smile. Tomorrow. Hello there. A little short chapter because it's a transition to the new arc time to the upgrades. And we are gonna focus more in Avengers things, and proceed with the MCU timeline. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 88, Upgrades. Hector POV Space Station. I think that is the first time many of them meet. I watch my inner circle interact with the ones being held in the space station till they are ready to enter the world. Isabella, Shago, Heleno, Cassandra, Seiko, Cortana, Makia, Harley, Power, Yuri Han, Nemesis, Amelie, Widowmaker, Quinn, Baby 5. I believe in compartmentalization, and many of my summons may never meet the others. After all, many will have conflicting ideals and thoughts. It's okay for the only thing holding them together to be me. But my inner circle is special, so it's okay. Ah yes. Seeing them interact only reinforced my statement that they really don't need to meet everyone. You better tone down your attitude, little girl. Shago says while looking down on Yuri. The bosom of the two pressing against each other. Don't think you deserve a spot when you don't even know your own damn place. The rest is at least keeping the distance. Even Widowmaker is smart enough to not start fights without knowing the hierarch dynamic. Even after Shago practically glares at her. Only Yuri with her short temper took the bait. Little girl. Yuri scoffs. Well, she is kinda small. Smaller than Shago at least. Look at the mirror first, Greenie. What's the problem? Didn't you ever mature? She doesn't back down at least. Aha. Never heard that before. Shago rolls her eyes. Hector, you saw her talking about my skin color, can I start dishing out racial slurs? She looks at me. Ugh, please don't. I massage my eyelids. I will do it anyway. You chin dash. Okay. Okay. I get between them. Stop that, you two. Panicotta. You don't stop a cat fight. Harley looks annoyed at my interruption. Wait. Is that popcorn? Power looks like she is enjoying herself too. Yuri looks at Harley and sneers. Why do you look like you're enjoying a show? You're the show itself, fucking clown. That's it, I'm rearranging her ugly mug. Now Harley snaps. She takes her hammer and starts walking at Yuri. Do you want a little of this? Come. Yuri puts a battle stance. Who would imagine that being close to so many women with issues and bad personalities would be so difficult? Why did no one warn me? Harley. Stop. I say, done. Don't worry, my sweet Panicotta. I just want to reason with her. Harley grips her hammer tighter. In her hammer, written using red lipstick, there's the word reason. The name of the weapon. I can't say anything, my favorite chainsaw sword is called kindness. Mama always said to kill people with kindness, so it's what I do. I put a barrier between the two to stop the fight from happening. Just chill out, I can allow a fight later. It can be a good bonding time, but we don't have time for this now. Any interaction can be good in the long run. Maybe they will at least respect each other's abilities after fighting, but timing is essential in those things. First impressions are important too. I can't let it get even worse now. After this they will probably not see each other for a long time, it will be the impression that will stick. Resentment grows while the bad impression is solidified in their hearts and minds. So. Behave. I say while they kept glaring at each other. My voice is low, in a hiss that shows that my patience is starting to get thinner. The two eventually scoff and look away from each other. Shago also disengages. Let's go to the specialized room. Let's change the subject. I walk and they follow me. Harley and Shago go to my side, each grabbing an arm. I will pretend that I didn't notice Harley making faces at Yuri. Let me explain again. After typing the right configurations in the computer, I decided to make things clear again while waiting for the upgrade chamber to get ready. I turn to everyone present. At the baseline, the serum will bring you all to peak human condition and beyond. Normally peak human condition is on Captain America's level, he is the best example I can give. So, beyond everything he has, like reforming your body structure, resistance to diseases, enhanced brain activity, and all the other perks that would erase your imperfections and make you an all-rounder human. You will also reach almost the 100-ton strength mark, have bulletproof skin, increased senses, super regeneration enough to heal limbs in a minute, longevity of thousands of years, slow adaptability, and the list goes on. I explained to them. Each word said widen the eyes of the ones not that familiar with me and my methods. Thousand of years. It's Amelie who asks, a hint of shock escaping from her voice. It seems that even psychopaths don't want to die and find a long life appealing. The serum will increase the longevity of your telomeres. I explain, there's a lot of potential in humanity, the first part of the serum is bringing that forward, with some extras. Letting my words sink in for a moment I continue, what is really interesting is that even this ridiculous long life, the super healing factor, and the rest it will all be a normal part of your biology. A physiological phenomenon that is no different from your hair and nails growing naturally, or a scab appearing on a wound. It will be like you will be evolving, or ascending, as a species. A high human if you want to call yourself that. I can't help but explain in nerd terms, even when I know most of them will not catch it. Sounds nice, why I am not participating in it too? Yuri Han suddenly asks. Too early for you. I say dismissively. Isn't she brought here at the same time as me? She points at Harley. I give her a look and start patting her head with a big smile. Good girl, you're smarter than you look. I praise her for her observation skills with obvious sarcasm in my voice. Let go of me. She fights my grasp, but if I want to head pat you, I will head pat you. And to answer your question in a way that does not hurt your feelings. I start saying after allowing her to escape, I trust her more than you. I fucked her till her relationship loyalty maxed. Harley smiles and makes a V of victory from her position. Yuri doesn't appear to be convinced, but do I need to really explain? Just go train your martial arts before I give you your upgrade. The benefits will be greater. I shrug my shoulders and go back to explaining the procedure. Addressing the whole room again I say, this upgrade will prepare your body to accommodate more powers, normal humans can't hold that much. Your body will slowly adapt and get stronger, and eventually, you will receive better powers from me, if you want. Being peak street level is only the beginning, just so that you guys can have a fighting chance in this unreasonable universe. I say to all of them. Did you go through this procedure? Nemesis is the one who asked me that. The small dark-skinned woman observed everything from her seat. She is temporarily out of her room, but she is still grounded. It's useless to me. I reply nonchalantly, half of this serum is made of my body, you know. Even the healing factor part. Siko asks, you have a lot of powers to accelerate your healing, but it wouldn't be better to have it naturally like you said. A fair question. I point at her, the thing is, like I said, I already have that, but how can I explain this? I scratch my chin a little to think the best way to say is that my body is of higher quality. Ugh. Let's put it on numbers. Imagine that all of you have 1,000 health points and normally heal 1 point during a certain amount of time. I see some rolling their eyes at me explaining in game terms. Heh. But I continue undeterred now, a healing factor like of Deadpool or Wolverine heals you for a 100 points in the same amount of time, being 100 times more effective. Enough to regrow a limb. The thing is, I have 1.000.000.000 points. I let them catch it before pointing to Helena and Harley. Do you know that Superman has a healing factor too? And it would not be worse than Wolverine's. But it looks almost negligible on his high-quality body. If you put only his healing factor in a normal human, a person would regrow their whole body from a finger when exposed under the sunlight. I'm getting so strong that healing factors of the Hero Academia world are starting to get obsolete. Good thing I can combine a lot of regenerative powers, and if I actively desire, keep the same effectivity. I think I got what you mean. Helena nods to herself. Who is Superman? Widowmaker asks. Really strong guy that can punch a hole in the planet and throw things into the sun. Harley explains the best she could. Then a ding is heard from the computer. The chamber is ready. Who wants to go first? Shago was opening her mouth when Helena said faster, me. I'm going. She steps forward with a calm face. Okay then. During the process, I will give you your chosen powers to make the absorption seamless. Let me see your choices. A hologram appears close to me. Are you sure that you only want those? I ask her after a quick look at the list. Helena. Airwalk. Many eye-enhancing powers. Blink teleportation, warp fruit and others. Pocket space power. The choice is not bad. Airwalk to have a platform to stay in any situation, and Siko also wants this one. Pocket space to keep her weapons and ammunition. Blink is excellent to reposition herself, and the combination of many eye powers is self-explanatory. I'm sure, she answers, you can always give me more later, right? I want to do a test drive and see what I'm lacking. I also thought about taking invisibility and other neat stealth powers, but technology can help with that. True. I agree. She listened when I lectured them about it. Many pieces of gear can help with your eyes too, you know. I asked just to make sure. Yeah, but in this case I prefer to have the powers per se. More reliable. Good choice. It also looks below the limit of 7 that I gave, but your eye powers and blink will be the combination of a lot of other powers, so maybe you're going over the limit. I explain. There's that too. You wouldn't give me your all-seeing eyes of God, right? She asks with a cheeky smile. You know the answer. I roll my eyes. I can't give it to her even if I want. I can share temporarily, of course. The thing is a little too high level, and she would need to pay the price. And it's more like magic. Okay, everything ready. Go on then. I say. Everyone who is going through the procedure is using a generic UMF, unstable molecule fabric, suit to prevent any mishaps. Not that would be a problem, the only male other than me here is Makia. Helena walks confidently to the chamber. The design is sleek and clean, to give a feeling of security. Who wants to enter a dirty box, right? I'm not a mad scientist. During the process, I will cheat by giving you the powers directly and stabilizing you if something goes wrong. I say, normally it would be painful, but I will cheat on that too. I trust you. You're the most paranoid guy in the universe. She says with a smile that I return, and the door of the chamber closes with a TSSS sound. Starting. I say just for say, because it's clear when it starts. The cables connecting with the chamber light up, and it's clear that is sending some sort of energy inside, bathing Helena in the rays that are stabilizing the process as she is being injected with the serum that is reforming her body. I check on her with my powers, making sure she is stable. Time to do my part. Putting my hand over a special panel in the chamber, I start slowly passing her new powers to her. The panel is something made by yours truly, just a material that was imbued with an aspect of my own power manipulation, to make it very compatible. It has this unique usage and is useless to anything else. Well, it's made of vibranium. The recently acquired material is a good conductor. The whole process lasts 9:36 minutes, but I keep Helena inside the chamber for another 5 minutes to make sure. Finally, I end the procedure. The chamber opens with another sound. There's no smoke to create a mystery like in the movies. Why would it even have smoke? Am I steaming cooking her? At least Helena emerges a little groggy. This is accurate. She doesn't look that different, she was already incredibly fit before. But let's say that she is, a hem more thick, I mean juiced, I mean filled in certain areas. She is a little more toned too. With my supervision, I can see that many of her cosmetic imperfections disappeared, like in her hair and skin. Looking good. I say while helping her out of the chamber, how do you feel? I make her stand up and let her stabilize herself on her own. A little, great. I feel great. She says while checking her own hands, tightening her fist. You will notice the powers in a minute, like an extra limb. I throw some advice while turning around for a moment and then, pulling AR-15 from my sky poison pearl. Say hello to my little friend. I smile and blast her with the gun ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Wah, what the hell. As the bullets fly, she puts her arms in front of herself to clumsily protect her body. It takes some time for her to notice that the bullets are not hurting her. I blow the smoke escaping out of the barrel and say, you need to let go of your normal sensibilities. Did it hurt? No. It was like rain. Heavy rain at least. She says amazed. A neat thing is that bulletproof skin doesn't mess with your sensibility, so you can feel the rain all the same. It's only that there will be no pain when it doesn't hurt. Your skin is not rock or anything like that. I explain. So, powers are bullshit. She summarizes. Powers are bullshit. I agree. Now, why don't we test your strength? I smile and take a car from Sky Poison Pearl. She smiles seeing the Corolla in perfect state in front of her. You know me so well. I gesture with my hand like a waiter presenting the food. I don't even know how to start, she looks eager. Don't kick or punch away. Try using your first like a hammer first. Turning it into a scrap. I give some counsel, then you can try to throw it away later. Good idea. She approaches the car beaming from ear to ear. Helena raises her closed fist above her head and brings it down on the roof of the car. Crash bam. As I expected, the thing folded like it was made of cardboard, doing little to stop her hand from ending up on the ground. She lost a little of her balance, not used to her strength, almost being forced to her knees. But that doesn't stop her, already big, smile from growing even more. Oh ho ho, now this is what I'm talking about. Try using only your arm at first, then you start moving the rest of your body. Get used to the individual strength of your limbs. I continue giving her more counsel. What happens next can be called childish, like a toddler playing in a sandbox, smashing sand castles. But her smile is too happy for me to step on her moment. Asterisk huff asterisk wow, that was cathartic. She exaggeratedly a breath of relief. We can see. I comment with a lot of amusement while looking at the remains of the car, try squashing it in a big ball and throw it away. Later we will test her physical prowess more thoroughly, and she will have time to get used to it. Now it's only to satisfy her a little and show the others what to expect. Helena grabs the car parts and crushes it between her hands, compressing the smaller she can. She can't turn it into a basketball, but is enough for her to easily hold with her two arms. Without wasting time she pulls back a little and throws the ball of scrap metal with some effort. The thing flies easily, only stopping when it hits the reinforced walls of this room. It can go much farther apparently. Hector, if one day you go to my universe, take me with you. I need to do some payback. She dusts her hands with a satisfied smile. Is that so? Don't go around bullying people now. Come on, it's Bane. And maybe Wonder Woman. She protests but ends up admitting her impure intentions. You're not at her level yet, not the main version at least. I warn her to not let the power go over her head. Maybe I need to spar a little with them too. And I didn't know that you had a beef with Wonder Woman. I say. Did the two even interact? HMPF, there's one time that a bunch of superheroines are forced to fight in a cage and... Long story. She stops midway. Now I was interested. Eventually, I let Helena feel herself and I turn to the rest. So, it will be more or less like this. Then I give Helena a look, try feeling your powers, if you have any difficulty we can cheat again. Cheat. I can use them with you. I say and teleport close to her, grabbing her hand and teleporting to another point of the room, then to another, and another till I go back to the initial place. Did you feel your teleporting powers? I think I did. She says hesitantly. Then don't let the feeling go away. I warn anyway, in the last case I can pass the information directly to your brain. Or use my forced power activation. But is kinda invasive. It's better to let them discover for themselves. It's improbable but maybe they will come up with a different way of using their new powers. Unique to them. Who is next? I turn to the rest. Me, obviously. Shago steps forward, giving a glance to Helena, Yuri, and Widowmaker for some reason. Let's check her choices. Shago. Miss Militia modified power. Many fire-related powers fused. Super strength, duplication, and shrinking, her brother's powers take only on slot. Heaven's Door stand power. Like Helena, Shago opted to have fewer powers than allowed, but that fire one is the fusion of a lot of fire powers, and this kind of power is unstable, so it's the safest option. Are you sure that you don't want the fire body power? I ask again. Of all fire powers, the only one that she doesn't want is the Mera Mera no Mi ability to be made of fire. I don't want to be fire, it sounds like a hassle, and you will give me that fire body thingy, right? Yes. She is talking about being covered in flames like Human Torch and Sunspot. I copied Sunspot's power sneakily last time while the secondary X-Men team fanboyed over me. As much as I want her to have the cheat of intangibility, I also understand that it opens gaps to an obvious weakness. I just need to make her body strong as heck. So you will be covered in green fire? Helena asks, seeing Shago's options over my shoulder. Yes. Shago answers. It reminds me of fire from my universe. Helena comments. Beatriz da Costa. Do you know she is Brazilian too? I add. She is Sunspot and has the same last name. LOL Marvel and DC. We have to always have fire or forest-based powers, right? Just gives us a monkey power already, I would not complain. Forgot about dragons and phoenixes, monkeys are the best. Look at Sun Wukong and Goku. So someone already does that. Then I don't want any more. Shago suddenly says, annoyed, crossing her arms. Let's divert her attention. We can't have Shago throwing a fit right now. Heaven's Door. I ask. What? It sounds useful. She shrugs and looks away. I'm a little overprotective with certain powers, but okay. I will let you have it. I really don't like sharing the stand's powers, the hacks is too op, but why do you want it? I already said, it looks super useful. I just need to write in someone that they can't lie to me and boom, I can have my loyal crew. She answers, did you forget that I'm setting up a nightclub? Oh yes. Remember me again later, Cortana, and I can create a mysterious DJ, that is a robot, to work for you. With my collection of music 20 years ahead, it will be a hit. Good idea. Having people working for me and not paying anything. That's the American dream. She declares proudly. Please don't brainwash anyone, use only for background check and for your safety. I say with a shake of my head. Sometimes I forget that Shago is a villain. She can dance to the hero tune too because of me, but she enjoys being a villain. That's why she left her family superhero group. Well, go inside. I signal to the chamber. Normally I'm the one telling you that. She smirks and winks at me before entering the chamber. Ignoring the looks, I do my work. Once again it goes without a hitch. For the most part, I mean. When the door of the chamber opens again, this time there's smoke obstructing the vision of the inside of the chamber. Suddenly Shago's fiery hand grabs the edge of the entrance of the chamber, easily melting it as she stabilizes herself. Without hesitation I pull her to me, helping her out. The fire uncontrollably moves around her body, but it can't hurt me. Deep breaths, my dear. I say while caressing her back soothingly. She is not panicking, but she is getting a little nervous because of the loss of control. Many emitter-like powers depend on the body condition of the user. Her body went through a huge change, and it's feeling strange. When her heartbeat, breath, and other physiological functions go back to normal, she will have more control. It's like her body is trying to protect her from external threats after the stressful situation. After 2 minutes she is not on fire anymore. There. Good job. I pat her back. I destroyed the machine. She says while hugging me, her face on my chest. She is a little thicker now too. Just a little, but I would obviously notice the difference. My hands went everywhere in this body already. Ah yes. I reply, and then with a wave of my hand I pull another chamber from my inventory. What? I'm a prepared guy. It's almost look like they don't know me. How many of those do you have? Helena asks. But it's Isabella who answers, knowing master, at least one to each of us, in case every procedure destroys a chamber. Okay, they really know me. Why don't we all go at the same time then? Harley asks confused. Because seeing the previous success would relax you guys. And I want each procedure to have my undivided attention. I say. It's with their lives that I'm messing here. I sacrificed a lot of time before feeling confident to do this. And a lot of lives too. I replace the slightly broken chamber with a new one, connecting the cables and other apparatus at super speed. After finishing I clap once. Next. Harley was almost jumping at the opportunity when Cassandra stepped out silently. Oh, okay then, there's a hierarchy. The clown woman deflates a little and goes back to her place. Cassandra. One for all, danger sense, black whip, FA gene, gearshift. Yami yami no mi plus kage kage no mi, darkness and shadow fruits, and dark shadow quirk. Intangibility. Black assimilation quirk. The hand, stand power. Ori ori no mi, bind fruit. Tactile telekinesis. Different from the other two, Cassandra is going all out. I have no qualms in spoiling her with powers, she is a genius and a hard worker. I really want to see how far she will go. Her build is pretty strong to a close-ranged fighter, she will become a flying brick with a lot of tools to deal with a variety of enemies. She is also not hopeless against long-range opponents either. Truth to be told. After this, I think she can solo a lot of groups of heroes and villains. Cassandra silently enters the new chamber. The process is smooth this time, and Cassandra has no problem walking out of the chamber by herself, looking normal and unaffected. She walks to me. What does she want? Oh, head pats. Good job. Your training paid off. I praise, can you feel your new powers? She raises a hand, as she clenches her fist darkness covers her arm, oozing out a little like smoke. Yeah, really good job. I praise her again before letting her go to the side, with instructions to try to test her new powers carefully. Next. Harley looks at Seiko and Isabella, which any of you will go now? I can wait. Seiko says politely. I can be the last. Isabella adds. Geez, you two are making me look childish. But thanks. I'm going now. Harley jumps at the chance. Her choices are, a little weird. Harley. Honkers knockers. Outburst plus smile quirks. Shock absorption. Elasticity/softening. Combination of many size-changing powers. Mind reading, empathy, truth, lie detector. Animal talking. Comic, manga Fukudashi quirk. Are you trying to make yourself a toon character? I ask with a raised eyebrow. Yes. She replies without hesitation, a big smile on her face. I shrug, suit yourself. Compatibility is the most important thing. And like or disliking a power is a big part of that. It's obviously better to have a power that you enjoy using, or it's at least your hobby. No guy who likes the ocean would choose to have geokinesis instead of breathing underwater, for example. She is going over the limit of 7, but Honkers knockers almost doesn't count. Her powers are very tame, with the exception of comic. Go into the chamber then. Okie dokie, Capitaine. She salutes me before entering the machine giddily. Once again, no big problem. Her powers are kinda internalized. Most of it at least, when she touched the machine like Shago, she softened it, making it look like it's melting. But it was not damaged and went back to normal after I dealt with it. Bud. Lou. Come here, boys. Oh. I can understand you guys. I'm like Dr. Dolittle. She went to check on her hyenas, ha ha ha. That was funny. People will really think she is crazy now. Helena says. But isn't it the truth? Shago asks. Seiko and Isabella exchange looks, a sort of understanding going between the two. Then Seiko steps forward, I guess it's my turn. It will be easy, we will only perfect the procedure we did in the One Piece world. I say to her. Seiko is like the last test subject of this project. I cheated even more at her previous procedure, but right now we can do it properly and cover the flaws. Seiko. Supa no mi, dice fruit. Artificial mythical zoan, oni fruit. Overclock. Sword creation. Telekinesis. Air walk. Seiko also doesn't want any flashy powers, even the telekinesis that she asked for is minor. Just enough to bring her weapon back to her or control it from a distance. And it looks like she doesn't have many options, but on the artificial zoan, she has many sub-powers. She only needs support. Like with Helena, air walk is for her to have a platform in the air to have leverage. Jeppo is not perfect for that. Seiko has the smoothest procedure, just the serum being upgraded and her powers fusing better with her. Yeah, I can already feel the difference. She says while looking at her hands. Swish, suddenly from her wrist a blade emerges, not any blade. It's that Kokoshibo's blade, with eyes and all that. Before this procedure she could make bakens, wood katanas, with a certain quirk that I took from a Yakuza, now she can create this special Oni blade. She can drink blood through it, helping her already incredibly healing factor. Seiko is right now a perpetual motion machine of slaughter. Ah, this is fun, like I'm creating characters in a game. Isabella gives Makia a look, but I say to her. He will go last, just go Isabella. Okay, master. Isabella. Warp gate. Infinity castle. Gasa no mi plus moku no mi, gas and smoke fruits. Voyance plus gyro no mi. DOA no mi, door fruit. Bari bari no mi, barrier fruit. High specs. She really doesn't want to fight anymore. Not that she will be helpless, but this combination allows her to take people out easily. The choice of gas fruit is good because she is smart. All these powers will mash nicely eventually. I offered some nice mythical zoans to her, the 5 elders had interesting powers too. But she refused for now. TCH, girls. Who doesn't want a second form? Mwah. Anyway, Isabella's upgrade also goes without a hitch. And she also has a lot of control over it. Now last, but not least. I gesture to Makia. First, I take away all of his powers, they are placeholders. He gets smaller and is able to fit in the chamber. And the new powers. Gigantomachia. Many gigantification powers. Ton fruit. Chimera plus all dinosaur zoans. Diamond form. Many physically enhancing powers. Kinetic absorption. Many sustenance powers. I whistle Makia was always special in being capable of holding many powers, but this goes far. I'm creating a monster that can probably stall the Hulk for an indefinite amount of time. The Chimera came from that villain from the Hero Academia world coupled with all dinosaur zoans will keep Makia with his physical prowess and strong senses. Dinosaurs are good. I mean, insects are more OP, and deep-sea creatures are scarier. But these One-Piece world dinosaurs are also ridiculous too. The diamond form power is only a guarantee in case someone throws a hydrogen bomb at my boy, or throws him into space. The rest. If the fight drags on, and it will with so much defense, he will be unstoppable, getting stronger and stronger. Makia is the second physically strongest of my group. When he gets a little more able with his powers, I will give him gravity manipulation too. Hee hee. You're making that face, master. Cortana wards. What face? That playful face. Experience tells me that you are thinking of something silly or something outrageous. No, I was not. Don't create trouble just to see something new. She says dubiously. HMPF, all trouble that I create is controlled. I finally upgraded everyone, I mean there are others, but let's wait a little more. I feel that I can upgrade people like Yuvijin, Chun-Li, and Celine, she went through a procedure but not this perfect one, without worry. They are very submissive for a lack of better word. Nothing like Yuri, I still need to tame her a little more. Talking about her, Shago is provoking her to attack first so that she could kick her ass. Don't fall into her trap. I grab Yuri by the collar, she fights like a rabid dog but I just throw her out, go train, you're close to being allowed to go to the world. I shoo her and the others away. Leaving only the recently upgraded people here. Turning to them slowly I say while cracking my neck. Well, time for you all to get a crash course. I smile predatorily while approaching them, this whole place is reinforced so. With the exception of Makia, go crazy. After beating down the basics on everyone, I let them do their own training with a little control practice. You know. Sudden super strength normally has a consequence of a lot of collateral damage. Even the weakest physically like Helena and Isabella would still take a door off the hinges if they were not careful. And if they suddenly bump into someone, well, it would not be pretty. So everyone is grounded here till the second order. Master. Yes, Cortana. With everyone getting upgrades, I decided to show mine to you too. She says a little sheepishly. Oh, did you finish your bodies? I ask curiously. She was so secretive about it for some reason, wanting to do it alone. Sometimes asking for materials. I can understand the desire to have a pet project. They are not at 100% complete. But I finished the prototypes. She answers and suddenly the door opens and 3 Cortanas enter. They all look at least 80% similar to each other. The first one looks the most like her hologram version, very human. This is the standard version. The Cortana explains about herself, doing a spin. Nice ass. Very basic, to do some work a hologram can't. The second Cortana opens her mouth, this one is the first combat-oriented one. The Cortana that speaks appears to be using a bulky power armor. A quick glance with my X-ray vision shows the countless amount of weapons underneath the exterior. Impressive. I praise, I bet you have downloaded combat experience. I have the best example in the world. She smiles at me. Hey, it can fly in space. I ask while checking the propulsors. Yes. For now, it can only comfortably fly at 5.000 meters per second, but it can be improved. Have you ever thought about an extra layer? Like an exoskeleton that you can simply disconnect at a whim. Like Raiden and that jet in Metal Gear Rising. We thought the same, Master. There are bulkier versions that are no different from mechas. When we have some breakthrough in nanotechnology, you will be a beast. I comment. It can be an option. But I can't deny that the molecular integrity of adamantium is very pleasing. The limit of nanomachines is that they are fragile. Convenient but fragile. Wait till I get my hands in some URU. I smile at her. I will focus a little more on the vibranium research. And when I have time we can go to the Savage Lands. You know what? Send the new batch of scouting drones that we are sending to Titan to the Savage Lands instead. I command. It will be done, Master. Thank you. My gaze stops analyzing the many weapons of Battle Cortana to look at the third Cortana. And... Cortana? I ask weakly. Yes, the Cortana in question answers with a small smile. This one is specialized in servicing you, Master. I noticed. Should I ask? I know the answer. But I need to ask right. Why does this one have handlebars in her hips? I bite the bullet. Cortana, degree, clank clank, Master. Clank clank. Oh boy. Hello there. More and more characters will start appearing. Strong characters, and with them harder challenges. His people needed the upgrades. So this info-dumping chapter is necessary. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Like suggestions of what powers he should give to other summons like Ya, Power, Chun-Li. Or even to Helena, Shago, and the others that already received their upgrades. The sky is the limit. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 89, Summon's Daily Life. Fair warning, there will be smut in this chapter, Hector/Shago. Maybe it's pointless to say this, it can happen in every chapter, but whatever. I will try remembering warnings when the scenes are a little longer. Isabella calmly walks through Hector's residence to do her chores while everyone is out. There is normally not much to do, she is simply doing a routine round to check on everything. There are a few places that she is not allowed to enter, like Hector's parents' old room which remains tightly locked and sealed. But he doesn't care if she enters his own room. He has nothing to hide there, and he doesn't bring anything dangerous home. She opens the door slowly to be greeted with the sight of a slightly messy room. Slightly, because a little part of it is messy while strangely another part is kept tidy perfectly. The books, for example, are perfectly organized, and the shelf has some trinkets too. But the bed and his working/computer table are a little messy. She doesn't touch that last part. If it is like that it's because Hector wants it like that. Every piece must be in the place that he will remember. The rest, on the other hand, she can clean. She makes his bed, dusts the shelves, takes objects from the ground, and puts them in the closest high place. She does all that methodically. Isabella even irons his bed sheets. One would think that maybe is a pointless job, he barely sleeps on his own bed nowadays. He barely sleeps at all. But she never knows when he will use his bedroom, so she will keep it ready for him all the time. Isabella leaves his room in a better state than how she found it and moves around the house, eventually going back to the kitchen. In the kitchen, she finds Hector with one of his new additions. A demon girl and her pet cat. Demon. The term sparks an inkling of negative emotions in Isabella, but she is not so petty as to lump every demon-related thing together. Especially when, now, she understands the concept of multiple realities. Hello, Isabella. How are you? Hector asks with a gentle smile, his back at the counter of the kitchen. He is drinking something from his cup while watching a strange scene in the kitchen. Good. What are they doing? Isabella asks to make sure, as she also eyes the strange scene. In the kitchen, most of Hector's pets are in a circle together with the new demon girl, Power. Well. It seems Power is arguing with Cathalhu. And she is losing. He says with amusement evident in his tone. Isabella is really trying to not judge the girl as an idiot. But she is hissing at the gray cat. Isabella is used to being surrounded by smart people at this point. She is really trying hard to not lump Power together with the pets in the hierarchy of her mind. How can that be useful? She thinks the woman is a liability at most. She hides her rude thoughts when she notices Hector stares at her with a half-smile. What do you think of her? He asks while shaking his drink. She seems interesting. It's the only good adjective she can think about the girl. Oh. I see. I see. Hector nods while looking down on his cup. You know, Isabella. I feel like I didn't tell you how much I appreciate what you do around here. You do. All the time. He is always thankful for her and remembers her of that every time he can. She doesn't understand why he is saying this now. Oh. Her eyes widen when she gets where this is going. Power. She is a little special girl. He continues. Oh no, she thinks. With a lot of issues, but she can learn. And to teach someone, I trust you more than anyone. Master. I know that you can do it. He smiles and is dazzling enough to blind a normal person while he interrupts her. Master. Oh, fire in the rainforest. I need to go. Bye. He suddenly says and speeds away. Isabella was left alone in an instant. But suddenly Hector comes back, getting really close to her. Jokes aside, discipline her. You can be harsh. I will allow it, and she is very durable. Hector says in a more placid tone, thank you again, Isabella. Love you. He says and kisses her cheek before disappearing again. Now she is truly left speechless. Eventually, she shakes her head and looks at her next task. She really didn't do much around the house, it was so easy that she was wishing for having a little more work. But this. She sighs and walks at the demon girl that is still on all fours hissing at the other cat. Isabella approaches, her tall frame casting a shadow over Power, making the devil girl look up at her. Human. Tell this cat to receive my affection. He should be honored. Power says in a loud voice. Isabella looks down on her in silence. It will be a long journey. Shago walks through the empty main floor of her soon-to-be nightclub. Her reels clicking loudly on the smooth surface of the dancing floor. I want it green. Green glass, green lights. She says to Hector who walks at her side. Normally you put hot and vibrant colors in these kinds of places. Hector comments while looking around. Are you saying that green is not hot? She turns to him with a raised eyebrow and a quirk on her lips. Oh, green is very hot. Very, very hot. He answers with a smile and grabs a handful of her ass, making her playful yelp. It's not a problem to keep the main theme green and black, but you need some red too. Maybe gold. Or even silver. To shine and keep your clients awake and animated. I thought the drugs would do that. She says slowly. As a hero, I can't condone the usage of recreational drugs in this place. Keep the people hyped with good music. Hector says diplomatically. And as my boyfriend and partner. Fuck those rich brats. He says with disdain, making her laugh out loud. I have no pity for those second-generation rich kids that finance drug trafficking. I hate them more than some low-level drug dealers in the streets. He confesses. It's the rich that buy the most expensive stuff, they are guilty as much as any other, but because of their money and status, they are above the consequences. Drugs will not increase the criminality of the upscale suburbs. Bunch of dirty bourgeois. He spats. You're referencing something. Shago points at him while guessing by his tone. She is already familiar with his eccentricities. Ding ding, bring the prize to the lady. He confirms her suspicion, it's from a movie. We can watch it later. I can stream from my memories. I thought that you were researching how to make harmless drugs to crash the market. Shago comments later. Meh. Hector shrugs his shoulders uninterestedly. I thought that as I couldn't immediately deal with the drug problem I could substitute the product with ones that would not harm the user. It would also destroy the competition, but unfortunately worrying about some druggie's health is very low on my list of priorities, so I paused the project for an undetermined amount of time. He says it was a simultaneous project with a drug that I was developing, something to temporarily boost a person's brain activity. Something that I saw in a movie called NZT, but again. Meh. He shrugs his shoulders again. I could be using my time in a better way. Like finding another cure to cancer. Another. She asks interested. Please. He scoffs as the two walk to the VIP floor. Do you think the normal people can't find the cure to cancer? It's just that is very lucrative. 21st century biggest scam, cancer. Heh, so many conspiracy theories are right. I'm not surprised. She laughs, it makes her a little happy that has a lot of scum worse than her out there. A lot is real. It's also not hard to make a car run using water, you know. Steam engines, people, they existed for a long time, duh. You can make an engine that is efficient enough to work with the energy released from the breaking of the H2O molecules. Hydrogen is a surprisingly good fuel too. But they will not let go of oil that easily. Wait for oil to start to run out and you will see how easily the problem that never existed will be solved. I ask myself how many people that created new things are suicided. Hector says wistfully, is Reed being paid to not improve the world? Shago listens a little more of Hector listing the ways the people on top keep the rest in check. Wars, polarization, diseases, misinformation, immigration, and even civil movements. She can listen all day to Herman ranting about it. It's like a high-level gossip where he badmouths rich people. It's fun. I think the bouncers can be androids. I can make a very realistic artificial skin. Hector says as they enter Shago's office. Her office has a perfect view of everything that is happening on the lower floors. The wall is a reinforced two-way mirror that Hector put there. If you mean that I will not need to pay them, I'm all for it. Shago agrees easily, make them all above 6 feet 6 inches tall at least and with mean faces. It's better to prevent the problems from rising than destroy the vibe. Like super expensive and high-tech scarecrows. Okay. He agrees easily with how many employees we can get away by making them robots. He asks. Depends on how dexterous they are. Shago purses her black lips to think, even with some artificial intelligence, I don't think it would be good to put them in the more sociable jobs like a bartender. Then I think it would be better for you to search for the employees normally and I will fill the gap with robots. Hector decides. This can be good. With her new powers, she can deal with this task easily. By the way, doesn't sound exciting to fuck here against this glass wall while people down there can't see us. The conversation suddenly takes a very different route. The sex part is always interesting. Hector admits with a chuckle. He is not into exhibitionism. Outdoor sex or sex in strange places sounds interesting enough for him, but not the part about other people seeing or the thrill of being caught. He can play along if one of his girls likes it, but he would use his powers to create an illusion around them. Just to trick his partner while protecting the two. He is too paranoid to risk being caught and too possessive to let anyone see his woman's body. Well, if the sex part is the focus, what is stopping us now? Shago gives him a salacious look. A single eyebrow is raised while he slowly turns at her with a predatory look. In the next instant, they are already kissing each other hungrily. There is no slow start, they are long past this. The two know each other too intimately at this point. Their kiss starts with a heated battle of tongues as their hands roam each other's favorite body parts. I have a gift for you, Shago says between kisses. Oh. I'm liking where this is going. He replies. It's probably a repayment for her brother's powers, but if she is bringing this up now, it means. She gives him a sultry smile before she turns around, bending over while putting her hands on the glass wall, sticking her ass out to him. Go on. Open your gift. She looks over her shoulder with a sexy look, shaking her ass from side to side. He doesn't need to be told twice. He passes a hand through her supple ass before flipping over her skirt to reveal the familiar heart-shaped green ass that he loves so much, clad in a black thong. Continue, she says with a playful tone. He grabs the two green cheeks with both hands, they are firm and soft, and pulls them apart. Well, he comments after seeing what he needs to see. He pulls her thong to the side to have a clear of the gift, or at least of the material representation of this. A butt plug with Eidolon's symbol. The white spiral. People really do weird stuff with my image, huh? Isn't Stark keeping an eye on this? He comments with humor. Are you gonna be worried about the royalties or are you gonna fuck my tight green ass? She looks back at him faux annoyed. Go on, accept your gift, claim your ownership of my virgin asshole, she urges him. Patience, my love. He says slowly, I want to thoroughly enjoy your gift. He grabs both ass cheeks firmly and kneels behind her. Then he slowly removes the butt plug with circular movements that makes her moan. The thing gets out of her asshole with a pop, now it's empty, put something inside, hurry, she sways her backside to him. I'm not done yet. Grasping both green cheeks, he shakes them a little to see them jiggle before he puts his face between them and gives a very long lick from bottom to top. His tongue goes from her clitoris to her puckered asshole. He has enough powers to take care of the most unpleasant parts of sex, only the good dirty things remain. And fuck. Why are you good at everything? Shago moans when he started eating her ass, not that I'm complaining though. He eats her out with gusto, enough to make her legs tremble, to make her push her ass back on his face. And he doesn't stop there. At some point, she doesn't know how, another tongue starts licking her pussy. Motherfucker. She moans loudly, I love that you have so many powers. MMMMHNG. She holds to dear life at the glass wall while Hector's tongues fucks both of her holes. TSK tisk, that's all I am to women. Just a piece of meat. He says while still eating her out, I wish that someone would like me for my personality instead of my thousands of powers that can be used in sex. He says melancholic, and then the second tongue grows even more. Enough to rub against her clit while the tip hits all her sweet spots inside her. Yes, don't stop. And don't talk with your mouth full. Go on, Hector. On fuck. Fuck. Shago's forehead is pressing against the glass, her hot breath hitting it and making the glass foggy. Oh. Hector doesn't even need his super senses to see her orgasm, her pussy and asshole were still quivering when he took his tongues off them. Now I can fully enjoy, he unzips his pants while watching her trembling ass. Pulling out his dick, he puts it between her ass cheeks, the large shaft goes easily all the way to her lower back. Maybe I should make it smaller. He comments after seeing the proportion of his cock resting on her backside. Don't you fuck dare. But Shago is having none of it. One hand goes to her butt, fingers sinking in her ass cheek while she pulls it apart. Fuck me, Hector. Now. I can take it. She urges him, rubbing bubble butt on him, giving him a slow ass job. Once again, he really doesn't need to be convinced. Knowing that her body can now take it, he pulls back a little and without a "excuse me" penetrates her asshole in a slow but steady thrust. Yes. Damn it, you're stretching me out. I love it. Ruin me, Hector. On fuck. Even with the incredible tightness of her asshole, she starts pushing her ass back to meet his thrusts. You're so hot, Shago. Hector says with a firm grasp on her ass so unbelievably tight. I should have given you the serum earlier, just so that I could fuck this ass without worry. He talks dirty the way she likes. I'm gonna be using it a lot from now on. And I'm not asking. She grabs a fistful of her hair and increases his speed, going balls deep on her. Yes. Do it anytime HNG, just bend me over and do it. Anytime, anywhere. As they continue their hot body-shaking sex, suddenly a ringtone is heard where there are only moans and the sound of flesh hitting flesh. Without stopping, Hector raises his hand, and Shago's phone, which is in her purse, flies to his hand. It's Helena. He says after checking the screen. Give it to me. HN. The phone, or are you talking about? He gives her a smile full of innuendo. Both. She replies in kind but extends her hand to receive the phone. Sup, I'm kinda busy. And then Shago answers while signaling to Hector to no stop. Hi, do you want to go on a patrol tonight? Hector can hear Helena's voice coming from the phone. No, sorry. I will not be walking tonight, Shago answers, doing very little to hide her moans. Wait a damn minute. Helena's suspicions are palpable through the phone. You're not doing what I think that you're doing, right? Yes, fucking yes. HN Hector is giving me backshots right now. Can you hear my cheeks clapping? Fuck. He is so good. It's unknown if Shago is getting off on it or if she simply wants to mess with Helena. An awkward silence comes from the other side. You're impossible. Wanna join? Oh. She hung up. Obviously. Hector rolls his eyes. You're really impossible. He says with a smile before continuing ever more rougher. Helena stares at the screen of her phone like she wants to punch Shago through it. She is still unsure if she is angry with Shago or with herself by being affected by her pranks. Yes, she believes 100% that Shago was being clapped, and yes, she believes 100% that she would accept the call at that inconvenient moment just to mess with her. The annoying part is that even if it's predictable, it still gets under her skin. Huff, annoying bitch. She sighs again to keep her composure. Right now Helena is in her full huntress gear, kneeling on the top of an abandoned warehouse, waiting. She is here to burst some illegal deal from two criminal factions. She called Shago because she was sure to have some action kicking ass tonight. Her green friend doesn't like the patrolling and the waiting part of the hero job. Just the simple and straightforward throw of hands to release some stress. But it seems she is relieving stress in a better way right now. Well, it's not like I can't do it alone. She comments under her breath while observing a large assortment of cars arriving. Hector is right. Abandoned warehouse, black cars, Mexican standoff, they sure love cliches. She lets the deal go on for some minutes, putting a finger on her domino mask, and the piece of gear shifts to allow different types of visions. Before attacking, she needs to make sure that there will be no surprises. As expected, there are snipers a little far away. She detects the criminals outside the meeting, the backup in case things go south. She steps on the air and moves to take them down first. Let's forget a little about strategy and just kick their asses with overwhelming strength. She cracks her knuckles with a big smile on her face. She wants to test her new strength. Later she will find that is a little too messy. Hector was working on the space station, doing his best to ignore the annoyance latched on his back. His face doesn't even change while a set of toes pinches his cheek. Yuri, take your feet off my face. I don't have this kind of fetish. He says in a calm and even voice while she pulls his cheek like one would do with the fingers of their hands. Ah, come on, you're so boring. What are you even doing here? She whines, let's fight. You can say a lot of things about Yuri Han, but she is tenacious. Victory against Hector is so far away that she can't even see it, but even so, she still challenges him to a fight every time she sees him. Hector on his part, even though he is living the dreams of many degenerates, he remains unfazed. He doesn't have a foot fetish. Well, he would not refuse a foot job of Yuri Han, but is not what gets his engine going. He grabs her ankles and is ready to smash her on the ground casually, but Yuri Han was expecting that. While she was being swung like a hammer, she twisted a little her body and aimed a kick on his face. Unfortunately for her, Hector moves his head a little, and instead of hitting his nose, her foot hits his hard forehead. He literally headbutted her kick. Arg. Son of a bitch. She rolls on the ground in pain while clutching her leg. What are you made of? Damn it. Give me some enhancements too. This is not fair. Taking pity on her, he crouches down to heal her leg while talking with her. So this is what this is about. Are you trying to prove yourself to go to the world earlier and receive the procedure? Ugh. Half-half. I also want to kick your ass. She answers after being healed. Yuri. If you guess how much that procedure costs, I will give you one. He suddenly says. She looks at him strangely. It's a tricky question. She accuses. Not really. Go on. Guess. He smiles at her. She really doesn't have a clue. She has no reference to even starting to guess. She stares at his smiling face instantly for a long moment. She finally realizes the answer. She doesn't have a clue because there's no clue. It's priceless. She answers. His smile widens a little. Oh, you're smarter than most would think. Shut up. So I am right, right. Half right. He throws cold water in her excitement. What? Why? As much I loved you realizing the deep meaning of the question, don't try to cheat your way with a vague answer. He shakes his head. I would have accepted any answer above 1 billion. She glares at him. Don't be like that. He pats her head. I was being generous. The procedure is not less worthy than 1 trillion. I'm saying that because I know people would pay this much for it. Accepting 1 billion as an answer is the best I can do for you. She slaps his hand away from her hair. It feels good and it pisses her off. I gave you half of the points because you guessed the deep meaning, but you're not decisive enough to risk a numerical answer. Do you understand that you need to work enough to pay for a 1 billion procedure? He stands up. Because you got it half right, I will give you the chance to go to the world and gain my approval and pay for it. Let's go. Now this excites her again. At least she can leave this place. Space gets boring really fast. Before leaving you in South Korea in your new life, let's visit a friend. He says. Friend. His only answer is an amused smile. You. Old hag. Yuri points rudely at Chun-Li after seeing the other woman. Hello, Yuri. Chun-Li ignores the other woman's rude remarks and greets her properly. Hi, Hector. Then he smiles at her hidden boss. Hello, Chun-Li, day off? He asks with a smile. They are at her home. You talk like you don't know. She shakes her head at him, already aware of his personality to a certain extent. Just making small talk. He replies while raising his hands in admittance. Now about the big talk. Any news? Well, that family that you asked me to keep an eye on is keeping quiet. The government is really trying to create their own superhumans. They are willing to pay heavy prices. She says the last part with disdain. The heavy price in human lives. The trio sits on the front porch of Chun-Li house, on the ground while drinking tea, and talking about a variety of subjects. Some serious, some light. If that guy is still annoying you, I can take care of him. Hector comments about her suitor while Chun-Li goes back to the kitchen to get more tea. Please don't kill him just because of that. She says in a loud voice from the distance. Ignore him like the nobody he is. I bet he would kill me for less. He scoffs. And I bet she likes the attention. Yuri scoffs too. That old hag acts all demure but is a vixen. She is already getting sick here. First, she is completely out of the conversation, and second, the way Hector treats Chun-Li has an abyss of difference when compared with the way he treats her. He is all friendly like he is courting her. Kissing her hand, complimenting her, giving her looks. Looks that Chun-Li returns shyly. Yuri almost puked in one of Chun-Li's plants. She is the third wheel here. If you acted a little more like her instead of being a brat. Hector shrugs his shoulders. More like her. It's all an act. She acts cute to lure men to like her. Bouncing on her feet all kaya. She is a huge slut. Cringe old hag. Yuri rants. It's at this moment that Chun-Li returns with a tray of drinks. Let me show you. Yuri stands up and moves fast behind Chun-Li. The Chinese woman is completely blindsided when Yuri-han suddenly lowers her yoga pants to her ankles, kaya, revealing something unexpected. See. Kaya, while using such slutty lingerie. Yuri says in triumph. Chun-Li is using a blue G-string that practically only hides her shaved slit. The strings go above her hip in a V shape. From behind, it hides nothing, the string disappearing between her big-ass cheeks. She crouches down to hide herself in embarrassment, the tray on her hands preventing her from covering herself with her hands. She is in an awkward position, crouching down almost revealed too much to Hector too. He obviously acts fast. Gentlemanly, he takes the tray from her hands with only one hand, and with the other, he pulls her to her feet and brings her pants up again. Finishing with a hug around her waist. Ugh. It's just because it's easy to move. Chun-Li hides her face with her hands, not daring to look Hector in the eyes. I'm not like that. It's okay, it's okay. I believe in you. Hector whispers to her, I will not think less of you. In truth, I like this hidden sexy side of yours. He smiles while squeezing her waist. His fingers brush against the string of her underwear in a teasing manner. Oh Hector. Stop, Chun-Li blushes and hides her face from him. I don't want to stop. How about I take you out? He whispers in her ear, I want to discover more of your hidden sides now I'm curious. HN. She nods bashfully after some hesitation. Yuri Han looks at the interaction with a gaping mouth, pointing a trembling finger at them. This is blatant favoritism. Yes, and what about it? Hector gives her a flat look, very different from how he looks at Chun-Li. I will talk about your attitude later. He warns, after me and Chun-Li have a private moment. He turns to the Chinese woman with nothing but warmth on his face. Aergarg. Yuri almost dies from anger. We shouldn't tease her so much. Chun-Li whispers in Hector's ear. Nah, she deserves it. He answers amused, looking at Yuri practically having a seizure on the ground. You can let go of me now. No to this too. He gives her a look. She avoids eye contact timidly but doesn't leave his embrace. Look at all this yellow. What is this? Did a baby puke on the drafts and they thought it was the right color? Edna Mode scoffs with disdain while Hector shows her the X-Men wearing their outfits. He controls his laugh as she passes the images. And why are all of them in yellow? Are they a boy band? She asks in outrage, or maybe a circus. I think the professor wanted to create a sense of unity. Hector does his best to not laugh. Unity in what? In shame. Those outfits are a war crime. It's not for nothing they are called terrorists. The diminutive woman shouts. That's Magneto. It doesn't matter. Nah. I can't let them go around looking like road workers in their luminescent vests. Bring them here. She commands with a raised fist. This makes Hector laugh and stop. Are you sure? Your identity will be exposed. He says concerned. Don't worry, darling. I can deal with all kinds of problems the super world can offer. But in minor scale. People here are a little more, try hard. Hector is still not convinced. Bah. What can they do? Kill you, or kidnap to try to discover anything about me. He answers in a serious tone. And you would find me in a blink of an eye. It can also be good to use me as bait. If they are so desperate to kidnap me, it would be better to throw them a bone instead of waiting for them to do something drastic. She argues. He thinks a little, I will arrange something. And you will need to have a tracker all the time from now on. A small price to pay in the fight against frumpy fashion. She declares proudly. Hector sighs while running a hand through his face, you all make me worry too much. Drink your chamomile tea then, darling. The X-Men mansion is receiving visitors now. Ding dong, people. Harley shouts from the front door while banging her fist on the said door. Cassandra remains silent at her side, with Rover lazily looking around the garden. She kept stroking behind his ears so that the monster dog would not go around running and destroying the garden. Eventually, the big double doors are open and a frowning Storm gives Harley a look. The clown-themed outfit does not give a reliable impression, but she is with Shadow and Rover, so enter. She lets them enter. Inside, Storm guides them to the common room where they find a good part of the X-Men. They arrive just in time to see the Professor and Dr. McCoy arriving too. Nice to meet you, I'm Charles Xavier. The Professor introduces himself. Harley Quinn, SCP. Then she shows them a badge, that's only a piece of paper with the letters SCP written over it. Everyone is on different levels of speechless. She is eccentric, but she is with Eidolon, right? I was sent here by Mr. E to check on the mental health of certain individuals. Well, everyone is welcome to talk with me, but Mr. E insisted on some sessions with 3 of you. She says. Wait. You are the therapist? Kitty asks in disbelief. Dra. Harley Quinn. Psychiatrist chief of the SCP Foundation, a pleasure. She acts smug. Are you a doctor? Beast asks in disbelief. PhD. What? Is that so hard to believe? She asks while cocking her hip. Yes. Jubilee can't help but say. Did your mama never taught you to judge a book by its cover? Harley glares at Jubilee. Whatever, I don't care. Bye, I will insist to talk with, let me see, let me see. She raises her wrist to check Laura Kinney. Anna Marie and Jean Grey. Me. Everyone looks at Jean after her name is said. If you Jean Grey, then yes. Yeah, Harley replies in a bratty voice. Yeah. I got those looks before. Would you all feel better if I changed into a pencil skirt, white blouse, and put on some glasses? Harley rolls her eyes. Well. Spike started saying what all the boys were thinking, but he received a slap on the head from his aunt, Aurora. Y'all are too judgmental to a group that wants to not be judged. Harley comments while checking her nails. The three girls, just come to waste an hour with me. Do you really want to make Mr. E come here just to convince you, and waste his time? She makes a good point. Jean eventually agrees, looking at everyone, there's a room that we can use. She says to Harley and starts guiding her there. Oh, as expected from Ms. Gray. Mr. E told me a lot about you. Harley comments while following the redhead telepath. Oh, what did he say about me? Jean gives her a side glance, trying to act casual. Why don't we talk about it during the session? We can share a lot of secrets. Harley smiles at her mischievously, and we will be under patient confidentiality. Jean turns to stare at Harley's smiling face. You are good. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 90, Love and Convergence. Convergence. Eidolon turns to look at Thor. The two are on the top of a skyscraper in the city of Houston. Eidolon was stopping a rogue meta earlier, and coincidentally Thor was flying close on his way to New Mexico. Yes, big cosmic event. Thor starts explaining, but Eidolon stops him. I know what it is, but I'm curious why you are saying this to me. Is there a problem? No. Thor denies it easily, it's just a big holiday, the festivities will be awesome. The big Norse god says excitedly, I was thinking if you want to come to Asgard to watch it. Saying in advance just so that you can prepare yourself. You know, you are going to be away for some time. I bet that you would be worried with Midgard. Thor knows Eidolon a little. Yes, I would. Eidolon admits, it would be fast. Our celebrations tend to last, some time, days, weeks. Thor says almost sheepishly as Eidolon rolls his eyes. Yeah. I wouldn't expect nothing less from a long-living race that loves drinking. Haha. You got it right. And I know you would fit in just fine. Thor puts his arm around Eidolon's shoulder as he pokes the black-clad hero's chest with a finger. My friends want to meet you too. I can't deny, it sound fun. Eidolon nods, making Thor smile, and dangerous too. Doesn't the convergence mess with the dimensional boundaries between the realms? Even a small consequence of such cosmic event can cause considerable damage here on Earth. Eidolon says with a serious tone. Thor also gets a little more serious now that you're talking about it. I mean, it would not destroy the planet or anything. But it would cause some trouble. He strokes his beard. Sometimes I forget that Midgard is fragile. Earth is not fragile. Humans are. Eidolon corrects, I'm still accepting your invitation if you have me. He says making Thor smiles brightly, but I will make some preparations to protect the people the best I can. It's hard to punch the forces of the universe, right? We can only minimize damage. True. I bet Dr. Foster would be really interested in such an astronomical event too. Did you talk with her about that? I was just gonna do it before I saw you. Then you go give her the project of her career and I will go meet with some people. Eidolon turns to his Norse friend and extends his hand. Call me when it's time to visit Asgard. Sure thing, my friend. The two daps are enough to create a small shockwave that breaks some glass windows. Oops. Thor cringes at what happened. Don't worry, I got this. Eidolon stopped the shards from falling and fixed the windows easily enough before the two depart, each on in a direction. See. Fragile. He murmurs under his breath. New York. A certain guy was eating something from a food truck, sitting on a table close to the sidewalk when suddenly Eidolon himself appeared hovering above him. The guy looks up, moving his cap a little so that he can see the source of the shadow that suddenly blocked the sun on his table, only to sigh at the sight of Eidolon. Now you're doing this on purpose. He shakes his head in resignation. I told you a cap is a horrible disguise for you, Cap. Eidolon says with a smile on his voice and sits unceremoniously in front of Captain America. It was working just fine. Steve Rogers removes the cap and puts it on the table, cringing a little at the gasps of surprise from people around him. He is still unused to the attention. Don't separate yourself from the people, Captain. Sometimes it's good to feel the good energy that we gave to them flowing back, you know what I mean. It can motivate us to keep going. Eidolon comments. Entire generations exist because of you. They are grateful for that. It doesn't make your sacrifice a little easier to endure. Captain America was not sure how to answer that. Yes, sometimes seeing the people around him enjoying the freedom that he and his companions fought so hard to protect is all he needs to win the day. Well, maybe I was talking too much. Only you know what you're going through. Maybe you only want to be left alone and mind your own business, and here I am being a busybody. The black-clad hero laughs. No, I appreciate the concern. There are really few people nowadays that I can have a good and honest talk. Steve says. Nothing brings people together like stopping an alien invasion led by the Norse god of lies. The two laugh. So every time that I go out will I need to fear you appearing to reveal my disguise in front of other people? Steve asks with a raised eyebrow. Pretty much yes. Idolin admits shamelessly, but it was coincidence really. I saw you by chance when I was going to the helicarrier. By the way, aren't you staying in Washington? Sometimes I come here just to see the city. New York is my home. Steve admits. A good decision. You're a brave man for facing this strange world, Captain. I know a good therapist by the way, if you're interested. Idolin suggests. No, I'm good. Don't dismiss it that easily. Think about it a little. Idolin interrupts. I remember that a certain member of the Howling Commandos was the first to look seriously into the PTSD issues. Everyone thinks that they don't need a therapist till it helps a little. And if it helps just a little, it will be worth it. Ah. Okay. I will think about that. Eventually, Steve agrees. Thank you then, you would be surprised at how many problems can be solved if people just talked. Idolin sighs almost morosely. Oh yeah, I still need to go to the helicarrier, but now I don't feel like it. Then Idolin appears to smile playfully. Why don't bring them here, right? He says to Steve before looking around, can any high-clearance SHIELD agent come here to talk with me? It's very important. He says in a loud voice while looking around, thank you. Then he goes back to talk with Steve like it's all normal. What? Do you think it will not work? Idolin tilts his head and asks. No, I hate that it will work. Steve sighs while grabbing his drink. Did they tell you about your neighbor? Ugh, yes, they told me. I was very angry. Steve says, his voice a little tight. I can imagine. Idolin nods. It's a sore spot this one, but he needs to ask. Did you went to see her? Idolin asks in a more subsided tone. Her, it's Peggy Carter. The talk went here because SHIELD put her niece to watch over Steve, so obviously he knows about who Idolin is talking about. Yes. He says after some time. No words are needed to say anymore. Idolin doesn't ask how it went or any other details, he just nods. Like I said, you're a brave man. They talked a little more about light subjects, Idolin telling some fun stories of heroism and strange situations he encounters. By the way, do you want to bet if SHIELD will arrive here in under a minute? Idolin asks playfully. That's a losing bet. Steve scoffs, normally they would already be here. Then a high-level agent is really coming. Idolin says, how about bet on who is coming? Natasha or Fury? Or Barton? Maybe Coulson. Fine. $10 on Natasha. Steve agrees and puts the money on the table. Deal. And I bet that the Black Widow and Fury will come. Idolin laughs. TCH. Son of a gun. Steve already accepted his loss, you're not cheating with your powers, right? Took you long enough to be suspicious. Idolin still thinks Steve is a little gullible, but I would not cheat in a bet between friends. It's not even that much money anyway. Like on cue, less than a minute later a black SUV pulls up close to them loudly and Natasha Romanoff leaves the car together with Nick Fury, and walks to the two sitting heroes. Hi, Idolin. Steve. Black Widow greets the two like old friends. It's in her nature to act familiar like that with anyone that she knows at least a little, it makes them lower their guard. Normally. Fury would be enough. Idolin says in a flat tone. Ah, don't be like that, Natasha pouts at his cold indifference, a beautiful woman came all the way here to see you. Was Susan Storm coming? Idolin looks around. Haha. I bet it will be funny in the 13th time. She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. It's already an inner joke at this point, every time she says that, Idolin replies with the same answer but using a different woman. It's his subtle way of calling her ugly. If all other women are more beautiful than her, then she is the ugliest one. Enough chit-chat. Fury interrupts the two, you want to talk with me. He stares at Idolin with his only functional eye. First, ask for something to eat. Don't just use a table for free. Idolin says and raises his hand to call the waiter, who nervously comes to their table, give me a portion of fries with the money I just won from a bet. Idolin asks the stuttering waiter while showing off the $10 bill. Stealing from a veteran. Natasha asks playfully. Exactly like Uncle Sam. Idolin answers without missing a beat. It's getting better. Especially with Steve here. She points at Captain America. The man's reemergence helped a little with the veteran issue in America. Natasha and Fury, begrudgingly, asked for something to eat too. It's an awkward silence because Idolin didn't appear to be in a hurry to speak first. We are all busy people here. Fury starts. Don't worry, it will be worth your time. Idolin interrupts him, I just don't want you to lose your appetite first. Excellent way of calming us. Natasha says sarcastically. Wait for the food to arrive, and don't worry, it's not something urgent. As he is talking that, someone shouts from afar. Hey, Idolin. Enjoying some food, huh? A guy in a truck waves at the hero in a friendly way. More like official business, Kenneth. Idolin waves back, how is Kathy and the kids? They are all good. Thanks to you. The trucker replies with a smile. That's good to hear. After that, the trucker goes on his way after honking a few times to the hero. Saved him during the invasion. Idolin explains after noticing the looks of the other three. Do you know all the people that you saved by name? Steve asks. Yes. And the answer surprises him, but is not hard to remember Mr. Kenneth there. Great guy, has a small company, and used the trucks of his fleet to move things during the invasion. When he saw me back then he asked me to check on his family on the other side of the city, because he couldn't get there and was helping people. Idolin explains. That's very nice. Steve agrees. Their food eventually arrive, the nervous waiter stuttering a little while putting their order down. Idolin grabs a fry between two fingers, attracting Natasha's attention. Are you gonna eat that? Natasha asks curiously. Idolin never eats anything because of his mask. He stares at her and then throws the fry into the air, tilting his head up to catch it. Then, instead of the mask being retracted, a zigzag line appears on his half mask. Then the mask opens like the jaw of a beast with pointy teeth. Even with it opening widely, it's impossible to see inside, it's all shadowy black. The fry falls on his mouth perfectly and he eats without a problem while looking at Natasha. TCH. One day I will figure out your identity. When it doesn't matter anymore, I will tell you. Idolin shrugs his shoulders. In the end, he would not even give them the satisfaction of discovering his identity. Why do you hide your identity? Stark and others are very open about it. Steve asks, genuinely curious. Reasons. I have people to protect, but is more in a way to show solidarity to the heroes that don't live in towers. Idolin explains, making Steve nodding in understanding. Idolin takes another fry between his fingers, but this time instead of throwing it at his face, a mouth opens on his palm and the fry falls there smoothly after he turns his wrist. Your girlfriend will be a very happy woman. Natasha says with a tone full of innuendo while eyeing the mouth on his palm. Right. He matches her energy and to go a little further he turns his palm to her and a long tongue goes out of the mouth and snatches a fry, like a frog. That's weird. Steve says. Yeah, a little. Idolin admits. He can't even joke a little and Black Widow is now giving him bedroom eyes. Let's talk about something a little more serious now. Finally. Fury complains, but it has little impact when he is enjoying his own food. Idolin then raises his hand and a transparent bubble covers them for an instant before disappearing. A second later they notice that they can't hear any sound coming from the outside world. Just to keep our conversation private. Idolin says. Neat trick. Natasha praises while watching normally noisy events happening around them, but not hearing anything. Idolin accepts the praise and morphs his face into a more serious one before speaking. The thing is. Thor just now remembered me that the convergence is about to happen. Idolin says in a calm tone. The convergence? Fury asks, I focused on Idolin. I'm already not liking this conversation. Well, to explain it in simple terms. Do you remember when I said, during the invasion, that Yggdrasil is like a cosmic nimbus that connects all 9 realms? So even if they are very far from each other, they are still connected through Yggdrasil, and is possible to travel between them pretty easily with the Bifrost. Idolin gives a summarized explanation to them. Nerd talk with Stark and Reed, right? I think I remembered you saying something like that. Natasha says with a frown of remembrance. When Thor's friends appeared, right? Steve apparently remembers too, even if he does not understand the talk has a good memory. Yes. So, Yggdrasil, Bifrost, all that. The convergence happens when all 9 realms and Yggdrasil align, so. The boundaries between the planets get even more unclear. He tries to soften the blow the best he could. Unclear? What do you mean, unclear? Natasha asks seriously, frowning. It means that the 9 realms will get even closer. Too close to comfort indeed. The 9 realms will overlap each other in some parts, like they are occupying the same space. Partially at least. As expected, his words shocked the other 3. Ugh, does this place sell vodka? Natasha shakes her head like she is dizzy. What will be the consequences of this? Convergence. Nick Fury jumps to the part that really matters. And how do you stop it? Captain America asks his own important question. Well, there's no stopping it. Idolin says with a sigh the convergence is a natural phenomenon, like a tsunami or the aurora borealis. But on a much bigger scale, a cosmic event. And like a sandstorm, we can only crouch down, grit our teeth, and let it pass by us. And he continues after eating another fry, and you're not gonna like it, the consequences are very unpredictable. It can vary by a great margin. There's no records about it. Fury asks. Yeah, what Thor said. Natasha adds. The convergence only happens once every 5,000 years, even Thor was not born on the last one, there were not even a lot of humans at that time. And as much the convergence will not destroy the planet, it's hard to imagine the damage that it can cause in today's society. Eidolon answers. What kind of damage are you talking about? What do you think it can happen? Fury asks intensely looking at him, give me your best prediction. He urges. Eidolon pauses for an instant from catastrophic proportions. At least bigger than the invasion. He finally says. We are talking about sharing space with other 8, and much more dangerous, planets. An entire city of ours can end up being transported to the realm of the dead, Helheim. If the cold winds of Nilfheim hit New York, it could be worse than what happened when Loki invaded with his frost giants. And it will be even worse if the fires of Muspelheim cross to this side. Each other that Eidolon says shocking them more and more, his description is really nothing less than catastrophic, and it can be worse. It can be. Really? Steve asks in disbelief. Yep, now if the realms overlaps it will be possible for our people to end up stranded somewhere in the other 8 realms. But the inverse can also happen. Are you saying that inhabitants of the other realms can fall here too? Fury asks with a stony face. Yes, with luck harmless individuals. But it can be ferocious beasts, evil spirits, or bad people. Eidolon says the last part with a strange intonation. Bad people is a very broad term. Criminals, bloodlust warriors, psychotic sorcerers, warlords, or simply people who will not bow down to Midgard rules and end up creating chaos. All of them are a danger to Earth. Natasha sighs, Fury. I'm not being paid enough for this. Me neither. The one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. says with a very unhappy face. Why wouldn't Thor warn us sooner? Steve says, equally in shock. Different in perspectives. To him, it's like seeing Halley's Comet. There will even be festivities around the other realms. Midgard is the fragile one. Eidolon explains that the Norse god is not at fault, we are left alone precisely because we are weak. It was all good till now. So we have the short end of the stick this time. Fury says, still unhappy, if we can't stop this. Then what we can do. But he is still focused on the problem ahead and does not panic. In a strange way, he trusts that Eidolon has a plan. He would not be talking about the subject so calmly otherwise. We can try to control the affected area. Instead of wormholes appearing all over the globe, we can limit to a small area and stay on guard to protect the rest of the planet. Eidolon says his plan. Steve and Natasha relax a little. It will be much more easy to work like that. Steve says. Natasha was calmer for another reason, so you're gonna act like a gatekeeper? She asks. Obviously. Any dangerous individual or even cataclysms will not pass by me and affect normal people's lives. He assures them full of confidence. And it will be that easy. Fury is not easily convinced of anything. Well, dealing with the effects of the convergence will not be hard if we narrow down the area affected, but I will need your help to evacuate the designated area. And we will also need to work on how to control the convergence. The hero says. So the most important. Fury comments dissatisfied, we don't even know how to put your plan in motion. Eidolon doesn't care about Fury's rude words. Give me a break, I was only remembered of the convergence half an hour ago. I haven't even started working on this yet, but I will figure something out. And you all should work on that too. Try to contact Dr. Eric Selvig. He says as he eats another fry, if we work separately we can maybe see things the other doesn't see. I will travel to the other side with Thor, so if I'm unavailable you guys can do things without me. How much time do we have? Fury asks. Less than a month. Eidolon's answer makes Fury's eye twitch. Less than a month. We have nothing yet, we don't even know where to start. Natasha says in a helpless tone. Try England. Eidolon suddenly says, making them focus on his again. His eyes are now transformed into the all-seeing eyes of God while he looks at the horizon. England will be the focal point. The place where we will narrow the effects of the convergence. He continues. Can't we choose another place? Steve asks, a little worried about the people. A desert or another remote place would be better. Unfortunately no, narrowing to some place in England is the best we can do. That's why you guys will need to evacuate people after we locate the X, Y, 0 point. Eidolon says and finally stands up. It seems that his business here is over. He has work to do alone. Can't you give something more? England is a big place. Natasha tries to get more information. Idolin pauses for a moment. Try the Stonehenge. It's not from Earth. Apparently, it comes from another place through the last convergence. I'm not saying it will be the focal point, but it's a start. Take Dr. Selvig there. With those words, Idolin flies away at high speeds, breaking the sound barrier when H is high enough. Agent Romanov, you know what to do. Fury says while still looking in the direction where Idolin disappeared. Yes, sir. She stands up, more serious now. There's something I can do? Steve asks. For now, no. We are like a headless chicken, but we will need Captain America to calm people in the future, Fury says to Steve, and there's always chance of things going bad. So stay sharp, Cap. Captain America nods determined. Idolin/Hector POV. On this same day, I fly through all of England. If someone looks carefully, they would notice that Idolin's activities are suspiciously focused on this country. Obviously, I will mask my actions by solving crimes around here and in other places accordingly. And I can be really stealthy when I want. The whole big entrance with the "I am here" is also a good cover-up to the fact that I can fly invisible, intangible, and undetectable. Well, being flashy is kinda cool, and puts people at ease. Yes. It's starting. I say while floating above in a certain isolated area. I stare forward with my all-seeing eyes of God and reach my hand to the empty air. The space here is slightly thinner. I comment, then I fly a little higher and look at the distance. Gravity is also acting almost imperceptibly weird. What should I do, Master? Cortana asks in my mind. Bring the exoscanners and quantiscopes, and deploy an ADA, anomalous detection array. I instruct her. The exoscanners are calibrated to detect extraterritorial activity in the empty space, so it will take some time to adjust to work on Earth's atmosphere. It's okay, take your time, and you know what? Take the extra ones and put them around Earth. If the convergence is aligning the 9 realms, it means that the line is coming from somewhere, right? I say while looking up. So if we can find from where it's come from, we can calculate the route, and speed, and even pinpoint the central axis sooner. Cortana gets what I mean fast. I love this woman. And also bring the Xenoscanners and Vita trackers. I add. Trying to keep tabs if anyone will come from the other side, Master. This too, but I'm more worried about any humans getting caught in a wormhole and ending up someplace in the 9 realms. A little extra effort to prevent someone's bad fate is worth it. Add the life field sensors in the places that I will flag now. I put a finger on my forehead and show her where I'm detecting the most anomalous activity. We have less than a month, it's a period that can be short and long. I can prepare against the convergence. But I know that it will not end up with only that. Let's go study the inhabitants of the 9 realms' physiology. I announce. And how to kill them efficiently, right? Cortana says with a knowing tone. Yes. She knows me too well at this point. I think most will die if you remove their head, Master. She says sarcastically. Space station. Luckily I spent that insurmountable amount of hours copying what I could from the Kamartaj library. Heh, Wong was so suspicious. It was so funny, maybe I should go visit the bald guy sometime. Slap his head a little. Anyway, let's study the 9 realms, more specifically the magic, again, and even more specifically the dark elves. I will not trust that it will be only them that will be a problem, but even so. Let's focus on them. Oh, I knew it. The ether is another thing and not the reality stone. I say out loud after passing through a book. Now I'm 90% sure that it will be like with the Tesseract and the Space Stone. They are 2 different objects, like in the comics, but... Ugh, where is the reality stone then? Sometimes I envy those MCSA fanfics that follow the MCU to the T. I would have already collected all Infinity Stones at this point. Oh well, not the Soul Stone. Yeah, maybe being different from the MCU is a good thing. Master, Harley is asking to come here. Cortana informs me. The space station is off the limits to most of my summons. It's a dangerous place where I do dangerous stuff. When the summon leaves, it's not easy to come back. One of the reasons they want to leave so badly is that they are kinda confined and have limited places to go. Maybe I should create a disposable base in an asteroid or something. But the station repairs itself. Such a cheat. Bring her here. I give permission to bring Harley. After some seconds, the space-sum meters to my side shifts, and a transparent double door appears, opening to reveal Harley. It's a portal created by Isabella's powers. There's a whole process to come here. Harley asks Isabella to transport her here, Isabella asks Cortana, then in turn she asks me, then after my permission, Cortana gives the coordinates to Isabella. Then we move the space station away so that the coordinates become useless. It's not that I'm paranoid, even though I am. But I do not underestimate other people. If I can track strange shifts in space, others can do it too. Panna Harley shouts and throws herself at me. This nickname is too mouthful. I say it not for the first time as I catch her before she can bring us both to the ground. With her latched on me, I go back to sit in my comfy reclined chair. I want my mouth full of something. She whispers at me, her hand creeping close to my crotch. Behave. I will give you your reward for your hard work later. I reply in kind, grabbing a handful of her ass. We have a short intimate moment before going back to normal. What you doing? She asks, looking around the hollow screens. There will be a problem in the near future, so I'm studying our potential enemies. I explain. Oh, she looks half interested. So, how it went in the X-Mansion? I guess it ended well even though they didn't trust me at the beginning. She looks annoyed. Well, you can't blame them. Hey. She starts protesting, outraged, fair enough. But concedes after a second. I give her some pats on the back, at least you are self-aware. Don't worry, actions speak louder than looks and words. Eventually, you will create a reliable reputation because you're good. And did you like being the therapist of superheroes? That's important. It's surprisingly fun. She beams at me, well, not that surprisingly. Like, come on. But it was very interesting to see how this whole super thingy, or meta as you say, affects someone's psyche. Maybe I will write a paper. She taps her chin with the tip of her finger. It can be a good idea. I can provide and make your life very easy, so find something to occupy yourself. I encourage her. I don't want my people to fall into boredom. I want them to pursue their passion and improve themselves while working under me. How did the sessions go? Are you able to help a little Luara, Rogue, and Jean? I ask while she snuggles on my lap. Well, the first session is just to have them comfortable. We just had some girl talk. She says, her head in my chest, but even feral girl talked a little, so it's a win. In the end, she was even bonding with brooding Batgirl. Laura and Cassandra. I ask strangely. Yep, you can imagine that talk between the two. Her words make me laugh. Most silent interaction in the world. Feral girl has her trauma issues, but it's nothing irreversible. The slow or the fast approach can work. She likes you, you know that. Doesn't this fall in the patient confidentiality contract? I raise my eyebrow at her. Bleh, Harley shows me her tongue, let's just say that is gossip. Feral girl spent her whole life having a figure of authority ordering her around, she basically doesn't have her own thoughts. The closest to that is with her dead mother and you. You can help her, you know. She respects you. This is strange. So I killed her former bosses, so now I'm her boss. A very simple way to explain her dependency of direction. She will outgrow this. It's the only I say. She has anger issues too. Now I scoff, no surprise. Southern Goth girl is basically the poster girl of inferiority complex. She basically has the textbook version of it. Now, she will eventually and naturally outgrow it when she stops being an edgy teen, but it can leave some mental scars that can cause social impairment/disability. Harley explains. That's a good analysis. Sometimes I forget that she is good. She likes you too. If you give her a hard fuck and call her beautiful, she will be healed. And here we go. Now I remember why I sometimes forgot that she is a good professional. I don't think that this is a real treatment. Did you know that in the past vibrators were created to treat women's mental problems like hysteria? She argues, defending her unconventional method. Yes, I know that. A good shag from you and that emo girl will be all unicorns and rainbows. And Missy Redhead. Okay. Let's stop here. I interrupt her before she can make things even weirder. I was just gonna say that she is the hardest one to crack, but we ended the session on good terms. But that girl has undressed issues, I tell ya. A lot of undressed issues. Harley's whispers to me in a conspiratorial tone. If only she knew, just try to make her mature enough to handle the pain that she is destined to face. I wish Jean to be strong when the time comes. Harley looks at me from the corner of her eye. I was half kidding about healing those girls using your dick, but why are you so against trying to add them to our little group? Group reads harem. It would not work. You and the others are bound to me through special circumstances. I have all the time in the world to make it work. Which other woman would accept share like this? I shrug. With some exceptions, modern women will not be convinced. This is not an ecchi world with hentai logic. You would be surprised. Harley whispers before looking at me a little more intensely. Do you want to know what I think, Mr. H? Go on. I think you are obsessed with security. You don't give a first step before flying and checking the path from above. What a hell. You are afraid of the trouble and hurt that pursuing a relationship with other women would cause. To you and to them. That's why you are only comfortable in pursuing a relationship with us. Are you? Therapying me? I ask with an easy smile while pinching her butt cheek. Kaya. This word doesn't exist. She squirms a little under my touch, especially after I start tickling her. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Not anymore at least. It's just that, how I know that I have the potential to be a womanizer and seduce a lot of women, but if I do that it would not last. I try to explain my thoughts. Harley on her part stays quiet, a rare moment this one. There's no way that a relationship with the women out there would not be rocky and full of hardships. So I don't actively try so that these hard moments happen in the beginning, do you get it? The hard part is to start a relationship. Yes. Go on. She says in a different tone of voice. I know what she is doing. I'm suddenly in a therapy session, but I don't care. I will let things to destiny. If it happens, it happens. I shrug, I have a lot of luck with women anyway. Aren't you afraid of losing the opportunity of having a relationship because of your inaction? She asks. No. How can I feel the loss of something that I never have? Is this your true feelings or only a cover-up? She presses. A cover-up. I admit, in truth, I'm a kind of a greedy bastard that wants a lot of girls to love me. Not to put in a harem palace or anything, genuinely love me. And you want to acquire this genuine love without doing anything? She asks while rolling her eyes at me. You're a considerate man, my dear Panicotta. You really think about others first. You think that even the act of courting someone is tricking them into your harem. She pats my head comfortingly. TCH. That's accurate. It's not only that. People here are too frivolous in relationships. Remember when I say that I'm greedy? Let's say that I get into a relationship with a girl here. But it doesn't work out, she can't deal with the harem thing and leaves me. I think I will be a little mad when she eventually finds another guy. So. You are afraid of being hurt. She looks at me with that look of see. No. I only want long-lasting relationships. I'm a serious guy. If I add girls that come and go, this harem will really become what I don't want it to be. This is not the whim of a pervert, it's the serious and planned thought of a guy that will take responsibility for the women who loves him and reciprocates the best he can. I see. I see. She nods to herself, your perfectionism is showing even in this aspect of your life. But let's talk about his topic later. First, aren't your way of thinking mutually incompatible? She asks. At the same time, you think that you can keep all the women in your harem happy, you think yourself incapable of keeping the women that you conquer in your harem. Strange, no. Son of a. Okay, I need to think a little about it. Well, there are things that I can't give. Like exclusivity. And it would be a perfectly reasonable reason to leave me. I see, I see. A reasonable concern, but you know that this is an uncontrollable aspect of your romantic relationships, right? It's really worth worrying so much about it, instead of focusing your efforts in places that you can improve to make the women of your life happy. If you're honest from the beginning, they will know where they are getting into. And if they agree, just make sure that they don't regret it. But they can suddenly one day decide that they are not okay with the whole sharing thing. It happens all the time in relationships. Suddenly things change, and people change opinions. I can't control that. I argue. With the summons, I at least have the security of our bond. Ah. Control. Interesting. Let's talk about that dash. Okay. I interrupt her, let's stop this surprise therapy session here. You are really good, by the way. I stand up and carry her in my arms. Don't deflect. She says between laughs as I spin her around. Don't worry, I'm not. I say seriously, stopping to look at her in her eyes, I will keep each of your words in my mind and heart and think about them. It's just that is complicated, Harley. Each person is different, I need to know them, trust them, and really like them. To expose myself this way. My harem is a big weakness. The flaw of my character. A gap in my armor. I can't let just anyone know or enter there that easily. I try to explain my thoughts. It's hard, my thoughts also can change. It changed recently thanks to my experience in the One Piece world, it changed after I tried that unconventional method with Harley. But again, I will keep your words in mind. And I'm not afraid of experimenting and hitting a wall, so I will try to put this into practice. I have an idea. A certain someone that I liked and slipped away. And I didn't even put a fight. It's cliché, but real love is worth fighting for, . Harley says. Oh, I said the last part loudly. Harley hugs me tightly, okie dokie, Mr. H, talking as women, you will be surprised how many would accept being your haremedes. I can't help but laugh and roll my eyes. You know, Harley. I'm not the only one that naturally makes people fall in love. I give her a peck on her lips, in the beginning, I was only fond of you but you're making me like you more and more. I think I love you, girl, I confess. At least, I'm loving having her around. Of course you love me. I'm totes adorbs. She throws her head back to laugh. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 91, Love and Gacha. The former vampire death dealer, now Hector's subordinate, Celine enters her hotel room to find an intruder. No, not an intruder. Sir. She greets him with a nod. Hector is looking down at Monster Metropolis through the window, but he does not come in person. He is not even using his normal appearance. He appears only as a dark smoky silhouette. Once. He started without even taking his eyes off the window. Once when I was a normal teen, I was asked what kind of fantasy creature I would like to be. My answer was a vampire. At the same time, I would hate being a vampire. They have too many weaknesses. Crucifix, holy water, garlic, sunlight, running water, need to drink blood, they can't enter a home without being invited first. Celine finds it a little funny, all those superstitions, but she does not show it on her face. But obviously, my young brain couldn't accept those weaknesses. And with my huge ego, I wouldn't accept less than a vampire that has no weakness, like a true ancestor or whatever. Only this kind I would accept for throwing my humanity away. Do you know that vampires are related to dragons? Drackle. I also like necromancy. She keeps her silence, knowing that he will reach somewhere with this talk. Well, the thing is vampires are a very broad subject with many powers and variations. Magical, virus, curse, another species entirely. I like that. The broadness of it, but... His voice suddenly gets cold. I would hate being the ones that are no different than animals. Bloodsucker parasites that are not much more than pests. He slowly turns to Celine, the two white circles that represent his eyes staring deeply at her soul. Tell me, Celine. With which type of vampire are we dealing here? The former death dealer gulps imperceptibly. If they were in her former world, she feels like he would exterminate her entire race. It's a very broad answer. She uses his own words carefully. For what I saw. There are some very bad, most of them truly. But I also met some that are simply living their lives, few. Very few. She answers truthfully. I see. Hector says slowly, it would be a pity to extinguish a race. He says casually, but he is 100% serious. You can relax. Sorry if I startled you. He says more casually to her. It's that just now when I was sending this astral projection here, I saw a vampire underground party. They are feasting on the humans that they lured there. And in the adjacent room. A slaughterhouse. Even after I cleaned the place, the bad mood didn't go away. It's understandable. The dark projection turns around to face the window again. I don't have a good opinion of this place. I scouted over here briefly and I was met with only disappointment. After checking the palace and seeing the queen having an orgy, I was too disgusted to continue and left. He comments offhandedly, now I dumped this job on you. Sorry. It's no problem. She answers dutifully. Oh, I like you, Celine. His sudden words surprised her. I was surrounded by very eccentric people. Know that I don't like it, but it's good to have someone serious like you around. She doesn't know how to take the praise, so she only nods slowly. Now, tell me, how were your days around here? Hector keeps a casual tone like he is just a friend who wants to know some news. Like a soldier, Celine starts narrating her experiences. I received a little prejudice when I arrived here. Oh. Not on the level of being attacked, but I received many unfriendly looks. Isn't this only because you are a new face? This is a closed community after all. Hector suggests. I thought that at first, but later I discovered that it's because of the war for dominance that happened here for centuries. The succubi fought the vampires for supremacy, and as you can see the succubi won. Celine explains. Against Dracula. Dracula did not participate for long. Apparently, many high-level vampires did not care. It seems that nobles stay in Europe. Monster Metropolis is beneath Manhattan. Dracula fought for some time and then retreated for unknown reasons. Depending on the timeline, vampire hunters must have occupied his time. Hector deduces. The guy has a lot of enemies. Even Moon Knight. He chuckles, will you have problems staying here? No. The ostracization doesn't go beyond unfriendly gazes and maybe some people trying to pick up a fight. She shakes her head. Vampires are strong and unless they are dumb. Wait, they are. Be prepared for some fights. Celine nods, from the rest it looks like a normal city. Without fair law enforcement, of course. There are lodgings, shops. What is the currency here? Hector interrupts. Outside world currency, it's accepted here without a problem. American dollars and euros. Gold is the best, other precious metals and gems too. But you can also exchange blood and body parts. She says that last part slowly, paying attention to how Hector would react. Oh. She can't say much when he is a faceless projection, but he appears unaffected. I guess they are using it as food or as magic components. Many here are magic users after all. After that, Celine tells Hector the little she knows. Truth be told, it's all something he would discover if he passed an eye over the city more attentively. But he really is not that interested in this city for now, beyond how they treat humans. A city of monsters sounds cool and all. But there are dinosaurs in Antarctica and there's Atlantis. Cooler places. Tell me, Celine. Would you like to become queen of this place? Once again Hector says a huge statement with a casual tone of voice. What? It's okay if you are not interested. I understand there are people that don't want the responsibility and troubles that come with being a leader. Hector waves his hand casually. I can always put another one, or an identity of mine in the place. You can be an enforcer or something. I. The conversation is going a little too fast for her. Calm down. I'm only saying. It's not like I will go there in that palace and kill everyone to make myself king. He chuckles deeply. I could though. She can almost hear the malicious grin spreading on his face, in whatever place his real body is right now. Anyway, just continue living normally here. Make friends, talk with people, buy things. No need to put yourself at risk by the way, but I guess this worry is unfounded. After I enhanced you, there's not much here that can hurt you, but don't get complacent. Magic is bullshit. I will be careful. She nods seriously. Then the dark projection shifts a little and two black suitcases emerge from Hector's torso. He puts them on the ground and points at one, all kinds of weapons in one. And all kinds of money in the other. Even human organs. And here. He extends his hand and a mask appears on his palm. A black mask without any notable features beyond the two eye shaft holes that are also covered by a dark glass. I was playing around with one of my abilities. Trying to create items of powers, I was having a little trouble making them have some sort of connection with the user so that they can be activated at will. Celine accepts the mask carefully. This mask has magic and metapowers that would help a spy. A compulsion to be ignored by people unless you attract attention to yourself, protection against poison and other nasty things, many kinds of detection powers. Hector explains, it will hide that you are a vampire and protect you in other ways. Don't mind if it breaks. It's only a prototype. Hector says, he always worries that some of his summons will prioritize other things instead of their lives. To him, their lives are the most important. Thank you. She stares at the mask. Try it. And she does as ordered. The mask fits perfectly and it goes well with her outfit. It combines with you. When I figure out how to make the powers be activated by the user instead of being a permanent passive effect, I will give you the finished product. Much like the pieces of jewelry that are given to Shago and other summons with abnormal features, when you put it the effect starts. Hector is trying to make it more user-friendly, without having to add a button or anything. That's why most of the powers that he puts in items and weapons are passive. Unless he gives life to the item, of course. Don't forget. No need to do much. If you want to enter a group, that's good. If you want to refuse invitations, that's good too. You're strong and I'm backing you up. Collect information till the day we control this place. Shouldn't I try to prevent humans from being killed? Celine asks, her voice a little muffled by the mask. Hector pauses. At first he would say yes, but I'm gonna say something controversial now. He sighs, not that I'm victim blaming, but a good part of those people that are captured by vampires kinda have a part of the blame. I just saw an idiot follow a girl in a shady underground nightclub where he passed through a slaughterhouse and was raining blood. Like. Dude. I know that goth girls are hard to refuse, but. Hector shakes his head. You probably can lure a lot of men to dark places yourself, Celine. What I'm trying to say is that people who failed the natural selection test are not at the top of my list of priorities. Like those idiots trying to summon demons. He warned, and that only made the stupid try harder. The smart ones at least, are living relaxed lives without wandering dark places. He facepalms, looking done. No one is safe and we live taking risks. But we have to agree that some risks are bigger than others. Don't get all surprised if you go to a show, a nightclub, or an open music festival and something bad happens. Again, not victim blaming, but I never had my drink spiked at home or got in a fight while reading a book in my room. Those places are dangerous because they are prone to put you in dangerous situations. Like walking in a dark alley at night. He groans, maybe is my old soul talking, but what is the fun in a nightclub anyway? Loud music, sweaty unknown people, flashing lights. A drunk idiot bumps into you and then you have a fight in your hands. The idiot can even hold an unreasonable grudge and shoot you later. Celine listens to his rant in silence. He really has an old man's soul. Well, that's why. I'm not gonna turn my back on those idiots with no sense of danger, but we can't do it half-assedly either, Celine. Let's try to deal with the root discreetly. She nods. Once again he sighs and looks through the window. If everything goes well, I will not need to commit any war crime. I like vampires. It would be such a pity. Celine shudders for all vampires in the world. Mary Jane. Mary Jane Watson is having a little problem. Since she fell off with Hector, her mood has been weird. She has been, not sad, more like lethargic, unmotivated. The days pass through her while she stays on autopilot. She feels a sense of loss that confuses her. If she thinks about it, she didn't lost anything. They are barely a thing. But that emptiness is still there. It was such a brief period of time, but the void that was created is inconceivable in her mind. This emptiness that she is trying to fill by socializing with other people. But it's hard to hold a conversation. Her peers sound so dull. It's almost mean of her to think it, but is how she feels. With Hector, the talk would flow smoothly, and now she sighs. It's hard to compare. Right now, at the end of the school day, she was approached by Rand Robertson, one of her friends who is on the football team with Flash. Nice guy, chill, and a good friend. But she can see from afar his intentions when he approached her right now in the lockers. Aren't you going out with Sally, Rand? Mary Jane closes her locker and turns to face him. Well, we are giving each other time. The big teen says with a sheepish smile for being called out that openly. Mary Jane keeps her eyebrows raised while looking at him dubiously. If this is some dare or bet, I am gonna kick you where you don't want to be kicked. And I bet you are not wearing a jockstrap now. Ah, come on, babe. You know that I'm not like that. He smiles at her smoothly. She crosses her arm in front of her chest in a defensive gesture but does not shots down the guy. She can at least talk with him a little. This problem with Sally looks like some juicy gossip. As they two chat a little, Mary Jane notices something from the corner of her eye. Hector. He was there, with his arms crossed, leaning with his shoulder in his locker, staring at her chatting with Rand with the most impassive face of the impassive faces. If she searched it on the internet, his face would probably appear first. She really can't detect any emotion from him. No anger, no jealousy, no sadness. None of the emotions that she would like to see on his face now. And Hector does not avoid his gaze embarrassedly like many would, no. Hector is not like that. He keeps looking and looking. Like he was curious to see what she will do. Almost like he is daring her to do something. While she is distracted, nervous even, by Hector's gaze, for some reason Rand suddenly thinks that it is a good idea to go for a kiss. Exclamation point. Mary Jane's eyes widen as she notices what is happening. She panics a little, alternating her gaze between Hector and Rand. She has some thoughts about letting Rand kiss her. A small ugly and vindictive part of her wants to hurt Hector just a bit. That emotionless bastard. Hurt him just like he hurt her, but she is not like that. She is smart enough to not fall into the trap of going into an irresponsible phase because of a heartbreak. And beyond her vindictive pettiness, there's a bigger feeling inside her, a gut instinct, telling her that she will regret doing that. Like it will close a door forever. Whoa. Sorry, Rand. She dodged his advances and escapes from between him and the lockers. You should go solve things with Sally. She gives some slaps on his arms and walks away. She steals some glances from where Hector's direction, only to not find him there. He just disappeared. Looking around, she couldn't see him anywhere in the hallway. For some reason, she wanted to explain herself, but she quashed that feeling. She has nothing to explain to him. That's all I needed. Having hallucinations. She massages her forehead as she walks to the entrance of the school with her eyes closed. Hallucinations. Are you sleeping well? Yike. She jolts in surprise because of the proximity of the voice that just addressed her and heard her saying weird things. Turning fast, she sees just him, Hector. Looking at her with a calm, albeit concerned, expression. How he sneaked on her remains a mystery. Hello, Mary Jane. He greets her in that smooth and deep tone of voice that she will never admit that she missed. They didn't talk since that day. Are you all right? Hector. Wait, I am angry with him, right? Right. HMPF, none of your business. She scoffs and turns her head away. 2 seconds passed and she noticed that maybe the best course of action would be walking away too. Now it's awkward. Maybe she didn't want to walk away, maybe she yearned for some talk. Foreclosure if anything. Do you want a ride home? He offers, probably concerned with her well-being, or maybe he also wants to talk with her. Yes. Thank you. She decides to accept. Like with that dodged kiss, she feels like she will regret otherwise. But still trying to play it cool, not even looking in his direction. The ride home is silent between them, only the music playing makes the situation slightly bearable. La Vie en Rose by Edith Piaf. Mary Jane looks through the window while Hector drives with his eyes focused on the road. At this point, she knows Hector a little. She knows him enough to know that this is a guy who is not affected by awkwardness and that he is comfortable in any silence. That's why she is surprised that he was the one who talked first. So. You and Randolph? He asks in an even voice. Randolph. She giggles a little, remembering that this is Rand's name. Hector also has this thing that he likes to say someone's full name. Rarely does he use a nickname. It is like this with Gwen, and it is like this with her. At least now. She remembers when he called her MJ1. No. She answers while still looking through the window. He tried. I avoided it. Only that. End of the story. I see. Why? She finally turns to him, a mocking smirk on her lips. Are you jealous? Yes. He admitted it so easily and without hesitation that he wiped the teasing smirk off Mary Jane's face as fast as his answer. You. She really doesn't know how to feel about it now. Can she even tease him now? Huff. The enemy of shame. She rolls her eyes and goes back to look at the window. The ride continues in silence after that. Inwardly, Mary Jane is a little happy. She supports her elbow in the car door and hides her small smile with her hand as her mind goes miles for hours to think what to say next. Mary Jane. It will not take long to arrive at your house, but I have something to talk with you. It will be okay if we take a detour and park somewhere. Hector asks. Fine. She answers after looking at his face. His normal face, that never betrays him and shows his inner feelings. Hector drives just a little off the path, parking in a public but quiet place not far from her home. She appreciates the gesture. Even if this talk ends as badly as the last one, she can simply get out of the car and go home on foot. After slamming the door, of course. Hector sighs while pulling the handbrake after stopping. Mary Jane admonishes herself internally for looking too much at his veiny forearm. Being alone with him now and in a car, relives some memories. Some hot and steamy memories. How have you been, Mary Jane? Hector turns to her after removing his seatbelt, starting very diplomatically. Good. Very good. She lies while nodding to him and herself. And you? He gives her a one-shoulder shrug. It had its ups and downs, but it got better recently. More ups than downs. Good to hear that. I will start college. Next week is my last in high school. He says while paying attention to her reaction. Oh. That's good to hear too. Her voice was a little off. Mary Jane. Hector calls her softly. Yes. She seemed to be a little off but focused when he called her name. I love you. W.H. what? Y-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. She was taken aback, almost like she was lightly pushed sometimes. Her vocabulary capacity dropped considerably and she can only squeeze an off-tone. What? Ahem I mean, what? There's a surge of emotions inside her that she can't even identify, much less control. I don't know how you can interpret what I said in any other way. He deadpans. Shut up. She gives his arm a light and fast slap. I was surprised because. It was. Way a what? His words hit her again and her jaw dropped one more time. At this point, Hector can't keep a straight face and chuckles, and then face palms. She was almost thinking that he was messing with her with some cruel prank, but then he says. Why do you have to be so cute? Ugh. Arg. Just. Arg. It almost looks like he is holding back the urge to hug her or pinch her cheeks. Despite herself, she got all fidgety hearing him say that. A thought crossed her mind. Other guys try so hard to get a reaction from her. And Hector. He finally manages to control himself, removing his hand from his face. He starts again. I meant every word I said. 100% serious. He doubles down. Mary Jane is almost like a deer in headlights. Don't worry, it's not my intention to put you in a tough spot. It's just that as a man, I believe that is my duty to be the first to expose my weakness. I don't want us beating around the bush guessing what the other is feeling. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Like in those love dramas. Exactly like that. He nods satisfied. We don't have time for that. Because he is about to go to college. Mary Jane is starting to see where this conversation is going. Hector opening the talk like that also gave her time to think about her answer. It's a good thing he did that because she is not sure yet. Did the thought that our relationship died prematurely ever cross your mind, Mary Jane? He asks, still acting casual, or even mature you could say. Yes. After some hesitation, she decides to tell the truth. Him, being upfront like that makes her want to do the same. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. He nods. Me too. She confesses in a soft voice, almost a whisper. The mood is improving. The two stare at each other's eyes, there's a spark there. But Hector doesn't act yet, he continues talking. You know, Mary Jane. I think I tried too hard to not like you. He confesses, sitting correctly to face forward. I had an initial bad impression of you, and I tried to stick with it. Yeah. You told me. The whole, if you walk with hoes, I will think you are a hoe thing. Mary Jane rolls her eyes. Yeah. He says, but it seems there's a little more to it that he is not saying. I thought that you are a shallow, annoying slut. Wow. Thank you. She says sarcastically. Sorry. He speaks sincerely. It's okay. It's not like you spread rumors or anything. I also kinda ignored you being bullied just to fit in. It's not for nothing that you had a bad impression of me. She concedes, looking away a little. But you changed the prejudice that I had. He says, making her look at him again. Believe in me, it was a very deep prejudice. About a lot of things. Once again it seems that he is not saying something. You, Mary Jane, changed me a little. You squirmed your way into my heart. I didn't even notice. Or maybe I noticed and I didn't think much of it, thinking that would slip away as easily as it entered. He sighs deeply, but that was not what happened. I still like you after all this time and after a lot happened. And what this can be if not love. Once again the mood improves a little. I talked with a therapist. I think my prejudice made me believe that we were not gonna work in the long run, so maybe I wanted to sabotage it to end the relationship on my own terms. To have control, you know. Regain the control I lost by falling in love with you. That's deep, she thinks. Mary Jane is being assaulted by a plethora of emotions, but she keeps her calm, remembering something important, something that she is about to remember him. That and the fact that you have another woman. She says coldly. Yes, that too. Hector sounds almost hurt, closing his eyes slowly, wrestling with something before speaking again. Mary Jane, I'm gonna ask again the question I asked you that time. He gives her a heads up. I don't think we will have another chance other than that, and I also think we will regret not trying. At the end of our lives, we regret more what we didn't do. He quotes from somewhere. Mary Jane's heart starts beating faster. If he asks, she will need to give an answer. An answer that she still doesn't have. But before that, let me tell you something. Being honest. He finally turns to stare deep into her eyes, blue meets green, and he opens his mouth. There's a very high chance that we will end up hurting each other. Almost certain. Now that is a sudden 180 degrees in the conversation. It's almost a bucket of cold water pouring over Mary Jane's head, calming her heart. Maybe he said that because of that. But hear me out till the end. He raises his hand to stop her from saying anything. My parents died at the beginning of this year. It was my birthday. That's another shift in the conversation, but he would not say that for nothing, or for pity points. Mary Jane is sure that Hector is not like that. It was really a low point in my life, incredibly hard to see my grandparents feeling the same too. But the world continued spinning, the days were sunny and life periodically got better. He gives a tired shrug. Mary Jane couldn't do much beyond listening in silence. She never experienced something like that. Even though some dark parts of her wish it on her father. Sometimes. 4 reasons. My life gradually improved, like it was some sort of retribution given to me by the universe. It got better and the pain that used to be so unbearable started slowly fading away. And I was scared of that. He lets it out with a sigh, like I would eventually forget about them. The pain will fade and the new good moments will erase the good memories with them. So, what would be left? Just their name and their blurred existence in the back of my mind. Hector stares deep into her eyes and speaks a little more strongly, but then it happened. The pain stopped fading. He says like it's some big revelation. It sounds obvious, I know. It's even cliché. A lot of people say that, the pain never goes away and you just learn how to live with it, but experiencing it opened my eyes. The pain will never diminish anymore. And I was so happy. Hector smiles, closing his eyes for a moment. It's strange, right? Such contradiction. Why someone would be happy for feeling pain? Am I a masochist? He chuckles softly while shaking his head. No, I simply learned, not only to live with the pain but to enjoy it. Learning to enjoy the constant feeling of loneliness, sadness, melancholy, and longing made me much stronger. Their absence will accompany me forever and in some way, I'm happy with that. They will accompany me forever. Once again it seems that he is basking in the feeling, in the sadness. It means that I cared, it's the proof that I love them very much. I will gladly carry this with me for the rest of my life. I think I understand. A little. Or not. Mary Jane feels that she needs to say something. His words are hard to understand without the experience. They are weird but make sense in some way. Hector laughs softly and looks at her warmly. I told you all that because I feel the same right now, Mary Jane. About you. Yes, I still believe that is very probable that we will end up hurting each other. But I think we'll be worth it, we'll be worth the pain. He grabs her hand and her heart starts beating faster. I still think that we have so much to live together, Mary Jane. I don't want it, and I would hate to eventually break up with you. I will hate it if things don't go well. I will hate to lose you. The thought of one day you together with another man hurts me too. But again, it will be worth it. He says strongly while not breaking eye contact. Mary Jane is not even blinking, locked in place by his gaze and words. Her eyes widened, her breath stuck in her throat, and her heart beating faster and faster. The blushing on her face is the most obvious showing of her emotional state. I will do my best to make things work out, but I am making peace with the fact that some things are out of my control, especially when involving other people. He caresses the back of her hand with his thumb lovingly. If things don't go well, I'm willing to carry the bad feelings gnawing in my heart forever, together with the good memories that we can make. I'm willing to try and own up to the result. And you, Mary Jane Watson? Are you willing to walk this uncertain path with me? Blindfolded, with only each other. Side by side. Not knowing how it will end. He adds slowly and in a low voice. Almost like he is trying to convince himself beyond convincing her. Saying those words like a mantra or a prayer. There's a battle inside Mary Jane now. The logical part of her can agree with a lot Hector said, but the same logical part never wants to get hurt. Her heart is screaming at her to accept. The two are fighting. And her gut instinct. Her gut instinct that she always trusts decides. She doesn't answer. She jumps in his arms and kisses his lips. Hector. POV Space Station. I hum to myself as I walk through the hallways of the space station. Someone is in a good mood, Cortana says with a teasing tone. She is walking by my side in her normal body. Who? Who? I make a show of looking around to find this lucky fella. Oh, there he is. I see him in the mirror. I point at my own reflection and make two guns with my hands. I point and click my tongue. I'm almost making the Bully Maguire dance. I can also see Cortana rolling her eyes, pulling her close by the waist. We walk side by side. But I can't forget what Mary Jane said to me. Listen, Hector. I listened to you and now you are gonna listen to me. She said seriously, the other woman. I don't want to know. I don't want to know if you broke up with her. I don't want to know if you're seeing her. I don't want to know anything about her. You are never gonna talk about her and I'm never gonna bring her up. You are my boyfriend now, so if you are seeing her, hide well. She points at his face. He can only nod at that. I'm willing to try too. To see how far it will go. Let's see how far I can ignore this. She says the last part more to herself. And that's it. Mary Jane chooses blissful ignorance. It works with me. Mary Jane can have Hector. I will do my best for her to overcome the other. If I fail, or if she can't live with it, the relationship will fail. But we tried, and I'm okay with it. Things have been going well for me lately, and today is the day. The day of the... I point at her to continue. Gotcha, Iya. Once again she rolls her eyes and waves her hands to the minimum possible to act excited. But her smile can't trick me, she is only playfully making fun of me. As I pat her gynoid body I ask, tell me Cortana. Which of the prisoners in suspended animation are not going through any procedure, but we would not miss them? All of those. She raises her head and a schematic blue hologram of the prison cells shows everyone that fits my criteria in red. Then let's use them to make an experiment. What experiment? On luck. I smile at her. Oh. I see. You're going to steal their luck. That's why you don't want anyone that is going through a procedure. She nods. Do you think it can influence your gacha? I don't know. Luck is hard to quantify. And is not omnipotent like many would think. It's not causality manipulation. I roll my eyes. If I want to capture Domino, she would have no chance. And even with her powers, it's not like I could make. I don't know. Thanos drops an infinity stone as he puts it in his gauntlet. Domino was fucked sometimes in the comics, against much stronger opponents and very bad odds. Like against Red She-Hulk, and she was captured by mutant haters one time too. That's all I can remember. And check this out. I extend my hand, it's filled with coins, there's 50 coins here. Head or tails? I ask her. I can give you the two, she answers with a tone full of innuendo. I made a new throat. The suction and massage are great. And you know my ass is customizable. She bats her eyelashes at me. This cybernetic succubus. You know that I prefer your usual body type. I give her a slap on her ass making it jiggle. I know. But it sounds like a waste to not use it. Let me show the 3D model of different body shapes. Okay, stop. We can do that later. I stop her from raising her hand. Just head or tails? Tails. I will give you head later. Then head is mine. Without ceremony, I casually throw the coins in the air and let them fall on the ground. The coins noisily hit the ground and spread in all directions. They roll and bounce till they stop. Cortana's eyes swiftly analyze the results and looks at me in slight disbelief. Heads. 42, she says slowly. Did you use any power? No. Smirking, I telekinetically gather all the coins again in my hand. Head or tails? Tails again. Okay then. And I throw the coins in the air. After a while, they stop and heads. 45, this. I guess that to an AI, it's hard to accept the failings of probability. The truth is, I'm already pretty lucky. I say while gathering the coins again. Head. But I guess we don't see much of it because I'm pretty strong and capable. I don't need to. For example, Domino needs the people who are shooting her to trip or the guns to malfunction. Bullets to me are nothing, so I don't need the people shooting me to suffer that. My luck must work in helping me be in the right place at the right time sometimes. For example, this time 44 coins land with their head upwards. Or when meeting girls. Cortana teases again. The thing is that I can't entirely deny that. In the recent operation with the X-Men and the Brotherhood, I was the one to find Cindy Moon and Laura Kinney. Many of the characters that I assimilated are lucky with women. And I assimilated Yuki Rito. I have the power of luck and anime at my side. That's why works better with Asian babes. Everything is starting to make sense now. I don't think stealing luck from a bunch of people will increase my luck by that much. Like adding buckets of water in the ocean. And I don't think my gacha can be easily influenced too. Like I can't be that affected by Domino's powers. I explain. But you still need to test. Always. I nod. Let's go and keep an eye on the people that I'm going to steal luck from. Maybe they will choke on their spit and die. After using the power of the Riki no Mi, Luck fruit, in 100 prisoners I return to my usual place to roll the gacha. Let's see if I'm gonna be lucky. I have a good feeling this time, because of the time dilatation of the travel tickets. It has been 7 months since the last gacha, so my luck has accumulated. And I did a lot of things too. There's a lot of material from where the essence can draw my cards. I bet I'm gonna gain some pirate thing. Let's roll only normal gacha to check my luck. Let's go. Roll. 01, package, Toji Zenin, Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay. That's a low blow. I see what you are doing here, gacha. Okay, I'm a deadbeat father till I prove otherwise. I got that. 02, Jing Freaks, Hunter x Hunter. So this is how you are gonna do things, huh? Let's see how far you can take this joke. 03, Power Boost card. That's what I thought, you bitch. This is not the specific gacha that I can select to gain only characters. You can go forever like that. 04, Power Boost card. Ha ha ha. Go on, try again. 05, Show Tucker, Full Metal Alchemist. I would like to apologize. But come on. I'm not that bad. And really? My first repeated card is this guy. From all the infinite possibilities. Whatever, to the volcano. But should I summon one of the two to experiment on him? 06, Father, Full Metal Alchemist. Well. It seems the answer was given to me. You're fucked in my hands, Tucker. 07, Gendo Ikari, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I don't even know what to say. There are so many issues to unravel here. 08, Serpent Punishing Stick, Emperor's Domination. Oh, a cultivation novel thingy. Is that thing right? The stick that will not kill the person being hit doesn't matter how much you hurt them with it. Are you trying to tell me something again, gacha? Should I use it to discipline my kids? Yes. Only the boys though. 09, Endeavor, Boku no Hero Academia. Ugh. So useless. But first time gaining something from a universe after I visited it. It should start being a problem the more I visit other worlds. But can you give me at least a good father? Like Isshin Kurosaki. Minato. 10, Darth Vader, Star Wars. Okakawii, I take it. But Darth Vader is not even a bad father. He only tortured his daughter and cut the hand of his son. My mood improved. Let's go to the second batch. 01, Television Series Travel Ticket, Middle Tier / 1 month. I can think of some worlds to use it. 02, Power Boost Card X. Okay. 03, Power Boost Card X. Okay. 04, Video Game Travel Ticket, Middle Tier / 1 month. Okay, the same thing as the first one. 05, Johannes Krauser 2, Suchi Nagishi, Detroit Metal City. PFF. Ha 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 ha. Love it. Did I gain it because I went around the One Piece world singing and playing guitar? Now I only need a 06, Nevin, Devil May Cry. Guitar. Sometimes I Love You, Gacha. 07, Recycling Mechanic. By destroying 3 cards you can gain a new one. Okay. This is huge. I have some useless cards to recycle, and maybe I can use the miscellaneous ones too. I love new mechanics. 08, Virgil Hawkins, Static Shock, DC / Static Shock. Nice, fucking nice. One of my favorite shows growing up. Gonna summon him. One of the few good guys on my crew. Pure good guys. 09, Golden Sword of Battle, Scarlet, Adventure Time. A fine addition to my growing collection of swords. 10, Sinbad, Sinbad no Buken. Now I got serious. Isn't this guy very strong? Oh, it's from his own story. So he is not too OP, but still strong. The cards are starting to catch up with my level, nice. And thinking about it, this guy is kinda similar to me in many aspects. And I was in the One Piece world. Seas and all that. Next batch. 01, Vaporeon, Pokemon. Do you guys know that in terms of male humans and... Okay, just kidding. I will stop. 02, the Ulysses, Atlantis, the Lost Empire. That's cool. I would accept Kita though. But I can always go there for that chocolate booty. Maybe I can go after all chocolate booty in the Omniverse. Chell, Princess Jasmine. 03, Power Boost card. Okay. 04, King Shark, DC Comics. Is this the water-themed batch? 05, Mariner, Waterworld. I think it is. This is from that post-apocalyptic submerged world movie. It was good, at least it was good to my young eyes and brain. 06, Movie Travel Ticket, Low Level / 6 months. Okay. 07, Killer Croc, DC Comics. Another one. And I really gain a lot from DC because of the duality with Marvel, huh? I hope I can gain Poison Ivy. Harley needs a playmate, and I can maybe fertilize her garden. 08, Gargantuan Leviathan, Subnautica. Okay, gotcha. Do you have a boner in giving me dangerous pets? A Flurkin, Kerbanig, Rover, and now this. I can't release this shit in the ocean. Or can I? Maybe I can release it on another planet. 09, Power Boost Card X. Okay. 10, Self-Insert Card. Oka, wait a damn fucking minute. Using this card together with a corresponding travel ticket allows you to insert yourself in the life of a character that you assimilated. OBS, using this together with a background customization card allows you to edit the character backstory in a limited way. This is big. This is fucking big. This is better than gaining a package. I can take the character items and maybe even recruit subordinates. And Helltaker, Yuki Rito. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. But I need to use it sparingly, I gained just one. And it came as the last and most important card of the batch. The first time a miscellaneous card was the last one. So it's precious. Let's check the last batch. 01, Black Pearl, Pirates of the Caribbean. As expected, a pirate Thingy. I will put it in exposition somewhere. 02, Takakura Ken, Dandadan. Ooh. A nerd guy with curly black hair and glasses who transforms into a taller version with white hair and a half mask. Where did I see that before? 03, Anime Travel Ticket, Low Level / 1 week. Okay. 04, Background Customization Card X. Okay. 05, Sakamoto Taro, Sakamoto Days. HMPF. I knew that the Menbun was badass. And another hypercompetent character, huh? Should I summon him? But he is kinda retired, right? I should assimilate him. 06, Power Boost Card X. Okay. 07, Power Boost Card X. Okay. 08, Anime Travel Ticket, Middle Tier / 6 months. Okay. 09, Leviathan Axe, God of War. Is it because I was researching the Convergence and Norse mythology? I will use it during the events of Thor's movie. Now, the last card. And look at that. After that harem gacha, no women came this time. Haha. Good, it seems that it was a special case. I don't have time for so many girls and I really don't want more for now. 10. Raven, Rachel Roth, DC/Teen Titans. AN, hello there. Late Merry Christmas, our guy is being tempted by Santa right here. This gacha has been brought to you by Mary Jane's haters. Hee hee, I know how many of you feel about her, but this relationship is not over yet. Like Hector, give a chance to this relationship. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 92, Superheroes Work. Hector POV Raven. I think I joked since day one that I wanted her. But now that she is in my hands, I'm torn. Should I summon or assimilate her? I already reached a point where I don't need to assimilate everyone. I can copy the power or make a clone of the character I summoned. I assimilate more the ones that I don't want to deal with and the ones that I want to be. I don't think I would ever summon those villains with a lot of ego like Frisia, Aizen, and Madara. And I can't deny that a part of me wants to be them. Like with Darth Vader that I just gained. But Raven. She is powerful. But it's magic, I can learn magic, right? But is demon magic that comes from her lineage? Can I learn it from her? I think maybe the answer is yes. Am I crazy? I think I remember some episodes where her friends use the magic of her book. Or I am trippin'. Or it's my brain trying to trick me into summoning her. Ugh. Master. Trouble. Cortana wards me suddenly. I immediately check what she is talking about with my technopathy. For real. Stupid people. I move my body fast, ready for action, and go back to the planet. At the same time, I put the issue with Raven on hold. I only have 3 slots to assimilate cards anyway, and there are better options for now. Father from Fullmetal Alchemist, Darth Vader, and Sinbad. Let's go greet our alien visitors. Third-person POV. 2 spaceships entered Earth space, designated by Hector, flagging his scout drones. That's not the first time something like this has happened. And all the time, none of the visitors come in peace. Underdeveloped worlds that still have to reach the level of civilization Type 1 are easy to prey to criminals around the galaxy. Their purpose normally is to kidnap some natives to sell them as slaves somewhere. Humans are quite compatible species with most of the other inhabitants of the galaxy, after all, so they make good sex slaves. Not as good as Skrulls, but good enough to be worth the easy trip. That's the plan of the 2 spaceships approaching Earth right now, a quick grab and leave of some humans, just a small thing, to fund some changes on their ships and new guns. Nothing much. A pity that this pissed the resident hero off, and they don't know this. Thunk. HM. What is this? The crew of one of the ships felt a small turbulence like something hit the spaceship. You're now. How can you let a meteor hit us? A burly and tall alien with keratin covering his scalp shouts to the crew members of the control. But I was paying attention. One mutters an excuse. Bah. The captain throws a piece of metal at the head of the crew member. It seems that species of alien is durable because he didn't react much beyond shrinking his neck a little. Pay attention. If anything hits us again, I'm taking the repairs from your share. Yes, sir. Rumble. Once again the ship trembles. You. The captain rises from his chair with anger coloring his face. It was not me. There's nothing in the detectors or radar. The crew member pleads in panic. How can something like this happen? Happen to him, more specifically. Then it was what? I don't know. Maybe some malfunction in the propulsors. The crew member in the controls tries to argue. Hey. The propulsors are completely fine. A certain crew member, the mechanic responsible for checking the propulsors, quickly defends himself when he notices the gaze of the captain and other crew members turning to him. So it's not your fault. It's not his fault. The captain points to the 2 alternately, so who is at fault here? He shouts. RUUUMMBLEE. Now the tremor is so big that takes some crew members away from their seats. Anyone can now notice that something is really wrong. Something fishy. I smell Bralarca. The captain says slowly, frowning deeply, show me all cameras. Now. The one responsible for security, an alien with multiple tentacles in the place of his arms, types furiously, making the screens in front of him change repeatedly while showing what is happening on the ship. Everything seems normal till they start seeing only black screens and static. What is that? What is happening? The captain demanded answers. More and more screens show nothing and the numbers continue to increase. I don't know. It can be a loss of connection or maybe the cameras are destroyed. The operator shouts as he continues to check more cameras, all stopping working faster than he can change. BZZZZ. Then. Wait. I got something. Look. He shouts. It's a 2-second clip, footage captured by a camera just before it starts malfunctioning. What? The captains get closer to the screen, but it only shows some crew members walking. Look. The operator pauses at the right time. At the right moment, a blur appears on the screen. Very slowly he shows the next frame. A flash of red light. And then again very slowly he goes to the next flame. The crew members' bodies shown on the screen are weird. They go taller? The captains ask. No. The operator, an alien with very good eyesight, gulps fearfully. Something cut them. Bisected them. It's just that the parts are still very close to each other. This is the last moment before their body visibly falls apart. But there's no next frame, the camera starts malfunctioning exactly at that moment. Men. Prepare to receive intruders. The captain doesn't think much about what happened. He is experienced enough to not waste time seeking answers that would be answered eventually. It doesn't matter who is invading or how they did it, what matters is that someone is invading them. And they need to prepare for battle. Establish communications with the secondary ship. Ask if they are having some trouble too. The bridge becomes chaotic after that, the crew moving around wildly to complete their tasks, but a certain feeling of apprehension and fear creeps in their hearts. Everyone fears the unknown. Now some unknown invader is slowly dismantling them like they are animals. And to make matters worse, they try to contact the rest of the crew in other parts of the ships through many means. And there's no response. Are they the last ones? Gulp. They don't dare to think that. Because if they do, they will be too fearful to move. This ship is big, like an Earth skyscraper in size. They have many crew members that live here like ants in an anthill. If someone really dealt with the rest of the ship in such a short amount of time, there's even hope to stop him. The galaxy is a wide place, they know that there are races out there that are like gods. You just avoid them like a black hole. But if you are unlucky enough to meet one that appears to be set on killing you, you can only stop, relax, and try to enjoy your last moments in this universe. Or plead for your life, bargain, or something similar. But can you even do that? So many alien races, with so many different ideals and morals. Not everyone wants the same thing. How can you communicate with something that sees you as an inferior being or even as food? That's why space criminals like those just go around weak and underdeveloped star systems. Rumble. Another tremor, and that is not the worst part. The worst part is the silence afterward. For some reason, the common sounds that the ship makes on the other side of those doors disappeared, the beeps and rumbles. They look at the door that connects with the rest of the ship, it's like they are isolated in another space. Like all life outside is dead. They point their guns at the door. Whatever is out there is finishing his job, and the last place that remains is exactly this bridge. The captain doesn't even need to say anything, everyone is ready to combat. All the guns are pointed at the main door, PSSSH. The door slowly slides up, and the sound that normally would be negligible on normal days reaches everyone's ears like a huge signal. Some are tense and almost shoot at nothing, but they are criminals that gone through dangerous situations before. One of the first rules before shooting is having a target. And also maybe it's one of their friends on the other side. But at this point, this hope is very slim, the corridor beyond the door is dark and full of smoke. At this point, they are just waiting for the minor movement to open fire. FZZZZZZZH. Suddenly 2 red dots start shining behind all that smoke, 2 red dots that can only be eyes. The new source of light allows them to see the silhouette of a person. Someone clad in full armor. Everyone is almost pulling the trigger when, Fxishu. Something is ignited in the hand of the invader, apparently, a sword that shines a bright red. Fiery. The captain roars and blasts fly at the enemy. ZHHHH. But the dark figure moves his bright sword and deflects all the blasts effortlessly as he walks forward, revealing his form. It's obviously Hector, wearing his Sith Stalker armor, the armor that he gained in the package, Star Killer in his second gacha. He ignites a second lightsaber, holding it in a reverse grip, as he continues to deflect all blasts. His movements seem slow, but they are perfect and efficient, he moves before the blasts are even shot, that's why his arms don't appear as a blur. He suddenly stops reflecting the shots, but even as he lowers his arms, he is in no danger. The blasts of energy stop in the air, a foot or 2 away from him. They stay still like they are stopped in time, accumulating around him like a bright and spiky wall. The helmet silently staring at the space criminals over the frozen blasts is menacing enough to make some crew members fall on their butts. Hector then raises his hand, holding a tuned-off lightsaber, his index and middle fingers point forward the sharp claws of his gauntlet threateningly. Swish bam bam bam. With a small motion, all the blasts that are frozen in the air fly back from where they came from, hitting the gunners and making them fall to the ground. This move finished 80% of the crew on this bridge. You. Who are you? The captain asks, his eyes wide in fear. His body is more resistant than others. Star Killer. A deep voice is heard from the helmet before Hector ignites a lightsaber again and swing it mercilessly in a circular motion. From an outside perspective, one would be able to see the spaceship being cut in half from the inside, a flash of red and sharp energy bisecting the ship. Hector can project the energy of the lightsabers in flying slashes, something never done by Jedi or Sith. In his words, I have the Force and anime by my side. You are so extra, Master. Cortana rolls her eyes at his mind after watching his antics. Heavy breathing to simulate Darth Vader, flying anime-style slashes, the theatrics. I'm not done, he answers with his voice full of amusement. The other ship obviously saw what happened and started powering up to jump. But the spaceship can't move even though the turbines are working with all they have. Like the previous blasts, the spaceship looks to be frozen in space, trembling but not moving. Hector starts slowly closing the fingers of the hand reaching for the spaceship. Space is silent, so no one hears the sound of metal being bent and machinery being broken as he rips off the turbines of the spaceship. He laughs to himself, say Cortana, do you think I should let some escape sometimes? Like to tell the universe that there's a protector on this planet. There are pros and cons to that. She appears to think for a second, it can probably prevent some of those minor troubles, but it can also invite challenges of battle-thirsty warriors, crazy scientists, or other strange aliens. She is a specialist in those things. True. Let's keep the low profile for now. He agrees, at least I put a protector in every major country. He floats in space a little, killing most of those space criminals and capturing some of the races he hadn't seen yet. This is not his first rodeo. He captured some already in the past. Oh, a Centaurian, like Yondu. He comments, call the drones to collect everything, Cortana. Try to keep the ones still alive this way. It will be done, Master. And. She says the last word with an unsure expression. And decides to show the information in his vision. No one can see it, but Hector deadpanned inside his helmet. When it rains, it pours. Some days are so peaceful. He sighs before starting to fly back to Earth while changing his costume. It's a job for Eidolon now. It's on now. Normally I don't do this, but this is too good to not show. Eidolon says as he stares at the camera of the small drone that he pulled from his inventory. It seems he plans to film something. The drone floats to show planes all around him. Wait a minute, they're coming. He raises his finger to the camera like he wants the watchers to hear something. There's a distant sound of something cutting the air at high speed, with continuous booms sometimes. Here. He says, moving fast, the camera accompanying him. And films the perfect moment where he flies in the air and raises his leg to intercept an object flying. No, not an object, a person, or a living being at least. The person's face meets Eidolon's soul with a loud sound, and the hero presses this unknown one to the ground, to stomp on him. Boom. Dust and sand rise in the air, blocking the view of the camera. Look at this. Aren't you allegedly dead? The hero's voice can be heard even though he can't be seen. Whoosh, but suddenly some wind moves the dust away to reveal who Eidolon is stepping on. An huge humanoid monstrosity. Abomination. This abomination is much more comic accurate than he remembers in that first movie, or maybe Emil Bronsky had time to grow with his powers. A body comparable to the Hulk, but with some scales and bone protrusions, sharp teeth, and 2 fins on each side of his head. And this is not even what I want to show you guys. Eidolon says to the camera when suddenly another loud boom is heard, signaling something heavy landing close to them. Well, not something heavy. Someone powerful. This one looks much more like the Hulk than Abomination, but this one is. Red Hulk. What irony. Or should I call it hypocrisy? General Ross, the hero, says as he faces Red Gamma Monster. Grr. The Red Hulk doesn't answer to not incriminate himself, he only growls and narrows his eyes at the black-clad hero. Isn't a Hulk dangerous? Did I miss the moment when you revealed that you are also a Hulk to the public? I mean. A Hulk is so dangerous, that I guess the American people would feel safer knowing that one of their top-ranking militaries is also a gamma-raging monstrosity. Your words, not mine. The hero mocks. Pass me the abomination. The Red Hulk says in a deep and grave tone that only a Hulk can have. The abomination. Where? Eidolon makes a show of looking around. I thought he died. Isn't that what you all said? That the Hulk killed him in cold blood. Don't tell me that you guys kept him imprisoned in that secret military base 12 kilometers in that direction. He points in the direction for what? To protect the American people, I bet. Or maybe. Eidolon gives him a sly look, eyeing the Red Hulk up and down, making new Hulks. Some veins start popping from the Gamma Monster's body. Isn't this dangerous? I mean. You all said that one Hulk is dangerous. So why are you guys making more? Eidolon asks innocently, and why are you a Hulk? It's almost like you envied his power. No, how can this be? General Ross is not a power-hungry man. Everything he does is for his country, he can't have selfish reasons to do what he does. Like using the Hulk as an excuse to prosecute a man because he dates his daughter. Eidolon's eyes turn into two crescents as he mockingly strips bare the general's intentions for the world to see. Rarark. That's enough it seems. The Red Hulk launches himself at the hero at the same time Abomination recovers his bearings and attacks the one stepping on him. Eidolon keeps calm and simply goes intangible to let their attack pass over him like a breeze. But he felt something weird. That feeling again. He records feeling something similar during the invasion when he got intangible to avoid Hulk's playful punch. Like a tingle. It appears Gamma's radiation can affect him even when he is intangible. As expected of something that comes from that guy below. He is not surprised. No power is perfect. Nothing is invincible. That is why he collects hacks like crazy, so that he can always have a winning hand in this complicated game of rock, paper and scissors that is battling against people with powers. I know that it may be useless to say something to Hulks, but can we try to solve this peacefully? Eidolon tilts his head to ask. The drone positioned a little behind him, looking at things from a third-person perspective. Rarark. Boom. It seems that our fists should do the talk. He sighs one last time before removing his mantle. Things are about to get serious. The camera can see the two Hulks jumping at him, Eidolon doing nothing initially. Till he suddenly went from 0-100 super fast. It's like time moves differently to him and his opponents, even an amateur can see that. Whoosh swish bam bam pow. From a relaxed position, Eidolon instantly delivered dozens of blows at the two, halting their advance. I thought that this is a respectable free-for-all, but you two are jumping me. The hero says almost depressed. The two Hulks that are recovering from the blows shake their heads, but even before they get their bearings back Eidolon attacks again. Normally one would not understand how strong Eidolon is, but when you put him in front of an equally strong opponent you see how he constantly takes things easy. And this is not mentioning stats, anyone can clearly see the difference in experience. It's almost bullying. He abuses his speed advantage to root his opponents in a helpless situation. Every small movement of the two is met with a blow to hat them, to stop them from building momentum. A step? A kick on the thigh. A clenching of a fist. A slap in the forearm. Strength is useless if they can't use them. They are being locked in a combo chain. Anyone can see the frustration building up on them, everyone would feel the same. Even more the fact that they are Hulks. They got angrier and they got stronger. Once again the two monsters roar to the sky, but they make a different move. They attack the ground instead of trying to attack him. Eidolon praises in his mind, the shock waves halt him for a moment and allow them to break off the helpless situation. Doing an action faster than normal can break your opponent's rhythm. They probably didn't do it with all this thought in mind but is enough. The hero doesn't know if they reached a hidden agreement, or if they simply see him as the biggest threat, but the two Gamma monsters attack him again while ignoring each other. I feel flattered, really. It's like I united you two. He says to them, oh, bad move, boom. Abomination jumped a little too high and Eidolon uppercut him to the stratosphere. Don't jump when your opponent can fly. Now it's a 1v1 inch. He turns to the Red Hulk, he will fall in 57 seconds, 1.2 kilometers in that direction. Let's go there. Bam. He points before pouncing at Red Hulk's chest and carrying him in that direction. Obviously, Red Hulk will not let him do that. He grabs the hero with his big hands and tries to squeeze him to death. But the hero's body changes, like it's malleable. Like rubber. The real terror of having so many powers. Red Hulk is experiencing firsthand how it is to fight someone like this. Physical status-wise, General Ross is stronger than him. But that means nothing if your power is not effective against him. And like Eidolon once said when he met Juggernaut, he has nothing to fear against brutes. Unless they are Saitama level. Eidolon's body twists unnaturally, and from that position, his heel comes from behind him and hits Red Hulk straight in his face, nailing him down on the ground. Here is good enough. The hero says as his twisted body goes back to normal, I couldn't help but notice that you are releasing large amounts of heat together with your gamma radiation. Is that your thing? Is yours a fire-type Hulk? He raises and brings his hand down on the fallen Hulk, his arm cracking with ice. Chill out then. Whoosh. The camera caught perfectly Eidolon freezing miles and miles of the scenario, burying the Red Hulk in tons of ice. In that direction, you can only see an icy visage, like they are suddenly in the poles. Eidolon looks up about time. And Abomination falls some meters away from him. The Hulk's villain barely has any time to stand up before the hero is on him. He punches him multiple times, but this time his fists carry a special effect. Zippers started appearing on the Abomination's body and he was torn apart, falling in multiple pieces on the ground. I needed to punch multiple times in the same place to open a small zipper. It seems they have some resistance to bullshit hacks. Idolin thinks. But this is also under his prediction. Most of JoJo's powers are used against normal people, the effect against the unknown super-strong creature is unknown. Thankfully he is strong himself so that his hacks would not be simply ignored like he is a minor villain like Saitama. Idolin grabs the decapitated, but still alive, head of Abomination and talks with the villain. You are the living example that things shouldn't be forced, Emil Bronsky. You are so hungry for power and you end up without genitals. Fuck you. The head roars. Whoa, dude. There are kids watching. Idolin points to the floating drone, and well, look at the bright side, you didn't die from some horrible super cancer, yet. While he was taking his time annoying Emil Bronsky, the ice field around him was starting to heat up and melt. Figures that wouldn't be enough to keep a Hulk down. Red Hulk emerges with an angry roar, steam coming out from his body as the ice melts when gets too close to him. General Ross emerges from the steam just in time to see Idolin putting Abomination's body parts inside some drones. What are you doing? Where are you taking him? He asks in a deep tone as he watches some drones already taking off at hypersonic speeds to the sky. I'm taking Emil Bronsky under custody. The hero says flatly, standing up between the general and the drones. Oh, here the microchips installed on him. Idolin throws them on the ground. You can't do this. Why not? He is under the custody of the United States of America. Red Hulk says angrily. I thought he was dead. And whose authority are you arresting him? Who are you to represent America? Idolin gives him a mocking glance. Red Hulk falls silent. Look at this guy. It seems that turning into a Hulk made him a little dumb. Every Hulk is different and not everyone is Ms. Walters. Idolin points his thumb at Ross while talking with the camera drone. He thinks he can keep his identity hidden. I just need to make him chill out with a higher quality ice. Idolin's final words are said in a serious tone and he raises his hand, making a weapon appear there. An axe with water vapor coming out from the blade. The Leviathan axe, to the nerds writing the superheroes wiki. Idolin says before throwing the axe. The Red Hulk reacts fast and punches the Leviathan axe away. It would be a pretty disappointing moment if his hand wasn't frozen by the impact of the primitive weapon. Bam. And then he was hit by the returning axe that flew back to Idolin's extended hand. Chat, clip that. He jokes in his mind, allowing a little of brain rot to add a little flavor to this experience. I will beat the Hulk out of you. He says in a much more serious tone than what his mind is thinking. And he does just that. If he was dominating the fight before in a 2v1, now with a weapon advantage, Red Hulk doesn't have a chance. Well, he would have if the fight prolonged more, till he was boosted more by his anger, but Idolin wouldn't let him reach that level. Each strike of the Leviathan axe leaves a frozen scar and with each scar, the Red Hulk appears to deflate a little. The definition of hot-headedness. Idolin comments before bringing the axe down in one last strike, burying it in the Red Hulk's chest. The camera caught a good shot of the Red Hulk sprawled on the ice field, the axe's blade stuck on his chest as Idolin steps on his torso, like a hero of a fantasy tale that just slew the monster. Hello, General. Idolin greets the old man who is slowly appearing as the Red Hulk features disappear. Say hi to the world. Idolin points at the drone. The general only looks at him angrily. Idolin doesn't do more after that, the fallout will come naturally from public criticism. No one likes to be lied to, people can ignore when it's not that obvious. But they can't let themselves be made a fool that easily. The hero doesn't care if people ignore the revelation or go to extremes like making protests. The fact that the thought that governments are not reliable will now stay on the back of people's minds is enough for him. Hector POV Midtown High. Did you guys see that video of Idolin? Ned asks our lunch table as he sits down with his tray of food. Everyone saw that. Michelle Jones answers with a huff. That was so cool. Ned geeks out, from his perspective was like, whoosh, whoosh. So fast. Do you guys think his new weapon is stronger than the sword of actuation? Hey, this is fun to see. I was more worried about the Red Hulk situation. Gwen says. I laughed to myself again. The name stuck with General Ross, I bet he is seething in rage by being called a Hulk. Not surprised that another Hulk appeared. Michelle Jones comments, but the irony of being the guy that pursued him being the one is not lost on anyone. Sometimes enemies are more similar than you think. Peter comments almost absent-mindedly. Talking from experience, dude. A good chunk of your villain gallery comes from the same place as you, right? Do you guys think the White House will back up the Red Hulk? Ned asks. Probably yes, they can't lose such an asset. I'm the one that answers, they will probably come with an excuse and long explanation of how things are different when they do things. Morality, good of the people, all that. I say calmly. I'm not affected, really. I just want to expose the hypocrisy. It's a loss-loss situation for Uncle Sam. As we have a little more of this geopolitical talk, Gwen is worried about the possibility of people like the General being deployed to other countries. And Ned talking about how Spider-Man should make some videos too. Mary Jane walks to my side with her own tray of food and sits next to me while giving me a peck on the lips. Hi, guys. She greets everyone with a bright smile. Her actions must have shocked them because the talk stopped and no one answered her immediately. So you two made up? Gwen, the perceptible woman she is, says. Yeah, we had some issues. But we saw that being a part of is worse than any minor problem. I explain without explaining. Minor problem, huh? Mary Jane raises her eyebrow at me, her lips quirked in a smile. Don't start. I poke her ribs playfully. She laughs a little while trying to dodge my attacks. She is better than Abomination at least. That's good. I'm happy for you guys. Ned comments while watching us playing around. It's not our fault, we are in our honeymoon phase. Me too. Everyone gives us their congratulations, even Michelle Jones. With a slightly sour face. Ah yes, she had that crush on me. She hides well, but my super senses caught up with her unhappiness. And it seems Mary Jane's woman instincts are as good as my super senses because she appears to have caught on to that too if the way she gives Michelle a look is any indication. Or the way she puts her arm around my torso while maintaining eye contact with the other MJ. Let's play dense. One of my great defense mechanisms. I'm also happy. I thank them for their well wishes. So happy that I feel like sharing a little of this joy with other people. Third-person POV. In a very tidy room, an old woman lies in her bed with her eyes closed. Anyone looking at her would immediately feel that she is on her last day. Eidolon silently emerges from the shadows after tricking the cameras present in this room. The reason this room has cameras is for the security of the occupant, who is no other than Margaret Elizabeth Peggy Carter. The black-clad hero stood at the side of her bed, looking at her sleep. Then he extends his hand and puts a finger on her forehead. Wake up, Miss Carter. I have a proposal for you. See. The notes get higher in this direction and lower in this direction, but they all repeat. Eidolon explains to the little girl in his lap how a piano works. Mindy showed an interest in the instrument, and he used this little time of his visit to teach her. Her sisters watched the lesson sitting on the same bench as him. They are not as interested in it as Mindy, a sign that they have some individuality. Something Eidolon would like to cultivate. Obviously, all of this is observed by Emma Frost. I would never imagine that you can play so well. She praises after listening to him showing off to the little girls, by playing Rush E, Moonlight Sonata, La Campanella, Symphony No. 5, and Passacaglia. I'm not any pianist. Eidolon says humbly as he guides Mindy's little fingers around the white keys. Emma scoffs, stop with the false modesty. You play better than anyone I heard in my life. Eidolon appears to be contemplating something, how to explain to her I don't have a pianist soul. I'm only cheating with my super senses and precision. It's very robotic. Everyone has their strong points, musicians would eat your heart for the chance of having your senses. Emma is not convinced. To her, no one is equal, and there's no problem in abusing your birth advantages. Some people say that they are less because they are not earned. She laughs in their faces. By the way, what are your plans for their education? He asks while instructing Mindy. Homeschool. I can't simply pop off with quintuplets like that. Makes sense. If you are gonna do it, I can maybe introduce you to a good teacher. He thinks of Isabella, she likes children but keep in mind that I can help you by putting illusions on them to make them different. They can live normal school lives. Someone from your group. She addresses the first part of his words, and not only they being quintuplets that is eye-catching. Yes. Just saying if you change your mind, we can make this work with a little effort. They can also visit Xavier's school. Supervised, of course. HMPF. I would create my own school before letting them go there. Eidolon talks with the girls a little more before his time to say his goodbyes. Bye, Papa. Celeste waves her little hand at him. Thud. Eidolon, who was mid-step, placed his foot a little too strong on the ground. Not enough to break or anything, he has too much control to slip like that, but it was an obvious show that he was affected by her words. You said what? Eidolon slowly turns to her, his face stony. Papa. Celeste and the others suddenly got timid. Eidolon's impassive face, which many are already used to, is new and unfamiliar to them. To them, he looks angry. He notices his mistake immediately, putting on a more friendly face and patting their head. It's okay, princesses. It's okay. He says as they hug his legs. Papa. They ask again, but in unison. They are trying to confirm if he is their father. I. That's a first. Emma thinks. Eidolon was tongue-tied, and by little girls. His super senses notices their imperceptible trembling and it's like a knife in his heart. He quickly makes a decision. Okay. Okay. You can call me Papa. He hugs them, noticing they relaxing happily, till you become teenagers and we argue and you say, you are not my real dad. That's is oddly specific. Emma puts the back of her hand in front of her mouth to contain her laugh. Idolin looks at her accusingly. His eyes ask the question, did you put them in this? She only raises her hands in a plea of innocence. Jane Foster, accompanied by her assistant Darcy and an intern, arrives at a certain place in England. Shouldn't we contact S.H.I.E.L.D. before doing camp work? Or Idolin? Darcy asks unsure as they leave their car to invade an abandoned building. We need results before mobilizing an international organization. Or Idolin? Jane answers with her eyes focused forward, tinkering with her equipment. Those are her words. Internally she doesn't want her research to be given to the government like that. Jane walks through the abandoned property fearless, but the same can't be said about Darcy. Jane. This is London. People are stabbed here. She says while looking around frantically. People are stabbed everywhere. And don't you have your taser? Just use it. But they are experienced with knives, Kaya. Did you hear that? Darcy jumps. What? I heard steps. No, you didn't dash. Thud thud. See. Okay, now I heard it. Even Jane got a little anxious now. Hello. There's someone there. She calls in a loud voice. We are Americans. Darcy adds. And this helps us how exactly? Jane turns to her assistant and whispers harshly. I don't know. Darcy whispers back. The sound of footsteps gets closer and closer, as the duo, with the intern, waits apprehensively to whoever is coming to appear and... A kid. Jane inadvertently relaxed seeing a bunch of kids appear and looking at them in confusion. Who are you people? One of them asked. Who are you, blokes? Darcy tries to make an English accent but stops when Jane glares at her. Are you the police? Another kid asks. Ahem, we are scientists. Well, I am a scientist. Jane says. Whoa, thanks, Darcy comments faux hurt. We are researching something. Jane continues. Are you researching this place? A kid asks. Well. Yes, can you tell us if you notice something different around here? Jane fishes for clues. The kids look between themselves like they know something the three adults don't. Can you show us? At this point, Jane is sure those kids know something. After they look between themselves one more time, one kid moves close to a broken truck and lifts it like it's made of foam, or even lighter. And when the kid takes his hands off the truck, it remains in the air like it's in zero gravity. We are in the right place. Jane says wide-eyed. The kids then show them the trick of making things disappear. They throw things in a certain place and they appear in another. Sometimes they reappear, sometimes they don't. One kid says as Darcy and the intern test the strange phenomenon. Wait. Did I just saw you throw our car keys? Darcy pauses, deadpanning at the intern. The intern appears to notice his mistake in that instant, sweating profusely, waiting for the keys to come back. And as Murphy's Law dictates, it's exactly at this moment that things stop coming back. Let's. I will look around while you guys car the rental place. Don't touch anything. Jane decides to move away from them to concentrate on her research. A little mistake. You don't wander around in dark places alone. Hector's residence, living room. So you just start adopting every runt that you come across from now on? Shago asks Hector with a raised eyebrow. Commenting about the newest revelation of Idolin becoming a stepdad. Don't say it like that. On my defense, they are super cute. Hector defends himself from his chair, and it is a special case. I will just accompany them for now, as a father figure. And slowly drift apart as they grow independent. Like you did with your real children. Shago will never let him live up to that. Ouch. He says, but accepts the stab. He knows he deserves it. Amma moaned Filden. Harley suddenly raises her head and asks with her mouth full of snacks, like a chipmunk. Don't you know it? Shago smiles evilly. Our dear paragon of virtue here is a deadbeat dad. Gulp. Harley forces the food down her throat. Oh, we are so talking about that in our next therapy session. She shouts. Why are you excited? Hector asks flatly. Shago and Harley suddenly become friends on the topic of teasing him about it, the two talking with each other with complicity. Shago continues with a smirk, and I didn't even tell you that the mom of those girls looks like Hector's own mom. Boo-hoo. Oedipus complex. Yes. Harley exclaims excitedly, clapping like she just won a bingo or something. Hector decides to wisely ignore them. Every word he says will only add fuel to this fire. But then it's Helena's time to say something, you know. I always heard that God would give daughters to fuckboys and men whores, to punish them. She says with a sly smirk over the cup of her drink. Hector pauses. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Harley enters the fray. Everything the father did to other women, the daughters will suffer too. My left arm is getting numb. Hector says in a low voice. He thinks he is having a heart attack. Don't be like that, girls. Hector treats his women very well. Shago comes to the rescue. If they are lucky they will find a man like him. But her words only make him suspicious, and he prepares himself for the stab in the back. And Shago doesn't disappoint. I mean, all 5 can end up in some guy harem together. She says casually. Ah. Hector clutches his chest in pain and then stops moving. He has no pulse. Cortana says to them. 1633, fatherhood killed him. Harley gives the causa mortis. I will never allow it. Hector resuscitates while gnashing his teeth. What kind of scum has a harem anyway? The irony is not lost in any of them. He righteous stands up, puts his hands behind his back, and looks away at the horizon. Sex is overrated anyway. I will make sure that the E-serum takes always people's libido. We can grow babies in vitro, or use artificial wombs. Without those carnal distractions, we can focus on other things and really evolve in a better race. He says full of conviction. Master, please don't chemically castrate our race because you don't want your daughters to have boyfriends. Isabella pleads with a flat face. Beep beep. After they joke and laugh a little more, something in Hector's mind beeps and he gets serious. Jane Foster disappeared. He stands up. Who? Thor's girlfriend. To everyone's surprise, Hector reaches from his heart and removes an item from there. Cortana's true body. I will be out for some days probably. Cortana knows what to do. If anything happens, control one of my android doubles. If problems happen, use my failsafe android. He instructs in a serious tone as he puts Cortana in Isabella's hands. Yes, master. She is not happy about being separated from him, but she knows that she will be useless out there. Well, not useless, but she will be more useful taking care of things here on Earth. She is the only that he can trust to keep an eye on things. Wait. Where are you going? Shago asked hurriedly after seeing the sudden shift in the conversation. Didn't I tell you guys? Hector suits up as Eidolon. I'm going to Asgard. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 93, Asgard. Third-person POV, you're late. A booming voice echoes in the observatory of the 9 realms. Sometimes parties can be as burdensome as battles, my friend. Thor says as he walks closer to the post where Heimdall, the Watcher of Worlds, stands, his back straight and holding his sword handle with his 2 hands. Then you are doing one of the 2 wrongly. Heimdall says, his stoic face letting escape a little of mirth. Thor walks till he is side by side with his old friend. Heimdall and Thor have known each other for a long time. The gatekeeper of the Bifrost is the older brother of Sif, and even though he was not an always present member of their young gang, he sometimes covered for them when they got in trouble. How fare the stars, my friend? Shining like always, till they are not. I can see the beginning and the end of millions of stars, and the convergence is still an event above it all. Few are lucky enough to feel it, and even fewer are able to see it like me. I'm really fortunate. Heimdall says in his strong voice. His gift gave him wisdom beyond his years. Sometimes Thor feels like he is talking with his father, but Heimdall is still his good friend. I bet it is really beautiful. Thor comments to please him, but he can't fake the slight lack of interest in something so elusive or abstract. This does not escape Heimdall's sight, few things escape his sight. And he has known Thor for longer than many countries on Earth exist. It seems that is another type of beauty that captures your full attention. Heimdall chuckles. Thor can't help but smile a little bashful. How is she? He jumps to the question he came to ask. Thor needs to commute between Midgard and the other realms constantly to keep the peace that was shaken by Loki's actions. Sometimes he is held for weeks away from Earth. He didn't think much of it initially, but after a little talk, Jane told him that weeks is a lot to her. Hey, Heimdall laughs, needs a quick Bifrost travel. He is already grabbing his sword. Your lady is clever. Studying the convergence as we speak. He walks to the place where he should put the sword but stops mid-step. What? His change of expression does not go unnoticed by Thor. I can't see her. He whispers, his surprised expression a great contrast with his normal calm face. Eidolon POV. After saying my goodbyes to my girls with kisses, on the lips of some and on the cheek of the others, I leave my home and fly straight to England. I arrive at the location in no time. From above I can see Darcy looking around frantically for Jane. She is accompanied by an adult male that must be Ian, the intern, and some random children. Well, if there are children. Let's go down with a little fanfare. Maximum effort. Thud. Eidolon uses superhero landing. Wow. It's Eidolon. Eidolon. The kids exclaim in awe as I slowly stand up, using my powers to create wind to my mantle. All of them are wide-eyed for seeing me, even the intern. It's nice to do it for the little ones. Oh Eidolon, thank God. Jane disappeared. Darcy comes to me worried. I'm aware. I admit that I put a little more of a hero intonation in my voice. After giving a nod and a thumbs up to the kids, I address the issue more seriously. I have some sensors around the area. This place is dangerous, kids, you should go back. I advise. You had sensors here? Why? Darcy asks. For the same reason as you. Oh. Can you find Jane? She asks me, going back to what is important. Yes. I assure her. Are you using your powers to find her? Are you seeing her aura? One of the kids asks excitedly. No, Eidolon can see the past and future. Another kid argues. Wrong, he is using his super senses. He can hear her heartbeat. What is with those random pieces of lore? Not that they are wrong. I'm indeed using my super senses. But what I'm doing could be replicated by anyone, you know. I humor them a little while crouching down to touch the ground. It's possible to track people by their footsteps or smell. If you have some equipment or powers, you can see the residual heat from their body. Oh, they nod like good little students. Jane is not around here, my guess, and probably yours. It's that she fell in one of those wormholes. I say, standing up, instead of trying to find her immediately. Let's follow her path. I talk like an instructor. Yes, sir. The kids salute. I walk following Jane's trail, everyone else following me like ducklings. At a certain point, I raise my arm to stop them. Stop. The trail ends here. There's an invisible wormhole here. Darcy asks, her eyes anxiously looking forward. I stare at the empty space with my all-seeing eyes of God, activating them completely. Cool. One of the kids exclaims. I walk slowly to the empty space while everyone looks at my back without breathing, waiting for me to disappear. But I walk and nothing happens. I turn around and walk back to my position before turning around again to stare at the empty space. The wormhole is closed now. I say slowly. Closed. This is bad, right? Is Jane lost? Forever. Darcy almost shouts in a worried voice. Calm down. Nothing is lost and everything has a way. I assure her again, I don't even need the sword of actuation for this, but I will use it anyway. Get back. I warn before taking out my eldritch sword from my inventory. Once again the kids exclaim in awe. Wow. Yeah, I know. It's cool. Raising my sword with my two hands, I probe the empty air with it. Paying close attention with my all-seeing eyes of God, I flex the power of my sword where I feel that the anomaly existed before, where space is thinner. The tip of my blade finally sinks into something, and with the precision of a surgeon holding a scalpel, I open the void. Whoa. The kids say by the umpteenth time, but I can't fault them, it's really cool. Beyond the open scar in the air, was a storm space. I use a little more power and my sword cuts the chaos between spaces, finally revealing a dark location beyond there. She must be there somewhere. She must have wandered in search of an exit. I say and then stick my sword in the ground, the thorns of the handle growing in length and holding the gap open. I don't think I need to say but, wait here. I turn to warn them before delving into the unknown using my super speed. I found Jane Foster very easily, but for some reason, I didn't find the place where the ether was contained before. Wait. Those pieces. Did it break? Damn, this complicated things a little. I gather what I can in my inventory for good measure. Whoosh, using my super speed I go back and reappear in front of Darcy and others while carrying Jane. Jane. Is she okay? Darcy gets closer to check on her. Her vitals are normal. I say, I already checked. And I can feel and see the ether too, it's strange, material and immaterial at the same time. Let's wake her up. I give her a small shock, just enough to kickstart her body. Jane wakes up with a jump. When, whe-. Calm down, Dr. Foster. You're safe now. I put her on the ground, feet first, and supported her till she was okay to be on her own. Eidolon. Darcy. She looks around, still blinking owlishly. What happened? You disappeared. You fell in one of those gaps. Eidolon went to get you. Darcy points to the still open cut in the air. I was so worried. Stupid woman. Don't you know that you never should wander around alone? That's how the first victims die in the movies. Darcy shoots a barrage of words. She is still a little nervous but relaxed visibly already. She is just letting her frustration out. Okay. Calm down. That is not important now. I caught the perfect scans of an anomaly. Jane dismissed Darcy's concerns and started palming her pockets in search of something. Where is my scanner? Here. It was fallen on the ground. I give it to her, but is broken. Oh shit. She grabs it from my hand at a speed that makes me suspect that maybe she's already Thor, maybe she is turning on it by being pumped by Thor himself. I watch her try to fix the thing by hitting it. Give it to me. I take it from her hand, much more gently than how she did previously. Mama told me to repay people's rudeness with kindness. With the device in hand, I use Crazy Diamond's power and fix it. The repair is visible to the naked eye. The thing turns on instantly. Whoa, how did you do it? She asks in amazement, and once again grabs the thing from my hand like I will steal it. I have powers. I say the obvious. Thank you, Eidolon. You're a lifesaver. She at least can thank me, even though she is not even looking into my overall direction. It's what I do. By the way, why don't you focus the captor in the front of the device for a more precise scan? I know that this way you would need to point it around to find something, but if you use an inner chamber with reflective material, you would be able to have a more precise reading. I suggest that. She was answering casually, but my words hit her and she raised her eyes to look at me. That makes a lot of sense. She says in surprise. People forget that I'm smart. This one is good for finding the location blindly, so maybe you should make another one to have a more detailed search and study function. I give my last piece of advice before turning around to the kids. Now, boys and girls. You should go back home. Oh, obviously they whine. It's getting late and this place is dangerous. If you are unlucky and fall into a wormhole like Dr. Foster here, you will be in trouble. But you would save us, right, Eidolon? I appreciate the faith in me. And I would really do everything in my power to try finding you, but it's better that I not need to do it, right? I talk with them in a placid tone, explaining calmly that they shouldn't put themselves at risk just because of my existence. There are people like that, you know that. People who threaten to throw themselves from buildings, or even jump for real, just to attract my attention. It's like making a prank call to the firefighters or police officers. The time that I could have saved another person, I was busy dealing with something that could have been avoided by you. If you are careful and not in danger, it's like you are saving people with me. You will be my heroes. I crouch down to eye level to talk with them. They laugh a little, eyes ruffle their hair. So go home carefully and stay out of trouble for me, deal? Deal. They answer with nods. They go back and I wave at them till I can't see them anymore, after giving them some autographs and pictures so that they can show off to their friends and family. Oh, look at that. You are good with kids. Darcy walks to my side and waves to the little brats too. More or less. I answer vaguely. Do you have children, Eidolon? She asks in a very casual way, not knowing that this question stings a little. My silence doesn't appear to bother her, or maybe she didn't even notice it. You know. I had this weird dream that you and I don't know what she was saying, but her words are stopped by the arrival of Thor. I heard almost at the same time he hit the ground. The Bifrost is super fast, it just spawns instantly. Now, this is something that travels at light speed. Different from the MCU version, the colors are much more vibrant, it really looks like a rainbow descending instead of a white light with some glimpses of color. Jane. That's the first thing Thor says after appearing. Hello to you too. Darcy says sassily at my side. We watch a sweet moment of, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, I was so worried. I can only say it's a little awkward. Like, I know that we need to let them have their moment, but I hate to step on your moment, but we have a problem. I say while stepping forward, Darcy just beside me. Problem. Thor turns to me and hello to you too, my friend. And Darcy, and he frowns seeing the intern. I'm Dash. He is the intern. Darcy cuts him off. Ian, his name is Ian. I say, making the guy smile brightly. How did you know his name? Darcy looks at me strangely, can you really read people's minds? Yes, I know a lot of things. And how do you not know your intern's name? I shot back. I thought his first name was intern. Anyway. I decide to ignore her for the moment to focus on the more pressing issue. There's something wrong with Dr. Foster here. Something wrong. The couple look at me, then look at Jane, then at me again. All the time while showing worried looks. Something is on her body, I don't know if it's energy, matter, or the two. But I feel normal. She checked her hands. I'm not wrong on that. I say, and to reinforce my argument I activate the all-seeing eyes of God. Yep, I can see it, moving around her body. Then I reach with my finger and press on her shoulder strongly, exactly at the moment the ether was passing there, Z-boom. A red omnidirectional blast is emitted from Jane. I was obviously prepared and shielded Darcy and Ian. That thing can pack a punch. I wanted to test its strength too, and I'm not disappointed. Thor, who was caught by surprise, was sent flying some dozen of meters. Jane. But he recovers fast and runs to the fallen woman. Eidolon, what did you do? Calm down, I just pressed the thing inside her. It seems that is trying to protect the host. Like a parasite. I explain myself, I can understand his anger. Good parasites don't want the host to die early. I walk back to them, but after some steps, I notice that Darcy is still glued to me. I look down at her with questioning eyes. Hee hee. But she only shamelessly continues to hug my torso. If something happens, this is the safest place. Okay then, I can ignore that, her boobs are very big too. Thor checks on Jane one last time before making his decision. We should check it on Asgard. And raises his hammer to the sky. Wait dash. Zowown. We reach the observatory of Heimdall in no time. Oh, he is not black. Comic-based again, I mean. Black Vikings. Well, the Nine Realm is full of the most diverse races. I have something more important to deal with. Wow. We should do that again. Jane exclaims like a little child before spotting the stoic face of Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard. That was dope. And this is a lot of gold. Darcy. Jane turns faster to see Darcy in my arms. Yep, this is why I wanted Thor to wait a little. I sigh and put back the sword of actuation that I also took in a hurry. During the travel, I took the opportunity to see if the sword could absorb some of the Bifrost powers. The many mouths and noses suck the energy of the Bifrosts, and now the eyes shine in a rainbow light. Interesting. I put it away before anyone noticed it. She was too close to me. I was afraid of her being thrown off somewhere in the Nine Realms, so I pulled her closer. I explain after my sigh. This is an oversight on my part. I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't think. Thor apologizes, he was just too eager to bring Jane here. It's okay, I should have dealt with it. But in that split second while retrieving my sword, sending a message to my people, and having Ms. Lewis in my hands, I ended up pulling her closer instead of pushing her out of the reach of the Bifrost. Come on guys. I'm really not invited to the party. What's the problem of me coming? She looks around playful, annoyed. There's no party. I put you in danger. I say. In truth, there's a party. Thor says slowly. See. Darcy slaps my arm. Let's chill and go with the flow. Please don't send me back. This is the coolest thing to ever happen to me. She suddenly begs desperately. After looking at each other for a moment, I sigh. You are my responsibility. Stay close. I will guarantee your safety. I declare strongly. Yes, sir. She salutes eagerly like the kids earlier. After saying our goodbyes to Heimdall, we walk that shiny bridge to Asgard. Despite the circumstances. I always wanted to show you Asgard. Thor says to Jane as he carries her in his arms all the way through the bridge. She smiles shyly at him and the two continue to flirt as me and Darcy stare at them with dead eyes. This is disgustingly sweet. It almost distracts me from my intrusive thoughts telling me to jump over the edge and into the void. Darcy comments. I know how you feel. Do you want to jump? I can catch you. I say to her. Really? She looks excited. Our conversation makes Jane look at us and frown. Darcy. Why are you in Eidolon's arms? Stop throwing yourself at him, you can be bothering him and he is too nice to say something. She says directly. I'm not giving Darcy a Princess Carrie, more like a toddler Carrie, because she is sitting on one of my forearms while I support her. The walk on this bridge is very long. Jane has a strong personality, not gonna lie. It's not for nothing that she ended up being a Thor too. Stop trying to destroy my moment. Darcy exclaims defensively while hugging me tighter. You have your beefcake superhero, so why can't I have mine? Mine is dark and cooler. She brags. Thanks. I say to her and then address Jane. Don't worry, Dr. Foster. I can feel people's intentions and I wouldn't like a woman with a hidden agenda or bad intentions doing the same, but Ms. Lewis is just being playful. Almost innocent. It's always about intention. You will see the innocent when I suffocate you with my boobs. Darcy whispers in my ear and hugs my head to show the goodies. Almost. I repeat myself with a deadpan expression, ignoring the sizable breasts pressing against the side of my head. She is really stacked. Thor and Jane laugh at my and Darcy's antics, and we talk about some light things before we can finally see Asgard clearly. Wow. What? It's an island. Flat earthers would have a field day with those images. Darcy starts taking pictures with her phone. How is that possible? The more scientific mind of Jane Foster looks at the sight that defies everything she believes with shock. Magic. Thor says in a not convincing tone. Yeah, but how magic do that? She points at the floating Asgard and makes a circle with her finger. More magic. Now Jane is almost glaring at him. You can't blame the guy, he doesn't look like the type that studies magic. He uses what he can naturally. First, the gravity fields don't converge in a single point in the center, it's all uniform in all territory, with the gravitational field lines parallel with each other. I activate my all-seeing eyes of God and start explaining. Asgard is not big too. Like a big city, so it's not like it needs to collapse in itself and make a ball. You can see even gravity force with your eyes. James asks me shocked. Yes. I can see much more than that, my dear. I just checked a lot of things in Asgard, by the way. I would give everything to have your eyes. She whispers while looking at Asgard again. I can share, temporarily. And with those words, I share my vision with all of them. Their eyes change like mine, glowing completely blue and with the intricate patterns that are already well known around the world. I felt some resistance with Thor, but it was not a problem in the end. Maybe because he didn't see it as a threat. Oh, so many colors, Darcy coos while enjoying the change of scenery. Jane, again, is a more inquisitive mind. Eidolon, what that orange means. She points, and those lines. And that cloud that just disappeared. And those wisps. I patiently explain everything about the many forces of the universe, people's vitality and thoughts leaking, the magic spells around Asgard, and the invisible connection with Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is in a pocket dimension behind the royal palace. It's impressive that you can see it, my friend. Thor praises. It's not that well hidden. I guess you guys don't mind that much. I answer humbly, and is not a force that is easy to hide. When you siphon energy for something, is impossible for you to hide it completely. To use the Bifrost, they have no choice but to allow some weak points. My paranoid mind is almost itching, but I'm already used to it. My many hidden facilities under the world are also being cloaked half-assedly. To my standards. It would not be strange if smart people find it if they put their minds to it. But then I would detonate the whole place. As we continue talking, we finally reach Asgard. Third-person POV Earth/Midgard, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier. Nick Fury was having a talk with Agent Romanoff in his office when suddenly two visitors just popped off thin air. The click of the gun's safety locks interrupts the talk as the two agents point their weapons to the intruders. Calm down. Huntress says while raising her arms, it's a novelty to her to do this that easily. She needs to remember herself she is bulletproof now. Chill out and stop pointing those things at me. You don't want no one getting hurt. Lady Jade is not so diplomatically. A fiery green finger slowly inches close to the gun that Black Widow is pointing at her, intending to melt it like an ice cream. Black Widow takes her gun away fast enough to not lose it. Good girl. Shago smirks sardonically. Do all of you from your group like to do these kinds of entrances? Can't you call beforehand? Fury says annoyed while sitting down again, but not letting his guard down. Just keeping tradition. Shago shrugs while unceremoniously also sitting in a chair and even putting her feet on Fury's desk. She knows how to play the game of power too, after all, the guy is not around. This makes the eyebrows of the agent shoot up. Where's Eidolon? Natasha asks. Shago glares at her, it's Sir Eidolon to you. Or Lord, or God. She spats. Can I call him Daddy Eidolon? Natasha shoots back with a sultry smile. Okay, stop that. Let's deliver the message so we can get out. Helena interrupts Shago when she is about to give her response. Eidolon went to Asgard. She says to the two agents. Because of the convergence? Fury asks. Yes. I don't know the details, but there are problems on the other side that he will take care of, and we should take care of things on this side. Helena explains, did you all find Dr. Selvig? We should start building the place to concentrate the convergence in a single location. Fury and Natasha look at each other for a moment before Fury says in a strange tone. Yes, we found him. And he turns the screen of his computer to show Dr. Selvig. Running naked around the Stonehenge like a lunatic while carrying some equipment and shouting things like, I'm trying to save you all, to the police pursuing him. You, why did you show it to me? Shago says grossed out, almost puking. If I saw, you should see it too. Saving the world is a dirty job. Natasha pokes the green woman. And you know a lot about dirty jobs, right? Black Widow. Shago fires back, without a filter like always. Natasha glares at her like she is a second away from pulling her gun and blasting Shago's smirk off her face with bullets. Helena shakes her head at the two and addresses Fury even if the scene is unpleasant. It showed that the men already predicted the convergence alone, this is a good step. I agree. Do we have your cooperation? Fury asks. We will give Dr. Selvig the data that we have. Helena nods. Svartalfheim. A controlled chaotic situation is happening in a black place in this dark realm. You are leading us to our doom, Malekith. A blue-skinned woman with pointed ears and wearing fancy clothes shouts as her arms are held by strong men seemingly from the same race. This is Alphys, the queen of the Dark Elves, who right now is on the receiving end of a coup. I'm leading us to a new era. A dark elf male in armor and regal features that are marred by the half-burned part of his face speaks. We will not be bound to this dark place. When darkness spread everywhere. He opens his arms in a grandiose gesture. You madman. We don't have the forces to accomplish such a feat. Alphys shouts as the soldiers struggle to keep her down. Her royal blood makes her stronger than most of her race. But the means presented themselves to us. The 9 realms are in chaos and the convergence approaches. Isn't this a sign that is the moment? Malekith talks with a crazy smile, closing his eyes like is bathing in the darkness of the providence of his destiny. You're totally wrong. The battles are already ending and the realms are falling into peace again. The convergence is off in its timing. This is the sign that we shouldn't do it now. She tries to argue. HMPF. It's already proven that the heart of rebellion beats all around the 9 realms. They are defeated. Yes. But this is even better for us. When I save them from the clutches of the Aesir, my superiority will be incontestable. He clenches his fists. This is really his moment. Like the 9 realms, everything else is aligning with him to conquer every that he deserves, that is his right. Malekith, you scum. The queen shouts in anger, finally noticing that it is impossible to argue with this fanatic. Take the queen back to her quarters. He dismissively waves his hand to the soldiers. Don't worry, I will release you when we win. He looks at the distance, not even giving her an inch of his attention. Then you also shall acknowledge my superiority. Queen Alphys is dragged away, but she fights every step fiercely, raining curses at him and at his men. She is not any fragile monarch, they are not as such in the Dark Elves, they are a very belligerent race, but she can be considered a pacifist when compared with Malekith. She will understand eventually. Malekith repeats to himself, not once thinking that he is wrong. My lord. And soldier approaches and kneels down to him. The preparation to create the course is complete. We are just waiting for you to start the ritual. Malekith reveals a sad expression. What a great sacrifice those proud warriors of our race are ready to make. It fills my heart with both joy and sadness. He really appears to be grieving for them, empathizing with their horrible fate. But this is just another taboo thing that he is doing that goes against the laws of the 9 realms. I can't sacrifice any less. His hand reaches to touch the burned part of his face. Prepare the travel to Alfheim, we are going there when we finish the ritual. Asgard. Thor, Eidolon, and Darcy watch from the side as the Aesir healers from the royal palace walk around Jane, who is lying down in a machine that she is arguing about how it's called. Is this a quantum field generator? Jane asks as she fails to be still to be scanned. It's a soul forge. And the healer answers with a professional voice. Does this soul forge transfer molecular energy from one place to another? Jane asks. The healer pauses, surprised that she gets it right. Yes. Then Jane whispers in the trio's direction, it's a quantum field generator. Same thing, different principles, different names. Eidolon comments, the soul forge is created using magic, but is said that advanced enough technology is not different from magic. To the side, his super senses can hear the healer giving some bad news to Thor. Suddenly the doors of the infirmary are open and 2 individuals enter. But those are not just some individuals. What is the meaning of this? The man that anyone can guess who he is asks in an authoritative tone. Father. Mother. Thor says while approaching Odin, as the healers move away. Father. Mother. Jane sits up with wide eyes while eyeing the king of Asgard and his queen. Probably that is not how she imagined meeting her boyfriend's parents would go. Eidolon is another that is looking at the newcomers carefully. The All-Father, king of Asgard, and protector of the 9 realms, Odin Borson is an imponent figure of 6 feet 9 inches feet, 206 m, of muscle, clad in golden armor. If not for his aged features and white beard, one would not think that he is an old man. Hector has seen bigger in the One Piece world, but only the Ancient One even gives the same feeling that Odin gives. I can't win. He accepts reality fast. There's no way to win against this guy, it's the single and first thought in his mind. Even when he knows that Odin is old and can't use much of his power before falling into his famous Odin sleep, even with the millions of miniaturized weapons of mass destruction in his inventory, or with all his hacks. He can't win. Finally, he is face to face with the ceiling of this multiverse. That is what a god should be, all-powerful. Whatever bullshit excuse writers come to make this guy lose. HMPF, he scoffs in his mind and doesn't complete his thought. The Ancient One is similar, but he is too friendly with Hector to give this oppressive feeling. And the Ancient One is human, maybe with a lucky strike, he can be taken down. Hector always says, if the opponent is not overwhelmingly superior, I can find a way, and now he finds the living proof of this statement. Well, not like I'm out of options either. I can jump universes and even use the 100-year bazooka ammo. Future Hector can probably wipe the floor with all the pantheos of gods if my progression in power is anything to go by. He is not out of options either, he is never out of options. There's always a way. Frigga, or Freya, does not look as impotent as her husband. She looks regal, yes, but incredibly approachable and gentle, especially when compared with the hard-faced Odin. But that doesn't fool Hector either. She is strong too. He thinks, well, Vikings, duh. Maybe is not a healthy mentality to always simulate how to defeat people that you just met, but this is how he is. I can defeat her. It seems Thor and Odin are a cut above the rest. I'm strong already. It's a humbling experience to meet Odin, but he can't deny that he has come a long way already. It's not that he is weak, it's Odin who is absurdly powerful. And to think that Thor has even more potential. How strong is Rune King Thor for real? As he is thinking that, Thor is explaining the situation to his father and mother. Different from the movie where Odin is harsh and dismissive of Jane's existence, the Allfather listens patiently to his son's explanation before grabbing Jane's arm. Once again that red blast of energy is emitted from her, but Odin easily dispersed it like it was just a breeze. It's the ether. Odin's aged voice echoes and he exchanges some glances with Frigga. How did you find it? He asks Jane, but the poor woman is a little overwhelmed to answer coherently. Thankfully Idolin steps up to the rescue. Allow me to answer that. He gives the two a respectful nod of his head. He is not gonna kneel or anything, but like with the Ancient One, he respects Odin. He is older, his friend father, strong, and kept Earth protected for years without asking for anything in return. Any of those things are enough to make Hector respect the man. And you are. Odin talks like he doesn't know Idolin. But the hero plays around Idolin, a friend of Thor. It would be more accurate to say that whatever is inside Dr. Jane Foster found her instead of the other way around. Idolin removes something from his inventory. I took this from where she was unconscious. It seems to be the containment of the ether, as you called it. I don't know if the ether is alive or is sentient, but I guess it used the last remaining of its strength to break free and latch on Dr. Jane Foster, now it's sucking her vitality. He then uses his powers to try to restore the ether chamber, but it's obvious to see that many parts are missing. I think the rest become dust and scattered on the wind. It was probably obliterated even more mercilessly because he didn't find it with his powers. Obviously, he is keeping a piece to study, but even so, the chamber is no more. Your guess is the most correct. Odin nods to the hero. I'm gonna take it and see what I can do. The Allfather takes the destroyed chamber from Idolin's hands. You know about the ether. You didn't look surprised. Frigga suddenly asks Idolin, her eyes looking at the hero with interest. Oh yes, those people are really old and wise. I should put more effort into acting. My face is naturally calm. And yes, I read about the ether. I went to the libraries of the Sanctum Sanctorums of Earth. This much he can reveal. Oh, I believe Yao is the actual Sorcerer Supremer, right? I met him centuries ago. How is he? Frigga nods and understands and asks with a smile like an auntie asks for news of some distant relatives. The Ancient One looks good. I have tea with him sometimes. Idolin answers truthfully. He really loves his tea, that one. Frigga smiles amused. A good man, that one. Odin also says his piece with a nod. A praise from the Allfather is something that one not easily receive, but that doesn't surprise Hector. Yao, the actual Sorcerer Supreme, is probably only surpassed by Agamotto and Doctor Strange in the future. Frigga notices the confusion in the faces of Jane, Darcy, and even Thor about the talk and smiles before saying. I guess we should explain all about the history of the ether. What comes later is the power couple of Asgard taking turns explaining everything from the war against the Dark Elves at the time of Odin's father, Bor, to the power and origin of the ether. It came from before the known universe, birthed in darkness. Instead of an infinity stone, this is giving me Null vibes. Hector thinks secretly there's isn't something called All Blood. That is like the spear version of All Black, Null's necrosword. The pieces start falling into place in his mind. This ether, as predicted, is not the infinity stone, it's simply a material to make the All Blood. He decided here and now. He is not gonna let anyone take this, his mind already figuring out plans for the ether falling in his hands in the end. That is mostly all. Odin finishes his story. Wait. Aren't we forgetting the most important part? Jane suddenly says, a little nervous, how do we take this from me? It's killing me, right? There's no way to do it now. Odin says in a non-nonsense tone, but I will find a way. And he turns on his heels and walks away. It seems as a king, he has no time to waste by consoling other people and jumping directly to solve the problem. Frigga steps up to that role. Don't worry, my dear. She takes Jane's hands onto hers and smiles gently, calming the nervous woman. We are gonna find a way. For now, you all should enjoy Asgard hospitality. That's right. Not only are we celebrating the convergence, but also the end of the rebellions. Thor exclaims, jumping into the opening his mother gave him. He wants to calm down Jane, so it will be for the best if he acts like he is not nervous. Darcy finally decides to say something now that Odin is not here. As festivity, you mean fighting and drinking. She jokes, and the stereotype of Vikings is still strong in her mind. But Thor didn't notice her sarcasm, or maybe didn't care. He hooks an arm around Idolin's shoulder and smiles widely. Exactly, and you, my friend. You're not leaving this place before you pass out drunk and enter into a brawl. Hector finally remembers where he got himself. Oh no. He deadpans, making the rest laugh. He doesn't think that I have no enemy's explanation will save him this time. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 94, When in Asgard. Idolin POV. Royal Palace of Valiskjaf. The problem is that the ether is feeding on Jane's life force, and we don't know for how long she can withstand the stability. Frigga says as we walk through the fancy hallways of this fancy palace. There's a lot of gold around here, and I don't think it is normal gold. She voices her worries while holding Jane's hand to comfort the poor woman. She really passes that nice anti-vibe. Now I really despise Loki a little more. If she treats us, poor mortals, like that, I don't believe she would mistreat him, so he really has no reason for his betrayal beyond his own feelings. He is already rotten in the core. Frigga's words and actions help Jane a little. But I'm the type that believes one action helps more than 1,000 words, like anyone with good sense. I step forward a little, to reach the duo of mother and daughter-in-law that are walking side by side. Excuse me. It's the only thing that I say before touching Jane's shoulder. I have a lot of powers that can do the same, but I decided to use gold experience's stand power. Probably the most efficient life force bestowal that I have in my belt of powers. I'm careful to just give her a smidgen of life force to not overwhelm her body. It's better to start slow. I can ask later if she needs more. Oh, I feel better. She checks herself in surprise. After 2 bursts from the ether, she was obviously tired, but it disappeared just like that. What did you do? She, and everyone else, turned to look at me. If we don't have a solution, we can at least patch things up. Without a cure, we treat the symptoms. Very common in medicine, so I just gave you a little life force. As long as I continue, you will not die. It will buy us time too. I explain. That's excellent. Frigga smiles brightly. The more pressing issue is solved like that. I was already going through my memories to find some spells that could do the same. Thank you, my friend. This put my mind at ease. Thor clasps my shoulder. I just shrugged. It's a little uncomfortable to be thanked so directly like that. I remember Siko teasing me about it. Don't think much about it. Part of a hero's job is exactly giving peace of mind to people. I say dismissively before addressing a little more serious issue that can happen in the future. The thing is, this is just a temporary measure. We know little about the ether. Maybe he will need more and more life force, and Jane may not resist that transfusion. We bought time, but we should still hurry up. I say. Maybe I'm worrying about them too much, but my overthinking mind can't help but consider all the ways things can go wrong. That's true, but don't worry. With my husband working on it, it will not take long. Frigga nods and then smiles. Just enjoy what Asgard has to offer. She says to calm down Jane. I decided to try another method. Approaching Jane again, I talked with her body. Oi ether, I have much more life force than her. Why don't you come to my body, huh? I put my hand on her shoulder again and shook her a little, nudging the ether to jump ships. Come on. The rest look at me strangely, and after some time I give up. Raising my hands in the air, my palms horizontally to the ceiling, I shrug my shoulders again. Well, it cost nothing to try. And I was testing its sentience. Frigga giggles a little behind her mouth like a mother who saw a toddler do something silly and cute. It was a good try, and we really never know. You would be surprised how many times difficult problems can be solved very easily if you think a little outside the box. The rest also laughs a little. Now I don't know if the ether is dumb and only acts on instincts, or if is smart and knew that was a trap. I can't help but consider the options. I think is the first option. But it's better to keep an open mind. Eventually, Frigga and our group parted ways. She is going to the library, and I wanted to follow her. It's the Library of Asgard, it must have a lot of interesting books there, and using the Friend of Thor status, I think I would be able to read almost everything. But Thor offered to give us a tour around the palace and promised that I could check it later. The library will not go anywhere, my friend. Come, let me show you some more interesting places. The God of Hammers unsurprisingly is not a fan of books. Like the meat hall. Or the training yard. I raise an eyebrow at him. He only smiles brightly while guiding us through the palace. But our path is suddenly blocked by a batch of people walking in cuffs, being guided by some Aesir guards and Lady Sif. Thor greets the woman warrior warmly. The dark-haired blue-eyed female warrior turns to look at us. TCH, just my type. Damn, Xena and Diana. You did irrevocable damage to my psyche. Thor. She also opens a smile when she sees him, but her face stiffens a little when she spots us. Well, I don't want to gossip, but I would say that her face stiffened when she saw Jane. Oh, Darcy appears to have noticed the same if the way she is poking me with her elbow is anything to go by. And if we noticed. Yep, Jane is also frowning. Only Thor appears to be oblivious to the sudden mood shift, chatting happily with his old friend, and I think ex-lover. I heard some stories. But Thor is not dumb. He is using one of my techniques. Play dense. Well done, Thor. Well done. I underestimated you. You know them. Thor turns a little to point at us. This is Jane, Eidolon, and Jane's assistant, Darcy. He introduced us. You don't need to add the assistant part every time, you know. Darcy huffs. Well met. Sif nods at us, and her eyes appear to purposefully avoid Jane, and decides to focus on me. I remember you from Loki's Folly. Thor said a lot of good things about you. Probably all an exaggeration. I wave my hand. No need to be humble, Heimdall also shared your exploits during that battle. I have to say that is a more than excellent display. She retorts, complimenting me. Is that so? But I can only think about the Heimdall part. TCH, I hate it. But okay. It's not like they will reveal my identity or something if he is even interested in it. Yes, I hope we can exchange points and spar in the future. I will be abusing Thor's hospitality for a while, so it will be my honor. I nod, by the way, those people. I gesture to the line of cuffed people walking behind her. I'm taking those rebels to the dungeons. There, they will wait for the Allfather's judgment. Sif answers easily. Dungeons, huh? I scratch my chin, can I accompany you? I ask while looking between her and Thor. It's okay to refuse, I don't think it's right for a guest to wander around those forbidden places either. But in this special circumstance, I can only ask. It will be no problem. Not the first place that I would choose to start this tour, to be honest, Thor says, accepting my request without a problem. I'm just curious. I say. Secretly I am looking around the horde of prisoners. They are much more numerous than shown in the movie. Thousands of them. In the plot of the movie, I remember that there's a Trojan horse hidden between those prisoners, but I can't find him even with my eyes. Did he already go? Or it's another batch coming? I think the safest way is to keep an eye on the dungeon entrance then, hence why I asked to accompany Lady Sif. Follow us. The warrior woman nods in a more serious way and leads us together with the prisoners. We go down into the depths of the palace, and every area becomes less fancy and more Spartan, but my eyes can still see that the seemingly normal walls are made of incredible materials and filled with enchantments. You want to see it, here we are. But there's nothing fun here. Sif turns to say to us as the other Aesir guards lead the batch of prisoners even lower, the most dangerous criminals are on this upper parts. From our high view, we can see a lot of cells where the walls are made of some golden light instead of iron bars. Shouldn't the most dangerous be lower? Darcy asks a fair question. Down there is more spacious, here the enchantments are stronger. Sif explains, even if you escape the cells in the lower levels you will have no choice but to escape through here. So we guard much heavily this floor. I see. I nod and check the cells. I see some familiar faces. I comment casually and give Thor a side glance. His face is complicated while he stares at a particular cell. Then, like he decided something, he started walking to the said cell without saying a word. After the rest of us exchange some glances, we follow him. Well, look who deigned himself to grace us with his presence. And drawled voice talks from the cell, what I owe the son of Odin and the future king of Asgard this gift that he bestows upon me. Loki. Thor says in a grave tone as he stops in front of Loki's cell. Thor. The god of lies says in the same tone of voice, a way to mock his stepbrother. His green eyes leave Thor for some moments as he swept over the rest of us. I have to say, brother. In the past, you surrounded yourself with better company. He does some shots at us. I obviously ignore him, for now. It's Thor's moment to confront his brother. I don't think so. In the past, I had a snake in my circle. Thor says while staring at Loki unblinking. It seems the two are used to exchange barbs. I'm only half interested in what they are gonna talk about. I look around to see the other one that I know. She is glaring murder at me. You are gonna get wrinkles. I say to Amora, who is Loki's neighbor in this prison. Shouldn't the two be far from each other? Maybe they hate each other now so it doesn't matter. You upstart mortal. Amora says through gritted teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. You are the one that was under my feet last time. I say in the same tone of voice. An even and calm sound of voice, the type that you use when you want to annoy an angry person with your calmness. When I get out here, I will slave you and make you kill everything you hold dear. She threatens with a vicious expression. Is that so? I ask in an even tone, still calm. Till I'm not. I suddenly return her glare with a glare of my own. These cells prevent magic from inside out, but no prison is perfect. Metapowers from the outside still work, even with the preventions against space manipulation. Amora wheezes as my arm appears in front of her, coming from a wormhole, and starts squeezing her neck. That's the limit, only an arm. More than enough to kill her. The scary thing is that the mantle covers my body, so no one saw it coming. Everything went from 0 to 100 too fast. If you are so hellbent on vengeance, maybe I should kill you here and now. My voice is cold, and the surroundings are hit by my aura and will. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed how the people were affected too, my friends and the prisoners. Arg. Gah. Amora claws my arm and tries to open my fingers, but it's like they are locked in space. I wait and wait. Till she notices her efforts are futile. I wait till I can feel her start to accept death, and release her, letting her fall to her knees, a mess of drool and snot trying to recover her breath. But I will not overstep my boundaries. I look down at her with disgust. This cell is your safe haven, Amora. If I were you, I would not leave it. I put some countermeasures on her so that she couldn't catch me off guard in the future. Seeing her still glaring at me, despite the fear in her eyes, I decide to mess with her a little more. Humming, I take a plaque from beneath my mantle and write some words with my fingers and put it in the top of her cell. Puffed. Everyone's eyes go wide upon seeing the plaque before they start laughing. They tried holding back a little, but they couldn't. What? What did you do? Amora asks annoyed. From her cell she can't see what I wrote. Obviously, no one is gonna tell her. It's much funnier this way. Seeing her desperately asking why they're laughing at her only makes the situation funnier. Sif is the one that laughs the loudest. It seems she has some grudge against Amora. Thor, you dog. By the way, in the plaque is written. Otta City. Population, this bitch. It seems that you are a jokester too. Loki's voice cuts our good mood, making me look at him. Better than you. And your mother. I say, after all, she spent 9 months to make this sad joke that is you. Puffed. Darcy puts her hand in front of her mouth and hides behind Jane to laugh. Jane on her part closed her eyes and tried her best to control herself, her trembling shoulders a sign of her struggle. Thor and Sif, and even other prisoners are not that considerate. They openly laugh at Loki. The god of mischief's face falls. Like most bullies, he can't bear to be the butt of the joke. Your mortal words don't affect me. He is saying before I interrupt. Not even trying to clap back. I'm disappointed in you. I shake my head. At least, I'm not alone on this. Let's see, there's Odin, Frigga, Thor, your army, yourself. I started using my fingers to count everyone he disappointed. At this point, some veins are popping on the annoying god's forehead. He glares at me not differently from how Amora did a moment ago. Are you gonna threaten me too? I ask, a veiled threat underneath my tone of voice, remembering him what I just did with Amora after she threatened me. It seems he is too smart to do that. If you're not gonna say anything, hear me out then. I approach his cell to stare at him. I met your mom, Frigga, not the frost giant one, just now. Good woman, she remembered me of mine. Patient, with a big heart, all forgiving. Loki doesn't react at the praise of his stepmother. He knows that some sort of unwanted scolding is coming. The difference is that mine is dead. I suddenly reveal, the shift is so abrupt that the mood instantly gets weird. I can't help but think that the universe is unfair that someone like you still has a mother that cares for you despite all that you have done while mine was taken prematurely from me by people that are exactly like you. I shake my head, really trying to pass the message to this guy. Because this is the last time that I am willing to have a reasonable talk with him, and I am only doing this for Thor. I continue, I don't know how it was your childhood, but from the little that I saw, I doubt that you are mistreated. Maybe Thor was the golden child or something like that, but that doesn't excuse your actions. Their betrayal is not something someone like you can understand. Loki spats in my direction. What betrayal? Saving you from dying as a baby. I ask, genuinely curious. I had this talk with Odin. I heard similar words. What makes you think that I will give any attention when they are coming from you? Loki shows a face full of contempt. Maybe that is the problem. You only listen to what you want to listen to, you narcissistic bastard. Let me ask something. Did they ever give you the impression that you are gonna inherit the throne of Asgard? If you are not going to inherit it anyway, why are you so surprised when your chances drop to zero because of your heritage? What really changed, Loki? What really changed beyond you finally having an excuse to act on your inferiority complex? Now you don't have an answer, huh? Bastard. I can see their plans for miles away. Odin chooses forgiveness instead of vengeance, taking the son of his enemy to raise him as a better person. He stopped the violence when he was winning so that you and Thor could reign in a peaceful time. He gave a very hard and dangerous first step. I nod to myself. I wouldn't be capable of doing that. Yes, I suddenly have 5 stepdaughters, but if I suddenly found the Kingpin infant son, how I would give him to adoption. I would never raise him on my own. Odin is much more forgiving than me, and this is when Kingpin's son would never threaten me. Loki on the other hand. The Allfather is a great man. A pity that his leap of faith failed. I look at Loki with pity, without hiding how little I think of him. You proved him wrong when he did the right thing. The universe is really unfair. An uncomfortable silence settles, but I'm too thick-skinned to care about uncomfortable silences. Well, thanks for listening to my rant. I doubt that trying to shed some light on your situation is gonna help. You probably will sulk and think something like, no one understands me, like an edgy teen, but whatever. I only wasted my words on you because of your family. Then I change my demeanor. To the Eidolon that deals with criminals, now these words come from me. I glare at him coldly before I start speaking. Your family still believes that there is a chance of redemption. They are willing to wait for a long time for that moment when you will come to your senses. 100, 500, 1,000 years. I'm not that patient. I believe that you are the scorpion of a famous fable on Midgard. In a few words, a frog was helping a scorpion to cross a river, but the scorpion stung the frog, making them both drown and die. Why did you doom us both? The frog asked. It's on my nature to sting, the scorpion answered. I explain, like the scorpion, it on your nature to be deceitful, god of lies. You are gonna betray and hurt them again and again. Every chance that they give you to cross the river, you are not gonna resist stinging them, just for the sake of stinging them. My words hit the sore spot of both Thor and Loki. It's something that they intrinsically understand deep down in their hearts, but they never dared to think much about it. Maybe they don't want to face it yet. Me saying them out loud is like forcing them to face reality. Thor can't help but show a sad expression on his face. I continued, said that, as a hero, I want to believe that everyone has the potential to good. In a million years you may notice that their love for you is much more important than whatever petty feelings you hold in your poisonous heart. But like I said, I'm not that patient. I step close to the cell, our faces only separated by the golden magic screen. Stay away from Midgard, Loki. Do you mischief anywhere else? I threaten. Or what? He challenges. I will end up being at odds with Thor. I let killing intent drip from my words as I stare at him deeply. I'm really fucking serious and I want him to know that. A part of me does not want that. I don't want to create this rift with my friend, I don't want to bring this grief to Frigga, and I don't want to step on Odin's toes. But I'm gonna do it if Loki pulls another shit on Earth again. I'm Earth's protector, I will defend it from those so-called gods that look down on us, even if I have to cut the root of Yggdrasil that connects us with the rest of the 9 realms. The surroundings get suffocating because I'm not suppressing my coercion, but after staring at Loki enough to make my point clear, I turn around and start walking away. The pressure disappeared together with my change in demeanor. I saw everything here. Let's go. I walk out of the dungeon, the rest following immediately. Thor gives one last look at Loki before accompanying Jane. I can't help but give one last shot to the prisoner. If you feel lonely, just say it. We can bring you a horse or something. I shout while waving my hand without looking back. Ha ha ha. Did that rumor really gain attention on Midgard? Sif laughs full of joy. Lady Sif. So you are involved in this? I look at her smiling. He cut my hair. She defends herself. Good job. After holding my laugh for some time, I pat her shoulder and praise her for her good service. From here, I can feel Loki's anger with my empathic powers. Third-person POV. Eventually, Thor and Lady Sif guided the rest of the group around the incredible palace, their final destination being an open training field where they met 2 of the warriors. 3, Fandral, the thin blonde man, and Volstagg, the most Viking of the Vikings in Hector's humble opinion. Hogun, the one that Hector thinks looks like a Mongol, is in his birthplace. It seems his land was deeply affected by the rebellions. Well met again. Volstagg doesn't shy away from reaching Eidolon and giving him a bear hug, his huge frame squeezing the black-clad hero. A friend of Thor is a friend of mine. He declares loudly. Likewise. Eidolon doesn't react much to the bone-crushing hug, his face obscured by the Viking's huge red beard. On the side, Fandral introduced himself to the ladies with great fanfare. He smells like a womanizer from miles away, and no one commented on his exaggerated way of introducing himself, bowing deeply, kissing hands, and all that. A pleasure to meet such beautiful ladies. Fandral says with an easy smile. Thank you. Thor pulls Fandral away from the uncomfortable Midgardian women. Stay away from her, you weasel. Thor says, but his voice does not show any bad feeling on his face. He playfully traps Fandral in a headlock and starts messing with his hair. My perfect hair. Thor, you buffoon, you are embarrassing me in front of the ladies. Fandral fights against Thor's clutches, but it's not easy to escape the God of Thunder's grasp. Your everything is embarrassing enough. Lady Sif deadpans from the side before laughing together with everyone. It seems that this is not a first-time occurrence. The whole altercation eventually evolved into a fight all of a sudden. The Midgardians wisely didn't say anything and just accepted that this is how things are around here. Lady Sif also ends up sparing with Volstagg. The discrepancy between the small lady and the bulky man is a really interesting sight. What is even more interesting is that the small lady is winning. The three Midgardians simply sit at the side, only watching everyone sparring. There are other people training too around in this, bigger than a stadium, yard. Jane is infatuatedly watching Thor. Darcy is taking pictures and filming. And Eidolon is looking around. Ah. The battery. Darcy suddenly exclaims when the notification of 5% shows on the screen. Eidolon casually touches her phone and a second later the thing is on 100% again. Even Jane is impressed by how convenient that is. You would be a really good boyfriend. Darcy thanks and takes a selfie with the hero who is sitting by her side. I've been told that. Eidolon says calmly, ignoring Darcy putting her head on his shoulder to take pictures. People will get so jealous when I post those pictures back on Earth. She can't contain the smile on her face. Too bad there's no signal here. She pouts. I miss Cortana. Hector is thinking about something similar. He can't contact his AI girlfriend. The thought sounds a little pathetic. AI girlfriend. They are many, many light years away from home and Cortana was with him even when he traveled to other multiverses. He can't help but find it unnatural not to have her constant presence on his mind. Eidolon, aren't you owing me a fight? Suddenly Lady Sif calls him after she beat up Volstagg. I really want to feel your prowess. The lady warrior gestures in front of her, calling him to assume the position to start a spar. But her choice of words has a little of innuendo that makes Darcy cough a little. She wants to feel your prowess. Give it to her, she whispers to him. Eidolon appears to be unwilling right now. Yes. Lady Sif answers immediately, are you afraid? She taunts in a good-natured way. Obviously, such blatant provocation can't affect him. He remains sitting, like a kid that is gaining time before he needs to go do some errand that his parents sent him. Go on, Eidolon. Teach her a lesson. Volstagg, who just lost, encourages the hero to avenge him. Come, my friend. It will be fun. Thor also calls him. Even Darcy and Jane are telling him to go. Darcy wants to film it. It looks like a group of friends trying to convince the shy one to get on the dance floor. He likes fighting but is not even in the top 10 of his favorite hobbies. It's just a way of using and testing his powers. He fights to live, so when he doesn't need to do it, he tends to avoid fighting. He is also a little afraid of starting to get challenged all the time while he is here. It will get annoying if this cliché becomes a reality. Okay. He eventually relents and stands up. Cheers erupt from his friends as he walks forward and his mantle slides off him. In truth, his mantle stays in place while he walks off it, revealing his incredibly trained body. Without his mantle, everyone can clearly see his trained muscles and his tight bodysuit. They can also see the way he walks. Those seasoned warriors only need that one look to evaluate him greatly. Rules. Eidolon casually asks as he walks in front of Lady Sif. Just don't kill each other, but it will be hard anyway. She appears to find his question strange. No, I am asking what I am allowed to use. Eidolon explains, should I fight only with my physical prowess? It's a genuine question. It's a spar after all, it's how he does things with his girls, especially Siko and Cassandra, and recently Yuri. Wouldn't kill the point if he stays out of range blasting her with long-ranged attacks. But the question seems to annoy Lady Sif. You can use everything. She says while pursing her lips, each word laced with confidence and pride. Eidolon instantly noticed the misunderstanding, but he only sighed instead of explaining himself. He will let the battle explain itself. When it ends she will understand him. He sees the warrior woman entering into a stance with her sword and shield and he decides to use something similar. He raises his hand and brings it down in a swing. When his arm stops, there's a weapon on his hand. Something whose shape is vaguely similar to a sword, similar enough to make a good spar, but is a stick. A black stick, 1 meter long, that looks completely ordinary. Once again his intentions are misunderstood by Lady Sif. Are you looking down on me? She frowns greatly. Someone using a stick against her hurts her pride. Especially because she knows that Eidolon has a special sword, the one he used against Thor and Loki. Eidolon audibly sighs this time. As predicted, things are getting troublesome. Don't be fooled by the appearance. This is called the serpent punishing stick. He starts explaining his recently acquired stick. It was basked in the demonic aura of a ghost forest through countless years. It's almost indestructible and inflicts great pain, but does not kill. It's excellent to discipline students. He says with pride, because he likes his stick. Every man likes sticks. The people around him raise their eyebrows at his words but don't argue. There's no reason for Eidolon to lie. Even Lady Sif believes him and relaxes visibly. With this, I will not need to hold back much, exactly like how you want. He doesn't say that he will still be holding back a lot. The two combatants eye each other, but there's no signal, so the fight starts when the first attack is made, but Eidolon does not make the first move. He doesn't look down on Sif, but he is stronger. It's a fact. He keeps the serpent-punishing stick raised leisurely in front of him, completely relaxed, but he has no openings. Sif concludes. She is not a timid and hesitant woman, so in the next second she decides to create the opening and attacks first. She does a probing horizontal slash at his head. But she missed it. No, she doesn't miss. Eidolon moved. But the thing is that his movement is so smooth that he looks like he slides away while keeping the same stance. It's so fast and controlled that the tip of Lady Sif's sword passes an inch from his face. And it looks like she misread the distance. It's a subtle and incredible move because he didn't break his stance to defend or avoid her attack, so now he has the total initiative. And he uses it without mercy. With a precise thrust, he hits her neck with the tip of the serpent-punishing stick. Thud. Gah. Ugh. Cough. It's not a pleasant experience for Lady Sif. His stick is already specialized in being painful and he attacked a weak spot. He feels a little bad. He has this habit of going for the throat. It's an easy way to end fights quickly, or at least lower his enemy's combat prowess considerably. Because this is a spar, he doesn't press his advantage and allows her to wheeze her way to recover. Asterisk cough, that was unpleasant. She clears her throat while the spar is paused. He puts his stick on her throat. Sexy, Eidolon hears Darcy whispering to Jane, which swats her silly friend away. Hey, the camera. Again. Eidolon asks calmly. Again. Lady Sif nods strongly, putting a more careful tight stance. Then I start this time. He raises his stick and steps forward, and disappears from his spot, exclamation point. He reappears at her side, crouched down and with the stick already in position to strike. A good observer would notice that he is using her shield as a blind spot. Lady Sif is not any normal human and noticed that quick enough to drop her shield to block the strike that was flying at her legs. Her arm trembles at the impact but she pushes on and goes to bring her sword arm down on him. A mistake, her sword arm was suddenly struck. Eidolon is already behind her, he reappeared in the air behind her and with a spinning motion hit her forearm. She looks up to see his smooth spinning movement continue and he disappears again because he doesn't need leverage to move. Exclamation point. Her eyes widen as her senses get sharp, and her body shouts danger. Without even moving her head, her pupils move to the edge of her eye to see the tip of his stick slowly approaching her left cheek. This time is her turn to spin around herself to dodge. Not completely because her cheek was scratched. She jumps a little away from him to reset the fight. She is breathing a little heavily, her body and mind working overtime to keep up with him. Good instincts. He praises. The exchange was brief but not less impressive, catching the eyes of even some Aesir who were training or simply passing by. Fandral, a guy who also focuses on speed, even whistles in amazement at the display. Be careful. He warns her before resuming his assault. What proceeds to happen can't be called anything less than a beatdown. Eidolon would never pull the punches just because his opponent is a woman and Sif would get angry if he did it. He is not using everything, but you can say that he is nothing holding back with what he is using. The observers almost feel like they're watching some sort of bullying. Eidolon appears and disappears around Sif like he is playing with her, leaving after images and strikes. It's like there are 10 of him and she is lost trying to keep up with it. But is beautiful to see. To the inexperienced Midgardian women is a super cool display that almost looks like a show. To the others, they can appreciate and admire his technique and abilities. To put in perspective the difference between the two fighters. Never once did their weapons clash. Eidolon fights efficiently. Yes, sometimes he can do something fancy to have fun, but if you break down his fighting style, one would notice that is very basic. Hit and not get hit. Isn't this how fights should go? It doesn't matter how strong your opponent is or his tricks. If you hit and not get hit, you will eventually win. That's how he can easily deal with monsters like Red Hulk and Abomination. They are absurdly strong, but they are still dealt with by him pretty easily. The spar gets a little heated. It seems Eidolon is planning to end things by overwhelming Lady Sif. From the outside, it's almost like she is surrounded by a dome of Eidolons. Right at the moment a strike takes her off balance, he appears in front of her, his body almost touching the ground, and he kicks her chin Rock Lee style. The first time in the battle he hit her with anything other than his stick. She was sent in the air, and swish pa whoosh pa she was swiftly hit by Eidolon after images multiple times to make her open her guard. In his mind, he praises her again. She kept her guard up even in the most disadvantageous situations. She really is a hardened warrior. But it's not enough. Her body is exactly where he wants and how he wants, a little horizontal to the ground. He reappears one last time above her with a powerful thrust of his stick. He hits her stomach and sends her flying to the ground. Guh. Boom. She makes a small crater when she hits the ground, making Jane and Darcy gasp at the sheer brutality of the act. But only they seem remotely worried. Eidolon on his part smoothly lands on the ground and calmly starts walking to the center of the crater. There, he finds Lady Sif breathing haggardly with her arms spread in all directions. It's possible to see red marks from where he hit her all over her body. Where is not covered by armor, of course. There are even red marks on her beautiful face. Eidolon truly lives up to his title as an advocate of true gender equality. He extends her hand at her. Well fought. He says. You're annoying. She complains but takes his hand anyway. He chuckles because he understands the meaning of her words. He helps her stand up and starts healing her. Arg. So frustrating. She still seems to complain. Thor approaches them while guffawing. I told you. The rest followed after him. I would not like to be in that situation. Fandral shakes his head. I'm more of a head-on guy. So me neither, I can't even think of how to deal with that. Volstagg nods. Am I missing something? Jane asks confused. It is almost like they talked about something and she didn't hear it. I guess is hard for you all to see. Thor appears to notice the problem. Question mark. Darcy and Jane look confused. It's the feints. Lady Sif growls a little and spats annoyed. The rest of the Asgardians laugh, leaving Darcy and Jane more confused. Eidolon finally steps up to explain. As I fight, I use subtle ways to feint and trick her senses. It can be a little annoying to be on the receiving end of it. He says, his eyes showing a little of amusement. A little. Sif snaps again. There are moments that you disappear, then there's two of you, an attack that doesn't exist, and then an attack out of nowhere. She is almost huffing while Thor and others laugh. So, using your super speed. Must be hard then. Jane tries to understand. It really sounds unfair to fight against someone so much faster. She remembers some displays of the speed of Eidolon, like catching bullets or saving people before they even notice that they are in danger. It's not only that. Sif sighs again, still frustrated. Eidolon chuckles and decides to elaborate further. It's like this. You can't see because it's very subtle, but I use some powers to give confusing signs. The premise is that normally people on our level have enhanced senses. They don't simply trust their eyes to fight, they can hear my movements, feel the wind move by me on their skin, smell me, and even use some sort of sixth sense to feel danger. Then he clicks his fingers and makes some transparent Eidolon appear around him. This is only for you to visualize. I can move the wind in my shape to make it like I'm attacking her from behind. I can become intangible so that I won't move the wind, and I can create some heat in a certain position to simulate a living being. I can make sounds too. Her eyes see one thing, her ears hear another, her instincts say another. That's how I subtle fight people on our level. Ooh. Now Jane and Darcy appear to understand. Imagine Eidolon becoming intangible and not having presence till the moment of the impact, and the enemy distracted by his countless feints. He stops their momentum, tricks their senses, aims for their weak spots. Really a terror of a closed-range fighter. That's how Eidolon fights subtly against his enemies. He is really a creative person when the topic is using his powers. That's why I called him annoying. Lady Sif huffs again, but she doesn't appear to hold any grudge. Even punching the hero playfully, a punch that he lets pass over him because he becomes intangible again. Ugh, annoying. She rolls her eyes seeing his eyes look at her playfully. The rest laughed because she almost lost her balance and fell. But is all in good sport, in truth. She thinks that she improved a lot in this fight. Eidolon hit her exactly on her weak spots, showing her bad habits and weaknesses, helping see them through the pain. The guy is a low-key good teacher. And you all mock me because I was hit a lot by him. Thor shakes his head. Not only that. Fandral raises his finger in interjection. He beat you like an unruly child. Admit it. The rest also started joking about it. How could that be? I gave him the most damage. Thor argues he can't let them mock him and get away with it. I took his arm. Well, I kinda sacrificed it to take the Mjolnir away from you so that I can end the fight without hurting you. Eidolon chimes in. Sif and the rest say, oh, throwing wood in the fire. Well, I was being controlled and I just reawakened my godhood. Thor shots back. And we are in the middle of New York, so I held back. Eidolon adds. Each comeback makes the onlookers say, ooh. None of the two wants to back down. They are still playfully smiling while they brag about their own prowess in a good-natured way. Hoo-hoo. Ha-ha. They laugh seeing how childish they are, each convinced that they are the stronger between the two. It really looks like a casual banter. But there's something in the air. Like inflammable gas that only needs a spark to, boom. And the spark happens. The two punch each other at the same time, and their fist connects with the other cheek. The shockwave was huge and almost sent Jane and Darcy flying, but Eidolon's mantle held them. Thor and Eidolon are sent back sliding on the ground, but there's an obvious amusement on their faces. Only way to solve this. Eidolon comments with a chuckle. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Thor smiles. Boom. Once again they advance and punch each other. Different from the previous technical battle that Eidolon displayed, this one is just a pure brawl. There's no technique. Scratch that, it doesn't seem that there's a single thought behind this fight. The two are simply punching each other without putting any effort into dodging. Are they crazy? Jane shouts horrified. She is watching her boyfriend being punched with blows that are shaking the training yard. Those sounds and shockwaves belong in a war zone. This is so cool. Darcy on the other hand is enjoying the moment while being the camera woman. They look like two Bilgesnipes fighting. Lady Sif shakes her head. No grace at all. Fandral does the same. Volstagg on the other hand just laughs heartily, holding himself back from joining. He will remember himself to ask Eidolon for a spar in the future. Boom boom boom. The two go like that for some time, none of them giving an inch. Finally, Thor decides to go to the next level. He extends his hand and the sound of something cutting the air echoes. The Mjolnir flies to his hands and he smiles while waiting for Eidolon to do something similar. Pulling the big guns, huh? Okay then. I also wanted to test this one against you. He makes a motion with his arm and suddenly he is holding an axe with his hand. An axe with some glyphs and inscriptions a little familiar to the onlookers. The Leviathan axe. The two laugh and throw their weapons at the other at the same time. Axe and hammer fly at high speed and clash against each other. The sound is deafening and the flash of blue light almost blinds the audience. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 95, Festivities in Asgard. Third-person POV Palace of Valiskjaf, Training Yard. Wow, look at this. Darcy exclaims in amazement as she circles the strange phenomenon. I never thought something like that was possible. Jane adds, not taking her eyes off the thing. Magic. Eidolon deadpans. Everyone is looking with different levels of amazement at the tree-like object in the middle of the yard. But it is not a tree, it's frozen lightning. The lighting is encased in ice, and the electricity that spreads around is also frozen, like branches. That was the result of the clash between the Mjolnir and the Leviathan axe. As expected of something from the God of War universe. Hector thinks some items that he gained are a little above his weight class, because they are external helpers. The Mjolnir is a really strong weapon. He is surprised that the Leviathan axe is on the same level. He is not the only one. It's impressive that your weapon can go toe-to-toe with the Mjolnir, rare are the ones that can do the same. Fandral comments, observant. Like the Allfather spear, Gungnir. Volstagg adds. Those inscriptions look familiar, almost like dwarvish runes. Lady Sif says as she looks at the axe in Eidolon's hand. So you noticed. I acquired this one in the 9 realms of another universe. Eidolon lies in an even voice as he raises his hand to show the axe. That's his cover story about his powers and items in case anyone asks. That and saying that he made them. But the Leviathan axe is above his skills to make, and it's not like those people care about it. The most important thing that he needs to hide is the existence of the Gacha. Power manipulation and multiverse travel are secondary after that. He also has that theory that maybe he is simply playing in a new game plus, and his original self already traveled around the Omniverse and got everything he is gaining through the Gacha the hard way. But this will only be proved when he reaches the peak. Another universe? Sif asks curiously. Wait. The multiverse theory is real. Jane interrupts, her voice filled with shock. Yes and yes. Eidolon answers calmly, this one. He shows the axe, it is the Leviathan axe made by the dwarves from there. Things are different there. Thor is fat and has red hair, Odin is a control freak, and Lady Sif is blonde. This axe by the way belonged to Loki's father, that is his mother there. He tells pieces of God of War lore to them. They asked a little more about it, but he answered vaguely. Hiding the part that Sif and Thor are married in the God of War universe, he is wise enough to not touch this subject. So you can travel to other universes? Jane asks. It seems that is the one thing that interests her the most. Where did you think I trained? Eidolon turns to her. Martial arts, science, magic. In the multiverse, there are infinite possibilities and infinite things to learn. I learned all I could before I donned my mantle. I didn't start being a hero at a whim. Respect. Darcy fist bumps his chest. But how did you travel? Do you make a portal? Do you have a specific power to that? Jane seems really interested. Well, to be fair, any scientist would be interested. All of those are possible. Eidolon continues with vague answers. Jane keeps pestering him and he gives the basics of the multiverse situation. Some words, the parallel ones, are not that different. Sometimes only a small change, others derail a lot. Remember that those are the parallel ones. Certain universes are completely different from the beginning. Like one where the inhabitants are pizza or another where only energy exists. Eidolon points to Thor's hammer. The Mjolnir, for example, siphons energy from another dimension filled with thunder. Really? Jane looks interestedly at the hammer, like a gateway to the energies there. I always thought the power came from the hammer itself. Darcy comments. I remember my father telling me about it. Thor adds he doesn't seem to care that much, to be honest. Eidolon addresses Jane. I will not go as far to say that there's no infinite energy. But is a little naive to think that hammer would have it. The other dimension, on the other hand. Well, almost infinite, or at least close enough to not make any difference. The hero shrugs his shoulders. Some metas also siphon their powers from other dimensions. Like the Hulk with gamma radiation. Or Cloak and Dagger. Makes sense. Jane nods. If Dr. Banner had as much radiation as the Hulk emits normally but hidden in some part of his body, he would die. It's kinda cool. Darcy says. Eidolon chuckles, remembering some interesting curiosities. I recently met a meta that is connected with the ice cream dimension. She can make any type of ice cream. He says, but his tone is strange. Now this is a power I would like to have. Darcy points. Now Eidolon can't contain his laughter. What? Everyone looks confused. It's just that. She emits the ice cream through the normal human exit. He facepalms. Realization slowly dawns on them. You're lying. Jane accuses. She doesn't want to believe it. She doesn't even want to say it out loud. She shits ice cream. Darcy doesn't have her problem and shouts with her mouth agape. Yep. Haha, 100% edible ice cream. He adds. Gross. They show different levels of disgust. Did you ever try it, Eidolon? Darcy teases him. Heck no, but I saw someone trying it and he said, and I quote, the best fucking ice cream that he ever had. Jane's face scrunched even more while the guys started laughing. After the gross part, you can only laugh. I bet she would be the dream girl to certain guys with that shitty fetish. Darcy comments with a funny face. Eidolon has to agree. Soft serve is probably the product of some writer not that well disguised fetish. He thinks, remembering how weird this world is. After they joke a little more, Thor finally says, the festivities are about to start. He looks at the three Midgardians. Why don't you three change your clothes in something more Asgardian? He suggests. No. I'm good, thank you. Eidolon shoots down the idea immediately. Why not? Lady Sif asks. You would wear well our garbs. She gives him a look from top to bottom. Thanks, but my answer remains the same. You are not even gonna take off your mask. She asks. She hasn't commented till now, but is a little weird that he kept it all this time. That would destroy the point of wearing one to begin, right? We are between friends here. Thor says. Yes, I know that. Any Asgardians here would not care about my secret identity. Ms. Lewis and Dr. Foster here also can't recognize me anyway. He concedes on this part, but what if someone searches their memories for my face and finds my secret identity? Or did someone use some power like clairvoyance to check here while I'm now wearing it? But he does not accept it in the end. It's not that big deal and Asgard looks like an okay place to go around without the mask, disconnected enough from Earth. But the Batman on him would not allow that. You're kinda of a paranoid guy, you know that. Darcy looks at him strangely. I've been told that. He deadpans. If I show my face, I would need to erase your guys' memories. And then it would be meaningless, right? Darcy appears to be thinking about that. Even if only for a second, maybe is worth it. Anyway, I bet you two would be lovely in Asgardian clothes. Better go choose a good one. He changes the subjects flawlessly. And then we can go eat at the feast. Volstagg speaks loudly while rubbing his huge belly. Ice cream. Darcy asks mischievously, making everyone's faces change a little. Volstagg suddenly lost a little of his appetite. But they laughed afterward. Ice cream will never be the same to me again. Jane sighs while glaring at Eidolon. Certain things are better not knowing. Come on, Dr. Foster. How can you say that? You are a scientist. He teases, making them laugh. They start leaving the training yard, only to come face to face with a certain someone who is just arriving. Balder. Balder. Thor greets his brother with his usual enthusiasm. Lady Sif, Volstagg, and Fandral also do the same. But there's a little problem. They notice the situation suddenly became a little awkward. The last time Eidolon and Balder met, they left on bad terms, so a certain unsettling silence reigns when the two look at each other. But Eidolon is not just anyone. He is the enemy of awkwardness, and he likes to confront those situations head-on. Hello Balder, do you still resent me for what I said last time? He asks, going straight to the point. Everyone's eyes widen a little. Some would call Eidolon tactless, but he couldn't be bothered with drama right now. If Balder doesn't want to be his friend or even if he doesn't want to talk with him, he prefers to know beforehand. This way he can blend in the background and let the others talk normally. I'm not one to keep resentment. Balder answers in his strong voice and truthfully. Despite being at odds, Eidolon has to concede that Balder is a good guy overall. You should learn to keep some, it can prevent you from being hurt in the future. Eidolon advises. About what I said. I will not apologize for it. I still stand behind my words. Eidolon puts the cards on the table. He really wants to solve this now, but maybe I was too harsh in how I said it, so it's okay if you don't want to have anything to do with me. He still hasn't apologized. I'm not that childish. Balder says while narrowing his eyes. His words make Eidolon smile. There's a hidden shot in Balder's words, and he found it funny. Balder can be sassy too. So I am childish, huh? Hee hee. Maybe I'm a baby to your standards, but I am not the one being led by the nose by my first crush. Everyone is wincing a little, it seems history is repeating itself, but Eidolon stops it before it escalates. Whatever, you long-lived people can see things differently. Try to fix her for all I care. He can't say much about that part, he is the I can fix her guy, what bothers him is how he allows himself to be manipulated. I will just repeat the advice I gave Loki. Do whatever you want, but try not get hurt or hurt the people that genuinely loves you. With those last words, Eidolon walks away. Thor, you promised to show me the library. Whoa. It's unclear which of the two Midgardian women exclaimed, maybe the two. The library of Valiskjaff is like everything else in the palace, big and fancy. Books that fill shelves so high that they would be able to block some building's view back on Earth. And it goes till where the sight can see. So, what I can't read? Eidolon asks calmly while looking around. Nothing here is prohibited. Thor says while thinking, a small frown on his face, I think if something is prohibited, it would be on my father's personal study. The hero gives him a look and smiles so clearly that is possible to see even with the mask. Well, if you excuse me then. Then he takes off, zooming away, leaving only a black blur that stretches around the library. Eidolon starts reading at super speeds, opening books, going through the pages and even stopping to watch some magic books that create visions and other effects. All of this happens at incredible speeds. Jane and Darcy can only see the blur and the afterimages flickering, it's like he is everywhere reading. I so wish I had this power too. Jane bemoans. Now it's night on Asgard, and a huge banquet is happening in commemoration of both the convergence and the re-establishment of the peace in the Nine Realms. Come on, Eidolon. Drink. Drink. Volstagg has his arm around Eidolon's shoulders while trying to pressure him to have a taste of the fine mead from Asgard. I bet my mother would never imagine that the pressure to use drugs would come from Nordic gods. Hector deadpans. I don't think is a good idea. I can't underestimate your guy's alcohol after all. He says diplomatically. You're goddamn right. Volstagg shouts and laughs together with others. Eidolon eventually concedes and with a shrug, downs the whole tankard in a gulp. Ooh, the Vikings go crazy. Bam, he slams the cup on the table and says in an even voice, not affected by the alcohol again. The Vikings go crazy again and another Aesir fills his cup. He acts unaffected because he is really not affected. He is using one of his powers to store the alcohol in an extra stomach, the alcohol will stay there harmless till he pours it out. Hector already doesn't like drinking and he will never lower his guard, for many reasons, but especially because he is keeping an eye on Jane and Darcy. There are many more people here than expected, or maybe he should have expected it. He even met other brothers of Thor too, briefly greeting them. Once again he remembers how many obscure characters exist. Tyr, Hermod, Vidar, Vale, Bragi, Honor. He was able to gauge their personalities, and a part of one or two that were arrogant, they are not evil. There is another, Uller, who is a mysterious guy that he didn't meet. He also knows about Aldrich, or Angela, because of his meta-knowledge. Funny how the only one that he remembers is the one that is not here and few people know of her existence. Should I throw the bomb? Say that I saw in another universe. And there's a high chance is similar here. He ponders but in the end, decides against it. One thing at a time. He doesn't even remember about her arc. She only knows of Angela/Aldrich because he thought that she was pretty cool and clicked on her page on the wiki. It will be very bad to PR if the world sees me massacring angels. He thinks with a hint of humor as he downs another cup. Unbeknownst to him, he ends up in some sort of competition with the rest. And apparently, he is winning. At this point, only the heavyweights are still standing in this drinking competition. I didn't expect you to outlast Thor's brothers. He comments to Sif, that is keeping with him as much as Volstagg. Volstagg he understands but Sif. Why? She asks in a challenging tone, her cheeks rosy from all the alcohol. I just thought you more dignified. Mature. He answers easily, taking another tankard from the tray that a beautiful Aesir waiter brought to them. The said Aesir bent over him a little too much, and smiled as she showed him her cleavage. Eidolon only kept his eyes on Sif while receiving the tankard. A simple thanks is everything the blonde and busted woman received from him. Sif stares at him in a daze for some seconds, probably because of his casual compliment. Or maybe the alcohol is hitting. Or maybe because he didn't answer, you're a woman. Or because of his self-control in not looking at the huge cleavage in front of his face. Or maybe because she is finding him handsome. How are you drinking with a mask? Or because she was thinking about that. He chuckles and drinks another tankard, magic. He answers in a cheeky way. She smiles and shakes her head before accompanying him on gulping down the contents of her cup. A little after that Eidolon notices something, he stands up and reaches with his telekinesis a little far from him. Sorry guys, this one is mine. He just saved the drunk Darcy from being surrounded by some Aesir who apparently is hitting on her while she is drunk. Eidolon, I love you, she shouts at him with her slurred voice, still holding her phone in the hand that is not holding a cup. Thank you. Eidolon pats her back, unaffected by her attitude, you shouldn't have drank anything here. But we are between Vikings. And I drank just a little teeny willy few cup, she puts her fingers together to show how little she drank. It would be enough. It could even have killed you. He says. Relax, you are such a worrywart. She swings from side to side on his lap. It's part of my job. Ah yes, you a hero. She suddenly tries to focus and stares at him, Eidolon, did anyone even give you the hero reward? She asks putting her face close to his. He gets what she means, no. He answers with a deadpan face. Then tonight is the night. You deserve the suck 3000. She shouts and starts going down, leaving his lap and positioning herself between his legs. Okay. Calm down. But Eidolon easily brings her back to sit on his lap. At this point, he decides to help her break down the alcohol in her blood with his powers. Eidolon, can I see your face? She whispers to him, holding his jaw lovingly, you are so perfect. I just want to marry you and have your babies. She says between her teeth, horny. This talk interests Sif. Not the baby part, the part about seeing his face. Sorry, it's a secret. I would reveal it, but I would have to erase your memory afterward. And there's a lot of people here, so, no. He denies. I would accept having my memories wiped out just for the moment with you. Darcy says, her voice still slurred. Drunk people can't make decisions. Eidolon shoots her down. Darcy's shameless latch on Eidolon, the hero is not bothered by her, even when she bites him he only says, be careful to not break your teeth. Eventually, after winning the drinking contest, he decides to end the night with Darcy, finding a room to put her in. Eidolon is taking me to bed. Darcy shouts at the empty hallways, as Eidolon finds an empty room. He puts her on the bed and says, I will put some protection. You can do it raw. She answers immediately. Eidolon's face makes him look like he is dead inside, in the room. To protect you. He elaborates. Aya. But Eidolon, I want you. Darcy whines while trying to pull him to the bed with her, but he doesn't bulge. Sorry, I don't do it that easily. He rejects her politely. But I want to marry you. I will be a good wife. I love you. She says a lot of embarrassing things in succession but he only stares at her calmly. Just go to sleep, Miss Lewis. Don't worry, tomorrow after you suffer a little with the hungover, I will heal you. He says. It's not that he is petty, he simply believes that there's a lesson to be learned here. But I want you when I will have another chance. I can't find a boyfriend. She trashes on the bed childishly. Eidolon chuckles a little seeing her fit, and calms her down. Relax, Miss Lewis. You are gonna find someone. He pats her head. How do you know? Are you seeing the future? She asks, a little more subsided. No, but I'm sure of it. After all. He approaches her and whispers huskily and playfully, if we met, me and my civilian identity, I would not let you go. It will not be fair to your future boyfriend. Because after I was done with you, no other men will ever compare. He teases her. Darcy trembled in excitement, but the said excitement was short-lived because she fell asleep right after that. Idolin looks at her and shakes his head, she is funny. As Idolin leaves Darcy in the Dreamlands, he is surprised to find Sif in the hallway to this room. This place is a little far because he made sure to find a quiet room, away from the noisy partygoers. Lady Sif. He greets the still slightly drunk warrior woman with hesitant words. It's almost like she came here looking for him. Idolin. She gives him a pointed look before averting her eyes to look at the room behind him and the Darcy. He helps her. He doesn't know if she simply forgot her name or if the alcohol is affecting her, but he doesn't dwell on that. I put her to sleep. I don't think her physiology goes well with Asgardian beer. He answers with a hint of humor. This situation is a little strange. He doesn't want to sound conceited or anything, but he can't help but allow his mind to wander a little. Oh, only to sleep? She asks suddenly, ignoring his joke. Yes. Only to sleep. He tilts his head and answers. Good, good. Sif nods to herself, let's find a room for us then. She suddenly advances and grabs his forearm. Beg your pardon. His eyes widen by the sudden and aggressive approach. He was just convincing himself that he was kinda arrogant for thinking that she would want to sleep with him, and here they are. I said that we should find a room for us. Sif answers like it's obvious and tries to drag Idolin with her. But he is having none of that. Pause. Stop for a moment, Lady Sif. He keeps his stance and she can't move him even an inch. She turns to him confused. Idolin's eyes are serene, maybe even a little cold. I'm flattered, really. But that's not how I do things. Please don't force your way of life into mine. His cold voice was like ice being poured on her head and she sobered a little. Don't you want to do it? Her face shows indescribable emotions. Idolin audibly sighs seeing that. Now how do I deal with it? He thinks for a moment before deciding. Walk with me a little. He offers her his arm and she grabs his biceps without hesitation. But he doesn't guide her to some desert place to do unspeakable things, no. The two walk back to the rowdy party. Idolin guides her to a balcony where they can observe everyone happening at the party. No one even looks up, they are somewhat hidden in this slightly dark balcony. Sorry, but I will have to refuse your advances. He says plainly as the two walk to the edge of the balcony, but I would like to know you better and talk a little about me. That's what he decided. The best way to not let any resentment fester is if Lady Sif knows him a little more. Know enough that is nothing personal. Know me better. It's somewhat common in Midgard to know your partner a little more before engaging in the more carnal activity. He explains, though sometimes it's very abrupt too. There are many styles. Mine is a little more serious. I know you. She snots a little and says. No, you don't. He says back immediately. I know enough. She snakes a hand around his waist and pulls him to her aggressively. Now this is new. The first time Hector is on the receiving end of a hand around the waist. But he remains calm, and I know that you like Thor. His words once again make her pause, like he just threw that bucket of cold water on her face this time. He shows an understanding, barely sad, expression. There are many reasons why I think we shouldn't do this. None of them is because you are lacking in anything, Lady Sif. He caresses her face, his thumb rubbing circles on her beautiful face. The most important reason is this thing between you and Thor. Sif, who was enjoying his touch, moves away defensively. There's nothing between me and Thor. She exclaims. There's nothing physical between you and Thor. Idolin corrects her, nothing right now at least, but it had in the past, right? She can't deny that. And it can happen in the future. He adds, making her face show an unnatural expression. So what? You are not saying anything that matters. Past. Future. What matters right now is the present. She says strongly, but her eyes are locked on Thor and Jane. She watches the two act like lovebirds on a honeymoon with a barely disguised sad expression. Idolin obviously didn't miss that. What matters is that you like him now. In the present. He says, making her turn to look at him. It's on the bro code to not mess with a bro's ex. I'm not into cheating. How many times do I have to say that there's nothing between me and Thor now? Sif is getting a little angry. It's like Idolin believes that she and Thor are in some secret love affair while he is with Jane. And how many times do I have to tell you that is not about the physical aspect but about the emotional? He says back in the same tone, but in a more low and controlled voice, Sif. He calls her softly, you like Thor. And you like that you like Thor. He elaborates. His words surprised her a little, she hadn't thought about that. Even with Jane in the play, you don't want to let go of that feeling. Maybe you are waiting for their breakup or her death. His words hit a sore spot. It's a little horrible, and she can't deny them. But you're not going to give up on Thor, right? She looks away, her answer does not need to be put into words. That's the thing with me. I refuse to sleep with a woman that has another guy in her heart. He says in a strong tone, I would only do that if the guy was an ass and I want to steal her completely or something, but... He gives her a look. Thor is not an ass, and he is not gonna steal her feelings for him. Idolin is a little too possessive maybe. He wants to own the body, mind, and heart of his partners. See what I'm talking about? He asks. To him, a night of carnal pleasure will not be worth it. Maybe in the future Sif and Thor will get together, so it will be awkward. If he sleeps with her now, it's like he is sleeping with his friend's ex and future girlfriend. I refuse to be a rebound. Rebound. She froze, unfamiliar with the term. Midgardian expression, when someone goes out or sleeps with someone just to distract himself from their romantic feelings for another, generally after a breakup. The rebound was used as a placeholder, distraction, or even to make the ex jealous. He explains. That was not my intention. She hastily defends herself, but he stops her. She never thought about that, or maybe a little. Seeing Jane and Thor together may make her want to have something with someone too, and Idolin is the best close option. But she really got interested in him, enough to share an intimate moment. This is her genuine feelings, not strong feelings of love, but genuine nonetheless. Relax, I know that you are not like that. I'm just saying. He calms her down with an easy smile. After giving her a friendly pat on her arm, he continues, so it's like that. Don't be offended. I normally don't do one-night stands. You would be a rare exception by the way, but this convoluted love situation turns me off a little. If Idolin was a little less considerate he would not care about the consequences or future awkwardness. He read in the comics about weird romantic pairings. He even remembers that once Thor himself, hook up with Red She-Hulk, Betty Ross who was Bruce Banner's girlfriend. Maybe is normal in this multiverse, but he refuses to be dragged into this mess. I want my women, mine. If I can't even try to steal your heart, what is the point of having your body? He comments while leaning on the balcony handrail. To him, it would be like a strange emotional threesome between him, her, and Thor. He cringes at the thought. An overthinker mind is a curse most of the time. Yes, he is learning to let go of that and enjoy himself a little more without thinking much, but not on this. On this, he draws the line. After saying his piece, the two fell into silence. It's not uncomfortable, Idolin understands that Sif has a lot to think of. Do you think they will last? She finally asks after some time. Her words come out hesitant, her face showing guilty. Idolin turns to her, to have a good look at her face, what a pity. I would love to make you fall for me. Instead of answering her question, he suddenly sighs and says those words. What? Nothing, just thinking that Thor is a lucky guy. And met you first. He chuckles, now that I think about it, childhood friends always lose, even when you like him, you want to see him happy. Even if it is not with you. You're a nice woman, Lady Sif. Very caring, I'm a little surprised. I thought you would be more haughty, serious, cold, no nonsense, and unapproachable. She doesn't know if he is complimenting or insulting her, but she finds it funny nonetheless and is a little flattered. HMPF. I thought something similar of you. She scoffs, smiling a little. Is that so? Obviously, do you even look at the mirror? She looks at him in disbelief, you have all this aura of a dark warrior. Cold, silent, dark, expressionless, scary. Looking at everything like it's a threat. She explains with a playful smile, but you are all caring and thoughtful. I saw how you treated that assistant woman, and everyone else. Even right now, when you are thinking about our possible future. Any other men would jump at the chance of sharing a bed with me, and here you are. Thinking about a hypothetical relationship between me and Thor in the future, and how this night can impact that. You are a soft-hearted man. Sif says with an expression of almost disbelief like she just discovered a secret and is teasing him about it. Poking him with her elbow and all that, but she gets a little more serious and compliments him, my eye for people is quite good. She smiles beautifully at him. He sighs again, you are really making it difficult to maintain my ideals, woman. He exaggeratedly acts sad for not giving in to her advances. It's another way of complimenting her. The two laugh a little before he explains himself with a shrug. You are not that wrong about the scary part. Back in Midgard, I have a reputation for being scary, but only to the criminals. It's a good deterrent, you know, here there's no need to put up on airs to intimidate everyone. I see. And I can understand the principle behind it. She nods. Even the Allfather keeps a stoic visage. She has no doubts that his presence and appearance are enough to strike fear in the hearts of many dissidents. I was inspired by a quote back in Midgard: "A devil make itself beautiful to deceive others, and an angel make itself scary to ward away evil." To me, having a scary reputation and giving bad first impressions is a small price to pay to prevent bad things from happening. Sif stares at him and nods to herself. "I'm really not wrong about you." She praises him again and he accepts it with a polite chuckle. After seconds of comfortable silence, Eidolon answers the question he ignored before: "I don't know." "What? About if they will last?" Eidolon looks at Jane and Thor. "I don't know." He repeats himself. "I can't tell you how to deal with this sad situation. You are in a bad spot. Loving someone who is already in a relationship is always painful. I will also not counsel you on how to act. People are different. Some would not like being the second option even if the two don't last. Some would gladly wait for them to break up. My only advice is to think about them the less possible." He stares into her eyes deeply. "Don't let your happiness depend on other people, Lady Sif. It's out of your hands how their relationship will go or end. And I know that you are not going to try to separate them just to have Thor for yourself. I would never do that," she says immediately. She is not like that. Lady Sif is a woman with a great sense of justice. She would never do something uncouth like that. "I know. So I can only say to you to leave the future to the future. Be happy with yourself. Who knows? Maybe you will find another love, maybe they will break up when you less expect, or maybe you will discover that you are happier alone," he says while shrugging. "You are more than a maiden that loves Thor, right? You are a strong and honorable woman. Beautiful and with a good personality. Are you gonna sit and wait for an unsure future, or are you gonna do another something that you enjoy?" Eidolon believes that people should search for self-improvement, and this is not only about constantly improving or becoming the better version of themselves. It's also about being happy with yourself. And if you are not happy with yourself, try to become a version of yourself that would make you happy, without depending on other people. When someone can do that, they will become really strong. Lady Sif was a little moved by his words. Yes, she is more than those feelings of jealousy and sadness that she is having because of Thor. "Are you sure that you don't want to come to my room?" she asks in a half-joking tone, raising an inquiring eyebrow. That made Eidolon audibly laugh. "Please don't tempt me more. I am almost folding," he begs in an equally playful tone. The two share a moment, making jokes and laughing together on that balcony. The two can't deny that more than once the mood shifted to something a little more than a talk between friends. But with the better understanding that they have of each other, none of the two act on that and they had a good and free talk. Then the guy punched me with his new super strength and broke his hand. Eidolon tells a story of one of his captures, making Sif laugh, and then I took him to the hospital. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. She throws her head back and laughs loudly. He was all cocky with his new strength and still needs to be tended by his enemy. He was not my enemy. Eidolon says he was just going down a bad path and I stopped him. I hope he calms down and can do better. Once again Sif was a little impressed with Eidolon's way of seeing life. "You are a nice guy, Eidolon. Damn, I went from almost sleeping with you to nice guy in less than an hour. What a downgrade," he says in an exaggerated sad tone. "Is that a Midgardian joke?" She tilts her head, not catching the reference. "Yes, and a pretty funny one. A pity that you didn't understand." He chuckles. "Maybe I should visit Midgard again. I saw that a lot changed." She comments, curious about the world from where Eidolon came from, and Thor visits so much. "I bet you would like it, the good parts at least." Eidolon nods. "I can show you around. Or as Eidolon, or maybe I can disguise myself if you want to have a normal experience." "Disguise? Can't you simply remove your attire?" He looks at his hero suit. Complicated. People can still trace you and find out about my real appearance," he says. His words make Sif pause. "Can I see your face, Eidolon?" She asks seriously. "I promise that I will not tell anyone. Like I said, someone can see your memories." He denies. "No one will look into my memories if no one knows that you showed me your face." That's a solid argument. He thinks about it. And as Eidolon, his facial features are a little different from Hector's anyway. He thinks about it a little more. He is light years away, no one would know. Should he try? If leaks, it will be a small leak he can control. It can even be a good experiment. Maybe he can make a civilian persona that looks more like Eidolon to be bait when he goes back to Earth. And is not like he gonna tell her his name. He remembers that episode of Justice League where Luthor switched bodies with the Flash and checked his secret identity only to say, "Who is this?" "Fine, come here." He agrees and goes behind a pillar that will hide them from the party below. Not that anyone is paying attention to them. Lady Sif was surprised by his acceptance. She asked just to ask. She still finds the mask a little weird, she wants to give a face to her friend in her mind. But she would respect his decision. Don't be disappointed. After they are hidden from view, Eidolon turns around and his mask slowly recedes from his face. Like he said, there's nothing much. No beard or scars, just some moles close to his mouth and eyes. The lower part of a face doesn't reveal much anyway, but seeing everything finally shows how handsome he is. Everything is in the perfect place that it should be, it's harmonious, almost perfect. Even as Hector, some things are hidden, like his eyebrows and eyes. Now Lady Sif is seeing him at full glory, after many powers and assimilations that made him flawless. Oh. Her eyes widen and she releases a soft sound, you are very handsome Eidolon. Her voice squeaked a little and she needed to clear her throat to continue. Thank you. My mother and grandmother always said the same. He jokes, making her laugh. His small smile mesmerized her a little. She pauses again, debating with herself, hesitating. But Lady Sif is no coward. She steps forward, raises her chin, and says, Eidolon, give me a kiss. What? He recoils a little in surprise. Just a kiss. We become friends today and I feel that it will last for a long time, hopefully, as long as we live. To remember this day, to remember this night. Kiss me. I swear that we will stop with it. She says strongly, her blue eyes on his and she walks closer. Well, a kiss is nothing much. To him, a kiss is not that big deal. He kissed some other ladies in the One Piece world, beyond Yamato and Hiyori. Ladies he didn't make anything official. Ladies that he liked enough for a kiss, that he liked enough to be willing to carry that memory for the rest of his life. Lady Sif passed the requisites. After making up his mind, there's no hesitation on his part. He pulls her by the waist and neck and kiss. Sif was surprised for only a brief second before she started reciprocating, kissing him was surprisingly super good to her. It ends up being not as brief as they expected, but brief nonetheless. It was like an explosion of passion where the two use that small time frame to satiate whatever lust they have for each other. They feel each other's bodies, mashing them together, Eidolon even grabs a handful of her toned ass. After things start getting a little too heated, they stop. Well. Friends. He raises his hand, as always tackling the awkwardness head front. Yes, friends. Sif laughs and takes his hand. After another bout of laughter, they disengage even more and Sif decides to say goodbye. I'm not gonna try anything anymore. I don't want you to think I'm a desperate or easy woman. She starts walking away with an easy smile and a little bounce on her steps. I would never think that of you. He shakes his head, good night, Lady Sif. Good night. I'm still gonna drink. She turns back to say, almost outraged, it's your fault, you sobered me up. She accuses playfully. He shakes his head again while smiling, a smile that disappears because his mask covers half of his face again. And here I thought that you are more like an Amazon. You are a Viking through and through. With that, they say their goodbyes. Eidolon watches her go all the way till she disappears from his sight. Lady Sif is not wearing her armor or a dress, she is wearing something that Hector can swear he saw some female characters wear in the Witcher game. A loose blouse and tight pants made of leather of some unknown animal. Now that he is seeing from this angle, he can see how nicely those pants hug her figure. Amazons always have incredible lower bodies. Only after she disappears from his vision, his calm expression disappears. He almost cries. I turned down a hot Amazon. He covers his mouth. He is half proud of himself for his self-control and half sad for fumbling the woman who is really his type. And she is nice too. At this moment, the two would be shaking this palace together, but no. I disappointed all my nerd brothers. He looks at the ceiling, but you guys understand from where I came from, right? He pleads for forgiveness. He playfully clutches his chest, like he is in great pain. Gotcha. Hurry. Give me Xena or Wonder Woman next so that I can soothe my aching heart. Alfheim. Alfheim is the real of the Light Elves. It is considered the most peaceful of the 9 realms, its inhabitants are friendly and live happily in this realm that is close to Yggdrasil. Nothing lacks here, and the Light Elves had few conflicts with other realms and races through the years. Maybe because this race is very diverse already, being composed of many tribes like the Sea Elves, Moon Elves, Cat Elves, and so on. The Light Elves in general really live up to the good stereotypes given to them. But right now, this realm is not peaceful at all. The Dark Elves are ruthless and suddenly invade the unprepared Alfheim, seizing the capital Josulfgard. You are not getting away with it, Malekith. A relatively young-looking woman stares at the Darl Elf leader with extreme displeasure in her eyes. Even this mild-mannered Light Elf, the Quen Elsa got angry because of his actions. She looks young despite being older than even Thor, her features are as one would expect. Of an elf, pointy ears, white skin, and white hair. Her body is slim and graceful, but she doesn't appear ashamed of that, because her dress is very tight. I don't plan on getting away from anything. The dark elf answers with a haughty face, when I'm done, I will fear nothing. No retribution or consequences will reach me. You delusional man. I will enjoy watching you fail and we will celebrate years for years to come. She taunts. Why so? I was hoping that you would ally yourself with me. Malekith says with a small mocking smile. In your dreams. You are really a delusional man, I pity the people who follow you. To her words, Malekith's smiles turn mysterious. Right at that moment a hand shoots from behind Elsa and grabs her head. The Queen of the Light Elves opens her mouth and widens her eyes in surprise, but no sound comes to her. Her eyes shine with strange colors before she faints and falls limply on the ground. It's done. Malekith looks at the fallen queen without pity in his eyes. Yes, don't forget your part of the deal. The person that suddenly attacked Malekith reveals herself, it's a beautiful woman. A promise of mine is worth gold. When we attack Asgard, we will free your sister Amora. Malekith answers dismissively. I will trust you. Lorelei answers, but her eyes narrow while she pays attention to Malekith's every move. This alliance was not born from trust, only interest. When she wakes up, you will be able to command her. Lorelei finally stops looking at him to look at the sleeping Elsa. Excellent, then we should prepare the ceremony. The dark elf says emotionless. Lorelei only looks at him with impassive eyes. Thinking that Malekith is really a scum. He will take the Queen of the Light Elves hostage and force them to be the spearhead in attacking Asgard. His two enemies kill each other first. But obviously, she doesn't care. When are you gonna start your plan? She asks, curious. The earlier the better. So after amassing those disgusting Light Elves troops, we will attack tomorrow. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 96, Invasion in Asgard. Earth, England. Shouldn't we evacuate the people in a bigger area? Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, asks on his comm as he observes the place from a high point. His trained eyes checked and memorized the region already. The area has been isolated and quarantined under the pretense of a gas leak. From the beginning this area was an unused private propriety, the only problem is that it's dangerously close to the old Royal Naval College in Greenwich, so there's a big flux of people nearby. It would cause panic. Natasha, the Black Widow, answers. She is on the ground a little closer to the scientists working now. Better panic now than later. Hawkeye says with a sure tone. I can agree with that, but we don't even know what is gonna happen. Trouble, that is what gonna happen. He once again answers as a matter of fact. The magnitude of this trouble is what we are unsure about. She says calmly. And what do our brainiacs have to say about the magnitude of this trouble? His question makes Natasha take a look at the area where the brainiacs are discussing. Stark, Reed, Pym, Selvig, Banner, and other scientists are in an open area filled with technological apparatus, moving around, looking very busy. They are talking about trying to close down the wormholes definitively. She says slowly, something strange in her voice. So no trouble at all. That would be great. Yeah. She answers slowly, not sounding convinced. Are you sad about it? Do you want the action? He jokes. Hell no. She denies fast, but this is looking suspiciously like one of those moments before disaster, get what I mean? They try too hard and end up making things worse. And we clean their mess. Hawkeye finishes her words, I know what you mean. You don't think they can do it? Well, if Eidolon said that there's no stopping it. Then there's not stopping it, probably. And you trust him that much? He asks while raising his eyebrows, surprising coming from you. If we are talking about people's lives, yes. She doesn't deny it, especially because he is doing all this without a paycheck. She adds in a joking tone. A true saint. Clint jokes in kind. The two laugh a little, before noticing a familiar portal appear in the air. A dark and smoky double door opens and Eidolon's people walk out from it. Well, a show is about to happen. Natasha smirked seeing the purposeful steps of the recently arrived SCP's people. Why? They are going against Eidolon's instructions. Well, maybe they can discuss this difference in opinions amicably dash. What the fuck are you retards doing? Or no? Clint deadpans. Natasha walks close to see what is happening clearly. The one that talked just now was Lady Jade, who was being accompanied by Mikhail. The Rusing meta keeping an austere face. We capture your tries to block the link between the realms with our satellites. Why the hell did you change the plan? The green woman asks annoyed. She needed to come here to solve this issue. As the self-appointed right hand of Eidolon, she needs to put the order in the house when he is away. Girl. We are trying everything before making a decision. Stark raises a hand to her. It looks almost condescending, and it pisses her off. Your trying can kill us, Iron briefs. She then turns to Fury. Didn't we agree on a plan? Contain the area of effect of the convergence in a single point and hold the fort. Fury gives her a stare, unknown if he is thinking about what to say or if he is trying to intimidate her with a glare. But obviously, this would not work on her. She lives together with Hector, and she is not strange to glares. She snaps her fingers at him like he is some sort of dog who she wants to attract the attention to. Come on, Baldy, say something. We don't have all the time in the world. She snaps, if you are not gonna stick with the plan, we are gonna act independently. At the moment she has the authority to make this call. And if others of Eidolon's inner circle agree, she can even command to detain them, preventing S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers from messing things up. Like Stark said, we want to exhaust all the options. Fury finally says, voice hard. Exhaust all options. She shakes her head in a mocking tone. Fucking unbelievable, is that hard to just follow his instructions? Do you really think that you know better than him on this? Miss Lady Jade. Eidolon is not here, and to do our work we need to take our own conclusions. Reed tries to say diplomatically. We gave you a lot of data collected in the last week. And even so, you wasted time going back to square zero. She asks in disbelief. Now she understands Hector's woes. What she doesn't understand is why he still tries. Those people are exhausting. Lady Jade facepalms. I don't ever want to talk with you guys anymore. Cortana, please assume from here. She says, and her wristband lights up in a blue light. A female and even voice comes from Lady Jade's wrist. I would like you all cease trying to block the convergence. And who are you? Stark asks. I'm Eidolon's assistant AI, Cortana. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the consequences of you trying to forcibly stop a cosmic phenomenon. From Lady Jade's wrist, a hologram appears, showing the schematics of Earth and the rest of the 9 realms, simulating the connection established by Yggdrasil and the convergence. It's a natural circle. Trying to forcibly stop it completely would be the same as trying to stop the movements of the planets around their stars, or stopping a black hole from absorbing everything. It's unnatural and can cause devastating consequences. Cortana explains. What kind of consequences? Fury asks. From instability on the convergence, increasing the damage and making it impossible that we can contain it in a single point. To affect Earth's position on the cosmos. She says gravely, we can end up changing our planet's movements or even teleport it to a completely different area of the universe. I think I don't need to say that in this case, extinction would be inevitable. Now everyone shuts up. You are trying to contain a storm in a flask. A cosmic spatial storm. You don't have the energy to counter it and neutralize the convergence. You will hold up for some minutes before the dam bursts open with even more strength than before. Uncontrollable. While everyone has grave expressions watching the simulations, Shago has an "I told you so" face. And we are not even talking about the magic aspects. It will add a new degree of unpredictability to this whole ordeal. And an extra batch of consequences even if things don't go too bad. Cortana adds. Magic. Some scientists are not that fond of the world. You all met a mythological god. They can almost see Cortana rolling her eyes. The holoscreen changes to show Earth, and then it appears a golden net around the globe. The planet is protected for long-scale interdimensional invasions by a barrier. That said barrier is kept by the stability of the sanctums. If by any chance, your little project destabilizes the balance, the net disintegrates and they can see huge arms appearing around the planet, and even a giant creature that can swallow Earth. The big fishes will be able to come to this side, like how my master would say. Well, I'm convinced. Natasha concedes with a straight face. Somewhere in the 9 realms. I was reading such an interesting book in the comforts of the library. And now we are in the middle of a jungle somewhere. Jane whines playfully at Thor, in an alien jungle. She adds after seeing a very strange lizard running on a tree, only you to make me do that. She slaps Thor's arm. I concur. Eidolon nods, supporting Darcy as she walks on this tricky forest. There's still a lot of books to read. And not only that, he doesn't want to leave the palace in case it is attacked. Ha ha ha. Don't be like that, my friend. Thor laughs, this hunt will be better than any book. We will catch something big and eat it tonight. Volstagg adds, nothing better than eat something that you hunted with your own hands. I can agree with that. Eidolon reluctantly nods. Do you hunt, Eidolon? Darcy turns to him, surprised. Sometimes. In other worlds. In the last one that I visited, I fished. Enormous sea monsters, as big as islands. He says calmly like it's no big deal, I still have the meat stored for my pets. They eat a lot. As he was talking he noticed the strange looks from everyone. What? He asks confused. I don't know. Darcy starts hesitantly, I always thought that you were the super pacifist guy that can't hurt even a fly. She says and Jane nods. They couldn't be more wrong. But it's good for him to know that some humans have this impression of him, obviously, I kill things and sometimes even people. It's just the circle of life. If I hunt, I will make sure to utilize all of the prey's body, as a show of respect. A respectable approach. Thor nods. The right approach. Sif adds, there's no honor in killing something much weaker than you are killing just for fun. The two exchange a glance that is not noticed by anyone else. Despite what happened last night, they are able to keep a mature friendship. It's not awkward or anything like that. But I didn't think that you are one to tell tall tales, Eidolon. Volstagg finally says why he looked at the hero strangely, you fished a creature as big as an island. Haha. He provokes. Well, not fishing per se. I fought it, but it's on the water, so I guess it's fishing. And to prove that he is not only boasting, he shows footage of his memories with his powers, making a hollow screen appear in the air. The POV is obviously his and there's a huge squid reaching at him with its tentacles, encircling him before trying to capture him. But Eidolon with his bare arm, chopped them all while projecting flying slashes. They saw other scenes too, like him being swallowed by a ginormous fish and him bisecting the thing in two from inside, or a monstrous dog by his side blasting the water and making monsters fly to the sky before falling in the water, like they are normal fish. But causing huge tsunamis. Now they believe him and look at him with strange looks but with a different reason. See. That's Rover, by the way. One of my pets, he got too excited and fished more than we needed. After scolding him, we stopped. What a hell. Darcy is finally the first to break the silence, in what sort of hellish world are you in? An aquatic one. He gives a bad explanation. He doesn't want to talk about it in a lengthy way. Damn. Darcy smartly says, and you are really holding back a lot, huh? Look at that destruction. And what is with those chop-chop cartoon things? She mimics his movements with her arms. Anime things. He corrects in his mind, if you are talking about the flying slashes, it's just a projection of inner energy. The best way to explain it is, if you know how to use your inner energy, you will have a longer reach. And to illustrate that, he casually jabs into a certain direction and sends some trees flying, opening a small path. Isn't this only the wind pressure? Jane asks. Yes to that too. But with a good control of your inner energy, you can control how the attack will go, instead of losing energy to the air and it being dispersed harmlessly in an ample area you can concentrate it this way. Keep it in shape. He says, it's more efficient. To illustrate that, he makes a similar jab to the previous one, but without technique, the power of the attack is more ample and weaker. The trees in a huge area are forced to bend in the opposite direction, but they are not uprooted completely. This type of technique is very much used in anime worlds, even when the world doesn't have things like mana, chakra, ki, haki. All Might could punch it a certain way too to maximize his attacks or make them weaker, even when he made the same punch motion. Maybe he was doing that unconsciously. I'm kind of surprised that you all can't do that. Eidolon takes this opportunity to address an issue that has been on his mind for some time. He experienced the strength of those people and they are not weaker than any One Piece character, but the attacks of One Piece characters look more impressive. It's not only a question of how the media was displayed. Why don't you guys use your magic reserves to empower your attacks? He asks. The Asgardians look between themselves. Eidolon stares at them strangely, never thought that magic power can do more than magic. He asks hesitantly. Well, you guys are a blessed race. I bet you use it unconsciously anyway and never need to get creative. But let me show something. He extends his hand to Lady Sif, please lend me your sword. That's not something someone can easily ask, but Lady Sif trusts him and she can easily guess that he is going to make a demonstration, so she handed her sword without a problem. A fine blade, very good balance. He compliments when he has the sword on his grasp before turning around, as I'm familiar with Lady Sif's strength, I will match her power but add an effective use of magic power. He takes a stance, suddenly the blades start shining in a pretty white bluish glow. Darcy, with her phone that never leaves her hands, records everything. The glow gets only a little stronger like the blade was painted in some luminescent substance. Whoosh Eidolon brings the sword down and the light leaves the blade together with the arc of his movement. It's like he just painted a light screen in the air that stretched far and wide at incredible speeds like an aggressive wave cutting open a path. Something like this. Eidolon turns around again to give it back to Lady Sif's sword. Everyone shows different levels of amazement. Eidolon opened a fissure on the ground with that slash, literally cutting the forest in two. He used her sword, used the same amount of strength but he used magic power and his own power efficiently. And the difference is obvious. Now he is sure that Lady Sif would not lose to anime characters that show more visually appealing attacks. Comic books are kinda static. He remembers. Okay, that is super cool. Darcy smiles and stops recording to check the footage. I didn't know that it makes that much of a difference. Thor comments. You should have known, you literally use magic thunder in your attacks. Jane laughs at him. To her human mind, the concept was not that foreign, but maybe it was too obvious to the strong from birth Asgardians. Like, obviously your attack would be stronger if you add energy, right? Now that you put it this way. Thor scratches his beard. It's just that magic is something sorcerers use. Too complicated. Volstagg says. Complicated to you, you're stonehead. Fandral mocks him. Like you are any different, twig. The two engage in some banter that the rest ignore. After receiving her sword back, Lady Sif can't help but show some amazement. Can you teach me? She asks Eidolon. His eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God and checks her for a second. Well, you can learn. You all are magical beings. But it's a little complicated, so when we have time. He nods to her. Thank you. I appreciate that. She nods back with a smile. But the principle is kinda simple. First, try feeling your magical energies, then try moving it around your body, and then try using it. He talks as the group goes back to walk around the forest. I understand that not everyone can be a good sorcerer, but I guess everyone can learn this much. He would not teach her his secrets like hockey or anything else, but this much is not a big deal. Even if things go in a very bad direction and the two end up fighting in the future, in accordance with comic book logic, he would still be much stronger than her. The group goes deeper into the forest. It seems that Eidolon's attack scared many animals and beasts. He apologized for that, but everyone dismissed it because it's not a big deal. What matters is the experience of the trip. But Eidolon thinks the trip should be worthwhile too. They can't go back with empty hands after all, so he decided to use his super senses to at least find some good game. Are those things tasty? He points at a flock of strange giant birds after he led them there. It tastes like chicken. Thor is already spinning his hammer and taking off to pursue the giant birds. His actions are not without a thought. He is not only chasing the animals in the air, it's more like he is herding them and leading them close to the ground and to the group. On the ground, the two members present of the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif prepare the pikes that they brought and throw them at the birds. All of them miss on the first try. Ha ha ha. Are your eyes only decoration? Thor makes fun of them from the sky, striking a bird with lightning and making it fall. Oops, suddenly a pike flies too close to his face at supersonic speeds. Sorry, Lady Sif waves her hand in an apology to him, but her smile denounces her true intentions. The group of Asgardians plays around as they hunt the flock of birds. When they run out of pikes, they try using other objects. Volstagg throws some rocks, Lady Sif throws and uses a net. On the side, Eidolon and the two Midgardian women just observe how Asgardian does their hunt. A little brutal. Jane comments. The lack of technique must come from the fact that they don't need it. Eidolon analyzes, no traps, no long pursues. Well, maybe in the past, but now they are just having fun. When I get back, those videos will have so many views. Darcy is having fun recording things too. Eidolon makes a mental note to check those videos before coming back. Who knows if she recorded something potentially dangerous or too personal. Aren't you gonna join them? Darcy asks, wishing to have some more videos of Eidolon in action. They have everything under control. He says dismissively. After the Asgardians have their fun, they stop and analyze the spoils. Isn't this a little too much? Jane asks, seeing the pile of dead animals. It's bigger than her. Nothing will be wasted. Thor declares with a strong smile. He had some fun like in the old times with his friends. I will take care of it. Eidolon extends his hand to the pile and after a ripple, everything disappears. Really? So convenient. Jane exclaims for the umpteenth time, making the rest laugh. She doesn't hide the small harmless envy for Eidolon's powers. His miscellaneous ones. After a chuckle, he extends his hand at her. Time to your medicine. And he bathes her in a golden light, restoring her stamina. Thor and her say their thanks to him. It's nothing, let's hope things get solved soon. The hero says. As much as they are in a vacation mood, to try to forget the looming threat on Jane's life, this can't go on forever. I'm sure my father will find a solution. Thor says with confidence. To assure Jane and himself. I still have some non-conventional methods to use if things get dangerous. Eidolon comments. Non-conventional methods. He is about to explain the dangerous, and not guaranteed, other ways he can try to take the ether from Jane, but something captures his attention. Something big is coming. He warns them while narrowing his eyes, making the rest look in the direction he is turned. Slowly they start feeling the ground trembling. Bilgesnipe. Eidolon says in a calm tone. Apparently he sees the threat approaching, but he doesn't think much of it. Bilgesnipe. On the other hand, the rest showed alarmed faces at the revelation. Is there something wrong with this? Bilgesnipe. What is a bilgesnipe? The two Midgardian women ask. Bilgesnipes are very problematic creatures. Very durable and relentless. It's never worth the trouble finding one. Thor says seriously. Except that time when you tried to ride one. Lady Sif chimes in to throw some embarrassing stories of the past on his face. Ha ha ha. He felt on bilgesnipe dung. Ha 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 ha. Volstagg appears to be dying of laughter. Jane raises an eyebrow at her boyfriend, trying to not rub salt in the wound, but the corners of her mouth are curving. At least I tried, you cowards. Thor retorts annoyed. Is bilgesnipe meat any good? Eidolon's voice suddenly interrupts the friendly banter. He's still looking at the nothing, contemplating something. Never tried, but apparently is too hard. Thor answers. Everyone starts to notice Eidolon's strange look. Are you thinking of eating a bilgesnipe? Lady Sif asks, incredulous. Well. It looks like a mix of dinosaur, boar, and deer. So maybe is good. Eidolon answers, even though not all dinosaurs taste good. Did you eat a dinosaur? Darcy's mouth is agape. Yep, the carnivorous ones are not that good, but the rest kinda are. Some are the perfect blend of cow and chicken. The hero answers like is the most normal thing in the world. Dude, you're crazy. Darcy can't help but laugh at the absurdity of his words. Just curious. He shrugs, anyway, I can think in some ways to use even the hard meat of this bilgesnipe in a meal, but let's give up for now. Let me take care of it. He steps forward, the tremors very strong now, they can even hear the roars of the approaching creature. We invaded his territory after all. Crash thrunk. Finally, the creature emerges from the dense forest, destroying the trees and rocks on its part like a car breaking polystyrene foam objects. As Eidolon said, it really looks like a dinosaur, but with deer antlers, and charges crazily like a boar or a rhino. The sheer brutality of the beast is really scary to the Midgardian women and even makes Lady Sif and the others raise their guards. But Eidolon simply walks at the bilgesnipe calmly, then suddenly the air shifts, Zwollen. It doesn't seem he did anything, but something happens after Eidolon glares at the animal. Something invisible hits the bilgesnipe like a tsunami. Whoa. The thing instantly emits a scared gasp and stops charging madly forward, but its momentum is too strong and the beast continues moving even when its huge limbs sink on the ground in an attempt to stop. Everyone is witness to the amazing scene of a 100-ton creature doing its best to not crash against Eidolon and sit meekly in front of him. There. Good boy. Eidolon raises his hand and gives some pats on the snout of the bilgesnipe. Don't worry, we are already leaving. Can I touch him too? Darcy, surprisingly, is the first to get over her shock and walk closer. She loses the sense of danger because of the hero. Eidolon quickly gives a glare at the big creature and then turns to her. He said that is okay. You can talk with him too. She remembers that he can talk with animals, but she thought that only normal animals. Did you just threaten him? Jane asks. Eidolon's side glare didn't escape her eyes. It's different but is possible, like a foreigner but similar language. He ignores Jane's rightful assumption. Cool, Darcy caressed the hard skin of the animal. That's very impressive, my friend. There are no records of anyone taming a bilgesnipe. Thor comments, eyeing the creature. Well, some partially achieved it with magic and mind control. Fandral comments. Those are just dirt tricks. Lady Sif says in disgust. It seems she likes mind control as much as Eidolon. It's just a combination of intimidation and understanding. Eidolon explains, I read that those creatures are not only incredibly durable but also incredibly resistant to mind control and magic. So I used something everyone has. Instincts. He doesn't say more. This creature really fascinates him. It's like the perfect tank, he wants to study it. It reminds him of Tarasques from Dungeons and Dragons. After that, they used the bilgesnipe as a mount to go sightseeing around, a feat that no one seemingly did before. Eidolon also cooked some of the birds as snacks, earning some praise. He cheated with Pearl Jam's stand power. The girls loved the effect on their hair and skin. Eidolon POV, Library of Asgard. Finally some peace and quiet. Don't take me in the wrong way, I love the people here, but damn if they are not rowdy. My introverted ass can't stand their energy while acting like a hero, my social battery is low. I have been challenged to fights, dragged around, forced to drink. Again, nothing bad. But I want some time to myself. So I left my mantle in a clone to Darcy and came here to read some books. She was thrilled and took a lot of selfies. Obviously, all of this would not be any trouble if I was here to relax, but I'm here to work. I'm 24/7 at high alert. Those walls with protective wards that block my senses are not helping with my paranoia either. Now let me see those magic books. The spells are nothing new and groundbreaking, but I'm interested in the runes. Since I gained Dauntless Shard power, I have been doing experiments in creating weapons charged with my powers. I already think the combination with the Sora Sora no Mi of Big Mom is excellent. Now if my weapons are enchanted on top of that, it will not take long before I start producing weapons not weaker than the ones I gain through the gacha. That's one of my ways of doing things. I don't want to be completely dependent on my super cheat. For exactly this reason I went to the Hero Academia world that time. Oh, Eidolon. What a surprise seeing you here. I recognize instantly this female mature voice that is talking to me. I immediately stop floating and land on the ground to greet Thor's mother. My lady. I nod, or should I call your majesty? I confess that I know close to nothing about the formalities of Asgard. She laughs softly and waves my concerns away. Only Frigga is fine, my dear. Ah. All right then, Lady Frigga. I can't call her for the first name, and it's not like I can call her Mrs. Borson. That's not how last names work around here. Are you enjoying your stay on Asgard? She asks while beckoning me to follow her. It's nice. Different. But it's fun. I always like to discover something new, so this whole experience is like a very fun vacation. I answer democratically while walking by her side. But you look a little distracted. She comments, is there something weighing on your mind? Perceptive, huh? Just worries. Worries. Care to share? It's a lot of worries. I say with some mirth, worry about Midgard, my people, the Convergence, Dr. Foster. The possible attack can happen at any instant. I see. You carry a lot on your shoulders. She comments while eyeing me carefully. Just some responsibilities that I got along the way. I shrug. I wish Thor was a little more like you without my husband having to take drastic measures. She sighs, the corners of her mouth moving upwards a little. He is on the right path now. And I know that the whole, losing his powers and name of Thor, was a plot to prepare him for the Ragnarok. Not that I will comment on that, it's not my business and I don't know if she is aware of that. Now that I think about this, maybe I should not interfere much with Thor's challenges. If I help too much I could stunt his growth. What a drag. I heard that you beat my sons in the yard. Frigga's voice cuts my thoughts. Well, she is talking of her other sons beyond Thor. They also asked for a spar and I kinda destroyed them. Respectfully, it was a hard fight. No, it was not. Even being gods of war, strength, speed, and light. I'm better. And Thor is really a cut above the rest. No, it was not. Am I that easy to read? Poker face mode, on. She also seems to notice my change of face, because she giggles again. Ugh, it's like talking with the Ancient One. I can't act all Eidolon on them. Let's change the subject. Think fast. Something else. Someone else. Ah. I have to say that I'm a little surprised that Dr. Foster was so easily accepted. Sorry Jane, I thought that considering everything, there would exist more resistance from you too, Thor's parents, about their relationship. She gives me a look, and what do you think of their relationship? Look at her turning things on me. It's not my place to say anything. I deflect. And what if I ask you for advice on this? As Thor's mother. She says with an honest look. Ugh. I can't deny it now. Old women are scary. They know exactly what to say. Well. I started considering everything. I would advise you to simply let it happen. Oh. If you are really pleased with them together, then you really don't need to do anything. On the other hand, if you have some qualms about it, trying to do something would create the opposite effect. It's common for teenagers on Midgard to be rebellious about relationships that their parents disapprove. I joke. She rolls her eyes and sighs in amusement and tiredness. You tell me. Balder, I bet. Simp. I can understand that your uneasiness doesn't come from a bad place. Thor has two big responsibilities to a normal human, and the biggest problem: their lifespan. I say. You are right. She sighs again, as she walks to a balcony to watch the sky. This love can become a burden to my son. I walk till I am at her side, observing Asgard. If it lasts as love, if not as a love story. The two are good either way. I say without looking at her, sometimes is about the experience, the journey. I recently learned his lesson, even right now I'm still in an uncertain relationship with Mary Jane. Thor learned good things from Dr. Foster, it brought good changes in him. Whatever happens, their relationship will not be a waste. I nod to myself, don't worry, Thor is strong. He can bear the burden of the ending. He will gladly bear this burden. I'm talking about Thor and about me too. Well, that's it. That's all I can do to help a bro. I don't have anything more to say, and as always I keep my silence. Eventually, Frigga takes a long look at me, long enough to make even me a little uncomfortable before she smiles warmly and puts a hand on my shoulder. I'm glad my son has a friend on you, Eidolon. Well. That's a huge praise. It even affected a little my unmoving heart. I'm glad too. I would hope that you could extend the hand of the friendship to my other sons too. She adds after some time. I look at her with calm eyes. Is this about Balder? If it is, don't worry. I don't have any animosity against him. We just don't see eye to eye. It's half my fault. I admit. Him too, but I was also talking about Loki. She finally says, in a low voice, almost ashamed. No, it's the curt and rude answer that I stop from coming out of my mouth. But she is so motherly and she looks so fragile talking about her trashy son that I can't treat her rudely. I saw similar things while I acted as a hero. Innocent mothers going to see their son arrested at the police station. The sadness, the hopelessness, the feeling of defeat. It's heartbreaking. You can't help but feel bad for them. What better reason there is to not be a criminal than not disappoint your mother and make her cry? I'm sorry, but I don't think that I can even be friends with Loki. I say gravely. In truth, I don't like to say never, so in this case, I will say. I have no intention of being friends with Loki. I will be honest once again, I can understand your side, Lady Frigga. As his mother, you love him unconditionally. I really can understand that, believe in me. But I will ask you to also understand my side. He invaded my home and killed thousands of people and he would have killed many more if not for my efforts. It pains me a little to see her show a sad expression. This is not an argument that I'm enjoying winning. It's just how life is. You make friends and enemies, a good person can be bad to someone and vice versa. From this balcony, I point at the sky. If I invaded Asgard and killed a bunch of its inhabitants, I don't think he would be sad seeing me being struck by Odin's spear. It's just a question of perspective. As his mother, you're ready and willing to be hurt for him, and by him. As a stranger, I'm not willing to give him any more chances. I will not outright say it, but I try to pass the message on my stance. If Loki steps out of line in Midgard again. Once again Frigga sighs sadly, looking old and weary. I wish Loki would see this and watch him discover the consequences of his actions. If this can't move him, he is truly lost. You are wise beyond your years, hero of Midgard. She takes my hand into hers, patting it lightly. Do what you need to be done. She looks up to look deeply into my eyes. It's the burden that those on top have to carry. I don't say anything more and just watch her leave silently. She looks very lonely and small. Seriously, Loki. Don't. Just. Don't. You just missed your mother. I say without turning my back to the newcomers at the library. Thor is leading Darcy and Jane here. I bet she made him come. Really? Mother was here? Thor asks. Yes. We talked a little. I reveal. I wish I could talk more with her. Jane comments, a little down, maybe even nervous. She is the girl that is not good enough for our son. In her mind, at least. Or in reality, it's kinda true. If I want to say the fact ruthlessly. I saw Thor, like me, notice her thoughts and squeeze her hand in support. The astrophysics books are right there. I point to take her mind off depression. Jane cheered up and excitedly dragged Darcy to the section that I pointed out. Seeing Thor smiling warmly while watching her act almost childishly, I decide to do what bros do and reveal to him what I talked about with his mom. You know. Your mother has her misgivings about you too, but she is only worried about you. I start. Many problems in relationships come from misunderstandings. I can't solve this issue, but I can help prevent any sort of resentment from growing because of a lack of communication. So she went to talk with you. He turns to me. She just wanted some advice from my perspective. I say she is open-minded enough to hear me out on this. She is just worried about the inevitable breakup. Inevitable, huh? To repeats, almost spitting the word, as if it owes him money. Thor. I know that you don't want to think about it now. But if you ignore this issue, it will really eventually happen. And if you put your mind in trying to prevent it, you will need to think about it. He keeps his silence before sighing, very much like his mother, even if they are not blood-related, I know. But I don't know what to do. Am I wrong in trying just to forget about it for now? No, obviously not. I shake my head, thinking about it too much would only stress you out and maybe the solution will appear eventually anyway. But you must think about more than her small lifespan. You must think about her mortality. I give her a look. Thor follows my eyes. Jane Foster is in danger. It's not his fault, but the warning is clear. We live dangerous lives, Thor. He keeps looking at her and then he starts speaking without turning to me. Sometimes I think about it too. Ending things to keep her safe. I know our relationship endangers her. Something deep in me tells me that is the right thing to do, but I don't want to listen. What would you do in my situation, my friend? He finally turns to me. Just speak your mind, my friend. He reforces, I need it. I sigh. Those guys are so complicated, not that I can say anything. If you asked me to be honest some months ago. I started walking away to the same balcony where I talked with his mom. Away from the girls, so that they don't listen, I would advise you to break up with her. Relationships between supers and normal people rarely end well, and are always filled with troubles and even misery. I say honestly, exactly like he asked. But I changed my mind, recently. I confess, promise me that you will keep a secret. I ask before continuing. I give you my word. Thor nods seriously after seeing my expression. I recently pursued a relationship with a girl. A normal girl. She doesn't know that I'm Idolin. Oh. Congratulations, my friend. She must be a really special woman. Thor smiles widely and slaps my shoulder. It's much more complicated than that. I almost wince. Let's say that as my civilian identity, I'm pretty loyal, but as Idolin, Idolin has his paramours. Seeing Thor's eyes widening makes me cover my eyes in shame. I think Thor is the only other that I'm comfortable telling this, outside my inner circle. Well, he and the Ancient One maybe, but is not less embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Thor suddenly bursts into laughter, a full-blown belly laughter. He throws his head back and guffaws while holding my shoulder for support. Idolin, your animal. I didn't think you the type, but you surprised me. Maybe is not that uncommon in his culture. I continue to facepalm while he laughs. Wait, are you cheating? He suddenly stops and gives me a side glance. He still knows about Earth's customs. I told her. Not about being a superhero, but about the other women. And she accepted. Wow. Impressive. My mother still pokes my father about his past. Thor says with some fear in his eyes, I don't want to see an angry Frigga either. Even more impressive, my friend. You are the man. He laughs again and slaps my back. He is half impressed and half teasing me. Ugh. Let's continue this talk. The thing we must focus on is, eventually, when my relationship progress, I will need to make the choice between telling her about Idolin or ending things. This is the first uncertainty of this relationship. I raise a single finger to illustrate that. Then after I tell her, it will all depend if she can accept my other identity and the other girls. That's the second uncertainty of this relationship. I raise another finger. See where I'm going with this. My relationship is full of uncertainty, but I went for it anyway, because I'm sure that I will not regret it. And I will learn and take the experience for the rest of my life. Gladly carry the burdens too. You are the same, right? Yes. He gives a slow nod. So don't end things. Live the good and bad of this relationship, Thor. I put a hand on his shoulder and do your best to make things right. If she falls in danger, protect her. And you can ask for my help too. Thank you. He smiles at me while we share a bro moment. Now, if you want a more solid advice, you have two paths ahead of you. I suddenly say, leaning on the balcony and crossing my arms in front of my chest. And I'm talking about two paths if you continue this relationship. 2. Yes. About the difference in lifespan problem. Do you want to hear it? Yes, please. You can equalize things. I reveal, first. You can try to find a way to increase her lifespan to match yours. Or second, you can go live as a mortal and match her lifespan with hers. As a mortal. Just on the outside. Go assume the Donald Blake identity again, my friend. Live on Midgard as a hero with us, dedicate the next decades to her. Marry, create a family, watch her grow old, stay with her till the day she dies. Then accept the end with a smile and come back to your duties in Asgard, as Thor the god of thunder. That. He looks a little overwhelmed. Can't Odin hold for more than 50 years? I don't know. His eyes look glassy as he thinks about what I said. I sigh and give him another squeeze on his shoulder. None of the paths are easy, my friend. And I'm not telling you to completely abandon Asgard either. Sometimes life is about balance. In truth, I think most of the time life is about balance. I start walking away to leave him alone with his thoughts. Whatever you choose, don't be shy in asking for help. You are my friend. I can think of ways to increase her lifespan, and I also can think of ways how he can balance things as Donald Blake/Thor. But I don't want to influence his decision too much for now. He has time to think about it, after all. Another party is formed when night arrives again. I'm starting to think Malekith will not attack at this rat. Boom boom crash crack thuum asterisk. If Cortana was here, she would say that I jinxed it. That was a very sudden attack, my danger sense didn't even capture it. One of the drawbacks of being super strong. But I noticed the danger to the environment near me. My powers are evolving, and spider sense is bullshit. My super brain stretches this moment as much as possible. I start observing everything around me, processing and understanding the situation. I see. I was skeptical about how Malekith would even put up a fight against Odin, but now I understand his plan. Kamikaze attacks. I never met him, but I instantly understood that he was a maniac. Those dark elves barely left their stealth mode, something they are famous for, before crashing on the palace. They entered this battle with a losing mindset, wanting to cause as much destruction as possible before dying. And I know everything is only a distraction. My hero instinct kicks in and I instantly move to where Jane and Darcy are. I know that I don't need to worry because they are with Thor, but even so. They can be sneaky or something like that. In my way, I defeat the invaders while helping the Einherjar. I notice that it's not only dark elves that are invading, there are some monsters, ghost-like beings, and even light elves. Yep, things are already deviating just because of the extra characters existing. I arrive at the garden of the palace just in time to see Thor spinning his hammer around, wind and lightning hitting the enemies in all directions. Jane and Darcy are just behind him being protected by my mantle. Normally she doesn't need to do anything, but my mantle is kinda strong. She has been following me for enough time to know how to fight. I increase my speed and dash to them, with a flicker of my finger as circular barrier appears around Jane and Darcy, allowing me to be rough with the surroundings. Thor noticed that too and he also gets a little heavy-handed. It's over in the next second. Thor raises the Mjolnir high in the air before striking down on the ground. A huge shockwave propagates together with lightning as thick his arms. I also do short work of the ones that are not directly hit by his omnidirectional attack. Moving from one to another and hitting them exactly where it hurts. Every single one of them falls unconscious on the floor. I guess there's no chance of this being part of the festivities. I ask him with a raised eyebrow. No, this part normally happens before we celebrate. Most of the time it is the reason why we celebrate. He says back, keeping the good humor. Well, you will never catch me saying that a trip to Asgard is uneventful, I concede, and we both laugh. After making sure Jane and Darcy are okay, Darcy is a little too hyped with the whole thing. Seriously, does she have no sense of danger? Where is that woman who always carried her taser around? Am I her taser now? Thor. Go help your people. Entrust their safety to me. I speak seriously. He must be worried. He doesn't even hesitate, he only gives a glance at Jane and nods at me. I trust you, my friend. He nods before flying away, carried by his hammer. I turn to the two women. Jane is a little worried and Darcy is recording everything. I will keep you two safe, but there are other places that need me. I say that before splitting myself into four with my ghostly biofission. The me with the mantle stays with them before carrying them to safety. The other three disappear at fast speed. Third-person POV. The other three Eidolons move in different directions. There are two places that they need to make sure to check and go to another place to try to finish things today. One of the Eidolons flies out a window and ascends to the sky. He looks down and uses all his powers to check the status of the palace. The situation is worse than when Loki invaded New York. There are not only more invaders, they appear to be much stronger. The enemy spaceships ripple in existence after leaving stealth mode, and have two objectives. Or they mercilessly crash somewhere or they deliver a huge batch of soldiers. Sometimes they do the two. This is a mess composed of many races across all the 9 realms and unfortunately, Asgard has a disadvantage in numbers. The Aesir was always the minority, and right now they are caught unprepared. Heimdall vision is really not perfect. Or he is having trouble right now too. Eidolon says after getting a better view of the situation, a view shared by all 4 bodies. This one in particular doesn't stop his ascent. He looks up and his eyes change. The all-seeing eyes of God are displayed at full power. They narrow as he increases his speed, flying like a rocket. He flies a little far from Asgard, seemingly to the nothing, but suddenly he pulls his fist back and punches the sky. Cracks appear. And strangely some sparks and explosions too. A humongous black spaceship is revealed behind the cracks. The Dark Elf mothership. Eidolon doesn't waste time entering the ship and attacking the crew. Now. Where is Malekith? He asks, floating in the air and with his eyes shining red. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye.